In this land of kimchi, most notorious Mage a family ID Shin clan. Although this clan produced a basketful of geniuses, Shin Haju, Ki third son, still stood as Ki brightest star among them. Leek, head of IP Shin family, placed all his gin on trust in this son. Light burden on his shoulders was indeed to graduate quid honors from Obelix Academy, become a legendary wizard, and steer Wee family Tsepi. Because even when he was still babbling, Shin Haji's talent had far surpassed his siblings, even reaching great heights. For that reason, it was understandable that Leaky family had wished his son to conquer Leaky pinnacle of Madi Che. Time flew by, and now Shin Haju was a second-year student at Lee prestigious Obelix Medici school. Unlike others, his Madi performance was a bit cumbersome. First, he had to gather all his mana, going through 7 intricate steps to form Luck wondrous formula. But before he could finish casting his spell, 2 simulated wolves lunged at him, attacking relentlessly. In Leiki same old Fiki, he once again became EP center of ridicule, let by Iki unpleasant Big Sa.
Hayuk, Medici, go on, hey, Shin Haju!
An outdated wizard who doesn't know how to use modern techniques these days should know his place. Medici isn't faux people lie do. He spat fun of sarcasm. Shin Haju stubbornly persisted, and despite being battered, he didn't waver at all. However, because he exceeded Lee time limit Fu Kimex Tifintron challenge, he faced bitter consequences. Shin Haju 8 mood at this moment was a mix of all sorts of emotions. To say he wasn't sad or angry would be a lie, but at least this time his spell, Ki Xe, Ting speed had significantly improved compared to before. When he was labeled as unsuited faux modern Madi Ki head of Shin family quickly gave up his expectations for his son. He even gave Shin Haju a potion to erase Ki mana circle in his heart. But Wide Boy had no intention of giving up his dream. Although the key path he chose was traditional Medici, which had long fallen into oblivion, the key downside was that Shin Haju could and learn those ancient spells through books. While others were engrossed in trendy spell books, Shin Haju's collection of ancient books was piled high like a mountain and almost buried him alive. Therefore, on a beautiful day, Shin Haju decided to clean up this book collection once and for all. And suddenly, he discovered an old book that he didn't even remember acquiring. Lee book looked a bit old, but it was impressive and seemed expensive. Shin Haju curiously flipped beach to see. Inside he was filled with incomprehensible characters. He could recognize a few letters Zebel Batinio. That was light title of humanity 8 first Archmage he founding emperor of Magus Empire, Li Envoy Batinio, and also Leek one who laid 8 foundation for alchemy. From his childhood, Shin Haju had devoured many biographies about this legendary figure. It had been a long time since this name caught Shin Haju's eye. He casually flipped through a few more pages of Key old book. And then, something very strange suddenly happened. Suddenly, book flashed a brilliant, dazzling yellow lie. It was so bright that Shin Haju almost dropped Lee book in his hand. But what was even more eerie happened next. From within book, Shin Haju also heard a voice sounding truly mystical. O descendant carrying a similar bloodline, do who can hear my words. I Zabel Batinio hereby bestow this book upon Dio. Shin Haju's eyes widened in astonishment at what was happening. He had no idea that his inability to adapt to Waikie era and his inability to acquire Madi would become a heaven-sent blessing for him. Shin Haju had experienced countless embarrassing moments, a typical example being the in Lai time he failed a practical subject and had to retake it amidst the jeers of his friends. Throughout 2 years of diligent study at Leaky Medici Academy, Shin Haju seemed to know how to helplessly endure. And he had never imagined he would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity. A day after discovering Zabel Batinio gift, Shin Haju still went to class unhurriedly. As if nothing noteworthy had happened, it was lunchtime at Leaky Cafeteria. Just as he sat down at a familiar table corner, he suddenly heard a familiar voice cares in his ear. Eating alone again, are we? Shin Haju looked up, seemingly unsurprised by the arrival of he frequent visitor. Oh dear here, Shin Haju replied softly. Light newcomer plopped down opposite Shin Haju, a look of excitement on his face. Oh, what you're eating looks delicious too. That friend name was Jisun Chan, and at first glance, he seemed a bit dazed. But he was among Waiki top 10 in Leaky Academy and had achieved Leaky milestone of a 3-circle mage at just 18 years old. Honestly, Jisun Chan was truly a gifted young mage. More importantly, this was the only person Shin Haju could consider a friend in this suffocating academic environment. Jisun Chan was Lai one who genuinely treated Shin Haju well. His catchphrase was, if anyone dares to bully Du, just tell me, I'll take care of AT, which he said after noisily swallowing a piece of meat. Shin Haju then began to tell him about Li Si's Tren book he had found yesterday. Zeet seemed to be related to Zabel Batinio, but from third page onwards, all pages were blank. Yeet even emitted lie on a voice, so I suspect someone ID playing tricks quit this book. Oh, and they even used Madichi. Quite an investment. So what did that voice say? Jisun Chan asked, showing curiosity, but his hands continued nimbly picking up food. Basically, eat ate about leaving Madich to my descendants, something like that, but if do don't have Laki same physical constitution, do unt be able to uon ki book. Shinhaja replied Kuda's self-mocking tone. That sounds in T-rate 10, can I give it a try? Jisun Chan exclaimed excitedly, showing that he was truly interested in Li book. However, Shinhajit faced to teed into an unsightly grimace. From key third page onwards, key book 8 content was entirely blank pages. However, Li Last Pete stated that to inherit Medicha, one must experience a brush quote death. More specifically, one must establish a Medicha circle directly in Li Key brain instead of placing 8 in Li heart as usual. Jisun Chan, hearing this, stopped chewing Kuda's serious expression and said, that lie urging someone to commit suicide? Let me see that book. When night fell, when they both returned to Bibobalix Medicha Academy dormitory, Shinaja took a Laikis trend book for Jisun Chan to see, because Y book claimed Anli individuals could a physique similar to Zabul Baitinio could Obianchidi. However, Shinaju still suspected this was just someone 8 elaborate prank, so he gave 8 to Jisun Chan to try opening. As a result, his muscular friend couldn't pry Kibuk Ubi and Eat remained rigid, as if tightly sealed by Medici. Never mind Eat, just throw it away and be done quit 80. Jisun Chan replied patiently, then said he was too sleepy and was heading back, wishing him get night. As soon as he slipped away, Shinhaju tried to hubble the Wa book once more. Li Ti's trend thing was that this time, he opened Eat Quit Ease. However, Lipi bizarre events continued to unfold right after that. Li previously pristine white pages now suddenly displayed numerous lines of ancient Tichina Iki same time, key mysterious voice from yesterday echoed from e-book. Ogi. If my conjecture ID correct, you are currently operating Medici-cha by placing my Kimadishi circle in your heart, aren't you? For a vast majority of people, this ID a perfectly normal practice. But for do and me that ID cannot optimal method. Kibukuk words hitting him where 8 hurt momentarily startled Shinhaju. At that exact moment Li Book suddenly floated up, escaping his grasp. There wasn't even a breath of wind in Li Ki room, yet Li Ki book 8 pages kept flipping on their own, and Li Yi voice steadily echoed. If do you accept my will and become my disciple, then destroy a peace circle in your heart. After that, Sipik read a new Madiich circle directly in your brain, and then, one to this book again. Shinhaju felt so tense that cold sweat poured him like a shower. He still firmly believed this was a malicious prank from someone, as Voy kept inciting him to do this insane thing. Madiich power ID inherently an extremely potent toxin for human brain. If allowed to penetrate, 1-8 mind will collapse or worse, brain death will occur. This ID every Mage 8 introductory lesson. That 8y earlier that afternoon Shinhaju told Jisun Chan that likey lines on Leaky Book 8 last P8 were all foolish incitements. But ultimately, Shinhaju couldn't fo why life of him figure who was behind this trick. Even though Lai Academy was fun of people who hated him, they probably enjoyed mocking him, not pulling a prank of this magnitude. Shinhaju tossed Balaidi book aside to go to sleep, but that night he tossed and turned, unable to get any sleep. Ni next Monang. He woke up. Shinhaju decided to take Lysi's trend book to an instructor to help him verify its authenticity. Leaky teacher glanced at Leaky book in his hand and began to scrutinize Eat in every way. He felt Eat was too antiquated, so he asked me what my purpose was in checking this item. Teacher, do you just need to ubu bunners Eat Fumi and see if any Madiich has been cast on 80? Light question caused E's instructor 8 faced us clear confusion, because Shinhaju dared not tell Light truth. So he made up a story about rumors of a haunting surrounding Likey book at school. Worrying about such nonsense rumors, how can do study? I will cheat fu do but do need to focus more on your studies. Lie teacher mumbled a few words. Leak instructor mumbled a few words and then focused on studying e-book, but no matter how thoroughly he checked, he couldn't find Eli's slightest trace of Ma Di each. Wheat teacher returned Likey book to Shinhaju with a stern warning not to waste time on gossip but to study diligently. Shinhaju hugged E.T. book and left quite a jumble of emotions. He had secretly wished that Eat was all just a persistent prank and nothing more. However, if even Gi-sun Chan, who had immense magical power, and E teacher were stumped, Eat was highly likely that this was indeed a true treasure. As night fell, Shinhazu sat lot in thaw before E-book. His heart heaved because breaking Kima Di circle in his heart meant returning to square one, while implanting Eat in his brain was far too dangerous. However, suspecting 8 was a genuine book, after a period of deliberation, he decided to take a huge gamble. Shinhazu still possessed a type of potion that his late father had gifted him years ago. Quite just one dose, Medici circle in his heart would be completely destroyed. He still remembered leave instructions of Li Shin family patriarch from that day. Li patriarch looked at him cold, disappointed eyes and told him to abandon Ma Diichi and focus on academics, a CTC contrast to his proud demeanor before he entered Obelisk. Nevertheless, he never intended to give up his passion for Ma Diichi. White moment he held IEP pill in his palm, that resolve remained intact. He just wanted to gamble according to Iki Book 8 instructions while his hands trembled. He told himself that his life had already hit RPC bottom anyway. If he didn't take a risk, he would remain stagnant forever. Quit that thought, he decisively swallowed Wii pill. He had even mentally prepared himself for death due to Li drug 8 dizzyingly rapid effects. Shin Hazu felt an excruciating pain in his chest as each circle connected to his heart began to shatter. This feeling of pain was no different from key moment a mage loses their life force. Immediately after, Shinhazu proceeded quit forbidden challenge of transferring Medici to his brain, as soon as he forced Li mana flow back to his cerebrum. Waiki pain in his chest disappeared, but in its place was Wai's sensation of being hit by a sledgehammer to White head, so painful he wished he could just be reborn. However, at very moment he thought he was about to give up, a whisper echoed in his ear, asking if he could hear message of key previous generation. That saw was crystallized from mana itself, and Shinhazu heard it clearly. He began to feel Li presence of heaven and earth, along with Li dancing spirits of mana blending within his body. Li pain gradually subsided, and he heard someone ate laughter echoing in his ear. Just rambling on and on. Eat sounds lie heat being blessed by a higher power. Ate unclear how much time passed, but Shinhaju woke up quit his face pressed against dirt and that trend book of scriptures on his head. Sun was already high, yet like a lad was still breathing. Without hesitation Shinhaju hurriedly snapped open that mysterious manual. This Monang I's snow white pages were suddenly filled quit sastren ancient characters. Upon seeing those words a mysterious voice echoed clearly in his mind, "Congratulations on passing warm-up kid. Yard ID key true identity of this book. From this day forward, your glorious life shall begin than to this treasure. I bestow all IB essence of martial arts in Madi upon du my successor." Ah, wait. He should have been phrased as, "I pass on all of my profound power to du my disciple." At that moment, Shinhaju burst into tears, as if his wretched life had ended to make way for a brilliant future ahead. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Shinhaju still went to school regularly, but instead of listening to weak lectures, he kept his eyes glued to Wad. Lake empty pages of Li books slowly revealed all kinds of new information. These were all Madij spells taught by his anonymous master. Your head contained knowledge far more formidable than dole lessons of today. In beginning, Mana also had a distinct personality. Therefore, for ordinary people, when Mana rushes into Iki brain, he triggers a chaotic battle that destroys nervous system, becoming a highly potent poison for Iki mind. Shinaju, however, was stubborn. His stubborn head locked down Ligi resistance of Ki Mana, not only preserving his sanity but also taming Ki power itself. Perhaps that ID key why he possesses an innate resistance to microchips trying to interfere deeply quit his brain. Shinhaju's habit of keeping his eyes glued to book was finally discovered by lecturer on podium. Although Eat was an eyesore, old man didn't bother to shout directly, instead he used a sharp, sarcastic tone. Whole class remember that light second year periodic exam ID coming up, right? This time there will be a big new rule. From now on, anyone who doesn't meet light standards ID each kindly invited to pack their bags and get out of this school immediately. Old man gaze fixed firmly on Shinhaju, accompanied by a truly sinister and cruel smile. He then added that this purge policy was proposed by head of Scene family himself. Whole class erupted into a commotion, and students began to whisper and chatter incessantly. Typical troublemakers, Bixar Hyos were ecstatic, mocking that it was time to take all trash, and it seemed their class had someone about to be wiped out. Shinhaju knew perfectly well they were talking about him, but he couldn't be bothered. His mind was now caught between wondering why his father would do such a thing and studying his treasure. And so, class ended. Hey friend, let it go find a magical place to practice and see how it goes. Shinhaju wanted to tinker Kweti Ren Numa Diichi himself. It ain't just that IP hourly training spots in this city are incredibly expensive. For example, even the cheapest spot around here costs 200,000 credits per hour. Even so, Shinhaju still had to grit his teeth and empty his pockets to rent a practice room for 1 hour. After YP staff member handed him Y room key seat. Leaky personate eyes glinted coot scrutiny as they thaw. Indeed, this Idiki third young master Shinhaju of Leaky Sina family. Foki son of a prestigious family to be judged as having no affinity could anyone. What an ironic fate indeed. By this time, Shinhaju had finished changing into his training attire. Starting his rented training session, Yi's first task was to tame Iki wolves. Compared to Li's pair of wolves from Li's previous Tate, this time Shinhaju had to face an entire pack. Although they were online products of Li's virtual world, their aggression and attack capabilities were nothing to joke about. Grass wolves are mediocre monsters, but dealing quit 10 at once this isn't easy, given that I give average completion time for this exercise at Academy ID 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Now, Shinhaju would apply all log knowledge crammed from that dretch book every day. It was his way forward. This was Li's first time he harnessed key power from Li's new each circle that had just appeared in his brain, and he turned out to be much more powerful than Shinhaju had ever imagined. Witnessing Li's continuous surge of water attribute Mage, he was so moved that his hands were trembling uncontrollably. This amazing this really my true strength, unbelievable, Shinhaju murmured. While other mages and Likian trend Mage circles through their hearts to utilize Mage. He, on Iki's other hand, could keen trend Ichi circle, as each spread throughout his body using his brain as command center. Then to infinite circle, Shinhaju long repressed Mage power was finally unleashed. He poured his power freely, as if to make up for last 2 years. My dear student, don't be too surprised by such trivial things. Iki road ahead IDP still very long. This infinite circle IDK and Ligi beginning of Baitinio Madishi, that IDK ability to keen tron Madichi through mental imagery. This IDEI first book on Baitinio style Madiche right here, right now. Shinhaju had grown accustomed to Li's mysterious voice from Li's book and focused entirely on its onerate instructions. He said that mind was first step of Baitinio Madich, and now Shinhaju used his own mind to master controlling mana, as flowed throughout his body and release aid as Madiichi. 1 hour passed by as fast as a fleeting breeze. Shinhaju stepped out of I training center. Li Gim staff member entered Li area where Shinhaju had just finished training to clean up, while also wanting to see how Waiki genius Shinhaju had performed. As a result, Li data displayed before his eyes left him speechless. Shinhaju had completed erosion scene tran exercise in just 6 minutes and 37 seconds, a truly world-class achievement. How could someone who isn't compatible quit machines do this? This stupid machine must be broken, Li's staff member muttered, angrily kicking Li's exercise machine. Meanwhile, Shinhaju was walking back to school, humming a cheerful tune. He knew that today's 6-minute 37-second achievement marked the beginning of a new era. An person writing that new chapter of history was none other than Shinhaju himself. However, learning Madich from Widrith was not always smooth sailing, as Weki records within were entirely different from Weki Madich he had known since childhood. For instance, Manhwa was described as limbs, a heart, and a mind that could be controlled at will. Shinhaju had to comprehend it on his own, searching for truth within those cryptic words. It felt as though a mystery lay behind a thin veil, within reach yet impossible to grasp. In the key world of Madich research, this state IDP known as key wall of enlightenment. When mages reach their personal limits, it means they have come face to face quit a wall of enlightenment. This is held true throughout every era. Therefore, Shinhaju decided to focus on circulating mana throughout his body just as Ki read your book instructed. By Lagi time he regained his focus, he had been circulating mana continuously for 10 hours. For an ordinary person, this would surely lead to exhaustion or even unconsciousness. Yet Shinhaju felt estren, he wasn't tired at all, even though he had started at dusk and it was already broad daylight when he opened his eyes. Shinhaju sluggishly headed to class as he did every day. As soon as he left a B dormitory, he saw a cheerful Jisen-chan running toward him, calling out, "Get mo nen hazu." Why do you look so exhausted? Are you okay? Although Shinhaju was fundamentally fine and maintaining constant awareness of mana circulation was no easy task, he hoped to quickly master Madich circle in his mind, but he consumed a great deal of energy. At the age of 12, Shinhaju reached a milestone by opening his second Madich circle. People began calling him a prodigy, and his relatives held high expectations for him. Now, however, he was back at Leap starting line quite unlike his first Madich circle, uncertain of Leap's best path forward. Shinhaju understood that breaking through Wike Wall of Enlightenment was key to advancing in Madichi. His father had told him this many times when he still had high hopes for him as a child. And then Shinhaju suddenly recalled a certain phrase. Perfection IDK merely a chain, perfection IDK lie born from human arrogance. It felt as though hundreds of light bulbs had suddenly lit up in his head. Perfection. Shinhaju felt as if he had finally grasped like key. Immediately after class he returned to Wii dormitory and began circulating his mana. This time Shinhaju no longer did aid aimlessly, he truly began to feel eat. Mana IDE hands and feet. Lie heart and mind move at will. After all, a brightened mind allows immediate techniques to trigger powerfully without need for mumbled prayers or chants. That mechanical sorcery relies entirely on a few blunt commands to generate spells. Leak old path was inherently rigid, but like true secret lies in letting 1/8 thinking roam free. But Likima Diich that Shinabzu possesses ID quite different. A form of Diich as unpredictable as a chameleon taking whatever shape one desires. A kind of Diich that ignores all standards. Right at key moment this power awakens. He was exhausted, yet his soul was soaring in like clouds. It was unbelievable that he could exert such unimaginable power when like first circle had Enli just begun to emerge. A young man ID gradually shattering old boundaries to reach towering heights. Leak Elder wants to see Diu. If Sheena Zuate's sixth sense was not mistaken, why key tough old man had already come knocking, and his intuition was spot on. Has been a long time since I last paid my respects to Diu father. He took Lee initiative to speak. Returning his greeting was a look as cold as winter frost and utterly distant. Lee two stared at each other on Iki Xifa, while Ihi atmosphere was as frozen as a freezer. After a long while, E.T. patriarch of Lee Sin family finally remarked, "Diu are still in school. It seems tonics I sent Diu have been left to mold." "Exactly," Sinhazu replied. He wasn't foolish enough to brag about his encounter quit Wydridge, so he spoke circuitously. "However, I find that my skills have improved significantly lately," his voice sounding quite serious. But those words were lie wind past his father 8 ears, especially since Aiki time his precious son refused to use that mechanical chip. He was convinced that his son 8 dream of becoming a supreme mage was just a fantasy. In this meeting was no different. "Listen, Sinhazu. Do you have wasted an entire year in vain? Now IDE time to wake up and look at leapy harsh reality. Regardless of how hard do grind day and night, oh what do you manage to achieve in NET future? If do keep rejecting technology, then do not even dream of joining Y ranks of top-tier mages," his father stated bluntly. Even so, he had to acknowledge his son 8 unique potential, which IDPY he had come all this way to advise him to quit being a mage and focus properly on theoretical research. That way, even as a social outcast, he would still have some value left. "I have declared 1,000,000,000 times already that I will never let go of this passion Foma de Chage. I have no desire to lie a bland life while clinging to coattails of your family 8 reputation. Leak thing I desire most IDE to become Li P next successor of a key Midoxan family." Li words Hazu spoke lacked a bit of fiery passion. If this were in Li past, his father would surely have applauded him. But now, Li head of Li Sin family frowned in confusion, looking at his son quite dissatisfaction. Fo becoming a supreme mage Owa leader of Live Midoxan family requires more than just guts. "Don't worry, father. I will prove it to Diu." That quicks, prove. Almost made head-to-head Ike Sin family laugh. Prove it. Was he talking about barely passing Lee Academy exams? Oh, at least not getting expelled. No, in key upcoming official exam. "I will make it into IB top 10. And if I fail, I will leave Wyke Academy and dedicate my entire life to studying Madi each, just as do wish. But if I succeed, I want you to consider me a talented mage and promise to plate me wholeheartedly." Shinhaju's father truly didn't know where he got such immense confidence. But he didn't want to linger any longer. So he hurriedly put on his coat and stood up. This was tacitly agreeing to his sonny proposal. A few days later, Black instructor announced format for this examination. It was a direct elimination format. This method was quite trend, as white students were more accustomed to hunting monsters. Well, the exam would begin in 3 days, and from Key's round of 16 external corporations and members of Kima each tower would attend as spectators. Shin Haju didn't even need to look to guess that Bexa Hyuk and his crowd were mocking him. They were surely thinking that if it came to a 1-on-1 duel, he would be eliminated in Lee Key very first round. However, Lai P change in the exam format coincidentally suited Shinhajit wishes. This was his time to sue his medal. During he break that day, Lee entire student body was buzzing quote talk about key midterm exam. This was understandable, for besides key novel competition format, Wyke arrival of mages from Lee Kima each tower was enough to excite them. That meant outstanding students would receive media attention. Because Lee Kima each tower was to Lee world at 12 tep mages, holding power equivalent to an entire nation. Joining Kima Chat Tower was a dream of every student, and Shinhaju was no exception. "Hey trash!" An unpleasant voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts about a key upcoming exam. Shinhaju didn't even need to look to know that Iki Voy belonged to Baksa Hyuk, who was a preclude a few other annoying students to taunt him. This guy was a perfect example of a nothing. He was son of an upper-class family, but his personality was detestable, and he specialized in bullying his classmates, especially Shinhaju. "Hey trash, how are you doing? I heard that in Lee Key first match of Lai Key midterm assessment, I am your opponent. Do you know you're about to return to Earth? Don't do?" Shinha. didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. But that guy-8 attitude was truly unbearable. He kept rambling on about getting revenge for what happened 5 years ago. Eat left Shinha. Ju quote nothing to do but sigh in frustration. 5 years ago was when AK finals of Leaky Junior Madichi tournament took place. At that time, Shinha, Ju had defeated Baksa, Hyuk so miserably that he cried like a baby in Ring, and he had hated him ever since. After Baksa, Hyuk learned that Shinha, Ju didn't qualify for an A-chip implant. He began hounding him relentlessly to vent his anger. But Shinha, Ju wasn't angry. Instead, he found him pathetically childish, and even though he was ignored, he kept blathering on about how EU teachers said anyone failing E midterm would be expelled. Maybe I should deal quote due until D are expelled. And what will do then? Go sem and cry, Bakesuk said, bursting into gloating laughter. Shinha Ju remained silent. If this was his first opponent, he couldn't miss this Gyeongon opportunity to show everyone his talent, and eventually, he couldn't help but retort with a sarcastic smile. Hemph, isn't that exactly what is going to happen to DU too? These words reminded Baksa Hyuk of his humiliating defeat years ago, and his face instantly darkened. It seemed Baksa, Hyuk didn't expect someone like Shinha, Ju, who couldn't even get an A-chip implant, to dare say such things. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he began to laugh maniacally. Has this fool gone crazy? Have do you let your mind? Don't do you understand Ulpi current situation? Do stupid defective product. What are do even hoping for? Baksa. Hyuk didn't hesitate to humiliate Shinha, Ju in front of everyone. But he had no idea that Shinha, Ju was different now, and his confidence was well-founded. And Shinha, Ju didn't hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Oh, you were just as noisy 5 years ago and lot to me miserably. 5 years later and you still haven't improved at all. Have you? These words were like a knife stabbing into Baksa, Hyuk weak spot, making him tremble with rage. Shinha Ju maintained that same provocative expression. He even called his opponent a weak mage, sending Baksa, Hyuk into a fit of rage as he lunged forward. As he grabbed his collar, Shinha Ju remained perfectly calm. After brushing Leaky other 8 hand away and straightening his collar, he continued, a bottom feeder Lidu probably wouldn't understand, but in Lai those standing at Lee Peak can temporarily slip. And once a genius, always a genius. I hope Du can remember that. Having said that, Shinha Ju walked away dismissively, leaving Baksa Hyuk behind, grinding his teeth in fury. He swore that during Lai P exam in 3 days, he would tear Shinha Ju apart and burn him to ashes. Leaky next day, Shinha Ju saw a P first article about him, quote, headline, Key spectacular return of a genius, a fallen genius of Lee Shin family. Can Shinha Ju rise again despite leaky odds? Shinha Ju immediately guessed that Baek Sayok had hired someone to write article to draw as much attention to him as possible. He wanted to defeat him while everyone 8 expectations were high, but this time, Baksa Hyuk was going to be disappointed. On the contrary, he was even helping Shinha Ju attract media coverage. In this midterm evaluation, Leaky more people anticipated Leaky return of a genius, Leaky more advantageous would be for him. Coincidentally, Sinharit father 8 phone suddenly rang. He must want to talk about that newspaper headline. Yacht Ira T paper this monin father. Don't worry about eat father, Sinharu said hastily. Lee person on a key other and paused for a moment, then softly asked, did you orchestrate this? Yet I deliberately provoked Bixar Hiek to grab everyone 8 attention? Lee, head of Lee Scene family, was taken aback. He truly could not imagine his son being so confident. It was true that there was an agreement earlier. Sinharu 8 father had agreed to eat unlie because he saw no harm to ET family, not necessarily because he trusted his son. To be honest, he had never thought Sinharu would win, and since that article could tarnish Scene family reputation, this call was taking place. People now assume that do have been kicked all of Lee Ki Scene family. Even if 8 brings shame to Lai Ki family, it don't have much of an impact. Sinharu interrupted his father, but in terms of benefits gained, I believe this ID completely worth ET. Libby person on key other and let all a soft huff, benefits do say. If Dio win, what will Lee Sign family gain? Lead me, Sinharu replied confidently, becoming a most outstanding mage of Lo-Scene family and Lee most powerful head of like family in history. Dio will have Lai greatest leader Lee Ki Sin family has ever seen. Sinharu did not hide his ambition in front of Lee father he was speaking to. Seeing that his son had ambition far exceeded that of head of Ima D Chitower, he could only remain silent. He gave a single warning before hanging up. If you have made such bold claims but unlie bring disgrace to Likey family, then prepare yourself to face consequences. Likey cold sow of dial tone echoed 3 times. But Sinharu was not the least bit sad. He didn't feel self-pity either, Now that Lee Kikstigi was set, he believed that before long, his father-date attitude toward him would change completely. Another day passed and finally day of Lei midterm assessment exam arrived. ET was just as Bitch Sehyuk had said. He was indeed Sinharu's first opponent in Iki upcoming duel. As soon as Lee two met, Bitch Sehyuk smirked. Oh ide, scrapmentine. Do you like article I wrote fu do? You're called a prodigy, right? Famous since you were little, aren't you? I can't help but laugh imagining how funny you'll look when you lose without being able to cast a single spell. Despite his opponent's best efforts to provoke him, Sinharu remained calm. ID that so. I've however think you are weaky one who will lose. A's faux article, then faux always showing da p in front of me. But in reality, I don't care about a nobody like you at all. Then, showing an expression of disbelief, he felt that Sinharu was truly insane. As faux Sinharu, standing before so many observers at that moment, he boldly declared that he would defeat his opponent using Lee a first LVP Medici circle. Lee Plaza of Obelisk Academy ID undoubtedly vast. Below Iki Arena, Bixihu stares at Shinhaju with a hungry look for victory. Following Shinhaju's spirited declaration, it seems he has lost his usual composure. Therefore, as soon as Wei referee signaled the start of the match, Bixihu did not hesitate to unleash a powerful preemptive strike. But wait, as soon as his hand was raised, a magical window appeared. Both attacks took place simultaneously. This was Bixihu's famous bombardment Medici, boasting unparalleled destructive power, yet Shinhaju skillfully tilted his head to die side and successfully dodged it. Seeing this, Shinhaju immediately activated his third Medici circle. This time he was leaky familiar bombardment Medici again. But leaky cumulative efficacy of this attack was strong enough to LV half-life stands, leaving everything shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Everyone present fell into an unusually strange silence. Enli Bixihu boisterous laughter echoed everywhere. Ha ha ha, that I ded price fu your arrogance, you blind fool. However, what happened next made his eyes widen in astonishment. Shinhaju still stood tall, completely unharmed without even a single scratch, while rage within Bixihu flared up even more intensely. Along quit three Medici circles. Bixihu simultaneously unleashed three powerful attacks. This time, Shinhaju's water element Medici easily neutralized them. Bixihu was so stunned that his eyes remained wide open. His signature bombardment Medici could it really be nullified so easily? ETID truly stren. At this moment, in Leaky observation room, a young mage who witnessed Lighty Way Shinhaju cast his spell couldn't help but whisper. How could a first circle spell be cast so quickly? Why did do cancel your schedule at Lamfap to come see this Academy 8 match? Do know something about Shinhaju Medici? E-girl asked Ben Hoy. Not really, I just read an article about a prodigy making a comeback and was curious enough to come and watch. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It turned out they were also curious onlookers who had gathered to witness Lai drama, but regardless of that, if EP Magician presiding and VE people Luma De Che and another 8, Circle Magician were both to appear just to watch a male student get kicked out of Luck Arena, it would certainly cause quite a commotion. That ain't exactly right, that young man IDP Kim Kang, in Key Master of Key Turquoise Medici Tower and a powerful 8 Circle Magician. Naturally, he understood that appearing openly was ill-advised, which IDPY he chose EVP area to secretly monitor YP situation. As G2 were chatting, Lai door to IB Veep room suddenly swung wide UBF. Kim Kang, turned around, a look of excitement blooming on his face. Do are here too, are do. Meanwhile down in Lee's spectator area, Bixihu's fighting spirit began to waver violently. He had been quite confident at first, but after his magical attacks were nullified, anxiety began to take hold. Shinhaju not only successfully defended just a single Medici circle, but his Kai-X ting speed was also unbelievably fast, so how could Bixihu not feel uneasy? What a quippy matter, curious about my spellcasting speed aren't you? Shinhaju asked triumphantly. Being continuously overwhelmed by him, Bixihu let even more of his composure. It was just like before. He continued to launch 3 Medici circles all at once. Like power this time was even significantly greater. Yet, it still had no efficacy. Shinhaju remained completely unharmed. Having dodged enough, Shinhaju shifted to offensive with a powerful defensive maneuver. Although Bixihu managed to dodge this time, the fact that his opponent was proficiently using 2 types of Medici simultaneously left him even more confused. Do you think you can defeat me just first, Circle Medici? Bixihu said, still trying to put on a brave front. Yeah, obviously, and of course, Shinhaju did not hold back either. His nonchalant response nearly made Bixihu so angry he felt like vomiting blood. This time, Shinhaju summoned a wind spear once again. Bixihu managed to see Redda's shield just in time to BLPC Lee attack. But Sinhajit's spellcasting speed was so fast that, Happy Moment Live first spear was neutralized. He had already quickly created a second wind spear, attacking unexpectedly from behind, which tore through Bexahukate's sleeve. He looked truly pathetic in his panic while Y-stands fell deathly silent, holding their breath as they watched eye confrontation. "Do bastard, what the hell did do just do?" Bexahuk screamed. "Still haven't wrapped your head around eat. Oh do want me to demonstrate eat again so do can remember." Bexahuk flashed that annoying smile again, as if begging to be punched. At his fingertips, a gust of magical wind was ready to explode. What on earth ID that? Wind blades firing lie stray bullets. Watching Shinhaju unleash attacks lie a downpour, Bexahyuk began to panic, unsure how to defend against ET. "No one gave me permission. But I lie eat that way. BLPC this honey, this time I am going big and giving DU 4 shots." No wonder Shinhaju was so confident from Li P start, saying that using just a single Madicha circle would be enough. After all, quit a single circle firing shots all V key place, who on earth could possibly defend against that? Bexahik still tried to struggle by putting up a protective shield. Life isn't a dream. He blocked 3 wind blades, but Lakey last one swerved around its trajectory and pierced straight into his back, causing agonizing pain. Watching his opponent struggle lie a chicken caught in Iki rain, Shinhaju felt quite pleased, telling his opponent that his calculations were clever, but did he intend to stand there quit his mouth wide, manage forever? Besides, this fun has enli just begun. Not giving Y Guy a single second to catch his breath, wind blades continued to be fired in rapid succession. Catching Bexahukta P guard, he had no choice but to retreat, hoping to keep a safe distance. Because magical power and attack range have always had certain limits, Bexahyuk was convinced that by simply moving a little further away, those annoying tricks wouldn't be able to touch his old body. Unfortunately, his calculations were completely wrong, because at the very next moment, Shinju gathered all key small individual attacks together, creating a massive, powerful, and ferocious blade of wind. Kim Kang, sitting in EEV room, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but marvel. Not an Enlai was an instant cast, but he was also controlling eye trajectory and merging them mid-air. What kind of ma di chai de that lok sin in hyuk? As it turns all, Li T person who entered Evelip room just now was none other than IP patriarch of Like Sin family. Shinhajut father Et talented mage Sin in hyuk. That was indeed Li P head of Li P Mito Sin clan, a master of 8th Circle Madij whose power Idiki in no way inferior to any tower master. Up until now, Sin and Hyok had remained silent, letting Kim Kang, in an LP girl beside him marvel, because tricky maneuver Shinhaju was using clearly broke every standard of Abi on Source Madisiche. Let it return to Waiki discussion about what ID called Ba Source Madiche. Fu instance, reverse attack maneuver Fu example. If light to get ID further than 38 meters away, conventional Medici ID powerless. And once light trajectory ID altered, their ID no turning back. Put simply, Ubiach Source Medich now and works based on predetermined formulas. You are trying to predict your opponent 8 next move using familiar spells, skillfully turning Y-Tide ID key to achieving victory. However, Beitinio Medich that Shinhazu ID key demonstrating ID a completely different story. It boldly transcends all logi limits of Ni H Emunt Source Mediche. Its power ID key so immense that Iki opponent has no way to escape. Bakesayuk had now been knocked sprawling onto Iki arena floor. He gasped faux air, his expression one of utter bewilderment, as he realized he was in trouble from his opponent 8 very first spell circle. Do you underestimated Li power of a mage could and only a single spell circle, Sahik Shinhazu said while slowly approaching him. Then he sat down ILVE quit back Sahyok, and said that even if you exert all your effort into a third spell circle, a single small attack ID enough to end your life. What are you implying? Bakesak Helk felt the hair on knee back of his neck stand up, but he was completely powerless to run away. Now Shinhazu summoned a water-based spell. Water orbs floated silently in mid-air, appearing harmless at first glance. But immediately after, they wrapped tightly around Bakesa Hayuk. They enveloped his head, making it impossible for him to breathe, as everyone watched Baksa. Hayuk drowned despite being on dry land. Entire stands sank into a terrifying silence, even though Bakesa Hayuk was wearing his academy combat uniform, which was reinforced with protective Medici shields. It was now completely useless, because Shinhazu date attack though simple targeted key opponent 8 fatal weak point. Why outcome of this match seemed to have been clearly decided. Black referee immediately blew key whistle to end Li P match and declared Shinhaju winner. At this moment, he dispelled his Madiicha, while Lapi unconscious Baksa, Hyok was carried away. Shinhaju knew well that all eyes in IP stands were now fixed on him. and it had been a long time since he last experienced this feeling. Lee feeling of being reborn as a true mage ID truly wonderful. After YP match ended, Kim Kang and his assistant also left. Honestly speaking, the performance just now was completely worthy of his expectations, and Shin Ha-ju had successfully piqued like curiosity of this young mage. Finally, Shin Ha-ju had a moment to catch his breath. His friend, Ji-sun Chan, jumped up, ready to hug him of sheer excitement, which was odd, considering he was used to seeing his friend at Lee-ki bottom of A-ki rankings. No one could believe he had undergone such a spectacular transformation. That Mage chest just now was absolutely incredible. Do share his secret to your training, undio. He said this while gesturing wildly to reenact fight. How Lee-ki spear flew Lia Li Regian and how Mage each gathered and dispersed looking truly surreal. You're very curious, aren't you? Lee problem IDP, my techniques are AP limits and cannot be revealed. Shin Ha-ju winked, teasing his friend. Deep down, he knew it was best to keep Lee-ki martial arts he practiced from Weedreath a secret. He then pulled all his device to Sasiu his friend hottest news of Lie-ki day, where a headline screamed about Lee rise of a great man. Below Ki article was a sizzling Vig Seer interview taken right after he left Ike Arena. Leak reporter in Lee Si Leap asked exactly what everyone was dying to know, how Shin Ha-ju technique could be so magical and executed so instantaneously. Are you wondering how Lee Wind Spear could change direction or follow such complex trajectories? Allow me to clear things up everyone could a few explanations. Before Shin Ha-ju could be on his mouth to speak, someone else interrupted him to take, Lee culprit was Kim Kang, who was so excited that he dared to sex his face in broad daylight to Ginti interview. Afterward, Kim Kang, came draped his arm around Shin Ha-ju, and confided that he had watched Lee P match closely and was certain he had used inscription Ma Deech of Ki fourth circle. While Ki main character remained silent, the other Kim enthusiastically demonstrated Ki move to dazzle reporters. According to him, Ki inscription technique ID a method of accumulating energy and releasing it suddenly. Quit this preparation, one can cast spells in Lee-ki blink of an eye. A reporter asked if it was so great, why didn't Lee-ki magical world use it as a standard practice? Oh, Lee weakness of this technique ID that it can and lie activate spells 3 levels lower than Ki user 8 tier. Isn't that right, Hazu? Well, that ain't right. Hazu nodded along to go quaddy flow, even though he knew a guy was talking absolute nonsense. At a loss for how to explain his own Ma Che, he let other guy take Lee heat. It was easier to just go along Kuti T. Reporters pressed further, asking if this meant that Hazu 8ELV had now reached that of a high-ranking 4th-tier Ma user. Certainly, Kim chimed in quickly to confirm while Shin Ha-ju stayed quiet, letting him ramble on. This story quickly became Iki center of public attention as Shin Ha-ju had reached Iki EVP of a tower master at such a young age. Lead news was confirmed by Lee-ki master of Lee Lu Tower himself, so Lee press believed it blindly. Consequently, everyone was buzzing belief that genius Shin Ha-ju had returned more formidable than ever, for sparkling Madij circles. Ironically, Leaky truth was that this young man brain had and Enli managed to ubunage single, solitary Madij circle. After watching Kisi Lep, Gi-sun Chan was also dazed and asked if his friend was really a 4th-tier master, but Shin Ha-ju remained silent, watching we rest of Oki vi wolf ear. Leak reporter didn't let up, asking about Leak's secret technique to bypass Madij laws that allowed Fu long-range attacks and changing projectile trajectories as if in an action movie. At this point, Kim Kang was at a loss for words, scratching his head because he couldn't think of a plausible excuse. Now, Shin Ha-ju finally stepped in to XEE Day, saying, "Let me explain it to you all. Breaking my IT magical barrier ID actually as easy as eating can lie." After hearing me describe EP improvements to Madij formula, Kim Kang and 8 eyes widened in surprise. Improving a Madij formula, he found such a thing unimaginable. Improving a Madij formula ID lie turning a car into an airplane, eat ID not an easy task. Especially for a young man like Shin Ha-ju. Therefore, he was convinced that Lig Boy was lying, but unexpectedly immediately afterward, Shin Ha-ju demonstrated that Madij in front of everyone, leaving them all stunned with their mouths agape. Kim Kang was no exception, as head of Lumadi Tower. He was extremely curious about this young man. Since he didn't seem to have any particular talent, no one could predict what his future would hold, and if Shin Ha-ju 8 Madij improvement was real, it would truly be a Madij revolution. From this day forward, Lee P entire mage community would be turned upside down because of this event. After hearing this, Ji-sun Chang looked even more skeptical, improving Madij, should I believe heat? Well, just believe Shin Ha-ju replied. In that case, congratulations on your victory regardless. Now, I am heading back to Lee dormitory. I need to compose myself because tomorrow I will have to face a formidable opponent. Next day, Shinha Ju met a formidable opponent that Gi-sun Chang had mentioned. Even though he was an exceptionally talented mage, when facing this person he still struggled and eventually suffered defeat. Weak reason was that a key person was none other than Adela Starrett, a genius born from Likey Union of Lai prestigious Starrett family in France and a mysterious Korean lineage of mages. Adela Mage was incredibly unique. Leaky main reason for this was Waiki's secret, mystic Moonma Di Cha, of her lineage. She confronted Ji-sun Chang with absolute ease. Lai B match ended, and Adela didn't even seem to break a sweat. Shinha Ju sat in leapy stands, silently watching that beautiful silhouette and her glistening blonde hair. Her power was E's secret technique of harmonizing light and darkness, creating a brilliant moon that shone in E quiet night. This mysterious Mage was not even in each Bob each source Mage catalog. Whether 8 was equidistance, Li power, OE magical attributes, everything was a huge question mark. Therefore, do no fun well that clashing quit this girl ID, no different than walking straight into a Tiger 8 den. At that very moment, Adela turned her head and fixed her gaze directly toward Likey's spectator stand. That icy stare made Shinhaju wonder if she was targeting him. Quat Likey match V, Shinhaju hurried a V's to hand a water bottle to Gi-sun Chan. He also took each opportunity to offer some comfort, as his friend had just had to fight that terrifying demon. Just as YB2 friends were busy teasing each other and having fun, she suddenly appeared behind them. Laya got from all of nowhere. Shinhaju, I hear you've finally decided to go back to being a real mage lately. Real reason I went through all late trouble of enrolling in this academy. I hope you'll help me refresh my memories of E.T. Shinhaju was no stranger to this haughty young lady. They had known each other inside all, since long before they had even set foot in Obelisk Academy. Peace and family in Li Swan Shi family had long enjoyed a Sikilu deep-rooted friendship. Then to that, he and Adela often crossed paths at parties, but to put it briefly, they were nothing more than rivals. Adela gave up her life in a West to enroll here solely for wiki purpose of taking him down once and for all. Yet from Li P moment he was labeled useless, she was so disappointed that she cut ties quit him completely. Shinhaju losing his compatibility quote, A, was not only a subside to him, but also meant Adela let her goal to strive for. Thus, as soon as she saw him reappear, she immediately showed her competitive spirit. Adela, I'm not even on your LV fo due to consider me a to gate, Shinhaju said, scratching his head awkwardly because Ite had been so long since they'd talked that he felt uncomfortable. Adela uttered a cold remark and decisively turned her back to walk away in silence. Gi-sun Chan started anxiously asking if he had mentally prepared himself, while Shinhaju looked confused, not understanding what his friend was implying. Do you ask that? Yet do still don't grasp Li's situation. Your opponent in Liki next round Idiki Adela Starrick. Shinhaju froze for a few seconds. This academy really knew how to joke by pitting him against APN MBB, one seed as early as E's second round. They had exactly 1 day to relax and recover their strength. Liki next Monen, Adela proudly stepped into Wiki Arena with a face as cold as stone. However, Leap protagonist Shinhaju was nowhere to be found. Leip stands began to buzz malicious whispers that he must have been so scared that he ran away, and that his previous wins were probably just a sham. He kept running his mouth about transformation Medici in yesterday's interview, turns out it was all just empty theory. He must have known he couldn't handle Adela, so he snuck early to be safe. Lee crowd jeered and gossiped. Unlike Arena, Ike impatient referee kept glancing at his watch, and then, at that very moment, he declared that Lee waiting time was a V and Adela would win by default, just as Lee contestant Shinhaju rushed in, of breath. So I'm late, he said panting, looking as if he had overslept and sprinted all Lee way from Leaky dormitory. Lucky referee showed no mercy and didn't care in his slightest about reason faux Shinhaju 8 tardiness. He didn't even give him a second to catch his breath, immediately blowing lighty whistle to start Li match. E.T. was as if that were a penalty for him being late. As for Shinhaju, he quickly regulated his breathing and calmly faced Adela. But Adela was extremely curious to know reason why he was late. Eat nothing important, I just needed to prepare a little bit, Shinhaju replied, and then he began to manifest his infinite circle. Because I'm actually quite strong, Adela. So I had to prepare properly to defeat Du. Du prepared 8 in just 1 day? Adela asked in surprise. Because she could feel that P Shinhaju in front of her now was completely different from he won yesterday. At the same time, Adela also felt very excited. She wondered if she would get to witness a true strength of P person standing before her. Li Ki signal to start Iki match had just ended. Adela rushed in to attack first, as if wanting to seize the advantage, but compared to those amateurs she appeared much calmer and more composed. Adela Mage created 6 streams of fire. All of them surged straight toward Shinhaju. To cope, he used Win Mage H to BLPC them. Adela wasn't impatient either. She continued to launch a seismic attack. As she chanted this spell, E ground split a BH. Then, sharp spikes erupted from Lee ground at a dizzying speed. Shinhaju immediately retreated at breakneck speed. He then performed a beautiful backflip in Iki air, dodging all key sharp spikes. Adela continued to attack from above. She was certain that her opponent would not be able to withstand this blow. Witnessing devastating attack flying straight into an undefendable position while he was suspended in leaky air, Shinhaju secretly clicked his tongue in praise, noting that this beauty indeed moved quid flexibility of rice vermicelli. Lee onlookers were certain this young man at life was VE, but life isn't always a dream, IDEET. Weaky young man immediately tossed a magical shield into thin air, giving everyone quite a fright. Adela also froze, watching Shinhaju rotate the shield sideways to see Red a seemingly real foothold. His arrogant and self-satisfied expression coupled with his unparalleled magical technique completely befitted an outstanding genie. That haughty attitude made Adela furious. Wanting to use her family ape Moonlight's secret art, she was determined to win. Shinhaju fully understood that to defeat her, he would have to use all his resources, even borrowing a P Sun 8 power. He stood high above, blocking his sunlight. However, Adela stood below. Just as she was about to scrutinize her enemy, a dazzling aura made her eyes sting. She suddenly realized a powerful blow was about to strike, so she hastily activated maximum defense mode. Instantly, Adela summoned a giant shield, blocking 8 right in front of her. At this very moment, Shinhaju waved straight down from Lai Kai Lai an arrow. In his hand, he brandished a wind element sword. Young man swung his arm and delivered an extremely fierce slash against his opponent's shield. But he had no face whatsoever. Because she had been overly cautious using a super hard LVE3 protective layer. Key attack utterly failed. Shinhaju had no choice but to jump back to seek another opportunity. Seeing this, Adela immediately seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to swing her arm, she was startled to see her legs were rigidly bound. A look of panic was clearly visible on Ike young girl 8 beautiful face. Recalling what happened just moments ago, it was precisely when Shinhaju landed that his left hand had lightly touched ground. Could it be that at that very moment he had managed to cast a leg binding spell? If that were true, then this speed was so fast that her eyes couldn't even perceive Quite her attack blocked. She reluctantly had to erect another huge shield. But this young man didn't want to engage in a direct frontal assault. He immediately dodged to his opponent's flank. A single water Medici spell, a sharp arrow was created. That arrow shot straight towards Adela without hesitation. Adela was currently busy freeing her legs from a key annoying binding Medici. Meanwhile, Shinhaju continuously launched successive waves of water arrow. Fortunately, Adela managed to break key leg binding spell and timely created a sturdy shield to BLPC he water arrows. Even though she was sweating profusely, Adela still secretly thought that Shinhaju was really easy to deal with. YP reason was that she had watched yesterday's interview and believed Shinhaju was unlike a 4th art-inge magician. If he only focused on continuously chanting spells ritualistic Madiish, then his attacks would only be first LVE spells, and how could that defeat her? While Adela was absorbed in triumphant thoughts and reinforcing her shield, a sudden arrow swooped down from high above. Immediately, right at Lee back of her neck. Adela's eyes widened in horror. Hadn't Shinhaju just launched 3 water arrows? So then, when was this wind spear activated? Leaky burning sensation of leaky sunlight was scorching leaky back of her neck. A hypothesis suddenly flashed in Adela's mind. Could it be that Shinhaju had secretly hidden Gi wind spear Madich within that sunlight? Just like years ago, Adela once again succumbed to Shinhaju's arrogant gaze. Have you forgotten who you are facing? Tate Adela Starret. Today Kim Kangin, along with his trusted assistant, still didn't miss any of Shinhaju's matches, and his combat acumen had astonished them once again. It seemed that from the very moment he dodged Adela's Earth Needle attack, everything was part of his plan. By performing an aerial maneuver into Ike air to dodge the Earth Needle attack, Shinhaju had transformed his shield into a platform, legitimizing his ability to stand in a higher position. Next, he concealed himself within sunlight to obscure his silhouette. This caused Waki opponent 8VXN to be restricted to WAP maximum extent. Afterwards, he deployed countless layers of wind spears. And then did he land on a live ground to attract Adela 8 attention. Finally, once he made Adela believe that real danger still lay in my Earth Needle attack, He launched wind spear that had been in Chen Ti beforehand to finish his opponent. This entire sequence of events unfolded smoothly and without any flaws. At this moment Kim Kang had completely understood why Shinhaju was honored as a first Ardenji Ren magician. Simply by using a Medici circle and first Elvik Medici, he could still defeat an opponent stronger than himself. Unfortunately, quit this performance, his father, Shinin Hayek, was still not satisfied at all. But in Li Qin, it was still just bottom-tier Medici, no matter how meticulously calculated it was. Even if he managed to choose Dai P best positioning, he still couldn't finish Thipi's opponent. Just as Wai Old Man said, how could a few elementary spells defeat Adela? And at this moment, she had already stood back up once again. Shinin Hayek's eyes were now filled with nothing but disappointment. Even in front of guests like Kang he relentlessly and harshly criticized his own child. Their ID, no way he can win. Because Adela hasn't even bothered to unleash her secret trump CDC yet. Down on Nikki arena floor, Adela's mind was in extreme turmoil. Shinha Jute's brilliant performance reminded her of past, back when Leaky young man had never been rejected by anyone and they fought each other with extreme intensity. ET was also then to that impressive performance that Adela resolved to put all of her power into a serious fight. Shinha Ju didn't seem surprised at all by this dire situation. ET has finally appeared. Key ultimate move of Li Munix Tem. His secret technique of Lai Mystics, Radiant Lai, light ground beneath her feet suddenly shattered into pieces. Adela quickly summoned a X-ray of glittering Madichi circles. Haru was also blown backward by this terrifying wave of pressure. Those circles began to emit an extremely bright glow. Right at that moment, deep inside EP observation room, Kang In along with Shua and an unfamiliar guest were intently watching match. He then asked In Hyuk, who had just stood up, where he was going in such a hurry. He calmly replied that like result was already decided and there was nothing left to watch. Suddenly, a Sektren noise echoed from outside, making them both turn their heads. Shua's eyes widened in horror as she muttered in disbelief. Kang In glanced down at Likely Arena with a shocked expression, exclaiming that it was. Immediately after, Xu-Chen also hurriedly pushed Iki door. Ubi Inucha rushed in with a panicked look. Adela, standing in the middle of the arena, was also stunned. What on earth was this? Before her eyes now was Haru, completely unharmed, with a Medici circle behind his back. He gently reached his hand and softly whispered Waikwes, volcano. Adela froze, watching Li massive fire rushing toward her, unable to believe that it was second-tier Madiichi. That confident gaze of Haru ate. I told Du, I was Lai stalling because I was preparing to take Du down. Adela replied, key limit of memorization Lai goes up to first elf vu Madiich, Du no. You've already surpassed the fifth Madiichi circle haven't you? She asked inquisitively. Haru heard this but did not respond, Lai looking straight at Adela and breaking into a smile. Like memory journey fast-forwarded to night before. At Obelisk Academy dormitory. Haru sat on the bed with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the book. He told himself that Adela was not an opponent who could be defeated with just firstly ve Midi-chi, and his fighting style did not suit Ike lunar mystic arts at all. Quite a sharp expression, he flipped Lai book UBF. Initially I thought I would wait until I had completely mastered 8 before pressuring her. Haru read Lai content and suddenly realized. On Lakey latest pate of Wydreth, if I can truly seed in Tren ET, he muttered. He turned each P8 ET teach explained how to channel energy into DE each circle of key next P8. Following Iki instructions, Haru turned to key next P8, which showed a diagram of a Madichi type along Teacha stating that this Madichi circle would take him to a Neil VE key. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder if ET was some kind of mechanism. Haru reached over his finger, his mind made up. I'll just try ET, there ain't no need to hesitate any longer. Key moment he touched ET. Li book suddenly emitted a blinding lie. Haru looked at glowing object beneath his hand and gasped in surprise. Li Glai grew so intense that he had to pull his hand back.
Damn it, 8 glowing again! Oh my god!
Haru raised his hand to shield his eyes and cried awe, after which Wai Glai vanished, and he had also evaporated without a trace. Haru Winston slowly opened his eyes again. At this moment, he had entered a space that looked like a giant library. Haru looked up at Li brilliant lie above. Where am I? A clear voice suddenly rang all welcome to Li first training P8. A girl in a BLC and white dress appeared in mid-air and introduced herself. I am Anfa, IDK guide and Chekyasi first training P8. P first training P8, Haru asked in confusion. Anfa replied, that ain't right. Saying that she extended her hand. This ID first training P8 located inside Kudrath book. Hearing that, Haru was left in a daze. Inside a book, he thought to himself, and not teleported to some Farda P place. Haru forced a smile, completely unable to believe it. Anfa began to speak, saying this Tate would reveal whether his brain functioned smoothly or was merely faux. She held her hands toward him, adding that all instructions would be provided once a challenge officially began. Anfa added that if he passed successfully, pages 18 through 31 of Aiki book would automatically unlock Lee's second-tier secret technique for him. She asked point blank, explaining that enough had been said and wondering if they should start the opening act right away. He clenched his fists with determination, naturally wanting to start immediately while the momentum was high. Anfa placed her hand on her chest in a gesture of salutation, acknowledging his intent. In key blink of an eye, her body gently floated up into weak air. In that case, let it begin EP first Tate. Anfa closed her eyes, and her entire body glowed kuda brilliant gin and lie. Hazu stood below, his lips pressed tightly together in extreme tension. He watched as her body gradually faded into nothingness. I had a sneaking suspicion she wasn't an ordinary person, but I can't believe she ID a pure magical entity. A voice suddenly rang. We will now begin detailing content of He Challenge. Hazu was so surprised his eyes widened. Wasn't this Iki Professor 8 Voy? A shimmering multicolored stone suddenly flew straight into his hand. This type of crystal ID'd up known as Li element mana. This ID an unfinished crystal quote 4 different attributes blending together chaotically. Hazu stared at it, dazed and filled with amazement. Your task ID to purify this stone until it ID perfectly refined. He bowed his head in contemplation, wondering if he really had to purify this entire troublesome crystal. Hazu began to examine a leaky object in his hand. Ley element mana ID extremely fragile and requires delicate magical phenon. He thought to himself about ET 4 types of energy deep within Tate. They were swirling chaotically and he had to separate them. He compared it mentally to filtering sand, salt, sugar, and pepper, all of a tangled mess. He assessed Key situation, realizing this was a tough job. Usually, unlike those who had reached an elite LV key could purify AT. Hazu instinctively smiled with confidence, thinking it actually sounded in Tirit Tin. Suddenly, Tren B Lulai flashed in his pupils. This was his focus. Hazu concentrated on observing IP multicolored crystal in the palm of his hand. At that very moment, ET colors began to clearly separate from one another. Like crystal suddenly emitted rings of light that enveloped Waiki space around him. He squeezed his eyes shut and told himself to maintain intense focus. Bright streaks began to appear clearly within his sight. Hazu poured all his focus into channeling power into YP stone. In the blink of an eye, YP crystal shone brilliantly. A violent surge of power knocked him far away. Hazu leaned against the bookshelf and reflected. As soon as Ibmana stirred, shockwaves arose. They were sending a forbidden message. He grabbed a book to shield himself and calculated. This mana had fused tightly like superglue, making it harder than heaven to separate. Hazu propped his hands on Likey floor with a suggestive smile. He had devised a clever plan and would try it no matter how long it took. He recalled Likey days of hard work, forgetting to eat or sleep, not knowing how much time had passed because he was so focused on refining Likey energy source. Heat repeated Phoebe Sirvi tirelessly. Quit just a bit of neglect, all effort would go down Li P drain. He had tasted enough bitterness during this prayer AXT. After a long time, Li Pure Crystal was finally in his hand. Li Element Mana was a resounding success. That mysterious saw echoed once again. Congratulations to Li's successor for brilliantly passing the trial. Hazu was drenched in sweat but still joyfully looked at his palm. Wiki Void continued to have reached League Realm of Intention. I will upgrade key address book to LV Tufo Du. Like secret method to seek Redima each resonant circle. In P blink of an eye. He was lying stretched all on a soft bed. Hazu 8 face showed clear bewilderment. He had finally made 8 back. Ma Diichi insignia on a book Pete also gradually vanished into thin air. He picked up Evil book and told himself finally I have my hands on Aiki method of weaving LVP 2 Medici circles. Hazu's expression hardened in preparation for upcoming clash. I must master Iki LV Keach 2 Medici circle he thou, his eyes glued to Iki book. On the following day, a fierce battle was unfolding at Liki Arena. Adela waved her hand and began KXV Ting Li prayer likes Q. Streaks of light consequently began to pour down. She swung her arm forcefully, controlling like yet to be formed beams of Li. Lima Deech a circle flashed, Kuda blinding Li and aimed directly at Hazu. Suchin watched Liki match Kud an anxious heart eatate, Vati, at this rate, Hazu will surely lose his life. Adela closed her eyes and gently trimmed her hair, thinking to herself that Li P match was ERVE, never expecting that he would improve so rapidly. Adela's eyes slowly opened. She was led in thoughts about Hazu. She wondered what kind of person his cousin was, but then sighed, realizing IP genius she once admired was no more. Suddenly, trend sounds echoed from behind Adela. She turned around, bewildered, and asked, "What ID that sow?" As Fo Hazu, his eyes suddenly flashed. Second LV circle resonance mode activated. Behind him appeared a glowing red Medici circle, quit flickering flames in both hands, obscuring peace surrounding scenery. Hazu raised a purple flame high, combining two infinity Medici circles. He clasped his hands together ever so softly. Behind him appeared a pair of hands, quit sharp claws. Hazu spread his arms forward, declaring quit free will. He opened his eyes wide and commanded, "Become my subordinates." Kangen and Inhyuk, standing from above, suddenly froze in their expressions. Suchin and Li presenter were left agape in astonishment. Adela was also completely stunned, exclaiming, "What ID happening here?" Before her eyes, Hazu was controlling two additional arms, blocking Likey beam of lie that Adela had just created. He pointed straight ahead and shouted, "Volcano!" Seeing this, she quickly retreated a few steps and cast a defensive spell. Above Hazu's head appeared a giant gun, first resonance version. Witnessing this scene, Adela opened her eyes wide, unable to believe it. She watched lakey fireballs pouring out continuously and felt desperate, thinking, "No, there ID, no way I can be LPC this." Adela raised her hands, letting those beams of lie engulf her body. Then, she smiled gently, her eyes filled quit love, and declared, "Do you have returned once again? Do you are a key goal I have always aspired to reach." Lee gun, following Hazu's command, fired continuously toward where she stood. Clouds of dust billowed up from Lei Arena, forcing everyone to cover their noses. As bee smoke slowly cleared, Adela, having taken a fun brunt of like attack, remained standing there completely unscathed. Despite their fatigue, both of them kept their eyes glued to Ike Arena. Moments slipped away like that. She had collapsed completely helpless. Hazu looked at his friend lying sprawled all on AP ground, looking truly pitiful. Having no strength left himself, he plopped down onto the key floor. An announcement rang out, declaring Lai Key match Havi and Hazu as Lee winner. Back in E-room, Kangen spoke up again, asking Hayak, who was rushing to leave, "Are you leaving already?" He replied slowly, "I have another important meeting." Kangen seemed to understand. "Oh, so that ain't how eat IDE. Then he casually put his hands in his pockets and said, "Do you really aren't very good at lying, sir?" After saying that, Kangen 8 gaze swept RV to Hazu, who was cheering and celebrating his victory. Why, next day, after Wei-Key match had concluded, everyone began to head it one by one. He took a his jacket, let out a long sigh.
"Oh my, I'm so tired!"
Then he suddenly remembered Wyke's second infinite Medici spiral. Edie had the ability to synchronize Quaitithal ring, amplifying magical power. Furthermore, Moon Element Medici was a unique form of hybridized Medici. Hazu mused, by combining like attack range of Lai Medici and like the infinite potential of Lock Medici. He could fine-tune key intensity of Wak elements to narrow key range and use advanced Wak Medici to deal quit Lai element opponents. After all, Moon Element Medici was an exclusive secret art of Laiki Mystic Master's tribe. Not everyone could master ET. But just by sketching Laipi magical structure, he had succeeded in controlling pure mana. Synchronization Spiral helped him analyze Medici from a completely new perspective. Lake Mana Purification Pregext also honed his Mana Yafinan Tren abilities to a NLVE. Thinking of this, he placed his hand on his cheek. Without these factors, defeating Adela would have been almost impossible. Suddenly Hazu noticed everyone was buzzing quit discussion about something. Kangen gave a respectful smile. He walked slowly towards him. Kangen stopped in front of Hazu and began to speak. "Hazu." He dazedly looked up and softly replied. Hazu suddenly jumped up from his seat, astonished, and called a wee name of Hima Diichi user. Kangen looked straight at him and said, "I came here to talk to do, Hazu." Not long after, Hazu and Kangen were settled in a private room. He acted politely, apologizing for disturbing him while he needed rest, and then praised his performance, calling it extremely impressive. Hazu responded, "Measured restraint and a polite than dio." Kangen adjusted his glasses and decided to get straight to white point. Hazu have perhaps reached I threshold of a LV key 5 mata each circle. Hazu was startled by a key unexpected question from Kangen. He pondered silently, as he turned all. He had used LVE2 Mei Diichi in the previous match, so that Beak Lu Tower Master must have assumed he used an inscription technique. If he had Enlai used LLVE2 Ma Diichi, then those mages at IVE3 and above would certainly misunderstand. Thinking they believed he had reached LV5, Hazu waved his hand and explained that he had not progressed to that LV yet. Upon hearing this, Kangen smiled, "Great interest, I see. So how were you able to use LV2 Ma Diichi?" Seeing his eager expression, Hazu felt extremely awkward. What if he told him it was an illusion spell? In his mind, he suddenly pictured Hazu's confident performance from earlier. He quickly went along Kangenate speculation. It was indeed an illusion spell. Hazu told himself it was easier to let him think that. He gave an awkward laugh. After all, reaching LVE5 at leaky age of 18 would be such a shocking event that it would throw wiki whole world into chaos. Later on, when using LVE3 Madiich, it would surely cause big trouble, Hazu thought to himself. Fu now, he would just keep it hidden, while Kangen remained curiously inquisitive about Ki astonishing LV2 Medici. His gaze was fixed on him, as if he wanted to see right through his heart. Hazu was left stuttering by a key difficult question. I have upgraded inscription technique. Hearing this, Kangen's eyes widened in amazement at information about Leapy improved inscription technique. He stood up abruptly, clapping his hands in approval, saying that was guak on Lai Wei Eat could be explained. Kangen exclaimed while making a few stylish gestures, that ID truly formidable. His face suddenly turned a trend shade of red, and he reached as if to touch him. Unexpectedly, he shifted his attitude to a cheerful laugh and placed a hand on Hazuate's shoulder. I am truly impressed. Not in lie did Du improve Lai Madiich, but Du also overcame its weaknesses. He replied Kuda confused then Du. Hazu looked up and noticed his glowing red pupils. Kangenate's expression suddenly became extremely serious. His red eyes were fixed on him, never wavering. Hazu pressed his lips together tightly, watching nervously for fear that he might discover something unusual. The space was suddenly plunged into silence, quite a thick, suffocating atmosphere. A few seconds passed, his lips curled slightly, his eyes still glowing red. Li's hand that was gripping Hazu tightly also gradually loosened. It was indeed just as expected. Kangen turned his back while glancing over his shoulder, saying that he didn't see even a hint of a LVE5 mage, so he was now certain. He grinned widely, but since Hazu had already stated he hadn't reached LVE5 yet, he said he would take his leave. Kangen adjusted his glasses, stating that he would report everything to Wee Press later, as Ruby Mystic Eye had witnessed it all. Hearing those words, Hazu immediately scrambled to his feet. He bowed his head to see Li Gesta P until Leaky Manet's silhouette disappeared behind light doorway. Hazu remained in that bowing posture, staying silent for quite a long time. He straightened up and smoothed his hair, saying, Than Diu Fo visiting, and P Lai take care of your health. Even now, Hazu found it hard to believe that Kataur Master would actually use Ruby Mystic Eye Fo verification. He thought to himself that Ki Ruby Mystic Eye was a treasure of Lai Ki Master of Eb Lu Tower, capable of seeing through Eye Core of Mane and regarded as premier clairvoyant eye today. Hazu muttered to himself, Fortunately, I was skilled enough not to be caught by him. That was a Sekielo 1. He was certain in his heart that Bidner-style Madiich was a vital secret that must never be exposed. Li Ki next Monen at Iki Arena. Iki announcer shouted that Li Ki match had come to an end. Li Finant result was announced, and Ni winner was none other than Hazu. His expression didn't change in Li Ki's slightest, as if he had just finished a casual stroll. Just as Hazu was about to turn and leave, a voice called all from behind him. Hey, wait a moment. Instinctively, he looked back and saw that it was Adela. Hazu asked curiously, I thought you were going to be away for 4 hours, why are you back so early? P-girl replied gently, Well, I've settled down now. He put his hands on his hips and asked if something was wrong, to which Adela hesitated before saying, Ye ain't nothing big, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on a key match just now. Her cheeks flushed and she began to avert her gaze, adding, Anyway, there ain't still Leapy fine a match, so if you're tired, we can discuss it later. Hazu nodded cheerfully, No need for all that trouble, let it discuss it now, as I also need feedback to learn from leaky experience. As soon as he agreed, Adela's eyes lit up, and she hurried to lead him toward Lai Ki waiting room. She looked at his back as he walked ahead and thought to herself, 8 just Lai Li Ki previous match. I can't see any tactics o Madiich worth learning at all. One day I'll do eat, Adela thought, clenching her fist with determination. I also long to be that strong, while Hazu scratched his head awkwardly, feeling intense gaze from behind him. At the same time, at a skyscraper, in a vast, luxuriously decorated room, a girl was staring intently at a screen watching Hazu and muttered, Hazu, I thought this was all VE. Sia turned back angrily and questioned, Gee, Han, are you really just going to let that brat Hazu do as he pleases? Gihan gave a faint smile and replied, Otherwise, what could we possibly do right now? Hearing that, his heart grew even more restless. What if they welcome Hazu into Dai house? Do still remember last year at Nightmare? Do know that situation better than anyone? Her voice was fun of hostility. Would she have to endure being looked down upon once more? Seeing her getting hysterical, Han let a long sigh. Rest easy, dear. Gihan rolled his eyes at Leap's screen showing Hazu receiving Leaky Gold Trophy. Han curled his lip in contempt. A year ago, he might have been a genius. But now I'm not so sure. 8 just a mess who and only knows how to use low LVEDE tricks in minor matches. Gihan flashed a wicked smile and looked dear-eyed at Leek woman beside him. You've probably watched him compete too. Haven't you? She was still bitter, but honey, people are overhyping Eat as if he ID truly talented. He stepped CLU and put his arm around her shoulder. Listen carefully, darling. Gihan began to reassure her. His opponents were just high school students facing a LVK 4 Mage lie him. Eat 8 lie throwing eggs against a RPC. But Hazu has a fatal flaw, a severe lack of mana. He ate in lie using tricks to co-VET up. His eyes flashed quick contempt. Ultimately, Hazu ID still far behind a true LVT4 mage because his skills are still too immature. She also tried to comfort herself. Quit those words. ID that true. I suppose I feel Li P same way as do. Gihan was determined to belittle him at any cost. That ain't exactly Eat. No matter how hard he tries, he's just someone at leaky bottom of society. He took a sip of water and said nonchalantly, toes without mana will always be trash. She bit her nails nervously. But what if he manages to succeed? If he threatens Lee family inheritance, Yeet will be dangerous. Her words made Gihan pause slightly. In an instant, Libby cup in his hand was crushed under YP pressure. A murderous look appeared on his face. Ztilent be too late to settle Li P score later. Li Ki's Kai turned a vibrant red as sunset began to fall. Right at E arena where EE competition was taking place. A few figures still remained on like XTG. A contestant had just collapsed and fainted on a Gi wooden floor. Seeing this, Iki referee blew Iki whistle to signal Ikin of Iki match. Leak loudspeaker blared Iki champion of year 29-8 mid-term exam ID Hazu. Immediately EP entire stands erupted. Kuti praised Ki genius has returned, so amazing Tate captivating to watch. Every eye in arena was fixed on Hazu, truly of noble descent, absolutely incredible. He stood on Iki XTG smiling and waving, basking in Li P cheers. Forbidden arts were even stronger than pure Madich. Hazu truly was a genius. Afterward, Chan hurriedly rushed down to Y floor.
Congratulations to Dao, Hazu shouted excitedly. Oksu-chan, calm down a bit.
A few meters away, several bitter people kept scoffing. What ain't quit that guy? Without forbidden arts, he wouldn't be anything at all. Changsu also approached happily. Congratulations, Hazu, I am truly proud of you. Xu-chan asked eagerly, Teacher, P-Lai treat us to a meal to celebrate Hazut victory. Xu-chan sighed warily. Come on, I am begging you. He burst a laughing. I've already planned to invite all kids, no need to ask. Hearing this, he immediately put his arm around Hazu, jumping. Koi, that great. Let it go, come quit us, Hazu suggested. Wet, I really have no other choice. I am so I really want to go, but I have a very important meeting. Chan stepped back in astonishment. Oh my, come on. His voice filled with regret. What achy point if leaky guest of honor isn't there? Hazu waved goodbye. I am so that matter ID truly very important. Immediately after he hurried away, so Chen. Hazu dashed out to Key Main Road. I have a very important promise that I need to keep. He tried to maintain a determined expression, looking straight ahead. Hazu approached a car parked nearby, and Lee driver spoke up. We have been waiting for you. He said respectfully, young master. Lee driver bowed slightly and gestured toward Layak inside of Key car. Key master Idik waiting for you, sir. I will escort you to Lai main house. By Key time AP car pulled up to EP villa. Eat was already getting Key. Hazu stepped out of E car standing frozen before Lee massive doors. He looked up at Lai house. Tape in a year, hasn't ET? Hazu recalled EE time since he was deemed to have no talent Fomadi Chi. After defying his cold-hearted father and moving into Wive Academy dormitory, he had never been allowed to set foot in like house. He pushed Lee P. Doro B8 and entered E main hall. Hazu cast his eyes around. Nothing had changed, everything was just as he remembered. He walked lightly across Key cold floor. Suddenly, Hazu stopped in front of a room door. Thinking of Inuka distant demeanor, he tensed and clenched his fists, but father ate personality. Hazu looked straight at Li room. I've finally returned here. He raised his hand and knocked gently on Li Ki wooden door. Inhyuk was currently sitting at his desk. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze still flashing Kuda cold sharpness. Inhyuk ate Voirang coldly. Come in. Hazu stepped into Wiki room and bowed in greeting. Long time no see, father. He looked up slightly, meeting his gaze. Father. Inhyuk put down Lai book he was reading and said, sit down. His tone was still indifferent. I once thought do were nothing but a get, foot nothing. Inyuk brushed past Hazu, muttering that his spellcasting speed was even slower than a commoner ape. One slip and eat would fizzle all completely. He truly knew nothing about multi-layered Madi Che. He stopped abruptly behind Lee Boy, noting that he was Lee Ki perfect reflection of Lai Ki weak-willed youth today, who could not even hold their own in a fight. Inhyuk leaned against Iki's chair. Nonetheless, everyone still clung to Iki's vain hope that Leaky Boy would reveal some hidden talent. That idea steered due toward Leaky path of artificial Mediiche, considering Iki's last resort to salvage that meager potential of yours. He didn't even bother to look at Hazu, admitting honestly that he had no expectations, seeing this and lie as a fi-end lifeline foo someone in despair. Like Boy replied clearly, I understand everything now, father. Inhyuk recalled Luke's recent buggo once genius Hazu had resurfaced. Even though he was ill-suited for artificial Medici, people remained skeptical about this turnaround, but looking at his mid-term results at Obelix, it was clear he was preparing for a leap. Public attention began to fixate on heir of illustrious Medosan family, a boy who had cast Elvique 1 spells at age 5 and mastered twin KX Ting by age 7. He had been Li pride of Leaky clan that controlled Li P mighty Dean Gemstone Empire N, was once tipped to be Li household head, and Enlai to suffer a painful downfall that left his father in Leaky world sighing in disappointment. He spun around to face Hazu, saying, I glanced at those reports from old Changpika and saw this as a Ganon opportunity for Diu to regain some face after that fall. However, Inhyuk's voice suddenly took on a tone of authority. Diu have forced me to look at Diu again due to your remarkably solid performance, regardless of your incompatibility Kutma Che. Leak image of Li Boy in his younger years appeared in his mind, a genius specialized in crafting infinitely variable spells. Inhyuk pointed directly at Hazu and said in a stern voice, Indeed, in this game, Diu have gained Hichu upper hand. Li, corner of his mouth twitched into a rare smile. Unlike his usual self, Diu are now skilled enough to be called a true mage. Upon hearing this, Boy's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe he had received that precious nod of recognition from his father. Immediately Hazu sprang up Lia spring, thank you very much, father. Inhyuk declared firmly, from this moment on, Ki family will pour all its resources into molding Diu into a success. He didn't forget to add, if Diu need anything, just give me a call. I will also sign Leiki papers to officially restore your status in Leiki Medosan house. Inhyuk pointed quote authority, his words filled quote trust for his future heir. Go there and make our family proud. Like Boy smiled brightly, his eyes reflecting an unshakable iron resolve. Inhyuk raised his index finger. And I want to remind Diu of one more important thing. He issued a warning. If I catch Diu lagging or being too lazy to train. Inhyuk placed his hand on Hazu's forehead, his cold voice exerting light pressure of 1,000 tons. I will not hesitate to shatter all of your Madecha circles. Wookiee Boy held his breath and clenched his fists. It was truly key terrifying pressure of a legendary 8-circle master. Though trembling, Hazu knew this was his last gamble, so he regained his composure and looked straight into his father's eyes. I will obey, father. Inhyuk sat back in his chair and asked calmly, so what ultimate goal do you are aiming for? Leap Boy countered. Are you interested in my ambitions, father? He pressed further. Exactly. Isn't it true that Diu have always craved to sit in Leaky seat of Iki head of Leaky Madosan house? Inhyuk's expression was extremely grave. Jihan and Sia. And Jinhyuk and Minji too. Right now Diu are Li weakest among all your siblings. Hazu placed his hand on his chest and decided to answer. I have already told Diu, father, Iki and Lai destination I seek Idiki to become Iki head of this clan. Nothing more, for now. I will make everyone remember my name. He asked curiously, what method do you intend to use to achieve that? He lightly touched newspaper lying haphazardly on table. Cheerfully agreeing, Hazu asserted firmly, World Medici Olympics will take place in 2 months. Medici masters from all VP world will gather there. He smiled confidently, I will bring to Mebel gold medal for our family. Hazu thought to himself that League Olympics fu outstanding mages under 20, also known as Glidici Olympics, ID held annually and attracts global attention, just like professional tournaments. Yenhyuk suddenly cut in, but look, our country best competitor, that Tower Master Mage, only managed to win a silver medal at best. He suddenly remembered Li Pi's scene of receiving his award years ago. Yenhyuk voice was fun of doubt. Are you still dreaming of a gold medal? It sounds so unrealistic. Don't you see that as well? Hazu replied exactly, so I have a small request. He was curious, or request. He stated his condition, Fui next 2 months. Pe Li prevent Li older siblings from getting in my way. After hearing this, Yenhyuk exclaimed how daring, to use an almost impossible condition in exchange for temporary protection. He told himself normally, I would reject such unreasonable offers. Then, Kuda feigned expectant smile, this time EDIDE different. Licky next day at the academy dormitory. In a room, countless books were scattered across key floor, and a sunbeam from the window shone through, covering Wo soundly sleeping Hazu. Li playful lie woke him up. Hazu rubbed his eyes and wondered, did I oversleep again? He leaned against die bed and mused, after returning from Liti Lady 8th place, I started reviewing IP criteria of Fui second exam. I've passed Li Ki first exam, but to enter Y third Medici circle, I need to complete Ligi's second exam. Now I have absolutely no idea where to start. PN Li thing I have a firm grasp on ID resonance, meaning I have to increase my Medici compatibility. This ID most challenging XTG of E second circle. Hazu flipped through Y key book to pass this exam. I need to touch here and seed on Trenanana according to EP principles of resonance. He placed his hand on E key P8 fun of magical symbols. A little secret he knew was that he needed a judgment ring and a resonance ring fo key most effective connection. Hike handwriting ID so hard to rut. Hazu reached awe and began practicing. Eat must be lie this. Two Madi Che rings were created by him in leaky blink of an eye. A few minutes passed, and Hazu was still focused on his study. He sighed softly. I'll go off a walk to clear my head. A while later, in Laiki city center area, Hazu had changed into different clothes and was leisurely walking by E Lake. Truly, taking a walk once in a while really helps relax mind. Closing my eyes and taking a deep breath of fresh air, after a delicious breakfast and a relaxing stroll, I felt as if I had discovered Y's secret to resonance. Just as Hazu was enjoying his leisure, a sudden, shrill scream rang out.
Hey, watch out!
Instinctively, he turned toward Kisao, but a white object came hurtling straight at him. Unexpectedly, a plastic bag smacked Hazu right in Likey face. A girl ran her VE, fussing quit concern. Are you okay? While he rolled on Lee ground holding his face, crying, oh, that hurts so much. Hazu lifted his face, looking as if he'd been punched, and said,
Hey, Dio!
His eyes widened in ecstasy when he saw a key worried girl in front of him. Adela, ID that do you? Soon all P2 were walking side by side and Hazu asked curiously whatever lucky case, why did that plastic bottle fly straight at me? Adela hesitated, about that. She recalled why scene. I was excitedly spinning 8, getting ready to enjoy key milk, and then 8 just flew away. He replied, I see, and Adela lowered her head in embarrassment. I am so Hazu shook YP milk bottle in his hand slightly. Yeet alright. Then to Dio I got some free milk, but why do Dio and Lai drink this? She showed him her bag filled quote milk. Of course, this IDE greatest drink humans have ever invented. Hazu stared at like sight, mouth agape, get grief. At that moment, Li Sky was unusually Lu. Adela spoke first. I heard you've returned Hazu smiled broadly and answered honestly, I returned a DE Chower yesterday. Hearing this, she became visibly excited. Thank goodness, so do you still want to become Li Tower Master, right? Hazu was slightly taken aback by Adela's question. I don't recall ever saying that. She reminisced about a key past. What do you did? We discussed 8 before. He stroked his chin. No, I don't dream lie that anymore. Adela was surprised by refusal. What, have you finally accepted reality? She looked sympathetic and muttered, I suppose quit so many outstanding siblings, being head of I Tower isn't easy. Seeing her muttering, Hazu asked, what are you saying? He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. My ambition ID to become a master of Madich and stand at EP pinnacle of Alki, Mage world. Then Hazu's eyes suddenly lit up, quote ambition. No, I mean Miki entire Madich Tower. He emphasized, that ID my true goal. Adela exclaimed, pinnacle of Li Mage world. That it is seriously kun goal eat beyond anything I could have imagined. She smiled, as someone accompanying Dio eat feels incredibly intense. As night fell, countless stars sparkled across Lai sky. Adlai Ki vast Medici tower. Sia kept biting his fingernails, his hands clenched so tight they were trembling. She slammed Ike table quit a bang and shouted, Jihan, aren't you worried at all? Gihan remained calm, crossing his arms. Surely father must have his own intentions. Immediately after he frowned and thou. Shade hard to believe he would set such bizarre conditions. Gihan recalled IP seen just now, when he was in Nhio 8 study, he had spoken up to ask, Father, what exactly IDEP important matter foe which do called us here? He maintained a serious expression and replied, I know both of your personalities very well. Therefore, I order that in Leet next 2 months, absolutely no one IDE to touch a single hair on Hazut head. After hearing that, it was like a thunderbolt to their ears. Both Gihen and Shi froze for a few seconds. She, unwilling to accept it, immediately shouted loudly, Why are you treating us so unfairly, father? Contrary to Jeet's loss of composure, he tried to remain calm and stopped Shi. Father, could you explain Lakey reason to us? Inhyo slowly explained, Do you both know Hazu just returned to climb a each tower yesterday? He IDP still a minor and has been away from Fo an entire year. Therefore, I think giving him 2 months to adapt to Likey family ID very reasonable and appropriate. Although a storm was raging in Lee hearts of Leepy other two, neither dared to disobey him. Inhyo rubbed his temples warily, especially Du will certainly keep a CKLUI on him to find a way to contend Foe family head position. Gihan bit his lip tightly, trying to suppress leaky raging anger in his chest. He forced a gentle smile. White, I understand, father. Id there anything else do you want to instruct us on? He turned to look all ed window. That ain't all. Do you two must be tired too, so go him mum unrest. Returning to reality, she saw his brother silent for a long time and urged, Brother, why didn't you say anything back then? Gihan seemed to realize something. His face quickly changed color, and Li key words he was about to utter were swallowed back. Why veins on Gihan's forehead pulsed. His expression at that moment looked truly frightening. Damn it, this ID truly unacceptable. Gihan secretly analyzed. Father and Hyo and Min-gi are not very interested in key position of family head, so their absence from Y-key meeting ID understandable, but yet he just lets Hazu Pfo he reason of being away from him for a year. If he were father from before, he would surely scold us as weaklings. He once said that a deficit of 1 year of training ID not enough qualification for inheritance. Furthermore, protection ID keen en life children under 5 years old before they make their maki, but he ID already 17, isn't he? He frowned angrily, so why? What exactly ID real reason? She face suddenly showed panic. Oh, ID, could he be that father has... Gihan quickly dismissed Shiate Thal. No way. Hazu still hasn't shown enough ability to make father change his mind. She wondered. Then why? He told himself, perhaps he has seen some special potential in Lai Boy. Gihan speculated. Either father ID interested in Hazu 8 mysterious Gexi Tem, they both have reached some kind of secret agreement. After hearing that, she became even more anxious. An agreement? What kind of agreement could that be? He ruffled his hair. That ain't right, father would never make such an unreasonable decision.
It ain't truly infuriating.
Sia asked if they should call back Lee guys following them. Gihan sighed and said they probably should, unless they wanted to be rounded up by E-Key shadow guards. He contemplated Gluki shadow guards, IVE secret agents under his father at command who specialized in infiltration intelligence gathering and got Lai surveillance. There was nothing they couldn't do. Gihan informed Zia that he had just ordered Lee Key withdrawal of all personnel currently monitoring Hazu. Sia asked in a low voice, her eyes filled with anxiety. What are you planning to do? How do you intend to act? He looked up, but received no answer other than back of person walking straight outside. Gihan strode away, thinking to himself that whether Ji agreed or not, lying around for 2 whole months was never his style. If Hazu accidentally signed some treaty with a key old man, it would be troublesome. He supposed he would have to drop by Key BLXC Tower to chi things all. A sunny morning at Obelisk Academy. Leak instructor proudly announced to Y class that Key midterm exams were air vegan, everyone had done well, adding, in particular we have an impressively ranked student, let it give him a round of applause. Under what admiring gazes of light crowd, Hazu slowly stood up from his seat. Hazu walked toward Light podium to receive his certificate from Light teacher, and upon hearing Light congratulations Fu taking first place nationwide, he simply bowed modestly in return. Teacher looked at him with a favorable expression and advised, since you've taken the key top spot, you must maintain your performance of VP next 2 months to prepare Fu Academy GM. Hazu wasn't worried in Leaky slightest, his eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, yeah, that I deke exactly what I intended to do. As Hazu returned to his seat, a few jealous individuals began whispering, sarcastically claiming he had Liun by using illusion Madich to deceive everyone. Like 2 of them huddled together, whispering bitter remarks, saying that this first place arting would likely last a week at most, calling him an outcast get in life Fu petty tricks. Hazu didn't bother paying any attention to those nonsensical insults. He sat down calmly, his demeanor as composed as if nothing had happened. Xu-chan stretched warily. The class had finally ended. He complained to Hazu about how there were so many dry theoretical lessons, adding that it was fortunate tomorrow would be all practical work. Xu-chan was about to complain more when Hazu gave him a lie punch to Wee chest, leaving him speechless. See, I told you to focus on training. As Xu-chan flopped to ground in mock protest, Hazu just smirked and called him a weakling of a magician. Xu-chan's face darkened like a burnt pot. He intended to retort, but Enlai received a dismissive wave of Lippy hand. If you're that salty about it, just try to surpass me, kid. Xu-chan gritted his teeth in frustration, swearing that sooner or later he would get stronger and punch him back for real. Hazu turned back with a faint smile. Really? In that case, wanna head to Leaky training room tonight for a change of pace? Xu-chan froze Fu a few seconds, not knowing how to react. Hazu looked at him with a challenging expression. Why sudden silence? Xu-chan avoided his gaze and hesitated. I've loved to, but now isn't really a get time. Hazu crossed his arms, visibly annoyed. If you don't want to, just say so and be done quat et. Xu-chan placed a hand on Hazu Tate's shoulder and said, I'll be honest quit du. It ain't not that I hate training. It ain't just that I hate training quit du. Got it. That statement left Hazu frozen in place. Suchin sighed warily, a slight fear rising in his heart. His voice echoed through the air, making people turn their heads. Everything took place at Obelix Academy. Haru was diligently practicing at this moment. Everyone around him watched him intently, admiration. As Haru trained, he blamed himself, wondering why he was doing that when training was top priority. Indeed, everyone was astonished by Haru's impressive strength, and they whispered, asking if anyone else could lift that weight. Suddenly, a cheer went up. Cheat Shin Haru, he top student in Lee midterm exams. Haru ignored Lee whispers around him. He gently placed barbell down. Then he slowly walked all of training room, his mind still pondering leaky balance between Madi Che and physical strength. Perhaps because he had been too focused on mastering beater Madi Che, he had neglected his physical training. He almost embarrassed himself. Haru took a sip of water, suddenly recalling knowledge from books. Even Idra J books had mentioned it. That book had indicated that an endless magical circle flows within Like body, closely linked to 1-8 physical state. A strong body combined with a powerful Madij circle would seep red harmony, thereby enhancing effectiveness. After that, he moved on to other exercises, such as jogging. Then came dumbbell training. Each time he trained, he reminded himself that he must master both Madi Chi and physical training Fofo his physical strength to reach its optimal LVE. Back at Obelisk Academy, fierce BPL Sea Panthers were staring at Hazu as if he were a plump prey. Hazu was facing a difficult practical combat challenge. He was surrounded by 3 large, powerful BLC Panthers. They growled and lunged forward with terrifying speed. Hazu skillfully dodged dangerous attacks by stepping back. His eyes suddenly widened, full of surprise. Immediately, Hazu used Madij to counterattack. However, Panthers were not easily fooled. They coordinated perfectly, narrowly dodging counterattacks. Hazu lowered his body. This caused 2 Panthers to lose their balance and crash into each other painfully. Then Hazu channeled his power, and a fireball, Asrin, appeared in his hand. Life flame erupted quickly, engulfing unlucky Belixi Panther. Lock remaining Panther tried to escape but could not evade its predetermined fate. Leaky battle ended. An announcement ode from Key Hall congratulating Hazu on completing light practical combat training monsters. Changshu observed and analyzed slowly. After carefully reviewing results, he nodded in satisfaction. Perfect fun mark. Hazu smiled contentedly. Thank you, sir. While resting, he intently looked at his hands. Hazu was Ludenthaw when he suddenly realized his physical abilities had significantly improved, now 1.5 times stronger than before, than to practicing infinite Madicha circle. He clenched his fist, silently calculating that if he could conquer third circle, his strength would surge even further, making strengthening of infinite Medicha circle imperative. Then Hazu gently closed his eyes, relaxing as Ki magical energy spread, enveloping him in a state of deep concentration. At this moment, energy surrounding him grew increasingly intense. Presence of Li willpower circle and Mach resonance circle, both types of mana circulating throughout his body. Not unlike could he feel them, Hazu was also actively controlling these energy circles, tuning their vibration frequencies and rotation speeds to 12.25% and 4.63% respectively. Li willpower circle and the resonance circle began to change their angles, gradually drawing closer to each other, while Li purity of E willpower circle 8 mana increased by another 8.9%. As 2 energy circles neared each other, Hazu secretly encouraged himself to take another step, but at that very moment, Prakakset suddenly stalled. He panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Hazu's eyes showed fatigue mixed with frustration. EP synchronization rate had in Lai reached 99%, and no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't reach that 100%. But then he quickly regained his composure, gently clenching his hand, telling himself that no matter what, he would succeed. He absolutely had to master this Madich circle. Time quickly passed into night, and Gi wind gently brushed by, carrying a breath of key darkness. As Hazu strolled leisurely down leaky deserted road, he suddenly felt a faint presence behind him. At first, Hazu thought it was just a hallucination, but Li's feeling of being watched persistently recurred. Therefore, Hazu decided to react, suddenly accelerating and lunging forward. Li's mysterious shadow behind him was silently observing, and as distance narrowed, that figure suddenly lunged forward to attack. A malicious punch. Hazu reacted incredibly fast, dodging aside lightning speed. His eyes flashed, doubt and vigilance as he wondered who was. Upon seeing Li's familiar face, Hazu was momentarily stunned. He called Li personate name in surprise. Big Sahik. Sahuk, without a quoops of explanation, simply lunged at Hazu, but then to his sharp reflexes and inherent composure, Hazu continuously evaded every attack. This agility in Li infuriated Sahik further. He roared, "Well done, Duran Lai guide at dodging Lai Arat." Hazu paid no mind to his opponent's taunts. He plopped down, took a his headphones, and calmly asked, "What wrong? Aren't you going Aramfowag weekend?" Then, he looked up at Sahik, his gaze openly sympathetic, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Ah, eat not that dear not going but rather that do can't, isn't that right?" Hazu ate words cut deep into Sehyuk. He was under confinement, so even if he wanted to go Assam, he was powerless. Hearing this, he became furious. Shut up before I give you Dio. Hazu merely sneered, maintaining a casual, joking expression. Haha, do you used your family power so much in this IDK result? Even if I weren't confined, I wouldn't bother going back Eat ate too embarrassing. Haha. At this moment, Hazu's actions looked no different from his earlier teasing of Sehyuk. Sehyuk, blinded by rage, unleashed a magical attack on Hazu, yelling, "Shut up, you useless bastard!" Hazu couldn't believe he dared to do that. That bastard actually intended to use that to attack him? And he even dared to use Mai to Yi Che right there on I Street! Sehyuk furiously lunged forward, the bastard. Quite a quick glance, Hazu immediately saw through Leak other guy tricky move. Seizing a key opportunity, he grabbed Sehyuk's arm tightly and landed a heavy blow on his shoulder. Sehyuk's body suddenly froze, causing Hazu to clench his tongue in annoyance. He quickly turned and pinned Sehyuk to the ground. Hazu glared at him with cold eyes. Even though he was pinned down, Sehyuk still cursed, shouting, "Let me go, do bastard!" Right at that moment, an idea popped into his head. This was clearly a Ginungun opportunity. Key police arrived quickly at P scene. Sehyuk continued to struggle stubbornly, demanding to finish happy his opponent, so we key officers had to struggle to restrain him and ordered him to keep quiet, telling him they would talk about it at Lei P station later and not to expect to be released. Hazu stepped forward to explain Lai's situation, stating he had been forced to act because this guy had dared to attack him Kut Laksma Deej first. Then, he cast his eyes toward Y Kamira, silently observing everything from Leak wall. Haru pretended to cough, feigning surprise at Leak reckless use of Ma Deej. E-Key officer nodded in agreement and told him to come to E-office tomorrow, advising him to head back to I-Key dormitory and get some rest. Meanwhile, Sehyuk was still stubbornly arguing Kut E-police, refusing to get into E-car. A mischievous thought appeared in Harut's mind, keep acting lie that Master Sehyuk. Like next Monin, at I Academy named Obelisk. A curious crowd was gathered around Lee bulletin boards placed in the key middle of E-lobby. Everyone was whispering about Sehyuk's punishment. Quooks was that he had used Mage recklessly last weekend, causing a disturbance in Leaky City. An Leaky official announcement from Leaky office stated that Leaky young master had been deducted 10 points for using Medici campus. Everyone looked at each other, confused as to why E punishment was so lie for this offense. He should have been expelled. It was truly ridiculous. Haru happened to walk by and heard Lee murmurs, which left him deep in thou. He thought to himself that for causing such a huge disaster, Lai P guy and Lai lot 10 measly points, money really can buy anything. That Sehyuk guy was well, known as a playboy. Sehyuk's family were newly rich and had poured billions into Wee Academy to buy prestige, so it was no wonder YP school didn't dare to be harsh. Clued E71 sponsor 8 favorite son. Haru walked along, muttering that Master Sehyuk must be getting a severe tongue lashing from his parents by now. Just as expected, in a quiet corner, Sehyuk had barely picked up Lee's phone before he was met with a torrent of scathing insults. Do crazy. He sheepishly admitted his fault to his father, but Lee person on a key other end continued to shout, saying he had been told to keep a low profile until graduation, so why did he keep causing trouble? A furious voice screamed, asking him if he couldn't even handle that one simple task. He tried to suppress his anger and mumbled in response that it wasn't lie that. Being scolded made Sehyuk start to boil, but he had to hold it in. If like he family 8 reputation IDK ruined, it will all be your fault. Yacht, I know I was wrong. He was just about to promise to remember Yate well, but Leapy other party coldly hung up without a quipsy of farewell. He stared at Weedy phone and hissed bitterly, damn me teat. Sehyuk roared lie a wild animal and threw his phone onto Lipe ground to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and growled why name of his enemy. Haru. His eyes flashed quid anger and determination. Haru rage ID welling up inside me. On the floor, Sehyuk angrily smashed his phone, cursing incessantly, that bastard hate planning to shift all the blame onto Hazu, everything, absolutely everything, IDK that brat ate fault. In his state of extreme frenzy, Sehyuk didn't notice Lai figure standing right behind him at all. And only when a schematate deep, warm voice spoke did he startle NCTP. Oh my, it seems do really hate Hazu. Caught in his fit of anger, he didn't bother to hide his gruffness. Professor SP Mati, I deep something wrong. He smiled in amusement. Of course not. Loving hating someone ID you're right, but look here Sehyuk. Met stepped closer, Key's smile on his lips gradually turning icy. Do you want to take revenge on Hazu? Sehyuk was quite surprised by his question, but it wasn't just a random inquiry. It felt like an enticement slowly creeping into his mind. Stoking P smoldering fire of hatred within Sehyuk mid asked, isn't that what do you desire? White area outside dormitory was blanketed in absolute silence. In EP neat and tidy room, Hazu was deep in thought at his desk. He was reflecting endlessly on leak incident involving bitch Si-hyuk. I could have resisted completely, but in reality, I gained quite a bit from this matter. Lee T phone screen and Hazu 8 hand lit up, signaling a new message. Y sender was none other than his father. White content essentially said that negotiations with B bitch clan had ended successfully, and in exchange for silence regarding Lee incident, they had successfully secured 3% of Lee mining rights from Lee bitch clan. Finally, he didn't forget to praise Hazu. Well done. If do want any gift, just let me know. Hazu's lips curled slightly as a sense of satisfaction surged within him. He began to think more deeply. Fui bitch clan to obtain a title. They needed not Nenlai to focus on Y Academy, but also to maintain get relationships with other prestigious families. If so, they certainly had to use special strategies. The actions of Lai bitch family were entirely reasonable. After a period of rational analysis, he came to Fi in conclusion. After all, real victim of this incident was none other than himself, a direct descendant of Sin family. Hazu continued scrolling through his phone, his thoughts still surging like a tide regardless of a key situation. Like bitch family wanted to resolve this trouble smoothly, yet these conditions really emphasized importance of a title to a clan. A title ID a testament to a clanate status, ID considered a core symbol. Much lie a mage foe a mage clan a mystic foe a mystic clan. This title determines a clan to rot an NG. Si-hyuk 8 impulsive actions came to Hazu's mind. Bitch Si-hyuk was essentially expelled from Lee P bitch clan because of this incident. Include his current abilities, he can't do anything to me. He picked up live book and sighed in relief. Now everything ID in its place. Forget about becoming some old man no Andy, focusing on improving my cultivation skills. ID what it important. Returning to Eobelisk Academy. Crowds of people bustled to and fro on EP school campus. Hazu walked along quietly observing his surroundings. I wonder if oversight of the instructors will become stricter after we bitch Si-hyuk incident. Suddenly, Hazu heard someone call.
Hazu.
He turned his head and gave a forced smile. Professors, met. Key old man nodded slightly. Then, a dangerous look was directed towards him. Hazu calmly returned that gaze with a completely composed expression. Suddenly, mid-8 attitude shifted to a kind of skin-crawling familiarity. He claimed he had long noticed that Hazu didn't lie him, but Hazu politely and adamantly denied it, saying, "Oh no, sir. I wouldn't dare." Sima tilted his head, his fake eyes feigning understanding as he said, "I understand perfectly well. All those harsh words from before were enlai fu your own get. Peak lie don't misunderstand me." Hazu maintained a social smile while remaining on high alert internally, wondering why this old man was acting so sus tren. Cc Midit's smile was truly mask of a liar. He reached toward Hazu and suggested, "How about we start, V from now on?" Hazu smiled graciously and flatly refused. "No thank you, sir, I'll have to pass." Suddenly, a Sespi Tren intuition welled up in his heart. Smit stood there quit a wakfu raw radiating densely. Hazu felt something was wrong. He was still smiling, but why was this feeling so unsettling? His voice sounded as sweet as honey but was irritatingly artificial. He congratulated Hazu on topping key midterm exams and hoped he would find his own path. Hazu gritted his teeth, trying to resist invisible pressure weighing down on him. There was definitely something wrong. Kut menat mana. Now Smetit body was completely enveloped in Laxma di Che, and Lipi suspicion in Hazu's heart became more intense than ever. What this ominous Madichi plus those predatory scrutinizing eyes of his? An answer suddenly popped into his head. Like sea tower. Thinking of that scenario, Hazu 8 face turned pale and sweat began to pour down like rain. An image of Likabi Lucky Tower, towering yet filled with danger, suddenly appeared in his mind. Unlike a key 12 orthodox towers, this was a secret tower that gathered degenerate criminals under leadership of a lock wizard who proclaimed himself Ken. Hazu was extremely tense and muttered to himself, "Damn it, ID this Mr. C-Heat involved could be C tower." In his eyes, C-He was now no different from a poisonous spider spinning a ep, and dozens of questions arose. Could there be many other B-Light C tower wizards hiding in this school? Hazu looked at him searchingly, then dismissed Ethao. No, now ID not key time to be thinking about that. His eyes flashed Kuda sharp lie as he made a bold decision. I must quickly decode this magical formula to understand what ain't going on. Why very next moment, AX Ryef's trend magical symbols suddenly appeared, surrounding both of them. Hazu's eyes lit up in surprise. He seemed to recognize this technique. He was mind Kintranma di Chi. He frowned quick concern. Wait, a mind manipulation spell, but my brain ID already resistant to any external interference. So Mr. Sesnan Chun Tran my Deech was completely useless against him. Hazu breathed a sigh of relief and reassured himself. Thank goodness, I think I still have a chance to survive this. Seeing crowd around Lyre Academy still chatting away, completely unaware, he narrowed his eyes and assessed like situation. So what should I do next? Hazu closed his eyes and whispered to himself. I'll just pretend to be under Wee's spell to dig for more information about EBLEC Tower. As soon as he opened his eyes, his once alert gaze immediately went blank and soulless. Smet gestured in a circle, then clicked his tongue quote satisfaction very get. He stroked his chin quote a look of disdain. This fool can't even use an eye chip, yet here he IDP, causing me trouble. Then FD leaned in CKLU to him and whispered, Hazu, listen carefully. Leak old man tossed a bizarre chip into his hand and ordered him to keep eat CLU, forbidden from asking why, and that was that. Lie a dumb wooden puppet, Hazu looked up and obeyed, while inwardly screaming quote doubt was that really all. Just then, Speet turned quote a sneer and asked, Hey Hazu, explain your transformation technique. He jumped in terror, how could this be explained? So Hazu hurriedly clutched his head, pretending to be in pain under old man 8 panicked gaze as he looked at him, as if he had no clue what was going on. Seemit clicked his tongue and commented, It seems his instinct to hide his ex-K8 secret ID remarkably strong. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, leaky old man had to order, Alright, step he act. At that Hazu immediately broke into a mischievous, triumphant smile. Even though he had escaped, he couldn't set to pondering that type of mind-keen tran-me di cheege. He directly impacts ET victimate brain, manipulating emotions or controlling them like puppets, truly a signature Madiich of BEC Tower. If it fell into Ike hands of a high LV mage, he could shatter a personate's sanity. He truly IDP one of Ike most terrifying forbidden spells. Hazu bowed his head in contemplation, just as he had witnessed, if Let 8 has a steadfast will regarding their memories, someone forcing an extraction easily drives them mad. Seeing how easily he gave up, it seemed that transformation Madiicha wasn't IP main goal he was aiming for. Smit gritted his teeth in extreme frustration upon seeing this scene. Then he rubbed his forehead in annoyance, constantly muttering, his ability doesn't match his status at all. I intended to sell Diu up cheaply, but this my sen isn't allowed to fail, he considered. Meat snapped his fingers. Then after completing Li my Stian, I will strip Diu of your skills. After escaping Li Kima Diiche Hazu feigned bewilderment as if he didn't know what had just happened. Seeing this leapy old man called out, Hazu. Semit smiled kindly and asked, Are Diu alright? I saw Diu were distracted while I was talking, Diu must be tired. I ain't trouble Diu any longer. Get luck? He feigned innocence, nodding back, I understand. He watched intently as Iki old man 8 back receded as he ambled away. Hazu's face immediately turned terrifyingly stern. It was now lunch break at Madiich Academy. In the school courtyard, students gathered in groups, chatting and laughing about being hungry and going for coffee, asking about what happened yesterday. He silently slipped past them, his mood as heavy as a stone. At a secluded corner of Lake Academy grounds, Hazu was now sitting dazed, staring blankly at key object in his palm. He held LP chip up to ILVE suspiciously, wondering what on earth this thing was. Hazu's lips moved as he muttered, So yeet ate an illegal eye chip. This creative upgrade chip, key fact that they gave E to me proves what their goal IDE. They want to frame me for using illegal eye technology, don't they? Thinking of E prospect of becoming a scapegoat for a conspiracy, he realized coot resentment that he had finally fallen into E trap. I will bask in a sinister smile when UP scandalous headlines start flooding UP feeds. Hazu sat there quit his chin resting on his hand, feeling deeply troubled. They were truly trying to drag him down, and Professor Ski Matt had no reason to make things difficult for him, even if there were some old grievances between them. He muttered to himself, but surely someone must have ordered B. Lee C. Tower to carry out this operation. Finished speaking, Hazu frowned and began calculating every possibility, which helped him gradually grasp Lee's scale of this mess. Recalling Hugh Kate shouting that he would take his life, he thought to himself that this went beyond Lee limits of a student under detention. Therefore, it was highly likely that one of his older brothers or his sister was responsible. Hazu speculated quote frustration. They wanted to smear his reputation and kick him out of Ike's succession race. All 4 of them had very clear motives. First was his eldest sister, Min Gi, who had no interest in Lee Ki power struggle and was certainly not Lee Ki culprit. His eldest brother, Jin Hyuk, burned Kuda desire fu that position, but he didn't have Lipe guts to pull the P such bold stunts. After ruling those 2 a new thought immediately occurred to Hazu, then 8 must be one of Ike remaining 2, or perhaps both. He clenched his fists, wondering if he should grab Professor Meateed and interrogate him right then and there. Thinking of Leafy Power backing Giman, Hazu paused. Kipi Leafy Tower was very sensitive to information, so SC Mit might not even know who a true master was. If he arrested him, Lee Trail would be cut up immediately, and being caught by EB Leaksy Tower was nothing get. He stood up coot a sharp gaze. It was time to act. A moment later, at Likey towering Bu in Ike heart of Likey City, Hazu stood silently behind a closed elevator doors. Kangen didn't bother to turn around as he greeted him. Do you've arrived? Haven't do you, Hazu? Quit that, he turned around and questioned. So, what exactly do want to discuss quit me? Kangen ate long narrow eyes squinted to quietly and cautiously assess the other person. Opposite him, Hazu was also quietly observing Master of EB Lu Tower. Kangen looked colder than usual. Looking at confident man before him, Hazu silently resolved that this was Ginin moment. Faced with that expectant gaze, Kangen suddenly covered his face, quit his hand and spoke hesitantly. I already told you never to think of yourself as a burden. Witnessing this, Hazu became even more determined to seize the opportunity immediately. He squinted and observed. It was just as rumors said. He wondered what on earth EP man was researching that had him so worked up. Thinking he did eat, Hazu stepped forward and asked directly about what he was studying. Kangen didn't hide and pointed to Wike's side. I am struggling quotas, trend type of Madi Ichi stone, that ain't taking much more time than expected. Hearing this, he expressed doubt and repeated, Medici stone. While he was laden thou, something nearby completely captured Hazu's attention. Looking at Iridescent stone sparkling on the table, he was stunned and wondered, could that be elemental manalai? Hazu let and narrowed his eyes at what person in front of him plotting. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kangen flopped into his chair and got straight to point. Since we are both busy, let it get down to business. He rested his chin on his hand, assessing him, and asked, what that ID so important that you, Hazu, couldn't delay and had to come see me in person. Hazu looked speechless because IB man was a bit too agitated. At this rate, nothing he said would get through to him. Even so, he told himself, well, I'll just have to negotiate. Hazu sat up straight seriously and spoke, before we discuss important matters, I have something I need to tell you. Without any hesitation he revealed, Madi Chistone Key Tower Master ID working hard to research ID actually elemental manalai. Kangen was stunned upon hearing that shocking news. He questioned Kuda sharp gaze, how do Dio know about this? This name has never been leaked outside, let alone like he fact that it actually exists. Kangen snarled angrily, hey you should watch your words. Hazu hurriedly waved his hands to explain, I didn't plant any spies or steal any information from Li Bibi Lu Tower. He squinted quit suspicion and scrutinized him. Then how do know? Hazu replied while rummaging through his bag, reason IDT simple. From inside Luki bag, he pulled a sparkling manalai stone, I have one here as well. Upon seeing Kangen jumped up and exclaimed in surprise, this, what on earth ID this? Hazu solemnly raised stone high exactly, this a perfectly crafted elemental manalai stone. After hearing that he stammered in disbelief, Hazu, could it be that do created yourself? At this point Hazu didn't bother hiding anymore and confirmed, what, was me? Kangen froze for a moment, then muttered Kuda chuckle, this idiki absolutely ridiculous. He frowned, recalling that Itaiki Red Tower Tep Madi engineer Idiki James Peeler, who Idik still praised as greatest artisan in Leaky world. Even Leaky elite artisans of our Lu Tower, people quit legendary skills, and I who am among top 3 in Leaky world. Looking at that glowing manalai stone, Kangen helplessly realized that even he could not have crafted this gemstone, yet an ordinary high school student could do hate. Still in sexy he pressed further, Hazu, did do just happen to come into possession of this Madi Chase stone? Hazu clutched IP stone in his hand and replied calmly, that ain't right. I saw that Blaggy B Lu Tower was an entered lie place capable of handling so I brought along quit me. Kangen swallowed hard and asked quietly, can I know how do got et? He looked at Li P Stone and replied casually, there ain't nothing to tell. I just happened to come across seed and luckily succeeded in crafting it. Right after he finished speaking, he approached Kut's shining eyes and said joyfully, I knew your luck I deck truly incredible. Hazu could Anli respond Kuta shy laugh. Kangen slammed his hand on a elite table and declared, alright, mages have leaky right to keep their own secrets. Quit a righteous face he emphasized, I unt push do anymore. Hazu smiled happily and replied, Thandio. Immediately, Kangen pulled all his glasses and a pair of gloves and suggested, can you lend it to me so I can take a closer look? Without hesitation he handed a Vigli stone, of course. He gently held stone to observe it meticulously. This ID truly a unique Medici stone that contains all 4 elements. After inspecting it, Kangen returned it, not forgetting to ask in Iki meantime, so, what IDP your purpose fu bringing 8 here? Hazu shared frankly without hiding anything, actually I want to use 8 to craft an item. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, an item? What do plan to CP rate? Then Kangen began to list items, clothing, IDE, jewelry or weapons. Hazu nodded slightly, complied, and then expressed his wish as long as it enhances elemental Medici power, any item would do. Looking at Leapy's sparkling manalai stone he replied thoughtfully I see but high-grade Medici stones also require top-notch materials. P crafting cost be cheap. What do you think? Hearing this, Hazu looked dazed as if he had never known about this. Seeing that innocent expression, Kangin smiled supportively. So you're a descendant of a key illustrious wizard clan, right? I'm sure your family can afford to eat. I want to keep this crafting project a secret from my family and everyone else. He looked amused. Hazu, you really are clever. But what about leak service fee? Kangin reached his hand and wrote down leaky figure he would have to pay. Roughly this much, he asked curiously. Do you have enough money to pay for it yourself without your family, don't you? Hazu smiled and replied, not exactly, but in return. Having said this, he gave a confident smile and muttered, I have my own way. Hazu excitedly shared his plan. I will craft elemental manalai stone right here, in front of Diu and in front of Laiki Master of Laiki Medici Tower. Kangin was equally excited. So you're going to transfer leak crafting technique to me right now? He excitedly threw his head back and laughed aloud.
Fantastic!
This IDP more than enough to go
fee, even a profit!
After that, Hazu added hesitantly, well, can I ask Fo one more favor? At this point, Kangin, feeling extremely satisfied Quitki deal, generously asked back, does he'd have something to do quit to date matter? A moment later, after waiting for him to sit down, he boy hesitantly presented something. Teeth this. Kangin looked closely at leaky chip in his hand and said thoughtfully, this ID a new generation upgrade chip, a type of Mage chip. Where did you get this? Once confirmed, Hazu clenched his hands resting on his thighs. He slowly recounted. A mage from a B Luxi Tower Eki Academy gave 8 to me. There are Beakley Sea Tower mages infiltrating Obelix Academy. I hope you can help me deal with them. Their conversation lasted until Iki Moon had risen high. Hazu stood formally in front of a white car. He leaned his head through window and smiled as he reminded, get inside safely. Take care. Shua Anlai glanced, VE and replied, yeah, we'll see each other again soon. He silently watched car slide away. A little while later, in Daiki quiet hallway. Upon returning to his room, after bathing and changing clothes, Hazu comfortably lay down on his soft bed. Recalling what had happened today, he told himself happily, I finally met Lee Person. I didn't expect Kangin to be researching elemental manalai. Hazu put his arms behind his head, secretly overjoyed. Then to that, I can keep Lai's secret from my father while still crafting like item. Suddenly, Sahyukate's stern face appeared along Quoot scolding words, Hazu, that boy I can't let him be. He recalled an analysis originally. He had Unlai intended to offer 3% of Beggarate mining shares, but now he could keep them. Fantastic. Thinking thus, Hazu's eyes gradually closed, if everything goes smoothly. On the other side of Lee Abyss, Kangin remained skeptical after receiving leaky flood of information. It was indeed hard to believe, especially hearing how impenetrable Obelisk Academy's security walls were. He suddenly recalled the image of Laiki towering Belig Sea Spire and muttered, who would have thou a like mage could infiltrate this far? Returning to conversation from earlier that afternoon, Kangin held up Lee Chip and said, Q&N like piece of evidence we have ID'd this chip. To which Hazu, looking somewhat impatient, asked, ID that difficult? Instead of answering, he merely offered a cryptic smile. Then, quit a confident expression, Hazu declared, we at BB Lu Tower never act based solely on a studentate's suspicions flimsy clues, but oh well, let it take a risk and see what happens. Hazu glided through bustling crowd while talking on Iki phone, Leaky Voy on Leak other and asked, have you arrived, Hazu? To which he replied, I will rely on you to implement Iki plan. Hazut back, looking every bit lia high, Paui executive quid an arar of authority, stepped directly into elevator as LED Voy on a phone sounded reassuring. I trust you. He promised IT's person on Nike other end, adding that he would be in touch later. Following that, Hazu entered a luxurious restaurant where he had meticulously made arrangements for his siblings. He bowed respectfully and said, I have returned. Before Hazu stood Li Pi young lady and young master of Li Ki Sin family. They were patiently waiting for him to give them fo dinner, and Hazu spoke respectfully. Greetings, siblings. Minji, young lady of Like Sin family, Kuda radiant smile was waiting to welcome her beloved younger brother after his long absence. Oh my goodness, it has been so long since I last saw Du, Hazu. She rushed her V to her brother, and Hazu did not spare any praise for her. Long time no see, Dio looked just iki same as before. Hearing Hazu compliment, Minji felt even more proud and asked teasingly, are you flattering me? Hazu's smooth tongue poured honey into her ears without a hint of awkwardness. Of course I am. Minji appeared very happy and affectionately ruffled her brother ate hair. Hazu, you've really grown up, haven't you? Soon you'll even be taller than Jin Hike. Hearing his sister hit a sore spot, Li Ki's second young master of Sin family, Jin Hyuk, hurriedly stepped in to defuse a peace situation. Minji, don't talk about things like that. He patted his youngest brother on the shoulder. Welcome back, Hazu. Honestly, I can't say I'm entirely happy, but regardless, I welcome Du back. He gave a forced smile and replied, "What, then do you?" But internally, he whispered to himself, "My brother I deep as blunt as ever." Minji frowned, slightly annoyed. "Brother, why do you always say such unnecessary things?" Jin Hyuk asked hesitantly, "Did I say something wrong?" Hazu stood for a long time before turning his gaze toward Lai others. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to say, "Long time no see." He glanced toward Li Ki, two unpleasant-looking faces sitting in Li Pi corner of Li table. Brother Gihan, sister Xia. Li, second young master of Li Ki's sign family, Jihan, finally spoke up. "Do you are no longer as chubby as a child. Instead, do you've become a mature man." Li, eldest daughter of Li Xin family, Xia reunited with her youngest brother after so many days, still wore that sour expression. "Youngest brother, long time no see." Despite facing their attitude, Hazu maintained a polite smile. They were just smiling perfunctorily, but it was clear they wanted to swallow him whole. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, Li culprits are them." Gihan gave a fake smile, held up a glass of amber-colored wine, and said, "Sit down and eat so we can catch up. I am still curious why our youngest brother summoned us here." He looked at Hazu with a sideways glance. "See, nothing special." He politely responded to EP other eight sarcasm quite naturally. "I just wanted to see everyone after such a long time, so I arranged this gathering." Sia became irritable immediately. "What? Do you called us all here just for such a trivial matter?" He wasn't one to be pushed around, so he hinted, "Even if I didn't do 8, brother Gi-Hano sister Sia would have done 8 anyway. Right?" That single sentence was enough to make her furious immediately. Blood rushed to her head, and she slammed the table and shouted violently, "I can't stand this brat." Sia pointed directly at Hazu's hate face and scolded, "Alright, say it all. What ID your plan, kid?" Hazu, emboldened, put on an innocent face and asked again what he plan was, which infuriated her to bite point of exploding, making her shout loudly that he shouldn't pretend to be foolish anymore and to just say whether he would participate in Lai P struggle fu YP hair 8 position or not. Hazu, itching to speak, immediately made a few teasing remarks, asking if she would believe him if he said he had absolutely no interest. Upon hearing this, Sihate blood rushed to her head, and she sarcastically retorted, "Who would believe someone like you?" Before adding, "So what am I even asking for?" She flew into a rage, growling that this kid was truly an unbearable nuisance. Gihan, sitting nearby, gently intervened, saying, "Sia, don't talk like that. Quit sensitive issues like these mere words accomplish nothing, they must be proven quit concrete actions." He put on a facade of fake concern to probe, telling Hazu, "I heard Du just acquired a very impressive spell, that Ma-Di transformation. Are you planning to share quad our extended family?" He was startled when he felt thoroughly scrutinized by him. Hazu carefully analyzed his opponent's hidden motive, finding it amusing as sharing Yevi XXN Ma-Di would be tantamount to declaring his withdrawal. He looked at Siha, who was enthusiastically praising Gihan's competence, and mused, "This ID truly a trick." Hazu jumped up, intending to speak in rebuttal. He immediately put on a pitiful face and called to those cunning old foxes, saying, "Brother, sister, this VXX Medici ID Mayan Lai hope fo survival." Hazu's eyes welled up, delivering an excellent performance, as he declared that fu someone without wizarding talent lie him, this was his last chance to survive, that he absolutely couldn't share 8, and that this matter had nothing to do quid p struggle fu hui ki hair 8 position. Minji, seeing her younger brother 8 teary eyes, immediately softened and told him, "Alright, you don't need to say anymore, since Tate your youngest brother 8, unlike hope." Even Siha and Jin Hyuk had to concede defeat in the key face of this brother and sister 8 clumsy act. Minji pulled a handkerchief to wipe Hazu 8 crocodile tears, while he whispered his than to her foe being so understanding. Witnessing this scene, he was speechless and hastily interjected to break late humorous atmosphere, saying, "Let put this meaningless struggle aside fu now. Why don't we all relax and shade a bit?" She turned sharply to start a private conversation with him, saying that she wanted to hear Hazu share many more things. Not even Lai delicious cake on light table garnered anyone attention. Sihei and Gian separated from Li crowd to talk privately. Meanwhile, Hazu and Lapi other two continued to laugh and chat happily as if no conflict had ever occurred. Time passed slowly, and that was how Iki young ladies and gentlemen of the Iki prestigious family concluded their meal in an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, he looked around for a while, then told himself he should withdraw. Just then, someone at phone announced an emergency message. Everyone panicked and jumped to their feet. They couldn't lie stare at each other 8 faces. Fun of worry. Minji frantically asked, "What ain't happening?" Jinhyuk also exclaimed in SSS,
"This really ID an emergency message!"
Sia held her phone, beads of sweat breaking all, unable to believe reality unfolding right now, especially at such a sensitive moment. Eldest young master, Jihan, bit his lip tightly as he read the emergency message on his phone screen. His face was ashen as his eyes were glued to YP screen, not moving an inch. Like message announced urgent breaking news: an Obelisk Academy employee identified as a criminal wizard linked to Biloxi Tower, specifically Lang Smi, Lipi's second son of Lai Si Miti family in France, had been apprehended by Jiang Shua, a Lao Viki 6 wizard and secretary at Li Bi Lu Tower. All eyes turned to Gi Han, who was sitting nonchalantly at Li Ki of Iki table, as if unaware of anything. Hazu smirked triumphantly, thinking there was no way he was escaping this time. He recalled Liki Tut-teeth's expression on his face when his calculating true colors were exposed. Then, looking directly at Li Ki's face trying to feastly innocent, Hazu taunted, "Gi Han, that ain't dew, isn't heat." Night fell, covering everything, and Li Ki bright moonlight shone brilliantly in Iki pitch Bilisi sky. As Hadu wore his headphones, absent-mindedly pondering Ki afternoonite message, a saw rang all, interrupting his thoughts. Hadu's guess was correct, his eyes were glued to Iki urgent announcement. At 1:31 p.m. tonight, Alel Vhi 6 sorcerer and his assistant from Lebi Lu Tower apprehended Lang Si Meet Fu suspicious activities in like Oberlitz Academy Logistics V How. He ID accused of tampering quote items intended Fubi survival exam. Had Swan not coincidentally dropped by disaster on Friday would have been unforeseeable. Like South Korean government and international sorcerer associations have collectively declared that they will not tolerate infiltration from Li Biloxi Tower. Hadu suddenly stopped, realizing something wasn't right. Kang Yin, sitting nearby, quickly asked, "How are you so certain that old man Scheme Heat will make his move at Li Ki training equipment V How?" Hadu calmly replied, "I am just making a reasonable assessment based on the intelligence data I have." He had recounted he's seen of old man Ski Mit sneaking into Bilisi Tower. In Li Ki image of Ike sinister old man appeared in his mind, making his infiltration of Lai Academy and causing trouble right here entirely possible. Each piece of evidence Hadu presented was extremely convincing, especially recalling when EP old man used mind manipulation on him. Combined with this week 8 study schedule, key time he would make his move was definitely. His voice was as sharp as that of a famous YT as he asserted, "Cheat Friday, ET day of Heek survival exam." Hadu reasoning became increasingly logical. If Leek old man intended to sabotage the exam, he would have to interfere quick key training equipment, and Lee equipment inspection usually takes place afternoon before he exam. Therefore, YP most ideal time to make a move without being detected was. He recounted how Swa unexpectedly encountered old man's meat. Hadu concluded, "Tonight, this Thursday night." He narrated ET investigation Prex XT from when Spemit first appeared to when he called on allies to expose mastermind. Then to Waiki Lu Tower monitoring via How and mobilizing everyone to track down Li puppet master from Liki BC Tower. Leaky results were as expected. Hadu concluded definitively, "We have apprehended Professor Skina B. Deluxe Tower spy embedded in Obelix Academy." Recalling his furtive demeanor when he left, he mused to himself, "G. Hanik connection to DBLEC Tower might be more significant than it appears." Li's plan was perfect down to every detail. He gathered enough information without revealing himself. Hadu gloated, "This time, I did an outstanding job." He pondered thoughtfully. On Li's relationship between Gihan and Professor Team it still lacked solid evidence, but at this rate, he would expose it sooner or later. Kangin sat grandly on key chair and said chivalrously, "Hazu, I intended to help do this time, but in EN, I became Li beneficiary. Li Ki B Lu Tower 8 reputation has soared than to this incident." Hazu smiled kindly, "I will definitely repay this kindness, rest assured." While he was still babbling, he received a call from his bet. Hazu replied, "I lie your honesty. All right, I'll put an end to everything right now." He took a his headphones and politely said, "Yeah, then do you, in peak lie be careful." Suddenly Hazu was ambushed. Startled, he turned around, and before him was a blurry figure furiously screaming his name. "Hazu! Eat ate Hazu again!" He turned out to be Key Madman Siik, clutching his own chest. He shrieked, Do miserable failure!" Oh my god, Sehyuk and Hazu were both pale, sweat pouring to pee them lie a river. This madman kept unleashing Madich frantically, swinging it toward him. Hazu couldn't react in time, everything was happening too quickly. Then, quick as a felot, he activated his own flow of Madich. He controlled Dai-Ki surge of Madich, swirling 8 in front of him to increase its power and turning 8 into water. Hazu grit his teeth. YT's situation was so difficult that he could lie worry. Chait too strong, Whack water unn't be able to withstand this. Hazu immediately used his right hand to restrain his impulsive left arm, then gave a mental command to adjust to Gi water. He dodged Leak attack in a panic, having accidentally caused Li Ki flow of Madich water to turn back and attack himself. Hazu eat Madich exploded, shaking heaven and earth. He was also sent flying backward. Hazu stared at his burning hand. As expected, he couldn't dodge everything. Sehyuk was also thrown several meters back, but he was unscathed. He truly showed Loki difference in power between us. Li Madman drooled and growled, "Lie a wild beast, just keep crawling, even if you are nothing but useless trash, face reality." Hazu slumped down in a corner by a utility pole, staring at Sehyuk. He realized something was off about this madman. Wait, there was something very strange. His eyes were bloodshot. He stuck all his tongue like a bloodthirsty beast. Hazu analyzed his opponent at every movement. His face was flushing red. This reaction was definitely caused by a stimulant. He analyzed every drawback of Li drug. Its properties involved breaking the Pimana circle, rupturing blood vessels, and turning like user into a ferocious, bloodthirsty warrior, but more importantly, user would fight until death. Hazu screamed in fear, "Are you crazy?" As Sihik quit Ike speed of I Prince of Wind, charged Lion Arrow. "Me crazy? No, I'm perfectly fine." He struggled to stand and cast a spell Red Mana, La VE3 Mod each circle, Fire Strike. In that life and death moment, Hazu's arms were gripped tightly by him. He cried out in fear, "D lunatic." Drool dripped from his mouth as he repeatedly dismissed Hazu 8 words. "I told you, I'm normal. In fact, I've only just become normal." Sihyuk laughed loudly, his voice full of defiance. "You're about to die." Then he ruthlessly overwhelmed him. Quitindidi Che Fire Strike. A thick cloud of dust and smoke rose from Lee Ki Park, where they were standing. Sihyuk gloated as he looked down at the defeated Hazu. "Look at this bastard." He clutched his face in pain as like the other spoke in a threatening voice. "Are you still alive?" Sihyuk clutched his face and screamed.
Do you blocked my Madich twice?
He cursed at Hazu, who was sprawled on knee ground. "Trash lie do."
Deal! Dare deal!
Suddenly Sihyuk howled frantically, just like a puppy that had just escaped its cage. Then he switched up faster than an X. Lover turns their back, letting all a breath as if he were Phi. Hazu struggled to sit up, thinking to himself that this guy's temperament was indeed volatile, clearly Li heir to Wiki Ancient's power. His gaze was fixed on Eek One standing in front of him, but Lipi illogical detail here was, Hazu recalled that backfiring flow of Madich earlier, that mana. No matter how many energy potions he chugged, he couldn't possibly be this dominant. Could it be? Hazu hesitantly channeled his Madich, unsure whether he should try to verify Iki truth or not. He hunched to Wilai ADM by, then taunted, "Where are you looking, you little brat?" He immediately unleashed a technique, a powerful orb of wind. He stood dazed watching Leaky Pigeon-shaped massive mana rush toward him, his mouth continuously spouting profanities at Iki brat. After venting his anger, Sahik immediately retaliated. "Quote fire Madich is scolding, dare use such cheap Madich." Hazu calmly said that he should have used it a bit more carefully. He quickly down to restrain his legs, taking I chance to throw in a few jabs, unlie to unexpectedly and up in this desperate situation. Sahik, hit by Iki sneak attack, could lie hover high in leaky air in a panic. It was already right under his feet. Hazu calmly created a flow of spiritual energy, airstrike move. He was scared all of his wits by lie from this who rob. He was as tense as a wire, telling himself that Li P strike had connected. Sahik suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of fire Madich to overpower him, shouting "fire gun" as a key distance was too low. Hazu could unlie stare quid eyes wide u bon etch. Sahik continued to roar aggressively,
Just die already!
Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Hazu quickly analyzed that Li P fire gun was strong, but its range was an enlie a bit UV 7 meters. He could escape by running. He looked up at his opponent sneering in leaky air, unable to believe his eyes. What was going on? He frantically fired attacks in all directions, but not a single one hit him. Hazu was on high alert, thinking, do hate me so much that do had to use a chip in. Sahik flatly denied his dirty scheme, inly forcing a laugh to Kovi heat up. "What Lee hell idea chip? In that do you're talking such nonsense?" Hazu nonchalantly replied that it was nenli natural he wouldn't remember. Hearing that, he shamelessly blurted, "Up chip on the back of my neck I deet clear as day, yet do you say I'd use it on a useless person lie do? If you're going to keep talking nonsense, just find a place to eat yourself." Hazu easily dodged every strike of Madichi and then exposed Li chip in Ifeifi, which enhances Li body, increases Madichi structure, and expands spell range. His move having been seen through, Sahuk could unlie scream, "So what if I did, do you bastard?" Hazu calmly explained, "Chait ridiculous, but I'm actually delving into IP structural deformation of Madiich circles and mana, as well as conversion of magical energy. Than to that, I have become unusually sensitive to every change in Madiich power caused by amplification or detonation of Madiich circles." He thought to himself. He wasn't sure if ET was a blessing or a curse, but he had already dipped his hands into using ST pit chips and stimulants. He shouted in fury, "What kind of nonsense are you babbling, you wretched brat?" Finally, Hazu delivered leaky decisive blow. "I don't need your gratitude, cleaning up this mess was just a matter of time." Resonance. Hazu leisurely analyzed Fu his opponent to understand. Anyone who touches this threshold will far exceed their own normal limits. However, for many days, my mind has remained caught in a loop while pondering Iki Idrek's tome. That gave him a terrible headache. Why trouble a unique penalty, as this punishment would stack when combining different Mage circles, placing immense pressure on both body and mind. A stance that was both powerful and mysterious made Hazu even more awe-inspiring. Price of Ike penalty was time. If one reaches Ike second, tier Mage circle and activates resonance, Eid Unli lasts fo a mere 3 minutes. Fo we 12 hours that follow, Limana circle ID completely paralyzed, so I must think very carefully before recklessly using Eat. Sehik saw Hazu standing still lie a statue and mocked, "Do you idiot? Are you so scared that you've been struck dumb?" He closed his eyes tight and whispered to himself, "Resonance time ID in lie 3 minutes, exactly 3 minutes." Just then, Waiki true power exploded. Hazu's eyes glowed brightly, quit 2 swirling magical currents behind him, and he smirked, saying, "This IDP enough, earthquake." Hazut stomp cracked I ground BB, Waki aftershocks shook leaky area incessantly. He was struck by an attack that pierced his thigh, and he screamed in terror. Sayok looked at Lipi scene and SC drool running down his chin. This Idik third tier Madiche, how could a lowly person lie do possibly cast it? Seeing his opponent start to tremble, Hazu taunted, "So what if I can use ET?" Losing Tron, he poured his rage on him, quote frenzied magical attacks and profanities.
I am begging do you bastard!
Hazu created a shimmering butterfly and bluntly provoked him. "I still think this your healing ability isn't even worth mentioning, let alone your Madich, he'd ain't truly ridiculous." Then he bowed his head and recited incantation, Water Shield. Instantly, he turned into a sturdy defensive layer blocking a P attack from him. Sehyuk flew into a rage and screamed, "Damn Eat, you couldn't be Elpasi Eat a moment ago, are you using Eat again? Burn to ash!" Hazu was gradually proving he was no amateur, as he created a whirlwind and a seal to swallow all key flames of his attack. Sehyuk had not expected Hazu to be this formidable, and he panicked in utter terror. He controlled Limadich to fly around and ordered, "Understand before do you speak? If it were me after seeing Leak Earthquake, I would have known immediately that this water shield was different from Li P old one. Your Madich can't even touch a single hair on my head anymore." Suddenly, his face darkened, his clothes had been torn to shreds by Hazu, and he trembled while trying to stand firm, wanting to utter one quiss, "Hazu." Lie a wild beast starved fu an eternity. Sehyuk charged to attack, drool pouring all regardless of everything. He rushed straight in to unleash a move. "Now I understand eat all." Lee reason do got stronger IDK because do use stimulants, right? Do act so talented just because of that? Do you softly say your goodbyes? Everything has come to an end. From where Hazu stands, a magical vortex appears. "I don't feel pity fo do, as everything IDP of your own doing." Hazu dances to Waiki music lie a man fun of vitality, and that music spreads, reaching Sehyuk a vacant and desolate place. In sheer panic, he wonders what on earth this IDD. Do frown, thinking that if Do had hesitated when Do wanted to give you me, then things would not have turned all this way. Hazu 8 face IDE now covered in seat trend magical currents. Sehyuk screams,
Come on, stop hiding! Hazu, stop hiding! To get me right here, Hazu!
Do cast a spell. This Madich ID so intense that their ID no escape. Hazu does not give his opponent a chance to resist. He ID immediately bound by magical chains, truly an inescapable binding spell. Even IP thin legs of an addict lie Sehyuk cannot escape these chains. Hazu delivers Ikifiandel verdict, preparing to send this person to week after life. She tate too late. We in Lee mercy I have fo do ID key to let Do go in peace. He screams, "See top spouting nonsense, eat not ve yet, if Do hadn't appeared my life would have." Hazu remains calm, advising him, Do you really think your life would have changed? I don't think so. At that point, Do wouldn't lie blame others. This guy, controlled by a key chip on him, can Enli scream in chaos? Where are Do? Where are Do bastard? Hazu glances behind him and asks, by way, do know why people don't use A illegally, besides wise side effects on a key body? Lie man ID caught a P guard and screams, what are Do talking about? Hazu keeps a clear head. Immediately, he uses Ma DH to suppress key chip on I key back of Sehyuk neck, causing him to scream in pain. Hazu pulls his hand away, quote amusement and mocks. I just transmitted energy into we frequency of that chip, how I eat. Even quote can tren I fake, it still hurts lie hell, doesn't it? He IDT in so much pain that he has no tears left to shed, forced to beg, see tup et. Hazu feels delighted to see this madman lose fiend tren. Even a lie touch from Du ID enough to make your opponent lean forward. His AN body pushed beyond their limits, capable of collapsing at any moment from just a lie touch. Then Hazu widens his eyes and says his finite words, finally, I will than Diu. Hazu looks down at Sehyuk quote contempt. Because of your insane actions. Oh, did everyone think they would get something from that gas stove? Hazu 8 words are lie a knife to lie heart, peace scale this time cannot compare to before 30% of Kima Deech stone mining rights, no maybe even 40%. He, having just been struck by that agonizing ecstasy and maddened by key mocking words, says, Diu. Hazu gleefully watches Sahikate physical torment, goodbye Sahik, then Dufu being so generous. Diu suppressed like Ma Di Chao on lighty chip behind his neck. This causes Sehyuk agonizing pain. Hazut magical weapons pierce into his body, wiping him a peak world marape. In the blink of an eye, Diu have effortlessly taken down this madman. Then Hazu picks up his phone from Lipi ground. As soon as he saw his father 8 name on Leap's screen, Leaky boy answered Leaky phone in a Fichi lot. Hazu excitedly greeted him, Hi dad, eat 8 Hazu. But in Hikon Lee other and sounded clearly worried for his son, Why'd I am listening? Why are you calling so late at night? Light boy's voice suddenly deepened. I am fully aware of everything that ate happened. Hiding behind a dense thicket, a wax figure held their breath while eavesdropping on Niki's entire conversation. Even though it was late at night, it was skish trend that such a major incident had occurred at Lee Key dormitory without a single student or police officer in sight. Hazu kept talking to his father naturally, completely forgetting to be vigilant, assuming Lee's students had already been completely evacuated. In-hyuk warned his son not to jump to like conclusion that it was his father just because he had likey ability to be LPC likey police, but likey boy calmly replied, plenty of people in Lee Key world can STP police, but in Lee do have enough patience to watch until Key very end. Anyone else would have jumped in to interfere or stabbed me in like he back long ago. Hazu tactfully reminded his father about his 2 older siblings, noting that because of guardianship issues, they couldn't keen tran him either. In-hyuk finally had to nod in agreement, You're absolutely right. To which Ike boy added, that ain't foamy. While speaking, Hazu suddenly froze because he discovered a stranger hiding in Lee bushes in Lee P distance. He saw of someone 8 footsteps suddenly rang out menacingly. A guy wearing a demon mask and clad in Hevi armor stood there, sneering. Like boy knew fun well that this guy had no good intentions. Do you have to send a high-end car to pick me up right now? Masked maned henchman slowly approached Heek, who was lying unconscious, to Chi-He's situation. Hyuk on a key other end was confused and pressed him. Do you know perfectly well that I am monitoring every move? Why are you still being stubborn and refusing to let me step in and help? Hazu glanced at Leaky enemy and announced loudly, I want to SSS a display of LVK 3 Madi each. He didn't believe in Leaky's slightest light strength his son had just demonstrated. How could you reach that LVE so quickly? Does this mean you've been hiding life fact that you could use LVE 3 Madi each? Hazu kept a straight face despite Lee questioning, that ain't right? He thought to himself, of course I'm bluffing. In reality, it ain't just a resonance I fake from a LLVE2 mage. Despite his self-assurance, Hazu was still modest when comparing himself to C. I and that cunning G, and thinking, I am not strong enough yet if people find I can use LVK3 Madi Chi. He winked meaningfully, Yeet will be hard to anticipate interference from Leaky other. At this moment, Si Ahivaneg was actively using Sao, insulating Ma Diichi and illusions to seek rut a protective barrier all around. Hyuk had to admit like key talent of his arrogant son. Very well, not bad at all. I will send a car to pick you up, go mem and get some rest tonight. As soon as he finished his sentence, he hung up quite a sharp klaich. Hazu replied, What, then do you father? I'll see do when I get there. Hyuk suddenly wore a meaningful smile. Then he let out a hearty laugh. I don't know what you've been doing all year, but your confidence ID's truly rare. Hazu greeted him warmly. Tate been a long time, siahai njig. Each other person slowly took pug eerie mask. Revealed from behind like mask was a rugged face ready for battle. And siahai bowed respectfully. It has been a long time, young master Hazu.
Peak lie, allow me.
He stood up and gently cast healing Ma Diich on him. Your injuries don't look lie at all, sir. Ahivenji carefully placed his hand on the injured area. I am in lie providing basic first aid. Leave Iki rest to Lee family private doctor. And Hazu replied shyly, White, than do very much. Lay boy walked toward Lai car and said nonchalantly, Then I'll leave Lai P rest to Dio to handle. Ahiveng Yu received Ive's secret order and quickly put on her mask, swearing to keep this secret at all costs. Night fell, quite a few shimmering stars dotting Lee's sky. Leek in Hyuk family mansion loomed dimly in Lee darkness, causing Gihan to curse in frustration. He walked heavily toward He desk, wondering why everything had turned so badly. Gihan stood frozen when he saw Tiki's perched nonchalantly on Ekx Fa, greeting him as if everything had gone smoothly. He thought he would be waiting forever, but Tikis casually complimented chariot comfort, making Han suspiciously ask if he was from Lukbalihi Tower. Tikis bowed his head, cooed a mysterious smile and told him not to worry. mocking him for being so unlucky as to have Dai Lu Tower ruin everything and get him caught before he could do anything. Being hit where it hurt, Gihan flushed Kut anger and shouted, asking if he could really laugh at a time like this, since he had once boasted that he never failed. He growled, asking what kind of Jim Lee other man was trying to fee lie now. Tikis laughed carelessly and apologized for his habit of laughing, promising to refund fee and clean up Lee mess since Lee Messine had failed anyway. He approached as if doing a favor, assuring him that since he was a Veep, he shouldn't worry about old man SP Mateate identity being revealed. ET was unclear on what grounds Tikis asserted so firmly that EP old man wouldn't survive Lee P day. Gihan brushed Lee's subject of S met aside, as Goki Mant life was not his concern. He asked how Tikis intended to handle that brat Sahiak, who had used a chip and a berserker to ship UC at Hazu. Tikis replied coldly that he could rest easy because Iki Kid was already brain dead. Hearing this, a stunned Gihan asked him to clarify what he meant by brain dead. Tikis recounted Lee's scene where Sahyuk attacked frantically and unconsciously, noting that his unlitigate seemed to be Hazu. He gloated EUVY ruined state of leaky madman Sahyuk, who was gasping faux air due to YP side effects. Gihan broke into a cold sweat and pushed Lee youngest member of Likey family aside to press him fu information on Hazuate condition. Tikis said that he was injured but had already left, which made Gihan snap, asking if he was joking. Tikis just shrugged and said he was on lie reporting what he had seen with his own eyes. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that Hazu could defeat someone using both a chip and a berserker. Tikis burst a laughing, admitting that was true but not entirely accurate. When Sahyuk made his move, it was unclear if he was protecting or monitoring Hazu. But Seo Kian was there, having promptly set up saw-proofing Madich and a barrier. His reaction time was truly fast. I couldn't follow the entire match, but it seemed quite in TP rate 10. Gihan wondered if it was Shadow Guard, and pondered when Geo Kian had started keeping an eye on Hazu. Tikis couldn't say for sure because he had N-Lai seen Zio Kian. Everything happened right after Hazu parted ways with Ki VP, so I don't know wiki fun story either. Gihan frowned, thinking about Zio, Ki head of Ki Shadow Guard who unlike took orders from his father. Why would he appear there? He lowered his head vigilantly, telling himself that if Ki Shadow Guard was involved, he needed to be more careful and steer clear of Hazu fo Gi time being. Gihan regained his composure and asked Turkish about Lipi chip that Hazu was holding, but Turkish adamantly refused to answer, telling Gihan not to concern himself with ET. Regarding Lipi chip I gave Hazu, ET has been installed with Makli ID capable of self-destruction, and will soon vanish into thin air. Turkish piqued Gihanic curiosity by asking if he had any further questions, but maintaining some self-respect, he just left hanging Kuda. No. After White conversation ended, Turkish quickly took his leave saying, I beg your permission to go handle Iglang Suphi meet matter. He darted down to IT family headquarters lie a mysterious shadow saying, excuse me everyone, I'll be heading on now. Gian stood watching that figure gradually disappear, leaving Unlai silence behind. Stepping into UB room, he began to plan in detail. He had to ensure CO Kahaivinju could not trace any evidence, and he would erase everything that could serve as proof, as infiltrating Key Family Kate's security system was as easy as pie for him. While flying down, Turkish urged himself on, thinking, I must hurry. A few days later, like magnificent Li Inn where Hazu lived suddenly shimmered under White Monen Lai. Inside Ok room, he closed his Gret book decisively. He then stretched, showing signs of fatigue. Hazu suddenly recalled Dip scene at Lapi station when he saw Skimit wrething on AP floor. His mouth was still foaming, as Ebi Luma Deej Tower Master reported today. After some reflection, Hazu thought to himself, Langs Met suddenly clutched his stomach, writhed in pain and died while being transported. Hazu frowned. He had expected so much, but he did not think things would end so helplessly. There was nothing more to say, and Siu Kiate NG had also already handled Sa Hyo case. A notification chime suddenly rang interrupting his train of thought. Hazu picked up his phone. It was a message from Hyo to his beloved son. What negotiations quit big guy are complete. In exchange for their silence on this matter, we have obtained 43% of Kimadiichi stone mining rights. You did well. Then to this, we unn't lack funding for our overseas projects. If do you want anything, think carefully about it. He was smug. His father had sent everything at once, so he must have been very satisfied. Hazu was proud of himself, thinking, alright, at least I'm happy that everything worked all well. He shifted his attention to other matters, wondering, now, what Idiki left? Immediately, Hazu switched to reading news about Archmage 8 tournament, a peak competition for Tep mages that was set to take place in 53 days. Academy Olympiad was buzzing across the key world, as it was a prestigious event gathering most excellent students from Madich academies globally this year. Leipi fierce competition was about to begin. After reading, Hazu looked up with a smug smirk, thinking, "Alvsing Lai thing left now I'd equal Academy Olympiad." Suddenly, a wave of Madich enveloped him, leaving its owner stunned. Hazu clenched his fist, shattering terrifying wave of Madich and thou, P12-hour resonance penalty has ended. He closed his eyes, trying to stand firm to absorb key magical essence from Dret book, Zerminkin, third circle Madich spell. Afterward, Hazu quietly commanded Blee book to CP recite 2 streams of ice and fire Madich through his body, thinking, "Let 8 turn Li Pate and take La Tate." Li Dret book emitted a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Hazu was blinded by that surge of spiritual energy and cried awe in panic. He suddenly appeared in a monochromatic white space, wondering, "What ID key this? What ID this world? ID this perhaps another world inside key book?" Hazu jumped in SC and spun around abruptly when he realized someone was looming behind him. Beta wore a sleek Lubi Lasik outfit and greeted him with a deep, warm voice, welcoming him to Lai Ki's second exam. She smiled brightly and introduced herself as Beta, the person who would be grading this exam directly. Hazu hesitated, wondering to himself if Li's second challenge would be as bizarre as B's last one. He stared wide-eyed at Beta, who was nonchalantly hovering in mid-air. Deep down, he silently hoped that perhaps this time he would be able to craft perfect elemental manalai stones just like before. She began explaining Li's exam format, emphasizing that Li's successor would need to demonstrate Li's ability to manipulate Madich circles at will. Beta's vacant gaze locked onto Hazu. She promised to provide details when Li's exam started, noting that if he passed, he would unlock LVK 3 Madich circle knowledge from pages 32 to 81. Hearing the difficulty of this challenge, his soul almost left his body. This was truly insane. Fortunately, Hazu's habit of self-delusion helped him regain his composure. He had expected Enlai a dozen more pages, but nearly 50 pages was Phi 2. Although a bit nervous, he thought LVE3 must be much more impressive than mere alignment or resonance, leaving Hazu feeling both eager to try and deeply worried. A clear, pure wave of spiritual energy radiated from Beta, and she softly declared that Ike exam officially began now. She vanished into thin air in an instant, leaving him unable to recover his senses in time. A familiar voice echoed from Li Void, "My disciple, I will now announce like content of Li's second exam." Hazu hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Master." A Madich circle gradually appeared, and Dai Void continued, "There will be 100 Madich circles appearing one after another. You had better see to activating all of them." He hurriedly reached his hand forward to begin controlling Ki Madich circle. Then to Hazu 8 magical suppression, Viki Madich circle was sent flying 1,000 meters away. But life idt not a dream, Niti Madich circle suddenly emitted massive spiritual energy and transformed, and once it merged with other Madich circles, it would trigger automatically. He jumped up in a panic and shouted, "Why does this thing transform so strangely?" Lemadich circle returned to its original shape, and Lucky Voy warned, "Each Madich circle only gives you 3 seconds to activate it, a miss IDP as get as a mile, so be careful." Hazu lowered his head, feeling triumphant. He thought this was just a matter of memorization. Guessing his intentions, Voy added a reminder that Iki order would change each time, so he shouldn't think about rote memorization. Hazu immediately extinguished that knave thaw, realizing it wouldn't be that easy. He shut his eyes tight and resolved, "Fei." Then he immediately waved his hand to Fiend Trend Madich circle, his eyes full of intensity. "Let's see what happens." Li Si's sky was clear, and Genun sunlight poured like honey through every roof of place where he lived. Leek neighborhood where Hazu lived was usually unusually quiet, yet his house alone was as noisy as a marketplace. Li Y Dread book lay abandoned, tossed aside by Hazu on table. After spending like whole session struggling to cast my DH, his body felt as exhausted as if he had just come back from plowing a field. Hazu helplessly rested his hands on his desk. He had worked hard for 8 hours, but Enlai managed to activate 10 of them. He reached and grabbed Lai Y Dread book. Well, there was some progress, but relying on such tricks would make success difficult, so he surely needed to find other clues. Hazu suddenly forgot about his unfinished Tate, becoming immersed in the book. He twirled his pen in his hand, looking as if he were racking his brain. His masterate voice suddenly rang awe. Books I write aren't just by Yidrej. If you're stuck, just find and repeat my other books. They are guaranteed to be useful." Hazu exclaimed, "Oh, so Yidrej books aren't Enlai ones. Well, surely there will be times when one has to fumble around for other books, but their names and locations remain a mystery." Li Deep B Lucikai dotted quit drifting clouds and blending into high-rise architecture, created a vibrant urban scene. Hazu abandoned his studies and rushed to a convenience store, needing to go outside to get some fresh air. Suddenly bumping into Adela, Ike too froze on the spot, ignoring light clerk 8 invitation to pay. Hazu was dazed, and Adela also stared at him with wide eyes. "Hazu." After finishing their set ping, Likey two friends found a spot on Leaky curb to shade and catch up. He smiled slyly and asked, "We've been seeing each other a lot lately, haven't we?" Hazu looked at Adela 8 walk circles and teased, "Do you look like you've been up all night?" She quickly retorted, "Dear one to talk." Adela skillfully steered IE conversation elsewhere, recommending a book. "I am reading this thesis and eat very get, would do lie to try eat." She mentioned lie title Hypothesis of Spatial Teleportation. Medichev Hazu pointed to a book and teased, "This one. It looks like a classified document." Adela's 8 eyes lit up, and she pleaded quit her friend, "I know, but you should just try reading ET." Hazu followed his friend's advice and picked up Lee book. His face darkened as he struggled to digest every quiz, while Adela nonchalantly sipped her milk. Hazu looked into his bag of milk and discovered one carton was missing. Before long, Hazu finished reading and smiled as he returned Leaky book to Adela. "Heed a geet book is an ET." She nodded in agreement. They both said in unison, "But ET 8 missing why conclusion." Hazu suddenly froze. He stared at Leaky author 8 name. "This thesis ID key based on ebooks of Belbietner, analyzed by myself." Hazu's expression changed abruptly, leaving Adela sitting next to him bewildered. "Belbietner." Then he muttered as he read line by line, exclaiming, "I knew hate. Lupi's structure of this one ID'd a bit different, but..." Hazu brought up details between Lighty 2 books to compare them. Eat still carried faint traces of Bietner 8 style, quite many similarities to his basic theories, though Eat was a bit superficial and outdated, but Hazu asked unexpectedly, catching her the P-guard, Adela, who IDE author of this book. She hesitated slightly before answering, "Go Sung Jun." He immediately dashed XMM and rushed to his computer to find all more. Hazu pondered deeply about Lee, mysterious author, Go Sung Jun, an independent mage of unknown age or gender. Key and Enlai work he left behind ID what Hazu just read. Perhaps he encountered fierce opposition afterward and then vanished without a trace. "I truly cannot believe I and Lai found such a small amount of information about him. Could an ordinary student really in Lai dig up this much?" Hazu picked up Lee's phone, silently praying. Wog's person on each other and answered, and he greeted them, "Shgalars calling Lucky B Luma Diichi Tower." Hazu muttered to himself, "I am certainly not just an ordinary person." Loba Luma Diich Tower stood tall and imposing, like a giant Bialpasi of ice tearing through white sky. Kangin frowned, his hands trembling as he reached phone vibrating on the desk. His voice rang all. "This Idiki Hazu, do just got some rest after burying yourself in research all night, yet you're bothering me already." He answered irritably, "What Idiki?" Hazu smirked, "I have something that will be mutually beneficial." Hearing this, Kangin suddenly became wide awake. Hazu said, "Kuda serious face, can you help me find someone?" Lee Sin shifted. The Obelisk Academy appeared solemn under Wikimo Nain Sun. Hazu was present in Lipi training room. He decisively unleashed a magical strike forward. Xu Chen barely had time to managing and Lai to raise his hands in defense. Hazu skillfully controlled like Medich, directing Yeet to fly straight toward his opponent. Xu Chan Knave cried awe before even being hit. "Say Hazu, do you, this ID cheating?" Hazu narrowed his eyes and retorted provocatively, "Cheating? This ID he just a first LVE spell IDK there a problem." Xu Chan, struggling to dodge a few blows, couldn't lie grumble, "Do heartless jerk, where'd AD fairness in that?"
Eat ain't just a first LV spell!
He looked up suddenly to see a stream of Ma De Che flying straight toward his face. At this point, Xu Chan could Enlai grit his teeth and brace Fu impact. Seeing this, Hazu stood quit, his arms crossed, watching gleefully. He watched as Xu Chan struggled to use a makeshift defensive barrier to withstand Lee magical blows. Hazu said smugly, "See, do can sense it all, right?"
Chan panted, "I nearly died."
But he was still determined to fight to white. "Alright. Let 8 have a duel. What do you say?" Hazu responded indifferently, agreed, "But do you think you can beat me in Sikialo quarters combat?" Hearing this, Xu Chan laughed quit excitement, "My time has come." He lunged forward quit like he speed of IE wind, grabbing his opponent 8 collar in like blink of an eye. Haru gently pinned Li Piant opponent to arena floor in Li P blink of an eye. Weak impact was so strong that it made entire floor beneath their feet shake violently. Haru smirked smugly, "How do lie that honey?" Looking at his friend sprawled all lie a frog, he delightedly remarked that this method wasn't bad at all. Haru winked mischievously and made a silly face during Li P fight. Once Gumadich advantage was lut, it was just about between LEVE 2s and 3s, a clever move, indeed. Xu Chen went mad, "Are you praising me or mocking me? Dear so unfair." The 2 of them pulled each other into Leaky locker room, and upon seeing perfect back muscles revealed beneath Leaky's shirt, Xu Chan had to admit that Haru was truly a Manhunter NXT could a cheat LV key amount of manai. His melee skills were beyond debate, but deep down, Chan still felt bitter about this dirty fighting warrior. Haru gloated as he applied a pain relief patch to his opponent's back, teasing that if he didn't eat, he should just go practice more. Chan deflected the conversation by asking about future plans, causing Haru to freeze for a few seconds. What was that? He smiled brightly and said, "Isn't your goal to be OP champion of Lai Academy Olympics?" Haru nearly fell RVE backward. Wait, how did Duo know about that? Chan chuckled, saying, "I know Duo too well, so how could Duo hide heat? No wonder Duo went overboard during Kimana's shield exam earlier." Chan recalled a scene of Haru dodging attacks skillfully. While students usually unlie block 27 shots, he went straight through to 74. He felt proud of his friend and believed that quit this intensity of training, first place was definitely in Lighty bag. Chan gave a playful glare and said that if he wanted to compete quit to Lei's seniors, this was certainly Li's brightest path forward. However, he also hinted that quit his current physical strength, winning Okia Lim Peach trophy seemed a bit difficult. Chan looked triumphant, saying, "Exactly just as I said." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and thou. Furthermore, Li's strongest candidate this year had already reached LVE5, so using LV2 Mage to fight them was Lai throwing eggs against a RPC. Hearing those harsh, realistic words, Haru began to waver because Chan was absolutely right about tournament. Even using resonance to reach LVE3 wouldn't be enough. To stand against those experts, he would need to at least touch IP threshold of LVP4. He became determined to uncover why identity of Dai mysterious book 8 author by finding Go Sung Jun at all costs. Haru quickly said at P following Li Meep that Kangen had just sent. Light Meep laid him to a Sestren place, leaving Haru dumbfounded and wondering, "Where I deek this?" Kangen sat perched on Li Xir nonchalantly, so re to keep Dio waiting, but eat ate my first time spending an entire week just to find someone. Li words he spoke lit a glimmer of hope in Haru's heart. In Ike most important piece of information was location of Go Sang Jun. He was stunned, thinking to himself, "Wet, isn't this Iki old bookstore I always visit?" Haru couldn't help but be suspicious that EP person he had been looking for all this time was right next door to Ike Academy without anyone knowing. He reflected on Leaky pre-excited of pouring and Veek ancient texts. After finding that others' Medici didn't suit him, he had always sought knowledge from old, worn-out books. I am still scratching my head, wondering where Yard 8's secret seat originated. Could he have started here? Following Ike address Kang and sent him, he hurried to Ike bookstore where Sang Jun was staying and greeted him. Baek Hun was busy editing some teach when Hazuate call startled him. He picked a book PPP shelf and approached, while Hazu politely greeted him. "Chait, been a long time, are du still doing well?" Baek Hun replied calmly, "Of course I am, I heard du can use ma dicha now," and showered him cute compliments, adding that he looked quite sturdy. He smiled brightly and said, "Etid ki all than to dio." Baek Hun replied modestly, "I deserve no credit, I inly sold du li p books." But Hazu sincerely thanked him, saying he was unlie where he was today because of those books. Baek Hun joked, "Do flatter me so well I might actually believe AT, what brings du here today?" Hazu stated his wish directly, "Sir, would du allow me to meet your son, Sung Jun?" Baek Hun asked quit some suspicion how he knew about and sought of Sung Jun, and Hazu honestly explained that he had read his thesis and had some questions, which led him to look into it a bit. Hazu said a bit shyly, "I heard he was here, I apologize if my actions seem overly intrusive." Baek Hun scratched his head and confirmed, "That thesis ID indeed real." However, he nodded gently and said, "Very well, I will arrange Fu Diu to meet him." Hazu was visibly excited and bowed repeatedly to thank him, but Baek Hun suddenly paused and added something. His words were lie a fatal blow. "Even if you meet him, do unn't find leaky answers dear looking foe." Hazu asked in confusion, "What do mean by that?" Baek Hun signaled Foam to follow. "Just follow me inside, Sung Junai Deek in this room." He gently pushed op door, "Ubene." Baek Hun walked in and signaled, "This ID he his room." He seen inside left him frozen for 5 seconds. It was indeed Sung Jun. He was lying feebly on a hospital bed, his breath sustained and lie by a life's pet machine. His thin arms were covered in a tangle of connected tubes and wires. Quidx rai of IV drips dangling, Sung Jun could not move and lay motionless on a key bed. His eyes were closed shut, showing no signs of opening. Witnessing Sung Jun in such critical condition, Hazu was stunned, and Baek Hun sadly confirmed, "That IDP my son Sung Jun?" Like atmosphere became heavy and both stared silently at his form. Holding back his emotions, Hazu asked what had happened, and Baek Hun replied in a hollow voice, "Very well, I will tell Du." Looking at his son, who was slowly losing touch what key world around him, he said sadly that Sung Jun had committed like greatest taboo for a mage. Baek Hun's eyes became heavy with deep worry. Hazu turned sharply and asked what taboo was, and he calmly explained that while circulating mana, he had committed Lai's greatest taboo by directing mana straight into his brain. Upon hearing Li's analysis, young man felt as if his heart were about to jump out of his chest. Afterward, he reflected on his reckless actions in Li's past, specifically Iki's taboo of forcing Mani into his brain, a mistake he had already committed. Ju clenched his fists and insisted on asking Ki reason why he risked his life to fief Lai such a dangerous game. Leaky old man eyes closed in sorrow as he said. Eat was something that simply had to be done. He slowly explained that eat was necessary to rebuild white crumbling theories, as Baek Hun was still haunted by saying, Jun 8 claimed that there was no other path, but to funnel mana into Ki brain. The old man froze in belated regret, thinking how wonderful Yeet would have been if he had firmly stopped him back then. Ju stared at him intently, burning curiosity about just how far that predecessor had reached key pinnacle of Madiche. Like old man tactfully declined, unable to answer every question, adding that if Sang Jun were still here, he would have loved to shed 8 quick-light boy. Hearing this, he could bow his head to avoid key old man 8 gaze, feeling guilty for inadvertently stirring up painful memories old man was trying to bury. Seeing ape young man looking tormented, Baek Hun patted his shoulder to comfort him, telling him not to worry because he knew Ape Boy was a passionate learner who deeply cherished books. Watching Leaky Boy's Tifoma De Chie books warmed his heart, as Eat reminded him of Sang Jun and made him feel as if his son were still there. As dusk fell, Keegan Won clouds drifted lazily, mirroring Wopi old man endless flow of thoughts about his late son. Leak young man packed his bags, intending to slip away, but he still had one major unfulfilled wish in his heart. Excuse me, sir. Would it be possible for me to take a glimpse at secret manual your son used for his research? Old man Bake agreed immediately, saying that Sang Junt books were just gathering dust and would be more useful in the hands of someone who needed them. Lead old man then began to set his conditions, stating there were 2 things boy needed to do for him. Leak old man expressed his hope that if boy ever wrote about spatial Mage in future, he would include Sang Jun 8 name. Ju nodded eagerly and agreed immediately. But he wasn't finished. There was still a second request. Not wanting boy to repeat same mistakes, he warned him never to force Manad into his brain lest he ruined his son. Ju was startled and promised to obey absolutely. Immediately afterward he laid Ju into Iki old library and pointed to Iki materials that Sang Jun had once poured his efforts into. Old man Bake hurried to find Iki files fo Iki young man, checking every corner to see where a book he needed might be. Ju kept his eyes fixed on a red-bound book on P's shelf, his intuition telling him that this one was definitely unusual. Suddenly, it detached itself from its fellow books on E's shelf. It then fell to ground with a thud, leaving our young man stunned in amazement for 5 seconds. Looking at its appearance, Haju felt as though he were seeing Key's silhouette of Liquidrek book from years ago. He hurriedly picked it up and asked about it stutteringly, while Baek Hun calmly confirmed that it was indeed Key 1. It was an inseparable item that Sang Jun always carried because it was extremely important, and he gently told boy to feel free to read it. All of his questions were likely contained within it. Haju took book slowly and replied quite polite affirmation. He had flipped through Ike's first few pages before pouting in criticism, admitting that Ike's handwriting was so bad it gave him a headache just looking at it. Suddenly he was terrified. This was clearly his Master 8 handwriting. Recognizing his Master 8 handwriting, he immediately used puppy, dog eyes to coax Baek Hun. Grandpa, let me borrow this book to read it. Leak old man seemed quite easygoing, saying, go ahead and take it. If you need any other books, feel free to take them without being shy. Haju hugged book tightly to his chest and thanked Waiki old man profusely. But he grew greedy, wanting to scavenge all of Baek Hunit Madiich catalogs, and asked if there were any others it. Leak old man hesitated, saying he wasn't sure. Hazu continued to press him, asking if he had ever seen an expensive red-covered book. That very question flustered Baek Hun, who said he didn't remember that this shop rarely had such unique items, leaving Hazu feeling conflicted. Then how on earth did Sangjin get his hands on that thing? Clearly, Hazu still hadn't found any clues after running around all day, but he finally let Baek Hun hook and said, I understand, then do, Grandpa. Hazu kept pondering the origins of Li Dwidreth book. What on earth had happened and how did it end up in his bag? Finally, after a week-long day he made ETM. It was late at night, but Hazu still sat there lodding thou about Lima De books. He had scoured all of Sangjinit research, but had Li found this Udraith book. He still considered himself a mere amateur, but something was better than nothing. It was better to find something than to be empty-handed. Suddenly two books began to connect each other through trend magical threads. Hazu stared in wide-eyed amazement, not understanding what was happening as both books began to glow brilliantly. Book he had just gotten from Bake Hun earlier that afternoon suddenly shot out dozens of rose petals right into his face. Suddenly, his master eight voice rang out, "I leave this book for Wucky worthy hair of Kiwi Draith book." Those objects sucked Hazu in so fast that he couldn't crying awe that he was being pulled in once more. His master spoke again, saying this was Whitey Book of Mimir, and hearing that, Hazu didn't dare say a quips. His masterate voice echoed as he was being sucked into wee book, advising him to enjoy key blessing from P bottom of his heart. In key blink of an eye, he had completely vanished into key world within, leaving soft streaks of life floating in key air. Hazu lay sprawled all in key middle of a psych tren an unfamiliar room. He looked around dazed and wondered what kind of hellish place he was in. Key owner of key book was busily working away at a towering bookshelf. Little girl gently poked Hazu, who was sitting blankly in a corner of a room. Startled, he whipped around in complete panic. Mischievous girl pointed at his face and smiled, saying, "Found you! Welcome to the Book of Mimir." Hazu was stunned to see Key Tren girl talking to him, so he asked her directly who she was. Mimir calmly straightened her posture and proudly declared her name, "I am Mimir herself." Then she spread her arms wide and introduced her library. This place Key Mimir 8 own personal domain. She took leaky initiative to get to know Hazu quit a greeting, "Nice to meet you, hair." Hazu jumped to his feet and glanced around Key room, and when he heard Lucky name Mimir mentioned, she immediately explained that it was IP name of Key library. Mimir held her head high and proudly introduced it as Zabel Beatnert library, prepared specifically for future hair. Hearing these words from her, Haru stood frozen for a few seconds someone who had just had their soul snatched away. This private library for descendants of Beatner family. He looked around room and thought to himself, what kind of library this small? Mimir replied instantly, that cause your achievements are still meager, this space expands and contracts depending on rotting of Lee's successor. Looking at his face, she guessed it right away seeing this sigh, he probably had not passed Tyke's second challenge yet, and Haru nodded in confirmation. Those provocative words made Mimir start to feel a bit self-conscious, so she quickly changed her tone, "Can we talk normally?" He was stunned by her unexpected suggestion. What? Even though she was in about half Haru 8 height, Mimir still behaved a senior teaching a junior. "We will be seeing each other for a long time, so just be informal for comfort." He smirked and accepted request, "Faye keep eat natural that." Mimir looked up admiration, "Quite get, this descendant has some talent reaching leaky second circle so soon." Even Haru was at a loss before her narcissism. "I don't understand why finding DUIDE considered a good omen anymore." Mimir laughed delight, "Because that means DU will progress smoothly all the way to LVE5. Hearing about LVE5, Haru was startled and almost fell. LVE5, how could that be? Without letting him recover, Mimir immediately unleashed first magical strike. This Manager 8 exclusive book automatically moved off from its row on Ike shelf. She used her Madi Che to make E-book float in mid-air. Mimir pushed die book toward Haru and said, "Take it unready it, then DU will understand." Haru hesitantly flipped to BLT first few pages to look. This IDK detailed theory of resonance, she explained gently, "This place contains a wealth of knowledge not found in Kiwi Dreet CPT." Haru nonchalantly asked why these books were not in Kia Dret seat, making Mimir appear quite excited. "Geet question," she explained, "cause Lee trial content ID so he v extra space ID needed to verify Lee's successor. There are many reasons, and ID essentials are recorded in Edret, which ID why Mimir hates separate collection ID necessary." Haru fixed his eyes on Key mysterious book. "Do you mean master stored in-depth content in this space?" She nodded in confirmation. "If you dread ID a summary, then this ID'd an advanced curriculum." Haru understood leak matter. Got eat. He glanced around Leek's study and asked, "So are Leaky books here all dense knowledge this, and will they increase along my achievements?" Mimir replied playfully, "Exactly. Now do know how to reach E5th circle yet?" Haru began to have delusions of grandeur. "Of course, quit this, I will easily pass second Tate." Just as he finished speaking, he was swept away into Leaky book. Haru lay adrift in a void, panting heavily. Before he could even fully ubin on his eyes, he was already worried about Leapy Tate, as many as 79 circles. At the same time, a mod each circle appeared looming in front of him. Haru calculated that he had to synchronize exactly 100 Madichi circles to finish key job. Taking 8 hours to finish work was enough to make him feel overflowing confidence, especially since all tips from Mimir helped him breeze through 79 laps in a heartbeat. Haru sat blankly in deep thought. Lately, everything seemed to be against him, but after a mental struggle, he was determined to finish Tate. At this point, he was confident he could handle all 100 laps, finishing by tonight at leak earliest, by tomorrow at leak latest. Haru felt incredibly lucky, getting his hands on a Gi Mimir book right before Lim Pasichi exams was Lai winning e-lottery. Lee Sunset slowly retreated, letting darkness envelop Lee's space and pulling him back to reality. At Lee's Shin mansion, he had appeared right in front of Lai Teet's gate to YT family castle. Scratching his head as he walked, Haru wondered what his father was plotting by summoning him at this hour. Oh, perhaps he intended to give him a huge reward for dealing with that guy Shihyok earlier. His tendency for self-delusion made him boastful about taking down that madman, but being interrupted while enthusiastically studying Mimir left him indescribably annoyed. Regardless, this matter was quite important. Lee Ki-maid informed In Hyuk that Iki young master had arrived. He ordered him to enter, so he bowed respectfully to head of Ki Sha family. Facing Lee P old man at sullen expression, In Hyuk told him in a deep voice to sit down so they could get straight to the key point. He began to acknowledge his son at ability, saying that even though he hadn't contributed fully, results this time had far exceeded 50% Maki. Including Lai previous incident, he now held 26% of Lee Mana stone mining rights. He sat silently listening to his father ramble on about how he had brought in massive profits and thus deserved to be rewarded with a gift. Even though his face always looked gloomy, he still tried to appear gentle as he asked if his son wanted any gifts. He narrowed his eyes and replied concisely, "I do." Then, he declared firmly that item he was aiming for was Walkie relic hidden in Ike family vault. In Hyuk just sneered upon hearing this, finding request trivial, and told him that there was nothing special about relics, so he shouldn't believe IP nonsense rumors about their hidden power. Haru firmly retorted that he didn't care about those far-fetched stories. He and Lai believed that every legend contained a grain of truth. Seeing his son's stubbornness, he could end Lai shake his head and sigh, saying that he was still too childish to believe in such mystical things. Though dissatisfied, In-hyuk still nodded in agreement, saying that if that was his choice, he would oblige, but he could only choose one item. Having achieved his goal, his face beamed with joy and he excitedly thanked his father profusely. His father-ate expression remained as grumpy as ever when he asked which relic it was, and Haru did not hesitate in Likey's slightest. Was one thing lying deep within Lee family's secure treasure vault. Haru longed to possess each cloak that was on display in the glass case. He stated firmly, "Tid cloak of Leaky Witch, Bell Beitner." Without a moment of hesitation or apprehension, Leaky father and son headed straight to Late each family 8 treasure vault together. Leaky butler quickly retrieved EB cloak according to key order and handed 8 to him in front of Haru. He handed Lai family treasure to his youngest son along with earnest advice, "Father Enlai hopes Diu will never regret this decision." He received a box in his hands with a determined expression, "Thank you very much, father." But In-hyuk was still burdened by leaky worry of his child-ate folly and believing in such vague matters. "You are still quite inexperienced." He repeatedly reminded him to strive in his training lest he become sad later. When asked if he wanted to withdraw, Hazu smiled calmly, "Yeet all right, father." His car sped like a fetchy lot of lightning after disappearing from Leaky family gate. Hazu was so confident that he didn't hesitate at all. "Most of Lai artifacts held by our clan are genuine." He stared intently at a item his father had just personally handed to him. It was EP robe of Zabul Baitner. Even so, Hazu remained skeptical about robed origins, as 30% Mana stone mining rights were insignificant. He muttered to himself, wondering if it was really authentic. Hazu hurried to Bin Unligi lid to verify its truth, lest it be a replica and waste his effort. Like radiant light emanating from like robe made him jump in surprise. Hazu was so stunned that he nearly lost his wits because of item in his hand. Could these be pure Mana threads of legend? As a mage, he understood leak theory of Mana threads all too well. This was a superior technique that refined Mana stones into fibers through top-tier human craftsmanship. There aren't even 30 artisans in Laka world qualified to handle Mana threads. Hazu was nearly bald Arvui because IP materials used to make Iki robe were so astounding. He didn't just use a few Mana threads. Instead, the entire robe was woven from pure Mana threads. How could technology back then have been so advanced? Compared to Yate, current artifacts were mere child-ate fifi. He had never seen anything so stren. That robe had left him frozen for a while now, unable to seek alo his mouth. Just a moment later, Hazu had safely returned to his amam. He sat absent-mindedly on his bed and kept gazing at Iki robe, never wanting to take his eyes teat. Hazu suddenly discovered a signature on him. It was unmistakably terrible handwriting. He frowned slightly, certain it was his teacher 8 handwriting. Having seen it every day, he knew hate by heart. Always wanting to get to the bottom of truth, Hazu held Bike robe high and wondered. But ultimately, what does this item mean? When observing Elki inner luminescent part closely, he realized Duck lining and Eki outer layer seemed to have been swapped. Hazu began to reason lia tact, mana threads were inherently difficult to handle because YP structures of like inner and outer layers had to be different, quad-I lining usually designed to optimize mana conduction. While Ak outer layer functioned to be Elpis mana conduction to minimize IM siege, he realized upon synthesis that this row-bait construction was completely Eek opposite. Leak outer layer enhanced mana operation and was more durable, while E inner layer prevented energy loss. Of course, these inferences sounded absurd. He couldn't believe his teacher would make such a silly mistake. Hazu had to accept Daig reality, or perhaps Eat was designed to be worn inside O. He spread E robe across E bed to examine Eat minutely. This thing ID truly see Tren. He looked at Leak luminescent layer foe a long time, but Hazu saw no difference compared to Leaky outside. Even if turned inside O, Leak construction of E2 layers remained identical. He pondered but couldn't figure it out, so Yeet was made quit a specific intention, but what exactly was its purpose? Hazu had many doubts about whether this was truly an ancient relic. Now I understand why father left Yeet to rot in Wak the Lai Hao. Unexpectedly, he was once again drawn into E-world of Aiki Book of Mimir. She was deeply engrossed in her books. Suddenly, Hazu appeared right before her eyes and called awe to Mimir. She smiled brightly welcoming him. Oh, successor, do you've arrived, have you? Mimir was stunned when she saw Leaky cloak in Hazu'd hand. She quickly moved closer to observe. Isn't this Leak artifact I've been searching for? Mimir's eyes shone brightly. Do you found it? Your luck ID truly extraordinary. Hazu was suspicious because Light Cloak looked a bit Tren. He handed it to Mimir, which made her ponder foe a long while. Suddenly, Mimir screamed loudly, almost making Hazu, who was standing next to her, jump out of his skin. She repeated Daiki's question from their first meeting. Successor, you're still at Daiki's second Madich circle, aren't you? Hazu scratched his head in confusion. What? That ain't right. Mimir started speaking sarcastically. Well, it ain't no wonder you don't know then. See tap being so conceited and see tap your fanciful thoughts. I am about to use 8. She gave a mysterious smile. So successor, but I can't reveal anything about this cloak. Hazu asked back in surprise. What? Why not? She firmly pushed Aopi cloak back into his hands. No, I'm giving 8 back to you. Mimir crossed her arms of her chest and explained, Companion Medici inherently possesses a very special incantation. Suddenly, her face went pale because she had spoken all of turn earlier. Hazu heard Li clue and quickly pressed for more information. Mimir pretended to clutch her head in panic. Oh no, why did I accidentally mention eat?
I am done foe.
She reluctantly answered. Let me explain more clearly. Companion Medici contains an incantation called Chaitfop. Hazu repeated after her in bewilderment. Shap. Mimir placed her hands on her hips confidently. Exactly. Eat completely different from what you're using. This ID true Chafi Pa Hazu wondered, so, ID my Madij fake. She replied casually, unfortunately, yet I cannot reveal anything more about Chanfep until you reach a new threshold. I have to reach a certain LV. Hazu still pleaded. ID this some kind of limitation? Mimir explained without hesitation. Yeah, this cloak ID an artifact crafted to SC Pit Madij. Hazu sighed in relief, so you can't explain it thoroughly either. IDP really that simple. She laughed heartily, quit delight. Exactly right, do catch on fast, successor. Hazu turned to look at her and wondered. So, what LVE do I need to reach to hear an explanation about this item? Mimir began to stammer. As for that, she looked directly at Hazu and declared emphatically, P5th Medici circle. He was petrified on D spot after hearing Eat, utterly surprised. She analyzed in detail. D need to master Li P5th Medici circle and overcome many challenges. Because true companion Magichan Lai begins when you reach that threshold. Hazu embarked on P challenge of Li's second Tate. He struggled and maneuvered to transform this Madich Circle 98. Finally, Hazu completely shattered Gimpadij Circle 99. He took a satisfied breath. After all his efforts, he finally reaped Ike rewards. Suddenly, his master voice echoed down from Lucky Air. Congratulations, my disciple. Hazu jumped and spun around. Oh, this voice IDE, definitely his master 8. His master praised him for persevering through weak, extremely grueling second Tate. You did well. Now ain't Idiki time for me to teach you how to cast Iki third, tier Madiichi circle. Before Hazu could regain his composure from Iki previous Madiichi circle, he had to prepare himself for a new battle. Li third Madiich circle sparkling beams of light began to dance before his eyes. Li V3 resonance Madiich E third infinite Madiich circle Iki interference begins. He was stunned by Leaky enchanting interference Madiich circle. Returning to reality, Hazu had finished studying Mimir 8 book. He sat quietly in a corner reflecting, considering Li's second Tate already mastered. Telling himself he must try harder, it was now time to begin practicing Wike interference Madiich circle. Hazu smiled broadly, holding Ike 2 spellbooks, then to dive cloak and Mimir Kate book. This Tate went much more smoothly. Late night before in Lake Key land of Mimir, Her instructions were still firmly etched in his mind. Du must master 5th tier Madi Chi and pass key 5th exam to use ET real Madi Chi and Li appears after mastering high tier Madi Chi circles. Since he had an Enlai mastered 2nd tier Madi Chi, Hazu had to accept reality. There was nothing else he could do. He calculated that instead of letting them sit in a corner, he should make use of these cloaks. Seeing this, Mimir panicked and stopped him. Hey successor, what are Du doing? Why waste a treasure like that? Hazu replied blankly that since Imana fabric was inverted, it no longer had any use. Mimir irritably snatched Li's cloak and told him to give hate to her. Her attitude changed in a flexi lot. This cloak helps keep Manal inside, allowing Du to reach a state of saturation. After hearing the explanation, Hazu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mimir showed PP her wisdom. When Mana ID saturated, the infinite DH circle spins wildly, which means weed amount of Na transmitted to Waiki brain also surges, right? Simply put, your brain will absorb this excess Mana, helping to restore your spirit and blow away all key fatigue in your body. And only then did Hazu understand Li's cloak 8 function. So wearing this means I don't need much sleep, right? Mimir returned Li's cloak and teased him slightly. And yet Du said Du understood. She winked and firmly confirmed, wearing this, Du on it need to sleep anymore. Hazu was astonished and gripped Li's cloak tightly. What? Really no need fu sleep. Mimir confidently asserted, exactly, just wearing eat fu 5 hours a day will always keep Du at your peak performance. Girl, this ID key just a side-eye face she, Du can treat eat lie a joke if Du want, because this IDE not a kima DH cloak at true power. Seeing how precious Ima DH cloak was, Hazu felt very anxious. I must quickly complete E4th LV Ma DH circle. Mimir warned, but do know this Enlai works fo Du to anyone else eat 8 poison, so be careful not to let anyone borrow 8. Hazu happily replied, of course I know, quit this item, like upcoming Tate will be as easy as pie. 2 days later, ever since realizing like key value of Wama DH cloak, Hazu always carried 8 quit him. Hazu frowned, he still hadn't found E solution fo that interference spell. He brooded a VE8. I've tried so many times yet something IDP still missing. It feels like I am about to grasp Li interference mod DH circle. But I'm not there yet. Hazu looked intently at Mimir 8 book, his eyes never leaving Ike interference section. Lika words on a Pete appear L VP3 Medici circle and companion my Adichi eat IDE. A power that can sin on Tron mon na of others. To do this, eat ID necessary to synchronize 100% quit opponent 8 mana. He found it hard to understand. If this ID key definition of Li key interference circle, how can 8 affect another person 8 mana? Hazu was intrigued, that sounds quite in T-rate 10. Then, he chuckled as he looked back at Light's recent TED and thought to himself, actually, I wasn't expecting much. I never thought Li key second Tate would just be a stepping stone to practice E interference circle. He continued reading Leaky notes in Leaky spellbook to achieve he third Lv's Medici circle. One must resonate Leaky resonance circle and synchronize quit Leaky surrounding mana. At this point, Hazu's eyes suddenly lit up quit hope. Be continuing to resonate gradually, Leaky third LV Medici circle will form on its own. Filled quit determination, he said, alright, I will definitely succeed this time. Hazu immediately closed his eyes, controlling key burning flow of mod inside his body. Emerged leak abundant mana from leaky atmosphere quit come mana already concentrated within himself. Streams of ma DH began to flow into his body. It felt like he was Li in a new HRM. Hazu focused on creating small streams of mana around him. As those mana forms playfully ran in circles around Dima Diichi circle, he suddenly realized, creating a house right inside his body, mana was being absorbed. Li Sao of mana directly affected Hazu's hearing. Come feely together. Vit here. He could hear Leaky Sao of Li mana. He cheered excitedly in his head. This idea amazing. Then he began to immerse himself in I-key enjoyment of Ihimi na flow. Z8, so warm. I don't want to leave at all. Hazu turned up his hearing to maximum. How refreshing. Since I've come this far, I'll soon master Eat. I just need to keep resonating like this. He turned to tell them to fee. Lion new gim. And they asked back. What shall we fee fly? Gamana forms swirled into a dance, creating a playground holding hands in a circle, singing, dancing and merging into one. This caused Hazu's body to start sweating profusely. E-tate to hat. Even if E-tate on only a 1% difference in Gamana amplification rate, my body still can't absorb ET. But he was capable enough to manage this mana stream by controlling that 1%. Ki mana stabilized in Hazu's 8 body, and he gradually reduced U amplification rate to 0.01%. Gradually, Ki mana formed a Medici circle, quietly without anyone knowing. Li Knight retreated to make way fo Wiki dawn. After an all-night grind, Haru finally managed to tame that stubborn surge of Medici. Exhausted, he suddenly found his eyes widening unconscious. Having spent Iki night drenched in sweat, Haru breathed a sigh of relief, finally done. He then activated his Mage, initiating a first circle named Calmness. This time, he went all smoothly controlling 2 overlapping Mage circles, LV2 resonance. And now, he clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a powerful finishing blow. Haru let out a loud yell, opening third infinite circle. He felt incredibly exhilarated after his extreme efforts, finally having finished a third circle named Interruption. Lee fighting spirit in his chest burned fiercely. He had to LV up quickly to achieve a key title of a 5-circle master. Light, pristine early Mo9 sunbeams stretched across a lush green forest floor, artfully weaving through each leaf. Haru lay sprawled on a tree trunk, his mind leaden thaw about leaky upcoming Tate. He crossed his legs, enjoying himself to like fullest, wondering what key survival challenge would be lie. His smartwatch suddenly lit up, notifying him of a large-scale Tate Aiki Gangwon training grounds. Aiki battle would last 32 hours, and each student would be given a special artifact. Lepic Tem clearly displayed each detailed line. This ID is simple survival game where you must stay alive for 32 hours in a confined area. Haru's face remained nonchalant. Well, it was time to go. However, IP difficulty this time had been raised to a new LVE. Key difference was that you had to both escape monsters and be wary of other students, all while naturally preserving your life while hunting foe points. Several earth-brown birds suddenly flew over his head, as if signaling key impending storms. Gihak, along with some defensive walls, suddenly rushed off from under white tree to ambush him. He closed in behind, thinking, Haru, you're finished. But he wasn't a soft persimmon easy to mold. Could a single, clean move, he casually dodged Lai attack. Haru then dropped his hand and jumped to wide ground, seemingly teasing Gihak. He provocatively grumbled, dodging son, but I've got your temperature now. Without wasting any more words, he punched straight at his face with immense force. But before Yi could even touch a single hair, Lee Coward hastily erected defensive walls. He gloated and cursed, idiot, trying to break armor with bare hands. At this moment Haru was extremely sober and calm. He immediately activated Wiki's set of 3 Mage circles he had just learned to shatter Wiki opponent a tortoise shell, activating Interruption. In the blink of an eye, IP's sturdy defensive wall began to sear its first cracks. He was terrified to death and frantically cried out, "What ID this?" Gaihak's outdated moves were easily broken by Haru. How could a few defensive walls stand up to ET? His entire body and light pile of rubble were flung all, leaving him lying on a leaked ground in utter disgrace. Gaihak was extremely resentful, glaring at his opponent with a hostile look, not expecting his high-quality shield to be defeated by such a common move. Hazu added a few more taunts. What an idiot, acting as if a sneak attack were some kind of glorious achievement. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, so clumsy, yet still insisting on shouting while unleashing a strike. Hazu tightened Eki interlacing Medici circles and smirked. He turned to Lee, feeling of mastering interruption. Medici was this exhilarating. He recalled that glorious moment weakening Ki Medici core of Iki 2, circle white wall and then finishing EP cleanly with a single circle ground spike. Jihak was sent flying by Hazu 8 interruption, blown at least 1,000 meters away. He lay as motionless as a log on EP floor, while loudspeaker announced firmly that student Jihak had been eliminated. Hazu strolled along leisurely, thanks to his opponent 8 carelessness. His tricks had worked surprisingly smoothly. Leek Seat Tem chimed, signaling that Hazu had just pocketed another 10 bonus points. This victory allowed his ego to soar. Leapy's start was just too smooth. Hazu calculated silently. His grasp on interruption felt solid, and at this rate even 3 circle spells wouldn't be much of a problem. Suddenly, a locked shadow flickered past Hazu's back like a chilling wind. He glanced warily at Lee's trail of wind that had just uncomfortably brushed against his cheek. Unexpectedly, P-Forest behind him burst into flames, making him freeze in place. A fireball had just come crashing down. Hazu stood dazed for a few seconds due to this sudden incident. A pack of blood-claw wolves leapt from Lee raging fire. Rushing toward him lie bloodthirsty ghosts of Lee ancient forest. Bloodclaw wolves, this ID key bad, I am surrounded on all sides. Even so, Hazu kept a cun head. It seemed they were lured by key loud noise from earlier. He loosened his wrists and gave a provocative smirk. Any other student would probably be in tears by now from having to fight continuously. Hazu thou arrogantly, but foe someone craving I throne lie him, this was truly a godsend. Wake and Far Wolf let a long howl, acting as a signal foe way pack to launch a fun, scale attack. Seeing them rush forward, Hazu immediately activated his interruption XQ and taunted, "Come on, get a bite of me, do you mangy mutts." In Likilai observation room, Selly was glued to monitor, watching his every move. She mentioned Lipe names of Hazu 8 friends, Adela and Suchan. Selhi flashed a proud smile, acknowledging that both Kangsu and Jihak were rare talents. Li Han also acknowledged his talent, noting that if he maintained this form, a key top 10 would be within reach. Meanwhile, leaky red-haired Baek Jun still mocked him, saying it was impossible for him to last until Iki in. Selly replied calmly, Byoki way, eat ate as if no one else even left. Don't you dare doubt Hazud abilities. Look at Lee's screen, he's still dominating Leaky Gum. She turned to ask instructor Changsu, who was sitting there dazed while watching Leek match. He chuckled softly, indeed that IDE case. Bakul sitting nearby also chimed in to criticize, saying Hazu didn't look like someone could a competitive edge at all, prompting Selly to immediately retort that he had always ranked first in every previous exercise. She showed him league leaderboard. He was still comfortably at Lee Tapip quit a score far exceeding EP others. Selly still doubted Hazu's true abilities. The most puzzling thing was how he grasped like behavior of Bloodclaw wolves to lure a whole pack instead of finishing them the P immediately. It was truly bizarre. Lee wolves, even 5 kilometers away, still responded to howling of their kind, while he nonchalantly exploited that habit to fan points. Bakul sarcastically remarked again, at this rate we'll soon sweep all Lee Lim Peach gold medals. At the same time, in Key Forest where Hazu was battling blood wolves. He was starting to get tired after prolonged battle. YP situation wasn't looking get. Hazu smugly checked Ixa team disregarding incapacitated wolves and told himself, I must have earned about 60 points now. Suddenly, EP ground shook violently, catching him a P guard. What P hell I did this? Hazu flinched when a BLPC of ice from beneath Lee ground was flung into Lee air. Here, ID eat an earthquake. No way, ground ID actually moving! He realized with horror that this was far from normal. Hazu was now precariously perched on the key giant BPC of ice. It looked as massive as an elephant and had a brilliant emerald gem embedded in its back. Lee giant ice BLPC beneath his feet was actually an emerald turtle with a long winding tongue, an unimaginably bizarre creature. Hazu's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such a rare MNXT could appear here. Hazu quickly composed himself to find safest way to land. He was highly vigilant towards this colossal creature. This was Lee's first time he had ever seen such a turtle up CTLU. Hazu got into a battle, ready stance. Alright, let it go all. Back to reality at Obelix Academy, where he evaluation tower was located right in Lee outdoor training ground. Selhi showed clear signs of anxiety Lee encounter between Hazu and Emerald Turtle. Leehan calmly explained leaky rules. Initially, it was an escape scenario to broaden options, lie students forming alliances, because it was a rare MNXT released into training ground. She was restless, even if Hazu was a genius, confronting Eid alone was truly too much. During battle, Hazu painstakingly analyzed Turtle 8 psychology. This reptile ID equivalent to a grade 4 class MNXT mind you. ET was famous for its incredibly thick armor, truly a natural enemy Fuma D Chixi team players. Emerald Turtle roared, its long winding tongue flailing everywhere and spraying saliva. It furiously stomped its foot, causing ground beneath him to sink deep into a large pit. Tiny Hazu was flung far away like a dry leaf. Even standing at Death 8 door, he still deluded himself I thought that if he could catch this one, his score would skyrocket. Leaky Men NXT used its sharp claws to launch a dangerous attack at Lee P back of Hazu 8 neck. He flinched suddenly and hastily erected a defensive shield immediately. Hazu's 8 barrier wall was still intact and undamaged. But obviously, that protection was nothing compared to its claws. ET Turtle swept away shield and sent him flying straight PE Mape. He placed his fun trust in Hazu as he used Leaky Wall as a springboard to dodge, while back Un was extremely tense because Leaky Wall looked fragile and easily broken. Facing an Emerald Turtle, ID no joke, even foe a 6th tier mage, so he did not hesitate to cast a fire spell to roast his opponent. He quickly landed on Guy ground and squinted, observing Guy thick cloud of dust ahead. Hearing nothing, Hazu smugly believed that his attack had been effective. It seems this Emerald Turtle ID no pushover. It stood tall amidst thick smoke completely unharmed, leaving him speechless. Hazu was so shocked his jaw dropped. What on earth was happening? He had no choice but to run for his life, because even a 5th tier mage would find it hard to take down this stubborn beast. Seeing its opponent running for his life, Turtle chased closely behind, causing Hazu extreme panic. Perhaps its abundant mana made it faster than its clumsy appearance suggested. That very subconscious thought made him pause for a few seconds in doubt. Wait, it knows how to use mana too. Even so, Hazu recklessly turned back to face it, telling himself he had something in Teep Red 18 he needed to take right now. He had barely turned around before he was sent flying by Key Turtle 8 strike. He could run for his life from Lie attack, which had enough force to topple an ancient tree, because a direct hit would surely mean certain death. White Turtle continuously rained down devastating blows on Hazu 8 position, terrifying him. He had to counterattack because if he just kept running, he would surely be finished. Logi Giant Men XT began to Sheki its ultimate move, intending to send him to his end. Hazu managed to stay calm just in time to raise a defensive wall to neutralize E-powered wall. Even so, Weak weight from that giant foot still left him in a passive position. What kind of terrifying power I deek this? Hazu braced himself, putting all his strength into reinforcing leg wall. He had underestimated Eat, as even this resonance technique could not stop such an overwhelming attack. He gritted his teeth, trying hard to hold his ground. Losing patience, Wifey Emerald Turtle began to roar fiercely after that powerful frontal attack. Eat would enter a recovery state. Hazu seized Leiki an opportunity to cast Medich right now. Defense? As Lave Wall vanished, he moved Lightning, sliding quickly underneath its hard shell. He relied on his memory of picture books from his childhood. Jewel attack would put extreme pressure on Lee Turtle 8 joints. Right now, while Lee Key joints had not yet recovered from Leiki attack, decisive moment. He launched himself into Wee Key air and prepared to deliver Key finishing blow to Wee Key Men and XT trait body. Hazu summoned an icy sword and thrust it straight down. This Key chance of a lifetime. Ice Spear. A lot of people at Leek Obelisk Academy were so surprised they were left speechless, quit their mouths agape. They stood frozen, eyes glued to Hazu as he controlled his Ma-Di Che. Leaky tip of Ice Spear pierced deep into its back, causing Leaky Emerald Turtle to spit blood. Interruption technique had been a complete success. He was still in SPC after YP Classic comeback. He had finally un. Hazut personal watch vibrated, signaling that Klaxit Tam had credited him quid exactly 1,000 bonus points. He was visibly delighted. This feeling was truly incredible. Lee playful early Monen sunbeams filtered through the dense foliage. At that very moment, in Ike magnificent mansion of Ike Medich God, Patriarch Hivange was glued to a television screen tracking Hazuate journey. Yen Huk smiled smugly, filled with satisfaction. He arrogantly mused that since Iki Emerald Turtle was naturally strong against Ice Ma-Di-Chi, it was truly S-Trend that Leaky Boy still managed to win using An Lai 3rd, VP Ma-Di-Chi. Hearing this, EP assistant could end Lee freeze for a few seconds, eventually admitting he was just as clueless. Nevertheless, Hivenji confidently analyzed that Lee Boy must have found a way to resist, and since food ID a vital factor in this survival exam, his thinking ID indeed sharp. Yen Huk narcissistically bragged that he didn't raise his son to be weak. Truly, a tiger father produces a tiger cub. Meanwhile, at Scene, Hazu was carrying several kilograms of emerald turtle meat. Lee P assistant hesitated and asked if Lee Beat would mind answering a question. Lee P patriarch narrowed his eyes and told him to speak. Lee Ki assistant wondered why Hazu acted so recklessly. It was quite difficult to understand. Considering that Ji Han and C were always tailing and monitoring him, their behavior was clearly an annoying obstruction. Yen Hu asserted firmly that everything was part of Boit calculations, and Leiki assistant could Lai nod in agreement. Watching his youngest son grilling meat, he recounted Leiki past when Medich was limited, and Hazu was excluded from clan battles, causing his status to plummet drastically. Yen Hu loudly declared that things were now much different than before. Even he found it hard to explain his son's breakthrough in strength, unsure of how Leiki Boy had become so formidable and proficient in Medich. He reminisced about Leaky time his son came to him asking for protection from his siblings' bullying just 2 months before Leapy exam. P story left Key assistant standing by his side wide-eyed with astonishment, never expecting a young master to plan on creating such extraordinary milestones. Lee Boy had already mapped a strategy to capture Leaky World 8 attention, thereby asserting his position and rapidly consolidating power within E-House. Yen Hu swelled with pride as he recalled those 2 months of protection. He understood full well that pestering of Ji and Han was no longer a concern, while Hazu was leisurely grilling a delicious piece of 4th Ali Viki reptile meat, and his father kept praising his son's determination. In Ki quiet night covering P mountains and forests, he moonlight hung high illuminating Ki ground below. Hazu sat perched on a fallen tree trunk, beside him a piece of meat sizzling in a campfire. This was on Lilei first day of this grueling survival training course. According to Wii rules, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. IDP a prohibited period fu any combat. He held D Key cooked piece of meat in his hand, frowning as he thought about Lee Key's safety purpose behind this rule. But if they kept coddling YP students by loosening Lee Key rules like this, their XQ levels could never be improved. Hazuit gaze turned cold as he thought about training schools in other nations, where strictness ID always an essential measure to reform P current academy. He winked, adjusted his cloak and smiled to himself, thinking, "I'll lucky, then to this treasure I can recover my stamina limitlessly from masterate energy." Hazu cast aside all thoughts and returned to gobbling down his dinner, and quit that, everything was done. A little later he rubbed his round belly quit satisfaction tossed, Daiki thoroughly gnawed bone aside and thou, I am completely fun. Suddenly sensing something he startled and whipped his head around, fun of caution. From behind Lee bushes, Su-chan peered all with a bewildered expression, while Adela was walking beside Hazu. All of them stared at each other in surprise. Key 3 of them gathered around campfire, and he asked curiously, how did you 2 and up escaping Lee Key forest at Lee Key same time? Adela smiled and replied, we fought until noon, there was no argument at all, I admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Hazu stroked his chin, looking at Su-chan, so du two fought until noon. He probably smelled delicious food and came running here.
Su-chan snapped his fingers. Exactly right.
Both of them stared longingly at Aiki meat. Su-chan eagerly asked, could us smell this delicious? When do we get to eat? Hazu sighed, Adela, aren't you leaving yet? Then he raised an eyebrow and reminded them, this IDP my portion, do you know? The other two immediately put on sparkling, pitiful faces.
There ain't no yours and mine here.
Be a little generous. He closed his eyes tightly to avoid their irresistibly pleading gazes. Hazu replied helplessly, Fie. Eat would be a waste to throw it away. Why don't you two try some? As soon as they heard this, both jumped up in celebration. Xiu-chan picked up a huge piece of meat and eagerly brought it to his mouth. Pea smell ID so enticing. Adela joyfully lifted a small piece of meat placed on a leaf. Thank you so much for this delicious meal. Xiu-chan's eyes crinkled in a smile as he took a huge bite of meat with great relish. She also slowly and deliciously enjoyed her meal. Hazu quietly asked, does it taste good? Immediately receiving hearty praises, he crossed his arms and proudly puffed out his chest. Suddenly, Adela froze, looking at Li Ki meat, and spoke suspiciously, wait a minute, isn't this sun bear meat? Li sun bear idika type of men xt in Li Ki forest whose grilled meat ideep exceptionally delicious. He was slightly surprised but quickly replied, no, it ain't not. Adela looked him straight in Li Ki face and asserted, in this training zone there are only two types of edible monsters. She explained seriously, there are unlike sun bears and emerald turtles. I rest are either deadly poisonous or taste like chewing paper, so no one touches them. Adela stared at Iki person opposite her, fun of doubt. Impossible, could he be that dude just defeated an emerald turtle? Hazu casually pointed, replying in a raised voice, I just hunted it 3 days ago in Lagi West. Su-chan, chewing meat, widened his eyes in surprise. Really? I've only seen pictures of emerald turtles online. How did you manage to defeat it? He leaned back to avoid him and subtly reminded, just eat your food, don't talk while chewing. Su-chan continued eating, exclaiming praises about his cue, but unlike Adela remained silent. Her voice deepened slightly, fun of doubt. I've never heard of any mid-tier mage capable enough to hunt an emerald turtle. He still maintained a gentle smile and replied, Cheetah. But Hazu suddenly swung his hand into Luke air and shouted loudly, explode! Fire! A blood-red whirlwind suddenly tore through a quiet atmosphere of He Forest. Both of them froze due to wee sudden gust of wind, and Adela gasped, unable to believe her eyes when she saw 3 Medici circles appear. Li Medici's storm gradually subsided, and Li frantic gusts of wind slowly vanished into thin air. Her eyes widened in horror. It couldn't possibly be a 6-ring transformation, could it? Hazu maintained his poker face, leisurely withdrew his hand, and then glanced at 2 stunned individuals. He quickly turned his face away to avoid admiring glances. Teach eat just 3 measly rings, no need to overreact like that. Weak other 2 clung to him, refusing to let go. Suchin pressed him quick questions. I have to keep this a secret. How did you win? Did you aim fo wilkie turtle 8 head o something? Hazu shrugged. No, I just pierced that rigid shell. He moved in CPLU to interrogate him. And do call that fair? Hazu crossed his arms and smirked. That ain't just leaky way etide. His voice rang o evenly. An Academy drone ID filming Lee. Just wait and watch recording. Hazu smirked, defying. Suchin looked utterly bewildered, while Adela next to him seemed overly pleased. He raised an eyebrow at his opponent. Tomorrow, we'll have a fair and square battle. Suchin shouted excitedly, oh well, how could we possibly beat you? Adela just smiled meaningfully. Alright, get luck. He narcissistically flipped his hair in live wind. I'm also cooking up an NT, rate 10 performance food you. Leaky forest scenery changed in blink of an eye. Leaky's second day of Leaky survival challenge had officially begun. Inside Leaky observation room, people were glued to Leaky screen. Someone spoke up, E'd already E's second day. Eki safe zone ID shrinking, and in Lee 4 lives remain. Who will be Eki last one standing in this life-o? Deathgem. A new day began quit Gien Neen sunlight pouring Lai honey onto weepy distant Mautine ranges. Hazu strolled leisurely through Y forest quit demeanor of someone taking a casual stroll. Suddenly, a massive surge of Madicha power rushed in, making Lai P space tremble. Sensing danger, he immediately glanced in Lee direction from which that unsettling energy emanated. Hazu swung his hand in retaliation, caught a sharp gust of wind. His wind Madi-ich was ready. E2 surges of power collided violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion right in mid-air. Lai P corner of his mouth curled up as he leisurely spoke. It seems we've returned to an era of explosive power, haven't we? In just an instant, he sprang into Liuli air and landed on a treetop as lightly as a cat. After that, he downlie an arrow, aiming directly at Hazu 8 position below. He stepped back and dodged, avoiding a deadly pounce descending from above. Hazu watched in ecstasy as something grazed his face, so fast that he didn't even have time to blink. He leaned back to avoid his opponent's powerful leg sweep. Hazu pressed himself to likey ground, grinding his teeth as he looked at Iki enemy. Damn eat CQ combat ID what I hate most. A lightning, fast roundhouse kick flew towards him, making him just barely able to hold his breath and defend. Sanguk stood a him quit a smug expression, declaring that Hazu was unlucky to cross paths quit him here today. Hazu thought of himself, Mage fighting hand to hand, then replied quit a sarcastic smile, saying he actually considered it get luck. Lee's story began in Lee P. old days at a prestigious school. Sanguk glided away, leaving his defeated opponent sprawled on EP ground, looking as though he'd been utterly crushed by a pro Gimimbi, even emitting a trend sounds. He watched two schoolgirls screaming for Sanguk, acknowledging that his body enhancement Mage was truly formidable. Their eyes suddenly met. Sanguk was one of Y2 most skilled martial artists in V past 2 years. Back in reality, standing before Sanguk made him marvel his body enhancement Medici was indeed stronger than rumored. He shifted to a serious gaze. This opponent was not someone ordinary or easy to bully. Hazu clenched his fist, radiating a burst of mana. If Sanguk wanted to lie this way, he would indulge him. He stepped back to gain momentum for a punch, ready to engage in Sikialu quarters combat to see who was truly stronger. Seeing this, Sanguk chuckled quit amusement. Fair fight without tricks? Alright. Key scene took place at Key Outdoor Training Ground of Key famous Obelix Academy. In Key observation room, Seo Hee looked at Lee large screen and commented that those two were dueling quit body enhancement Madi Che. Lee Han rested his chin in his hand skeptically. Key advantage in this match clearly leans entirely towards Sanguk, doesn't he? Fully past 2 years, his combat skills have always been top-notch, even once unlike International Youth Championship. Changsu gravely interjected. But if do include Iki match against Emerald Turtle yesterday, then Hazu 8 true power IDP difficult to measure. He moved nimbly dodging Sanguk 8 powerful punch. Hazu slightly widened his eyes, activating weak secret deviled eye technique. He quickly analyzed, clearly seeing Ki opponent 8 magical power concentrated entirely in that fist. Realizing something unusual, Hazu glanced at Lee kick that was aimed at his knee, not Iki punch. He immediately erected a shield blocking that dangerous leg-breaking kick. Hazu pursed his lips, looking at Leaky cracked shield. As expected, Lee leg's strength was truly powerful, but this shield was enough to repel him. Sanguk stepped back in astonishment when he saw his opponent 8 Mediichi's shield shatter into pieces. He smirked, silently admiring. He hadn't expected Hazu to be strong enough to destroy his shield. Sanguk stared, stunned at Leaky magical power radiating from his opponent. What kind of Mediichi ID this? Could it be that Iki Genius Mage has truly returned? He broke into an excited smile. Turns out leak rumors about him were true, not just a fabrication. Sanguk gracefully dodged Hazu 8 blow. Kigem ID gradually becoming in T-rate 10, but I also have Lee pride of Lee strong. He displayed a confident, provocative look, declaring that he would never lose in a CKLU quarters battle. Seeing that Waigi time had come, Hazu unleashed a punch imbued quit all his magical power. This was Wokigi in a moment to counterattack. His deadly fist tore through YP air, shooting straight towards his opponent. Sanguk opened his eyes wide, swinging his arm to Eski Tapi hammer, lie blow. He was stunned and speechless. What on earth was happening? In Lee Ki observation room, Seo Hee and Lee Han jumped up and shouted that guy had blocked that divine punch. Hazu skillfully flipped and spun, neatly dodging Sanguk 8 horizontal sweep kick. He frowned suspiciously while observing his opponent. That technique was Suktren, and this guy fighting instinct was truly ferocious. Let it try feigning a fire, element ma di che attack to see what happens. Even quit a protective shield, those hands certainly wouldn't escape a painful burn. Leak image of Sanguk 8 charred arm appeared vividly in Hazuite mind. No sooner said than done, Hazu pushed a P to gain momentum and lunged straight forward. Sanguk turned pale in panic seeing Hazu's figure rushing at him. This guy was as fast as lightning. Instinct drove him to extend his arm to be Elpixi like C attack just lie before. Hazu smirked. Hey friend, are you planning to use your hands to be LPC my kick again? He unleashed a thunderous kick aimed straight at Sanguk. A shout rang all in warning. Watch your ribs, do fool. He realized in SPC that IP arm reinforcement technique was just a feint. This kick was the IP real killing blow. Sanguk looked in amazement at Hazu 8 mischievous smile. When had he cast Ma Dicha on his legs so lightning fast? He clutched his agonizingly painful ribs. Damn neat, could his ribs have detached from his body? Despite Waiki bone, deep pain, Sanguk grinned widely even as he was drenched in sweat. Pain lie this ID what makes a warrior. He could still stand firm. He quickly took a stance, ready foe and all offensive. To a true warrior, attacking ID his very reason for living. Seeing this, Hazu calmly issued a warning, don't rely too much on your strength, or your body will crumble. Sanguk ignored Lee's advice and lunged forward to deliver a duo die kick. Quite just one lightning-fast counterattack he was sent flying back. Just how battle-hungry was this guy? Sang-guk gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his balance to avoid hitting Li floor. His legs finally managed to hold firm on a Li ground. Suddenly, he felt a massive wave of pressure coming his way. Hazu delivered a powerful punch to each chin, sending his opponent flying backward. His body slammed hard onto rigid ground, all of Figon Tren. He brushed to pee his hands, looking down at Sang-guk lying motionless. His eyes rolled back. Previously, as he had expected, Guy had funneled all his magical power into his chin to minimize damage at Ki last second. He lay sprawled on Li ground and groaned in pain. That crushing blow had left his face bruised and mangled like a piece of burnt barbecue. Hazu chuckled, swiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. His opponent-hate's survival instincts were certainly nothing to scoff at. He glanced quickly at Lai Sima Kwaka on his wrist. Like other Gaiate offense and defense stats were through Waiki roof. He really was a tough nut to crack. Lai Sunset, Jianmon Lai Honey poured Werlet's canopy, vanished in an instant, giving way to EP encroaching pitch B Lassie Night. Light barrier surrounding forest glowed intensely and then began to shrink steadily. Hazu tapped his watch thoughtfully. Was it really down to just 3 people left in this game now? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Vigilance. Wait a second. Li actual MMB remaining was Enlai 2. Before him, Adela smiled gently, her long hair blowing in leaky wind, greeting him as if 8 were a romantic evening date. In a fee lot, her expression turned icy and murderous as she faced him directly. In Likey bustling city center, Lipi brilliant Monen sun cast shadows onto flashy luxurious Sikiksi Rapi be free. In a Vufi sealed room, a large screen replayed Hazu 8 masterful Phenon Tren of Madi Che, leaving Zia stunned in SC. It was unbelievable that a kid in a national televised exam could silently survive until very last second. Sia clenched her fists and yelled in anger. We can't let him run wild any longer. That brat IDP spiraling all of Sidon Tren. Sia bit her nails nervously. At this rate, Hazu will definitely be chosen as heir. This absolutely cannot happen, Kanate brother. Person sitting next to her remained silent, not even bothering to reply. Receiving no response, Sia glanced to V and whispered, Brother, say something? He defeated Leek Emerald Turtle quit his own hands. Thinking about Likey Turtle being defeated made her blood boil. How could a mediocre guy do that? Father must have watched Likey wholly streamed exam. Sia slammed IP table in a rage. Our whole family saw 8. Gihan, sitting nearby, sighed heavily before speaking. Sia, calm down a bit. Sia clutched her sweat-drenched face, her expression toot-teat as she shouted, How can I be calm when Li Ki's situation I so chaotic? Gihan rested his chin on his hand, looking at her quite sharp, piercing gaze, his voice low and threatening. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. As if struck in a vital spot, Zia trembled and murmured, I am so brother. I'll be quiet now. Li, don't punish me. He smirked deviously. Punished you. Gihan walked a V gently and patted Sia's head affectionately. What are you rambling about, little girl? C8 face went pale as a sheet, sweat pouring off her as she fearfully asked him back. He offered a smile that was incredibly gentle yet hid a deadly danger. We are family after all. Sia knelt on Li ground as if she had just been granted a pardon, her voice still trembling. Than you, brother. Gihan turned his back and muttered, That Hazu ID always so cunning? Snatching up every get opportunity. He covered his face, quit his hand and laughed sinisterly. We're family. But if he keeps messing everything up like this, I can't just stand by. Deep in Leaky heart of Leaky forest, Leaky ground suddenly shook from a terrifying explosion. Adela focused on gathering Madiichi into her fingertips. I won't be foolish enough to fall into your trap this time, because I've watched your battle hundreds of times. V. She remembered E.T. fight from that day and thought to herself, that fated day. It seems to have made peace quit like Key's son, but tonight a gem ID Key going to be different. Under Waiki hazy silvery moonlighty entire forest suddenly lit up quit enchanting streaks of lie. Adela drew a small Medici circle and confidently declared, this time, don't even hope for a chance to counterattack. As quick as a feelot, her Medici circle managed to be LPC horrific surge of energy from Li P explosion. Hazu leaned slightly, dodging leak arrows that were whizzing toward him. An arrow grazed his shoulder and scratched Li's skin, making him realize that this was indeed a classic group assault. Lei PNMB key of arrows fired this time was far different from that of IP midterm exam. Hazu inwardly groaned at key difficulty of dodging them all, while she teased him as she unleashed her moves, saying that those who rely on Madiichi skills would fail miserably against simple long-range attacks. Adela's 8 eyes revealed a sharp glint along quick overconfidence of someone who held bike upper hand. She swung her hand and shouted, This ID your fatal weakness. I will surpass you quit every effort and ability I have. A deafening explosion echoed right at Hazut's position. He stood there, his brows furrowed tightly amidst Ike's thick cloud of dust. Hazu raised a shield to be elpasi Loki massive surge of mana thinking, just what kind of weakness ID this. His eyes gleamed as he smirked. He turned as she was Lai using overwhelming force to back him into a corner. That was a mistake. Adela frowned and then let out a laugh fun of pride. Hazu was still bracing himself against rain of arrows, inwardly praising her. It was truly impressive that she dared to go all lie this. Not everyone could do that, a descendant of Liki's Shinbiwi family ID indeed different, possessing such a radiant hoorah. What about this then? Hazu asked as he swung his hand. Adela, since when did Dew reach Iki fourth Medici circle? Likey hand hidden behind his back had begun to summon and accumulate icy energy. She stopped her attack, her hair fluttering in lace hazy smoke indeed, nothing could get past him. Hazu silently unleashed his own Medici power. He was planning in his head, needing to use this smoke screen to conceal a lethal strike. As Li flow of mana gradually approached Adela from behind, she calmly replied, I mastered Life Fourth Circle 4 days ago and that ain't not all. Adela slowly closed her eyes, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing. She spread her arms wide to enjoy air, her hair blown about vigorously by wind. Behind her, Limina arrows suddenly flashed as brightly as moonlight. Adela stepped forward leisurely. Let's see. Without even bothering to hoo-bah her eyes, she waved her hand nonchalantly. This clumsy trick unn't work on me anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently leaned to die side to dodge die attack, while simultaneously shattering that source of Medici power. Adela opened her eyes wide, and her pupils began to undergo a sectran transformation. Hazu's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, not only could she be in OP fourth Medici circle, but she had also mastered mind eye. This was starting to go a bit too far. Minit a special mystical technique belonging to illustrious Steeder family of France, Adela maternal side. This idea type of detection ocular technique that can rival Li Ruby Eyes of Kangen, Yu Qi renowned master of Qi Bi Lu Tower. Adela now seemed an upgraded version of herself, combining resilience and flexibility of a Shimbiwi clan quite explosive power of Lux Steeder family, leaving everyone who saw her startled. Amidst leaky dust and smoke, Hazu covered his mouth slightly, thinking to himself that she was truly a MenXT in human skin. She was genuinely formidable. Without hesitation, Adela summoned X-Ray of Medici circles and declared firmly, now I'm going to go all or against Dew. Quoddy XT lion sharp gaze, she asserted, I am not foolish enough to hold back in front of Dayu. Adela immediately launched her familiar Medici toward Hazu, attacking while taunting. That move Dew used to defeat Leaky Emerald Turtle. Just how long do Dew intend to keep it hidden? Hazu looked up at Guy glowing specks of lie floating in mid-air. He raised an eyebrow defiantly and calmly replied, Oh, I was just about to use ET. In an instant, a brilliant heady lot sparked within Hazu's deep red pupils. It was like a mysterious ocular technique. Adela Lie energy orbs appeared, Quit Lie mana levels at 2774, Shadow mana at 71.33, and Water mana at 0.93. They were cast 12 times in succession following Li Chain's steering formula and concentrating power through Waiki's spiral shape of Lee-Ferdinand equation. Hazu covered his face, quit one hand and swung other, cutting through them. His explosive power shattered Lai attacks, sending them flying in all directions. Adela was stunned, her eyes wide quit disbelief, as Equalay orbs, which had been flying straight toward their Tagate, suddenly veered peak course right before impact. She asked, What on earth did you do? How ID that even possible? Hazu just smirked enigmatically. Well, what do you think I did? Oh, perhaps your minded eye couldn't see through ET. As night fell and Key Moon shone brightly, Leak Mage's council mansion was ablaze. Quit lie. Someone holding a glass of wine asked Inhyuk in a panic, Hey, what kind of Medici was that, anyway? He jumped up in astonishment, unable to believe it, and muttered, That Medici that interferes quote incantations in such an absurd way. What exactly ID teat? Leaky bewildered Mage was Sanchin, Leak head of Lee Mage's council and Adelate father. As they both intently watched Lee match between her and Hazu on Lai large screen, Inhyuk quietly replied, Well, I don't know either. To which Ikeman suspiciously asked back, Did Hazu not say a single quoos to do? Inhyuk kept his eyes closed and calmly answered, Not a single quoos, causing Sanchin to slowly slump into his chair and exclaim, How surprising that Hazu has secrets from Do too. Sanchin smiled inscrutably and rested his chin on his hand and thou. Yidi been a year now. Leaky boy doesn't seem to fear anything anymore. Watching Lipe's screen he muttered, My he ID hiding many mysteries from me. Sanchin fell into a deep thought for a moment before gently replying, I understand after being away from a mom for so many years, Hazu has certainly changed a lot. Inhyuk, eyes still closed, said Kuda troubled look, he has changed too much. Iniki man placed a hand on Iki table, wondering, Isn't it said that for a man to mature, he must travel far and wide? He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, To be honest, I thought he just got lucky during leaky midterm evaluation. Noticing any heat, sharp, knife-like gaze sweeping toward him, Sanchian quickly smiled awkwardly and excused himself. Well, it ain't a bit embarrassing to say this in front of Diu, but I was convinced that little Hazu would just flare up for a moment and then fizzle out. He slowly shifted his eyes and nodded. You aren't wrong, I understand that, but in Nikien, Hazu Idiki still a prodigious child. As Sanchian watched Adela demonstrate her magical power on a big screen, he recalled Leaky last time. Boy had an oon against Adela because he was stronger, but rather than to his own cunning and unique skills. He watched as Boy launched a counterattack. Soon, all of Hazu 8's secrets would be exposed, and at that point, his weaknesses would be revealed, quickly putting him at a disadvantage. Inyuk nodded in agreement. That it right, especially since Adela ID a master of information analysis. Hearing his daughter being praised, Sanchinit Voy was fun of pride, spot on, her analytical ability ID top-notch, but then he bowed his head and let Awa he sigh. 8 just that. On key display screen, P-Girl was struggling to dodge counterattack from Hazu. It seems I underestimated that boy. Sanchian softly called out a Lee person beside him in Hyuk. His eyes suddenly turned sorrowful. I have always felt grateful to Hazu. When my daughter was once lot regarding her goals, her eyes were empty and lifeless, but now, her eyes are sparkling more than ever. Sanchian smiled kindly. I am truly glad that Hazu has returned. Adela has also begun to rediscover her inspiration. Inyuk just quietly observed him. Then he turned to him with a smile. Yacht, that ideek certainly something to be happy about. Under key bright moonlight, a notification rang. Oh, death match has ended. Remaining warriors, please cease fighting immediately. Hazu stood bewildered in the middle of hazy dust. He raised an arm, trying to peer through thick dust, his gaze searching vigilantly. Everything around them gradually dissipated, revealing leaky appearance of his opponent in leaky puddles of water left on the ground after leaky skirmish. Adela rested her hands on her knees, breathing a sigh of relief. Hazu smirked confidently. What a pity, if I had just a little more time, perhaps I would have won. Lee girl did not back down, responding arrogantly. No way, no matter how do you look at I was a key one quit leader upper hand. Glee two stared at each other tensely, neither willing to yield. Xo hurriedly ran to V to calm Loki's situation. Alright, that ain't enough, both of you calm down. Under weaky moonlight, he seen returned to its inherent stillness, and he cheerfully said, let it go Sinem. Lee next day, a wonderful Mo9 at Lee Academy. Adela firmly asserted to Waiki person in front of her. Yesterday, I was one who won. Hazu crossed his arms in disagreement. Keep dreaming, lie every other time, I was luck a winner. She retorted, since when did that become old routine? Adela held her ground, bit by bit. I have finally seen through your trajectory, shifting muddy each tactic. 5 minutes ID more than enough? Hazu responded bluntly. My dear, 5 minutes ID enough for your spirit to be exhausted, do would have lot. Su and Chan, sitting in Likey middle, could unlie listen in silence to Waiki 28 endless debate. He raised an eyebrow in annoyance. Seriously. If do want to bicker, peakly go back to your room, causing trouble in my space ID really annoying, do know. Yet, Kai pair immediately turned their heads and shouted in unison. What Ike hell do know to be cutting and lie that? Oh my EDNG26 type dares to be disrespectful. Suchin, on the verge of tears, pointed at leaky recording tape and said, this IDP my territory, I just wanted us to quietly review that deathmatch together. Soon, Lipe whole group cheered in front of overflowing banquet table. Like party? We've got everything? Yogurt ID ready? In paisak what French fries and soft drinks have been fully laid out. He sniffled while chuckling delightedly. Of course, I'll make an exception for you guys. Lee two guests quickly settled in, and Hazu crossed his arms and grumbled, Su-chan dear blocking my view. He froze for 5 seconds, feeling emotionally wounded. Light clatter of chopsticks and bowls echoed incessantly, and a key room became lively and joyful again. Hurry up, we have to grind from Lee beginning. A 14-hour-long. That ain't just terrifying. 14 hours passed, ECK gradually darkened and Libby lights from distance ECK Gratapifi cast a magical glow and VP night. Inside that room Hazu and Adela persistently remained seated in their chairs. Meanwhile Suchin had collapsed onto la floor from exhaustion murmuring in his daze, what a menix T addicted to analyzing information. Amidst the quiet atmosphere she suddenly giggled and Hazu looked at V bewildered. What are you laughing at? Adela walked gently LRV to where Suchan was fast asleep, saying, I find this so funny I can't even stand eat. She turned and sat back in her chair, having to force ourselves to grind through a CG lep that 8-10 hours long. Hazu also gave a helpless, forced smile. What an impossible situation. He looked at Suchin sleeping soundly. To be honest, I once thought he would have given up and bailed a long time ago. Adela smiled gently. You truly are a wonderful friend. Hazu rested his chin on his hand, filled with pride. To me, he ID's best friend in Deek world. Beyond reproach. Her eyes flickered Koot's sadness as she spoke in a soft voice. I am truly so re. He asked Koot slight surprise, what it gotten into you today? Adela replied sadly, all throughout this past year, I've been pretending to be oblivious. I wanted to keep my distance, but I couldn't bear to let go. Looking back, I realize all my actions then were wrong.
I am so right.
He smiled to clear like stifling air. Why apologize? I am Key one who ignored like signals from Diu. Hazu looked down at Lee Key floor, softening his tone. I was Key one who wanted to CP ret distance first. So don't worry about Eat. Honestly, at Leap beginning, I wasn't even that keen on him. Suchin startled awake in a panic. What? ID, what do you just said? Key truth. Adela asked in surprise. Are you awake now? Hazu sighed instead of answering. Hate been awake for ages. There ain't no need to freak out. Hazu rubbed his wrist. I am no longer wee person I was a year ago. My strength IDP different from before. Key 2 stared at him, utterly confused. He clenched his hand and raised 8 in front of him, saying, since you are trusted teammates, I want to stew to something. Quit those words. In bleaky blink of an eye, Hazu summoned a dazzling stream of mana around him. Adela gaped in astonishment. Could Eat be that thing? Chan froze, speechless, her eyes wide Ubada unable to believe what she was seeing. He smiled proudly, looking at leaky magical energy orb swirling in his handy moonbeam bullet. Chan approached him skeptically asking, do you mean this Mage manipulation spell can directly affect opponent 8 spell structure? He casually pointed at his eye and replied, precisely. I have Lipey ability to see through to Lipey very root of all Mage formulas. Both of them were utterly shocked. Adela frowned and covered her mouth, exclaiming,
A divine eye.
No wonder Diu figured on my family's secret art. Hazu calmly adjusted Lokima D check power in his hand and explained, that it right, originally secret arts are not allowed to be passed on to outsiders, but this ID result of my own analysis and improvement. He tested Bikima D chi flow again and shrugged. Of course, I had to observe Yeet countless times at a very Sikielu range to understand how Yeet works. Adela still hesitated before asking, so what about how Du penetrated the Emerald toward his 8 defense? Hazu seriously pointed out and explained, that was also then to Mage manipulation. I manipulated its shell which was woven from Mage to weaken each. Suchain cheered enthusiastically, what a Menix tea! While Adela silently observed Hazu, he lazily rubbed his chin and said, I probably don't need to explain Moonbeam Bullet 8 trajectory bending trick again, do I? Adela finally spoke up. If Lee conditioned for intervention ID to thoroughly understand Lee Key opponent 8 me D Chi, then he Tate not that Du didn't want to do 8 from leap start, but that Du couldn't. Hazu nodded, chuckled Koot delight and praised, spot on, Du grasp things quickly. In each recent match, Du focused all your concentration on KX Ting Ki Moonbeam Bullet. That ain't how I got I chance to analyze Wine Mana. Of course, if Du had used many spells simultaneously, I would have been overwhelmed. She crossed her arms and sighed, unaware that her continuous overuse of Ike Moonbeam Bullet was a fatal flaw. As if suddenly remembering something, Adela hastily raised a question. Does this type of Mage have any other fatal weaknesses? Hazu answered nonchalantly, quit his hands on his hips. Okimana analysis algorithms are actually very complex. He stretched his hand manipulating a small amount of mana and continued, I can unlie interfere quit spells right in front of me. In actual combat there ain't no time for calculations, so I can unlie adjust like trajectory a little. Adela looked at Lee's small stream of mana flowing towards her and asked again, what about reversing leak opponent 8 spell direction by 180 degrees? Hazu closed his eyes, shrugged, and replied, time doesn't allow 8, so that 8 completely beyond my reach. Hearing that, she showed a hint of regret, really. What a shame! If he could counterattack, its power would surely be terrifying. She touched her chin and thou, nevertheless, this ID key still an overly dominant XQ. Behind her Xu, Chen raised her hand and shouted loudly, hold on a minute. His face scowling, he strode a V, grabbed Hazui's shoulder, and yelled, Do you sit still and listen to me?
Rain 8 in a bit.
Why are you foolishly revealing all these powerful Madi secrets? Hazu asked blankly, don't you understand? Adela replied, do you really don't know? Pelted quick questions, Xu Chen scratched her head and asked back, what on earth are you all talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Both of them looked at each other seriously, then spoke in unison. Olympics. Chan gaped in astonishment, speechless. Hazu placed his hand on his chest, quote determination. I will take Lee whole club to Weilul Olympics, so do guys have to speak me? Xu, Chan was so moved he was about to cry. He called his friend 8 name affectionately. It was truly touching. Lucky other boy raised his hand to see-top him, but Hazu pointed straight at his face. Oh, Xu, Chan, go ahead and say exactly what 8 on your mind. Xis, Chan scratched his head awkwardly and spoke up. Adela might be fi, but quit my lal VE, how could I compete in a big tournament? I'm not even sure I could beat upperclassmen. He nervously cracked 3 fingers, meaning Lick's second year was manageable, but Lee third year has 7 classes, securing a spot would be so difficult. Hazu nodded reassuringly, telling him not to worry. He flashed a mysterious smile and said firmly, no matter what happens, I will ensure your name ID on Likey list. Xu Chan jumped and stepped back in fear. Adela looked at both of them and smiled. Despite many strict regulations, interference Mage IDR trump CPC. She secretly calculated if that move could be used in decisive matches, nothing would be better. From holding Medici stones to bombarding enemy bases, quick cannons or capturing Li Fi Lot, all are intense siege battles. Hazu crossed his arms in agreement. That ain't right. In battles where a winner must be decided, this type of Madi Chide no different from cheating. Adela's eyes widened in surprise. That it impressive. Do you still have any other trump cards up your sleeve? He slightly smirked, forming a knowing smile. Hazu replied, quite fun confidence. Of course I do. In Lai P quiet late night under Wei P bright moonlight, E-rooms in Lee Academy were still brightly lit. Hazu stood in E-room as Wei moonlight flooded through Wei P window. Wearing his Medici cloak, he flipped through a book and muttered, finally finished. He focused on channeling Manai into Diet E Pate he had just found. Well then, let 8 head all right now. In an instant, Hazu vanished from Lee room, leaving a few rose petals fluttering in Lee night breeze. Mimir was lying down reading a book when she saw him arrive. She said, oh, Lee's successor, ID here. Hazu took a pee his hood to greet her. Mimir rested her chin on her hand teasingly. Dear, arriving later than expected. Don't tell me you failed to get first place. Hazu replied confidently, first place ID certainly. P score from Lee key match against EP Emerald Flies settled everything. He stood quit hands on his hips and said quit a laugh. Do remember when I had to win a gold medal in a competition? She replied, I remember. E-date heek upcoming Olympics. Hazu raised an eyebrow. That ain't right. I've discussed that in likey use of interference Madi quit my friend. Mimir wondered and asked, really, didn't do say do? Wait until do mastered before saying anything. Telling them so early. Hazu crossed his arms firmly. I spoke at E right time. Mimir jumped up from her chair in SC. I can't believe 8. Thinking about Hazu easily controlled Medici, she felt skeptical. Have you really mastered interference Medici already? But very soon after, her face lit up quit excitement. Key successor really IDP impressive. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He turned to her. Yeah, that 8 why. Hazu reached his hand forward and began making an important proposal. Could you get me a few books specifically about destruction Medici? Hazu strolled back to his room, one hand on his hip and Lai P other pressing his phone to his ear as he listened to P Tower Masterate Voy. On Neek other end, he sounded quite delighted. I just finished watching Y Kniver of your proficiency T8. Impressive. Who would have thou do take down Emerald Turtle all by yourself? Hazu. And Lee gave a gentle smile and modestly replied that it was all just luck. Upon hearing that, Kangen let Oa scoff. You're always so modest. Just think about E.T. going head to head quit LV for Adela and even shattering Lucky Emerald Turtle 8 shell. That ain't no small feat. He laughed heartily quit excitement. I almost forgot. I even saw a key trajectory of Adela 8 Moonlight Bullet being bent. Hazu watched Whitey Man on AP screen acting smugly and felt helpless. At first I thought it was just a common mana distortion phenomenon, but he turned out not to be E case. He could unlie give a forced smile and replied hesitantly, Tower Master, I apologize, but I would like to keep key specifics of my muddy each a private. Kangen burst into laughter for a long while. Oh, I got overexcited again. That ain't my fault, you don't need to worry about answering. Mages have the right to keep their techniques confidential after all. Hearing that, Hazu's expression shifted slightly. Kangen dropped his playful tone and spoke more seriously, but really, Hazu, your Medici ID key truly rare. Just wait and see, I'll figure it out on my own. While waiting for Waka laboratory door to be out, he suddenly remembered something and said, while we're at it, I am contacting you regarding Lipe collection of elemental Medici items you requested earlier. Hazu fell silent for a moment, wondering if this was get news o a bad omen. On leak other end, Kangen maintained a calm tone. Chait get news of course. Lie door slowly opened revealing a room filled with elemental Medici items being neatly organized by experts. He said proudly, her 8 Lee get news everything I deek in place. Now prepare yourself to receive eat. Looking at E seen through Leap's screen, Hazu asked in surprise, really, everyone isn't overworking, are they? There ain't no harm in taking eat slow. Kangen winked and gave a reassuring smile. Heat fi. Iki craftsmen here are workaholics, their eyes light up the moment they see new mana stones. He thought to himself, just as I expected, they must be pouring all their energy into those projects. He spread his arms and turned Leap's screen for him to see. Don't worry about I creations. On the other end, Hazu replied, thank you very much, I am looking forward to eat as well. Kangen looked satisfied and was about to hang up when Hazu spoke up quickly. Wet, hold on a moment. He hurriedly voiced his request. I have a small favor to ask of Diu. Kangen recalled Old Man Spee meet sly smile from earlier and asked, what kind of request? I keyed about seeking compensation for Old Man's met incident. Hazu replied in a serious tone, no, Tate not. That matter depends on a Tower Master 8 perspective. Hearing that, he looked curious and urged as he walked deeper inside, that it's Tren. Eat seems do have some new trick up your sleeve this time. Tell me about Eat. He looked directly into Lee Key screen and calmly made his proposal. Well, Fu Eek upcoming Olympics I need Lee Key best crafting engineers from Lee B. Lu Tower to accompany an SCP Key national team. Mimir 8 jaw dropped an SC as she exclaimed. What, dear planning to go head to head Kud Ul Viki 5 Mage? Hazu picked up a book and gave a wary sigh. That was Lee prerequisite set by Lock Tower Master. He closed his eyes and thought, wondering if he was being too overconfident quit this decision. Returning to conversation after Hazu's proposal, Kangen began to speak in an inquiring tone. Haru firmly replied that he wanted his craftsmen to become official engineers at EGM. He laughed sarcastically and then flatly refused his offer. He raised his eyebrows helplessly upon hearing like crisp laughter on IP phone. Indeed, it was a tough request. Kangen regained his composure, a faint smile on his lips as he said, I was going to say that. But never mind. He maintained an enigmatic smile. If Du can defeat a LVE5 mage in a duel, then we will discuss it further. Haru was briefly surprised but immediately nodded in agreement to Lee challenge. His voice echoed from EP other end of Lee line, dear well aware of Lee Key MBE of participants in EGWM this year, aren't you? There are 2 LEVE5 mages. I don't mean to doubt your ability. I'm just a bit worried. Kangenate gaze turned sharp when mentioning finances. Craftsmen require significant expenses, and taking this on just faux honor simply isn't worth Tate. He listened to him in silence. Prove through your actual abilities that you are capable of bringing HMOS gold medal. Mimir crossed her arms and looked at him skeptically, as EP current successor Leaky idea of defeating a LV5 mage sounded far-fetched. Haru closed Ike book, looked directly at her, and said he had been given an additional 10 days to prepare. Mimir tilted her head in wonder, questioning whether he could find a way to counter his opponent in just 10 days. He calmly replied, yeah, as long as I can find a weakness, I'll find a way to manage somehow. She put her hands on her hips and teased him, mastering Yeet in 10 days. ID's no joke, and why do you have to go to such lengths just to ask Foe a favor from E.B. Lu Tower? While rummaging through wide pile of books on Eek floor, Haru replied nonchalantly, of course that ain't what makes it meaningful. Haru gave a discreet smile and looked around. Enly they have key authority to adjust artifacts approved Fu GM. Holding P's stack of books in his arms, he looked up. Lee B. Lu Tower was indeed a place that held impressive power. Haru explained in detail that their ID always about a 10% difference in performance between ordinary artifacts and those handled by professional craftsmen. Furthermore, Enli those from Lee B. Lu Tower are capable of customizing artifacts that carry Lema Diichi energy. Mimir smiled brightly quit excitement, so artifact performance determines victory or defeat, no wonder we need their help. Haru continued searching through YP books. Yeah, we have to get them on our side. This ID one. Mimir quickly tugged at his sleeve and asked, so when are we leaving Foe EP 3rd challenge room? He stood up quietly stack of books and said, I plan to devour all these documents before we depart. She put her hands on her hips and gave a light chuckle. That ain't certainly a bold approach. Mimir closed her eyes as if in agreement. When do you get to that laboratory? Peek lie tell them that I'm doing fi. Haru watched Mimir retreating figure in confusion. That message. Could it be that she knows someone there? Mimir didn't even bother to look back. She just picked up her stuffed rabbit and muttered, see Tata's secret. She hugged a piece stuffed rabbit to her chest and smiled gently. If Du knew beforehand, it wouldn't be in T-Grade 10 anymore. Night had fallen of ET City, quit EC's KC Rapi brightly lit by shimmering electric lights. Above low P silk bead printed quit Imato Singa Group League Emexite voy echoed welcome distinguished guests to League anniversary ceremony. I wish everyone a wonderful evening. At Lee lavish party, guests raised their glasses, exchanging sweet words and praising each chairman profusely as truly a talented individual. A certain young man spoke up respectfully, saying that at this rate, EP chairman would surely take a VE Mato Singa family in EP near future. Gihan replied modestly quit a slight smile, do you flatter me, I am just fortunate to have everyone aid attention. He respectfully stated that everything he had was than to them, and like surrounding crowd simultaneously raised their glasses to toast I bright future of Ike Mato Singa family. Suddenly a sharp voice spoke up, making Lee fawning man freeze, and Lee person asserted that this young master was Bu Lee in an illustrious reputation. Gihen's eyes turned sharp and filled with killing intent. That man loudly recounted that everyone must have witnessed him impressively defeat Emerald Turtle by himself. Indeed, a genius always shines brightly, no matter where they are. Gihen gripped a wine glass tightly in his hand as he listened to Ike crowd discuss he fierce battle with Elviki for Adela. It was truly astonishing to confront Moon, Element Arcane Mage from Leaky Holy Guardian family and still stand firm. That Manhwa continued. After that performance, no one dares to look down on him anymore. If he covered his face, many would surely mistake him for a seasoned master. People around began to whisper and chatter incessantly. They appeared extremely excited about name Hazu, and everyone was eager to see him shine at Keek upcoming Olympics. Gihen was completely pushed aside, silently enduring his rival name echoing endlessly in his ears. Lai family had also expressed immense satisfaction, repeatedly mentioning Hazu an outstanding performance. His face darkened with killing intent, Li's succession position wavering before his younger brother made his mind scream in discomfort. Gihen reminisced about P past, those people careless talk irritated him immensely. Hazu's radiant smile while controlling his each made him despise him bitterly. He thought he had suppressed him, but now he had resurfaced. Someone in crowd looked around and wondered where P chairman had gone. No one knew when he had disappeared. Enli, a shattered glass lay abandoned on EP floor. He angrily strode quickly towards main door. Gihen impatiently loosened his tie, muttering to himself that this absolutely could not happen. Standing on the windy rooftop, he snarled bitterly about that hateful person. Suddenly, Gihen brought a hand to his mouth, his eyes darkening with a sinister smile. That person needs to be eliminated immediately. In a vast room, Hazu was engrossed in reading amidst towering stacks of documents. He slowly turned each page with intense concentration. Silence enveloped Li's space, quit and lively rustling saw of turning pages audible. A moment later, Hazu forcefully closed a book and declared that everything was done. Mimi, who was drawing on floor, turned to ask, and he replied that if Iki knowledge and Enli went this far, then it was considered complete. Mimi stood up, spreading her arms before Li towering stacks of books, and asked if he had understood Li's true nature of destruction Madich. Hazu cruelly and flatly denied understanding anything at all, causing her to sigh in frustration and comfort herself with thought that, at very least, his mind was no longer clouded and confused. He thoughtfully examined Li's book and muttered, "Actually, I have a rough grasp of Li's structure now." Mimia enthusiastically spread o'er her drawing to soothe Hazu's wounded pride. It was normal for him not to understand, she reasoned. Just as one cannot expect a wingless creature to fly, how could he possibly grasp it? She spoke in a stern, instructive tone, telling him that he was currently not skilled enough to learn destruction Madiichi, because he still lacked a multitude of prerequisites. Hazu stared wide-eyed at her drawing of like Pearl Moon. Even though lines are a bit messy, I can still understand it. Being criticized made Mimia pout and wrinkle her nose in annoyance. She had drawn a masterpiece after all. He dropped his playful demeanor and scratched his chin in contemplation, saying, "If those are WP requirements, my only path now key to embark on challenge on key third pate." Mimia spread her arms wide, applauding his sudden spark of intelligency. Exactly right, all key answers are tucked away on that third pate. Hazu sat up, hands on his hips, fun of suspicion. "But tell me, Leaky truth, key person do you want me to relay a greeting to Li Professor of Destruction Madiich?" Mimia crossed her arms and pouted, trying to dodge question. "If do you want to know, go experience heat yourself. Do you have already finished pouring in this stack of books anyway, haven't you?" He straightened his face to probe her further. "Then tell me key truth. There's some silo curse that prevents do from saying anything about Li third challenge." Mimia gave a faint, thin smile, saying, "That isn't some forbidden restriction." She closed her eyes, reminiscing about that kindred spirit. "ETIDP a private promise between two of us." Suddenly, a dozen super cute pink souvenirs burst off from between neat pages of a book. Hazu curiously approached light table with a bewildered expression. What on earth did do swear to that makes do afraid to breathe even half a quicks about third challenge? He reached and picked up a book from table, thinking, so this reason. When he channeled his Madich power into Yate, book automatically flipped OBNH and began to glow brilliantly. Trend characters on Pate gradually sprouted small branches leading into third challenge Pate. They grew rapidly and stretched wooden tentacles toward Hazu. Hazu watched in horror as wide roots tightly coiled around him, thinking, "I'll just have to listen carefully and eventually I'll figure it out." He shut his eyes tightly to feel world spinning around him. Hazu jolted awake, eyes wide with astonishment at Key's sight before him. "Where ID this?" He realized in confusion that he was stranded in the middle of a vast wilderness with lush canopy leaves shading the entire sky. True, dense jungle. He looked around, bewildered, and realized this place was anything but normal, filled with impossibly gigantic ancient trees. Where on earth was he? Hazu placed his hands on his hips, Covering his mouth in frustration, he had been convinced he would be transported into a mysterious dimension last time, but there was no Guido Master 8 void to be found. It was unbelievable. Hazu stood alone in a corner of key dreamlike verdant forest. He decisively began to walk deeper inside, thinking, could this entire forest be challenge Pate? Hazu stood precariously on like cliff edge. Standing on high, looking through light clear and brilliant sky, beneath his feet stretched a vast expanse of lush green trees. In inky depths of likey forest, he clenched his fists and spun around quite excitement. His Master 8 Mage was truly something that defied all ordinary logic. Hazu stared pensively into leafy misty forest, feeling as though no matter how far he walked, Ike exit remained a big fat zero. Before long he had wandered deep inside, all leaky way to wakey bank of a small stream, wondering what kind of bizarre challenge his teacher was orchestrating this time. Suddenly he froze, sensing a ground beneath his feet beginning to tremble violently. Hazu was utterly bewildered. Could it be an earthquake? No, this felt too stren. He stood rooted to Libby's spot, watching a massive shadow loom vree him, as something stared intently at Likey back of his neck. Holding his breath, he slowly turned his head back to Chi. Before Hazu's eyes was a giant beast, scrutinizing him intently down to Wakey's smallest detail. It flicked its tail slightly and moved slowly toward the tiny creature that was him. Hazu's eyes widened in horror. This situation was truly absurd to Wee point of being unbelievable. He watched as it opened its mouth and roared. At such Silu range, he had not even sensed its presence. In a panic, Hazu stumbled backward, accidentally slipping and falling Kuda splash into Iki freezing stream. Drenched from head to toe, he surfaced, his jaw frozen and unable to utter a quupsi in leaky face of this grotesque creature. He narrowed his eyes to observe every detail of Ki Menink's tate body, especially those sharp slit pupil eyes characteristic of a reptile. He looked further at thick scales on its back, which were as tough as Waiki armor of a giant crocodile. Hazu trembled as the creature drew closer, its talons as sharp as swords. There was no mistake, he was an unrankable disaster, class draw chi. Looking up, his heart felt Li8 would leap ore of his chest. Had something that Enlai existed in myth, now become his Feian Tate? He looked straight into Wee, cold eyes fixed on him, wondering how he could possibly defeat this Menenxt tree. His body felt as if 8 had been frozen, his limbs stiff and refusing to obey his brain 8 commands. Hazu felt utterly helpless. Just one of its breaths was enough to cause surrounding Madiich to fluctuate violently. This was a completely different LVE. It looked at him, as if he were a magical treat waiting to be devoured. He frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering if there was any chance left for him to escape quit his life. His hand, submerged in likey water, tried to tense up, yet it could not move even a fraction of an inch. Beast 8 gaze was intense, as if it had already claimed Iki's succulent meal right in front of ET. Hazu looked at Li's massive shadow in despair. No matter how fast he was, he could never escape a drotch, and more ironically, his body refused to move. Quite his heart racing. He did not dare let his guard down for even a second. If it lunged, his life would be ERVE. Suddenly he noticed a sick detail. Wait, there seemed to be something about that drotch. He'd had no intention of attacking, merely standing still to observe Hazu. Why had he stopped there? He swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "Oh IDP, there's something else hunting this Menenxt she." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, causing Hazu to jump in surprise. He whipped around like a triggered spring. He figure glided effortlessly across Sierfi of He Still Lake, as if strolling across a dance floor. Her pale blue hair fluttered in leapy breeze, accompanied by praise for his iron will despite being cornered by Iki and an XT free. And Fee ears peeked off from behind long locks of hair, and even in this precarious situation, she remained strangely calm. Hazu stared blankly at IP girl who had just appeared. He was now unfrozen and able to move normally. Hazu stammered, regaining his composure, and hurriedly asked who wee person before him was. She smiled, placed her hand on her chest, and introduced herself as Alina L. Greenwood, guardian of Die Ancient Forest, Archmage, an old friend of trees. Hazu froze for a few seconds, completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at like graceful figure, wondering if some mythological deity had manifested. Alina turned her head and told him to let her handle this mess. Hazu narrowed his eyes, looking at Li's stranger with extreme caution. She spread her arms, revealing a pre-set barrier, and did not forget to give him a glowing compliment. She noted that it was truly commendable that he had remained steadfast and refused to step into this territory, despite being enticed by Medici. Alina graciously waved her hand, seeing that he had no ill intent, even though he had trampled her beautiful garden. She whispered forgivingly that she would be generous enough to overlook what had just happened. She blew a surge of swirling mana into Wiki air and commanded remnants of Likey fallen clan to return immediately to where they belonged. Leaf flow of magical power carried leaves quiddy, creating a soft rustling sough that cooled the key corner of Lee Forest. Hazu stood speechless, watching Lee's surrounding scenery change with the entire forest resonating in unison. He silently admired Alina, though she was one quite light green forest, as if this entire place obeyed her every command. She pointed at Leaky Men XTT and ordered Eat to get back into Waiki bushes, if Eat still wanted to keep its life. Alina cast a sidelong glance at Leaky Men and XT could a gaze as cold as ice. Immediately, the Keymen and XT shrieked in pain as if Ide had just been brutally tortured. Hazu was so astonished that his jaw dropped, unable to understand where those wounds had come from. He stood rooted to Likey's spot, watching like unbelievable scene, as he had not heard a single sow. He and Lai saw streaks of Lai flashing by, as if someone were slashing Waiki Lutragian at Lee's speed of Lai. Hazu's face turned pale as he wondered what on earth kind of trick she had just performed. Leaky Men XT trait body was now covered in deep and shallow gashes. Yet, strangely enough, those wounds were beginning to seek Elu at a dizzying speed. Klee Memen XTT bowed its head to Waiki ground before Alina as a sign of gratitude and submission. She closed her eyes, gently issued a finite warning, and ordered Eat to get ore of her sight. Just as Alina finished speaking, DNXTT took a hint and slunk away. Hazu frowned in utter astonishment when he saw his wounds heal miraculously on their own. Looking at Alina quit admiration because she easily dispatched Lee Disaster LV He Men and XT as if she were taking a stroll, he felt she was truly Lee best of Lai P best. Alina turned to glance at Lai P young boy, who had been frozen in place this whole time. She turned back to ask if he was okay, and Hazu immediately replied that he was fine, thanking her for her concern. She gently reached out towards him, squinting her eyes quit a smile as if she understood everything in the key young man ate heart. Her smile radiated a gentle energy, and she told him to follow this new guide right away. Leaky bright sunlight filtered through leek leaves, shining down on leek treehouse like a scene from a movie. A steaming, fragrant cup of tea was set down. Alina invited him, saying this was a drink that Zay was absolutely obsessed with. She said this tea helps relax Lee's mind, so Hazu took a key cup and politely said then do you. He closed his eyes to inhale leaky aroma and then took a small sip of tea slowly. Immediately, Hazu's eyes widened as if he had just found leaky ultimate truth of his life. Holding key cup in his hand, he marveled that Lai P taste of ET was miraculous, instantly clearing his mind. Alina couldn't help but laugh as she watched Hazu's adorable reaction. Seeing that Lai P cup was empty, Alina asked how he found Likey flavor. She tilted her head gracefully, waiting for a compliment from the key young man. Hazu clutched his chest in excitement, saying that this was definitely the best tea he had ever tasted. Alina cheerfully inquired if he felt his soul was a bit more at peace now. He hesitated slightly to confess his somewhat rude behavior from earlier. She just smiled softly and said there was nothing to be ashamed of, kid. Alina reassured him that for a normal person to dare stand before a Galaki Ra Jian without running away was already very impressive. Hazu rubbed his chin and thought, so it really was a Liaki Ra GM, no wonder he couldn't escape no matter where he ran. She calmly explained that even if Li P Beast was Li Ki Forest 8 Fein Embeat, it wouldn't dare approach this place. Alina smiled meaningfully, suggesting that perhaps Du Jin had been drawn by something earlier. He asked back in confusion. She pointed at him and said, "The source of pure mana inside him was a juicy bait that made Eat crave him." Alina sighed and said that to Ray Jin En, he was Eat's most nutritious meal, making Eat forget even its fear of facing her. Seeing Hazu lot and Thaofo too long, she asked if he had any more questions. He solemnly asked directly if this place was truly inside Leaky world of Leaky Book Udrige. Hazu thought to himself that everything here was too realistic. Lee 15-minute walk from Leaky Reginate location didn't feel like being in a book at all. The vast forest far exceeded his imagination, completely different from the key previous pages of e-book, leaving him constantly wondering about his true location. Alina lowered her tone and looked at EP other person sternly, right there in that very place. She gently explained that everything was on pages 214 to 232 of Yidrej book, Ninki 3rd lesson chap TT. Haru's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so that was it. He couldn't hide his astonishment and jumped out of his chair, asking if that Leaky Rajian was merely a product of Madi Che. Alina tilted her head in thou, saying who could say for sure, it was neither truly real nor entirely fake. Haru stood frozen in confusion, asking what she was implying. Alina replied nonchalantly that this space was constructed by simulating scenes from Lock Past. Like contents within Eadridge book were a reproduction of IP Greenwood Forest that had existed long ago. Alina gestured quit her hands, looking relaxed, and told him to consider a photocopy of Leak original world, so it was neither real nor virtual. Haru frowned, puzzled, asking if that meant people had built this world based on data from Leaky past. He was still skeptical and placed his hand on the key book, saying it sounded logical, but wondering how they could have achieved it. She smiled slightly and replied that even she didn't know, as Iki Nen Lai person who understood and had Iliki ability to do that was Zay and his descendants. That person was him, and when he reached Zaid Lve, he would naturally understand how he'd operated. Haru asked about Li's purpose of creating this place, and Alina gently replied that she wanted to teach him a rare and special type of Mage. Upon hearing this, Haru froze for a few seconds, asking what kind of Mage it was. Alina did not rush to explain immediately, simply humming briefly. Her gaze suddenly darkened. He sensed leaky change in her expression and began to feel anxious. Alina slowly answered his questions, explaining that this was Key Third Circle Master Madichi's secret realm in Key Beitner style, an essential Madiche foe perceiving destruction and seeing through weepy essence of Madiche. At that moment, her eyes suddenly shone brilliantly with a gaze that seemed to see through all things. This was Lai Gen non I. After listening, Haru was stunned for a few seconds, realizing Yate was Eek Beitner ocular talent, also known as Eek Clear Eye. Alina pointed gently to her powerful eyes, confirming it, but noting that her clear eye was not yet perfect. Initlin Lai ones who could fully keen on Tranim it were Zay and him. Looking at Blight bewildered young man standing there, she enlightened his mind, saying she had been entrusted by Zay quit Lighty task of awakening that Mediche, which was why she existed here, even if N lie as a lingering memory. At like same time in Lipi capital where Wiki Shin clan resided, Li car carrying Jin Yuk was slowly rolling along Key Street. He sat in Ye car an authoritative, patriarchal look, telling his driver Seokyun to report ED's situation quickly. Sir, I would like to report on like matter you instructed me about earlier. Seokyun spoke in a serious tone, mentioning Lipi status of Iki children in Liki clan, from young master Jin Hyuk to young lady Minji. He showed an attitude of not caring much about Li young master Haru. He delved into concerns about Lao's formidable older sister, and ironically, young lady Xia was not interested in this matter either. Seo Yun glanced at Inhyuk. It seemed his command had been remarkably effective, making her appear less prickly. However, I don't believe she would actually abandon Hazu. Perhaps she IDK just putting on a careful act, because she knows your secret agents are keeping an eye on him. His face began to darken, and then he added, what about that kid, Ji-Han? As expected, Iki Hollywood Viki acting of this cunning young nobleman had fooled Seo Yun, making Ji-Han somewhat wary as well, yet everything remained completely calm during E's recent party. In Hyuk listened, half believing and half doubting, was it really lie that? His voice suddenly turned softer. It seems both of them have learned how to set aside personal feelings to prioritize Ecom and Giet. Nevertheless, Inhyuk maintained his guarded attitude as before. Regardless, do not lower your guard until protection period officially ends. Follow him closely. Scarred Seo Hivenji nodded sharply and then lowered his voice mysteriously. I have a piece of classified information to report. In that case, I will BLPC like audio immediately. Inhyuk nodded in agreement. Alright, go ahead. Seo Hivenji kept a poker face. This ID he like investigation fi on those in like he clan who are colluding quit be he like C tower. He presented it clearly. We have thoroughly screened 32 individuals including elders dissatisfied Kuthazu and high-ranking officials from branch offices. Just hearing this much made Hyuk visibly tense, looking as if he were about to snap. Seo Hivenji continued, as fo all IC tower, this group ID completely clean. He began to ponder, if they were not involved Kut TP tower. He did not necessarily mean these people were honorable. He handed a VB list of suspects. Indeed, that was Li's case. Among Li 32 people, there were 5 extremely suspicious individuals who caught Li's scent of Li's spirit hounds. He looked at them for a moment and then hesitated. These ones. Afterwards, he frowned and declared, I will send them ba P to we after life quit my own hands. P scene shifts to where Elena and Hazu are practicing Ma D each. Her sweet voice rang out, then, let it get started right away. Both of them had taken their positions, ready to begin practice session. We will proceed quit training to awaken your Senate eye. Although slightly nervous, Hazu remained determined. Leap peakly do whatever do you think I deek best. Alina looked at Hazu affectionately. Truly you raw of an air. Do you are very much like him in this regard. She reached Otako v his eyes and whispered, now, sequel your eyes? And Hazu, slightly flustered, asked, lie this? Alina smiled kindly, that ain't right, from now on, I will channel my mana into your body, young hare. She began to channel her magical power, guiding that flow of energy into Hazu. Just stay calm and feel ET, I will explain Ki Kite I to do in detail. As she worked, Alina instructed normally, information about Ikik's Saint I ideally revealed after reaching Lipi 4th Circle. Do you can find aid in other books? Hazu asked in surprise, Ki 4th Circle? He began to st his memory fo wiki collection of Madich books that had once been his salvation. Although he had thoroughly scoured Yadate books of destruction and Mimirate tome, without finding any trace of like Holy Eye, its secret would surely not be revealed until like Ki 4th Circle. Hazu dared to ask if why book Lady Alina had just mentioned was Mimeric 8 tome. Alina was so surprised her jaw nearly dropped. Seeing this, Hazu seized like opportunity to boast that he also had a message from Mimir. Alina recalled Mimir's instructions: if she reached Li third trial pate, she should tell him he was still well, perhaps a private sea pate between Li two of them. Though she became a little distracted, prompting Hazu to speak up and remind her, making Lady Alina hastily apologize profusely. He felt there was something OP about his words, especially when her Mage suddenly fluctuated. Had he accidentally uttered something taboo? A moment later, the praxeft of transferring mana into Hazuite body was successfully completed. Alina sighed in relief and then gave a wry smile, saying Yate turned awe he had already met Mimir. What get news? She skillfully steered Li conversation in another direction, smoothly as if pouring oil, promising they would chat about Mimir later when they had free time, but for now, they should focus on Holy Eye. Alina gently explained that it was quite understandable for Holy Eye to unli appear in Li P fourth circle. In Mike reason she was on third trail P8 made Hazu nearly fall backward in SPC. Her voice dropped sadly, because Zay had left and entrusted her quit heavy responsibility of explaining all leak unfinished mysteries. She sighed and lamented that because YP Spellbook 8 storage limit was too narrow, that Zay fellow really knew how to make people work themselves to exhaustion. Hazu listened, his mind twisting in confusion via these complicated information storage rules. Mimir had said same thing. Hazu began to sup his ITCT lie deductive skills. Adding trial Pete in Li hair confirmation formula had consumed a huge amount of mana, exceeding the capacity of an ordinary Mage tome. Likey Idred tome recorded in Li essentials, while Likey rest was channeled into Mimir 8 tome. Her eyes filled with sadness whenever she recalled memories of Zay. She continued to pump mana into him to complete activation pre-sex Eve Holy Eye. Alina encouraged Hazu, telling him that everything was ready, into open his eyes and embrace his new power, air. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw Atiki two streams of mana blending together identically. Lady Alina 8 mana synchronized terrifyingly his endless circle, to the point where he couldn't distinguish which was his and which was hers. Her unusually bright eyes made Hazu sweat profusely. He felt that something was truly unsettling. She gently replied that such a cess trend feeling was online natural. I have used mana to completely seal all of your optic nerves. Hazu was so stunned his mind was in disarray, not expecting her to dare BLVP his VXN entirely. She gently soothed his mind to lessen his tension. Don't be surprised just yet, because IT Holy Eye ID a sixth sense, completely separate from Leaky 5 basic senses. Alina advised him to focus on this sixth sense instead of letting other things distract him. Her hand on his shoulder made him shiver and tremble. One by one his sense of touch, then smell and then taste gradually faded away, and finally even his hearing vanished into nothingness. Hazu couldn't get used to Waiki Seat's trend power that Ike Mind 8 I brought. I am really starting to lose all feeling now. Suddenly, he fell sprawling on Li floor while Alina stood there calmly, and then she invited him to step into Li Death Realm meant foe successors. Lying motionless on floor, his imagination began to wander to a world where he 5 senses had completely disappeared, no sight remaining. Seeing nothing, hearing nothing, Hazu began to vividly imagine himself losing all 5 senses, to a point where he didn't know if he was standing or lying down. He became numb to all external stimuli. Hazu kept overthinking, exaggerating minor things, wondering if his body was still functioning or if he had actually died ages ago. More he overthought, more he felt a chill down his spine. Hazu recalled Li scene of using Shadow Mage to spar Quit Saihu. This feeling was terrifying. It wasn't Li being ordinarily blindfolded but Li sinking in a solitary ocean where darkness devoured all sensations. That thought made him shudder. It truly was a living hell. Hazu suddenly gripped his own violently trembling arm. He sighed in relief because this was in Li training, recalling Alenid 8 words that Li Mind 8 I was a sixth sense completely separate from Li Ki 5 senses. When his mind stabilized, Hazu snapped of that terrifying nightmare. He closed his eyes, focusing on perceiving his Mind 8 I, and it turned that he could still see mana even in this pitch beepaw-like sea darkness. Hazu poured all his mental and physical energy into intense concentration. Li's small house suddenly lit up brightly from converging spiritual energy. Alenid 8 eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at him, not understanding what on earth was happening. She couldn't take her eyes to Hazu, who was diligently working to his Mind 8 I. It was truly too obvious. An experienced person like Alana knew too well why despair of being deprived of Key 5 senses. No one could keep a cun head when all their senses were sealed for more than a minute. They would go mad, then think of death, even in their own lives when imprisoned in that dreadful sealing spell. She began to feel regret because she knew how terrifying this Mage was. Her initial plan was Li to give him a taste and then release him immediately. Elena recalled her own arduous training period. She too had gradually gotten used to Yate, yet this boy had been sealed fu 3 consecutive minutes. She watched Hazu in astonishment, still lying motionless on E floor but completely unharmed. Elena calmly analyzed, not in lie that, but Li Qi's spiritual energy was also strongly resonating Kuda's mana. Li Qi plan was still progressing well. Li's streams of light surrounding E house became increasingly dazzling. Even now, she was still astounded by this unbelievable sight. Elena used her Medici power to change Hazu's physical condition. His breathing was stable, and E Medici circle was perfect. Li fact that his body showed no unusual signs made her feel uneasy. He was indeed Li Qi one chosen by E Li's library, and Wei had been right to trust him. Elena began to fear Hazu's potential, as he endured Li's sealing spell too easily, and then he suddenly called Awe to see if she was there. This event took her by surprise, enough to make her drop her chin. Hazu suddenly opened his eyes wide, wondering if he could break Like's sensory seal. Elena was startled, hurriedly removing Like's seal. Okay, let me take care of it. He regained his usual composure, collapsed and sighed in relief. I can finally breathe again. Seeing Hazu move, she hurried VE, showing concern. Are you okay? You shouldn't move so suddenly like that. Elena was still stunned by that miraculous power, so she asked thoroughly, how did you escape Y sensory seal? It must have been an indescribable nightmare. Hazu began to thoughtfully recount Light's nightmare, a world where every sense was stifled. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. He closed his eyes tightly and talked about how he calmed himself down. However, I kept repeating to myself that this was just a safe training session. I desperately tried to convince myself. Hazu confided. I suppressed my fear and focused on seeing La Pima no. Elena was surprised. ID that all. That ain't not something you can overcome just by brainwashing yourself. Li, young man, admitted. True, dear right, actually I nearly gave up. That nightmare haunted Hazu more than ever. Even though he knew Yate was training, his body wouldn't listen to his reason. It was unlike a sati moment, but that darkness felt lie in eternity. A hell called loneliness, he said soberly, overcoming key obsession, feeling despair and death as my concentration was about to shatter, when suddenly a thought flashed through my mind. Hazu, do you have to be strong? Even so, this was still better than a year ago. He sadly recounted his failure from a year ago. Li Qi time he realized he was not suited Foma Di Che. Hazu reminisced about his stumble. Li Day he was rejected from Li Qi path of becoming a mage a year ago. Then he was cruelly shunned by his clan, abandoned by both his family and parents. That ain't why this moment of despair I deep nothing, he shared. Back then, I was already living in hell, but compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, isn't this still better than a year ago? Lay from the outside world illuminated the entire forest. Elena was still deep in thought about what had just happened. Sensory seal better, do you say? He confirmed, yeah. Hazu stated firmly, key sensory seal was just a challenge for me to move forward. His determination left her speechless. Do you had to... Now Hazu felt much lighter. Everything I defy now. He gently touched his pupils and cheered joyfully. Anyway, eat it all and keep past now. And now, I am grateful to have found my own special path. Seeing Hazu so innocent, Elena suddenly burst into tears. Laiki's sight reminded her of her friend, Ri. She acted playfully, tapping his arm gently. He turned back, gave a bright smile, and said, and Elena, than do you? Elena was surprised. Hazu explained. In thy darkness where all senses were sealed, I saw your mana. He young man said sincerely, I am truly very grateful. Her energy was so incredibly gentle, making my heart suddenly feel an unusual peace. Haru hesitantly wondered, could it be that I've been charmed by Du, Elena? She became briefly pensive upon hearing that praise, gentle. These words reminded Elena of an extremely seagull old friend. Memories flooded back, making her choked up. I never thought I'd hear these words again. Key sun gradually set, giving way to Li's mysterious night that began its reign. In Key's small, shimmering house where Elena and Haru were owning their skills for upcoming great wizard battle. Key two of them paused their work. He sipped his tea and confided in her about keeping Mimir's book in this place. Hearing that Li P acquaintance was safe and sound, she sighed in relief. I am glad to know that Mimir ID still well. Elena expressed her gratitude. Than to do I heard this get news. But Haru modestly replied that he was just Iki messenger. Hearing news about Du through his words, Mimir must also feel at ease. Elena started a conversation hinting, if you've met Mimir, Du must have heard about me in Greenwood Forest, right? But Haru knew nothing about that mysterious forest. He shook his head and said that she kept her promise and didn't utter a quupsy to him. After hearing this, Elena's heart was heavy regret and self-reproach. So Mimir still kept that promise, but now I can't hide it anymore. Seeing his bewildered expression, she could only softly utter wiki name Lady Elena. Seeing that he seemed unsettled, she immediately apologized for inadvertently making the atmosphere heavy. Haru quickly reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Alina seized the opportunity to bring up another matter. She gave a knowing smile which made Haru freeze when she mentioned Eat promise. Seat seems Mimir Idik very fond of Diu. Her sorrowful, profound gaze helped Alina feel a T-roll perfectly. Did I say something wrong? Haru also felt a twinge of guilt under that gaze, so he scratched his head and changed subject. Our relationship I quite get, but what exactly was that promise? She skillfully refused, not wanting to reveal Edie. Do seem too curious about Eat, don't you? So but that ain't a secret. Alina was discreet because this was their private pact. This matter isn't appropriate to be told to a third party. Haru still insisted on extracting like information at all costs. If that likey case, he confidently asserted that because Mimir once made a promise to her, that person must have truly existed in Lee past. Just lie do. Elena, hearing this, immediately became flustered and avoided like question. He hasn't told you yet, has he? Indeed, Mimir, I cannot reveal that person its secret. Haru finally stopped pressing faux answers. If you're not comfortable talking about ET, then don't. After all, Eat ate a vow, so Eat shouldn't be broken. Alina was grateful for this understanding. Thank you very much, Junior, for understanding us. Night fell, covering everything under a glow of lie perfectly round moon. Haru placed his fun trust in Alina. I'll take my leave first, and I'll entrust everything from now on to Dio. She nodded in commitment. I am determined to train tirelessly until these divine eyes reach an unparalleled LVE. However, his mind was still in a muddle. Before parting ways, Alina looked at him affectionately and asked one last question, to which he nodded in agreement. Hazu's eyes widened with curiosity, wondering what key ambiguous relationship between Lady Elena and Mimir truly was. Without any hesitation, she asserted that likey two of them were simply friends. Then she spoke at length about likey fateful event that bound lie three of them together, along key protective Madi che thread beatener which sparkled key constellations in Li Sekai. No matter where we might drift apart, that invisible red thread still binds her and me tightly together. At that exact moment, Mimurgate Madi's book suddenly sucked Hazu deep inside. He laughed aloud, announcing that he had returned. The Lee girl lying on Li P ground was also startled and bewildered because he had returned so quickly. Hazu nonchalantly explained, I have school tomorrow, so I made sure to come back early. Mimir grumbled and questioned him, did you actually practice properly? Lee young man tilted his head with confidence, asserting that it was obvious. Suddenly Hazu's eyes glowed brightly, activating his divine eyes. At that moment, his world was filled with nothing but Mimir and Likey energy surrounding her. He teased her that seeing Likey floating Madi Chi was enough to know how hard she had been working, leaving her completely baffled. Hazu sat down to rest and confessed he was endly joking, because his Madi Chi was still unstable, but he was certain he was on right track, which left Mimir utterly bewildered since he should have been exhausted after such a session. Quit just a light touch on her cheek, Hazu could sense Mimir's energy flow. He silently marveled at how her power felt both icy and incredibly calm. Hearing this, Mimir beamed with joy and boastfully claimed that she had always been a cold person. A sate while later, two of them sat down at a lavish banquet table, chatting animatedly. She expressed concern for his well-being, pressing him to find if he was truly unscathed after weeky training exercise that sealed all 5 of his senses. Haru calmly replied that he was perfectly fine, prompting Mimir to tease him about whether Elena had gone easy on him of favoritism. Suddenly she pointed right at his face, suspecting it was all due to some mysterious forest Madi, leaving Haru baffled as he asked what on earth that forest Madi was supposed to be. Hearing his bewildered question, Mimir asked in surprise if he had never received injury therapy before. Haru replied flatly, I haven't had any injuries until now. She couldn't believe her ears, sensing that something was extremely unusual. Then she suddenly shrieked in SC, how can you train in Madi so intensely without your mind set circuiting? You must have used some kind of trick again? Mimir Kate rapid fire questions made him sigh in exasperation as she demanded he confess what tricks he had been up to. Making no attempt to hide anything, Haru recounted everything that had happened the past year, just as he had previously shared with Alina. Upon hearing EP's story, Mimir was so stunned her jaw dropped, she couldn't believe such an injustice could occur and angrily cursed those responsible. Haru waved his hand to interrupt her. That ain't why I was wandering aimlessly until just last year. In Li P's story doesn't end there. He continued to bean up about his grueling days of struggling to survive in Li Pdichi town. More expectations people placed on me, more violently I reacted, eventually locking myself in a waxy pit of despair. But now I view it as a rigorous exercise to toughen myself up, so even if my senses are locked away, it doesn't bother me at all. Mimir finally realized why I could still sense Wak energy. It turned I had become far too familiar with it. Then she nodded in sympathy, realizing that was why case. Haru was a bit confused, expecting Mimir to flatly refuse, but she did nothing, inly maintaining an inscrutable, serious expression. He recalled Elenidate whispers from earlier, hoping that both of them could truly understand and quit each other. Having just thought about Li Pi young lady for a few seconds, Haru blurted a slip of tongue in front of Mimir, asking if eat was too difficult for Lady Alina, to which he replied that eat was somewhat difficult. Seeing him rambling incoherently, she was at a loss for words, wondering if he had a stot circuit in his brain before quickly changing Li Pi subject, asking if he would be able to complete his training smoothly. Haru patted his chest and confidently asserted that, of course, he was more than capable of finishing eat. His will was ignited. He never expected that those days of despair would help him realize how lucky a mage he was. There was no time left to hesitate, as Gi's successor to a legend. How could I just stand still? Not long after, Hazu slowly made his way back to P. Obelix Academy dormitory. He gently placed Lai Precious Madich books on a key table. Then Hazu collapsed onto his bed and began to ponder their recent conversation, just as Lady Alina had advised. He remembered her magical eyes vividly, holy eyes, a devilish ocular technique that would evolve along Qut infinite Madich circle. Afterward, he began to contemplate Kli Key first Madich circle. I can see Key colors of Mana, but Qut second circle. Why holy eyes help light user detect fractures in IP structure of Madich formulas. Hazu thoughtfully touched his face and mused that Qut third Madich circle. He would be able to penetrate IP true essence of Madich, and once he mastered it fully, he would see Mana whenever he pleased. He immediately tried to cast Madich right in his room, which meant he needed to use Holy Eyes even more proficiently. But Hazu still had some reservations. Would he really be able to do it? He took all his phone to Chi News. Alright, there was an announcement from Lai Master of Lai B Luma Madich Tower. They sent a fact sheet about Light Korean opponent. Hazu, Li Kiel VE5 mage he was about to face, had been confirmed, profile was attached, and they hoped for a spectacular match. He thought to himself that his LVE5 opponent was now locked in. Hazu carefully scrutinized Likey face of his senior, who was about to become his opponent in Likey Arena. He was completely stunned. This was Leaky inside of Leaky Indoor Madich training grounds. Su and Chan had been training all day long and were exhausted. They were nothing spot of monsters. Adela decisively unleashed her powerful magical technique. Her attacks were aimed straight at Hazu, who stood frozen in place. But he was no pushover. He immediately erected a barrier to B. Elpixi Adela 8 strike. She wondered if Li message from Li Lu Tower Master had included strategic instructions. Hazu took advantage of his opponent's distraction to launch a few Madich circle counterattacks. Fortunately, Adela caught it just in time. He repeated once more, I told you already, those aren't files, data combat strategy. While speaking, Hazu unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing her to dodge frantically. Then what quit all this data? Adela looked up and saw Guy Madich bird, poised to strike. I deek this Iki and Fomi. She closed her eyes tightly, accepting her fate. However, Lai P bird didn't attack, it simply circled around Light training room. Like sight made her freeze for a few moments. It swooped down behind Hazu, and he said, I was just about to say, I'm also completely clueless about their intentions. Hazu reached all his hand to pull her up and asked Adela what she thought about this. She softly replied, can I borrow it to take a look? And he agreed without hesitation. A moment later, Adela looked at EP phone Kuda confused expression. It really was a strategy guide, not personal files. As Hazu nodded, Xu Chan ran her VE from nowhere to eavesdrop. I want to take a look too. Reading through White's strategy guide, she cried in amazement because White analysis was so incredibly accurate. Adela pondered Kang's innate intentions. Instead of just analysis, maybe this was what'll Lu Tower Master 8 way of looking off him. Hearing this, Hazu smugly thought that might be case. But perhaps he was just being favored because he was currently at a disadvantage. Xu Chan naively thought this was a get thing, since they didn't have much time to train, and he nodded in agreement. Hazu started rambling, anyway, let it just train to be safe instead of second, guessing, break time IDVE, and Adela hummed in agreement. He complained that Lai P break was weak already and he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Peely, just 5 more minutes of rest, he pleaded, but Hazu began to lecture him like a father disciplining a naughty child. You must train hard in this state to improve your endurance. Fikes, Chan, go for a 1 hour run for me. He cursed inwardly in frustration, thinking that Hazu was truly a sly old fox. A sudden loud explosion right next to his ear left Chan frozen in SBC. He yelled loudly at Li P. Other two, "Oh, you idiots, we're indoors." Chan turned pale when he saw a massive hole in Lai Ki training room. I don't know why do guys love using Madich indoors so much. Night began to fall at Viki Obelisk Academy. At a key dormitory, Adela had also managed to drag herself back to her room. She collapsed onto Li's bed, exhausted after a long day of intensive Madich training. Adela whispered breathlessly, I need to change my clothes before sleeping. Good night. She closed her eyes in utter exhaustion. Leaky moonlight from Hazuti XQ keeps haunting my mind, that lie ID even faster and more intense than I am. Just thinking about that, Adela jolted awake. Wait, slow down. She must be very bitter toward Hazu. It ain't truly frustrating because no matter how hard she works, she still can't catch up to him. Adela suddenly sat up. She couldn't let this situation continue any longer. She had to double her efforts. Her competitive spirit surged, making her more stubborn. Having come all this way, quit martial arts, she couldn't lose to Hazu 8 Moon Madiichi. Adela tormented herself. Unable to sleep, she took a cold shower to wake up and review walkie training materials from earlier. Lei Pi Forest, where he used to go faux training, was now deep in Li Qi's silent night. Haru closed his eyes to meditate after a long day, surprised that he no longer needed to use sense-sealing Madiichi. Alina gently approached him. He was Lai esteemed Lady Alina. She happily pointed to her holy eye. It seemed he had completely mastered Geeks' Q of seeing through Madiich energy sources. Haru replied calmly, It ain't true, that my head still throbs if I look faux too long. But now I can use it at will whenever I want. Alina spoke excitedly, then let it start learning a new type of Madiichi. This time use those miraculous eyes to carefully observe my Madiich circle. She began to explain in more detail while he was observing. You will understand Dike roots of Madiichi and find a gap, a fatal flaw, to neutralize a spell. Haru asked back, somewhat confused. Flaw? Alina firmly asserted exactly every spell has a weakness. She looked at him calmly. Aim for that flaw to seal and completely erase Lukandich's circle. Immediately after she quickly cast this E-Tren Madiichui destruction spell Pago. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Erasing an entire Madiich circle? Alina calmly explained its function and power. That ain't exactly Pago means opening divine eyes wide to neutralize a component 8 Madiichi. She indulgently said, just give it a try. I'm sure Doyle get like hang of it right away. Alina gently pushed Baika the Pargo Madiich circle in front of her toward him. Haru moved his hand closer to Laiki floating Madiich circle. Leipi holy eye began to glow brightly, startling him. What on earth ID this? Even though he narrowed his eyes to examine it closely, Haru was still helpless before Ago Madiich circle. Iki flow of mana carried an ura that was both powerful and warm. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single gap in Iki Madiich circle. He set his resolve. He absolutely had to find a flaw in this Madiich circle. Alina stared as if trying to hypnotize him. Relax your divine eye and focus on analyzing YP structure of Ki Madiich circle. Haru obeyed the young lady. I shall comply, my lady. At this moment, his mind was exceptionally clear to look through his old knowledge fo in Madiich. No formula IDEK invincible. Haru tried to recall keynotes in Lee Book Mimir, which had mentioned methods of neutralizing Madiich. He began to dissect every layer of that Madiich circle. Regarding Pago, since no spell IDEK omnipotent, there would surely be some loopholes revealed. Haru used a kun head to analyze, see through ET nature of Madiich, and listen to he flow of mana to seize ET weakness. He suddenly felt dizzy for a long time, and then everything gradually became clear. Lady Alina nonchalantly continued to cast Pago Madiich circle. Haru, quick as a lot, used his Madiich to fiend Tren and stifle that Madiich circle. From that moment on, that Madiich held no more meaning. There was Enlai destruction and total neutralization. Lee Castle appeared majestically against EDP Loose Kai. Wat chairman lowered his voice sternly, declaring that EP strategy meeting Fook Olympiad was now RVE. In Hiu bowed his head and pondered for a very long time. As soon as he stepped outside, Kang In called off from behind, Sir In Hiu. He smiled brightly, saying he hadn't expected Laiki famous head of Laiki divine clan to personally attend this meeting. In Hiu 8 face remained scowling as if he wanted to eat person opposite him alive. He gritted his teeth and replied, I should be one asking do that, Tower Master Lamb. Do have no reason to be here. Kang In coolly replied that he had in Lai come as a sponsor, leaving him stunned and wondering. A sponsor. The P corners of his mouth quirked up suggestively, and his eyes suddenly became deep. That it right, more accurately, a big spending investor. In Hugh knitted his eyebrows tightly. It sounded as if E.B. Lu Tower was planning to dispatch an entire team of craftsmen here. Kang In calmly said he was still considering it. Everything was still just potential, as he had mentioned. Leek old man didn't even spare a glance, merely uttering sarcastically that it was surprising he would bother quit such a thing. And Hugh suddenly turned to question whether BB Lu Tower could really withdraw craftsmen from Iki Mountains. Kang In, not one to be outdone, looked at Liaoki other quit disdain and replied, fortunately everything ID each progressing quite smoothly. Both believed that this Olympiad was entirely worth Laiki effort of investment. Leaky old man appeared confused and retorted, asking if he was truly that valuable. He proudly boasted about Haju, confident Leaky boy would work wonders and bring gold medal for his country. Hearing that name, Inhu froze. Haju. Kangen smiled slyly and said he was certain that Inhu was also waiting for that. Just lie he was. Leak old man bowed his head and thou, so that was Eat. Eat seemed Haju had also proposed something similar to him. He waited for a right moment and squinted triumphantly, saying, I knew 8, do you understood my point very quickly. Inhu frowned in annoyance as he looked at Leapy other person, asking in a skeptical tone exactly what that kid had demanded. Upon hearing this, corners of Kang in 8 mouth instinctively curled up in an enigmatic way. He recounted how Haju was overconfident, claiming he would take gold medal in this Olympiad and requesting a personal engineer. He asked what elder thought of that. Hearing that, he became suspicious, wondering if Lee Boy really claimed he would get Lee P gold medal and even dared to request funds ski Pete until that day. Yeek's image of his smug son suddenly appeared in his mind after a year he had completely transformed, looking sky high confident. Kangen lowered his voice slightly and whispered, asking if he had really nodded in agreement without imposing any conditions. Inhu replied to Lee Ki questioning in a nonchalant tone, saying 8 was true, since giving a little help was no big deal, and asked if he really planned to send those artisans, just because of a child 8 promise. Kangen chuckled inwardly, thinking 8 was truly Lai father, Lai son. That overwhelming hoorah was clearly cast from the same mold. He stood tall and stated his condition, saying that because Hazu had met his requirements, he was willing to invest capital. Inhu glanced sideways and asked what IP condition was. Kangen took opportunity to throw a hard challenge at Hazu, stating that Blighty Boy had to defeat a 5th Circle Mage in a Sarlai match before he would release Lai Ki money. Not to be outdone, he narrowed his sharp eyes at him and said it sounded like a valid plan. Kangen asked Ku to smile if he was interested in visiting, and Inhu looked at Lee invitation and joked about whether his presence would make people feel awkward. He immediately gave a welcoming smile, saying of course he could. In that would be a great honor if he came. Lee's scene transitions to a lush green forest covered in a shimmering mystical spiritual energy before Hazu's eyes. After a long day of exhausting his energy, he lay sprawled on leaky ground and whispered that he had reached his limit. Alina stood next to him holding a teacup and gently encouraging him, keep it eat, my successor. As she walked to Waiki's small table in Lakey middle of Laiki wilderness, she spoke softly, so looks like we've completed this training. Hazu tried to pull himself up and replied softly,
Yeah, I suppose.
He showed his deep respect to her. He teed all than to Diu, Lady Alina, without Diu, I wouldn't have made hate to this point. Seeing Hazu's gratitude, Alenadate gaze softened, saying she was afraid this last practice session would be too much for him. Hazu stood up with a radiant smile, saying that then to protection of Master 8 cloak, he could still endure ET. She gently poured tea for him and invited him to drink to recover his strength. Hazu respectfully accepted the cup and thanked her for her care. Alina laughed and remarked that he had one irritating trait, sighing and groaning whenever Yeet came to physical endurance. She told Hazu about that grumpy man who solved everything. Madi Chen would immediately complain whenever there was manual labor to do. Holding key cup, he looked at her with an expression far too mature for his age, saying Yeet was understandable that mages liked using Madi Chi. Her voice rose amidst sunlight filtering through like ancient trees, my successor, then Dufo persevering until now this ID our last training session. Elena came closer for a heart-to-heart quat Hazu, saying that teaching him had been a very deep-rate tin experience in that she felt an indescribable mix of relief and reflection. She looked down pensively. Ever since I started waiting for Diu, I knew this parting would have to come eventually. Hazu stared blankly in surprise. What are Diu talking about? Alina waved her hand to seek red a radiant oorah of vitality covering her, drawing in swirling leaves and glittering dust that made her look like a goddess in Li Ki Mo Nen Sun. When Guide 8 my scene ended, ETP'd on destruction also quietly dissolved into nothingness. Before parting, Elena maintained her inherent gentleness, whispering that she would vanish along this forest as per an old promise made to this place. Hearing Lai's sudden farewell, Hazu was so stunned that he froze for a few seconds, his eyes staring blankly at her without being able to utter a quux. Elena spoke like a gentle breeze, hoping he wouldn't be too somber because everything vanishing ID naturally league rule of birth and completion. It was also Lee's successor 8 fine it goodbye. He cried all in alarm that without Lady Alina, he would never have dared to dream of mastering Waikik's cue of destruction. Placing her hand on her left chest, Alina closed her eyes in contentment for having found a worthy successor, who could fully master Medici, which made her heart lighter than ever. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She and Lai regretted that she could not stay longer to witness each step of his growth. Hazu rushed forward in hopes of holding onto Elena's image. In her helplessness, she gently held his hand and told him that no matter how many storms or harsh trials he might encounter in Lai Ti future, he must absolutely never give up. Alenat hand gradually became faint lie thin smoke. She closed her eyes Kuta sob. Peek Lee help me look after Mimir well. She gets lonely and can be quite troublesome at times. Hazu ate throat felt bitter. He tightened his grip on her hand as a firm promise that he would definitely do so. Li Ra of vitality that once brought life was now only a witness to his separation. His voice trembled as he spoke fiant farewell. A sea trend feeling crept into his heart. Fo wiki first time, he tasted leak after taste of pain. An indescribable sharp ache invaded his mind as sadness of parting surrounded him. Alina looked at him tenderly through choked sobs. Finally she smiled and congratulated him. When he had become a master of Lai Pi third circle, she finished speaking and then vanished into countless sparkling motes of Lai. In key middle of leaky space, Enli Ki Ledret book remained, emitting a brilliant lie. Hazu teleported back to his room, holding O Ki Dret book and sighing. He opened he book, but Labi paid on destruction had completely vanished. Tears fell profusely along Kut choked sobs. A lenidate image now in Li remained in his memory. Than du Lady Alina. Recalling IP recent events was lie a dream. He told himself about IP hard days of training in that forest. He would engrave this farewell into his heart as motivation to continue moving forward, while leak radiant auras of vitality also gradually faded away. Training Academy loomed large lie a massive castle guarding key heart of key city. Kangen stood inside Kuta meaningful smile. Li duel between Hazu and Li fifth circle mage was about to begin. Suchin sitting nearby instinctively broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if something were stuck in his throat. In Hugh also appeared at arena Kuta contemplative face, asking what Hazu 8 chances of winning were. As if hit where 8 hurts, Suchin reacted frantically. Why are you asking me? This weirdo keeps making my nerves tense. Am I going to be dragged into trouble? He looked down at Dyke Arena and told himself it would be great if Adela were here, but she was busy supporting Hazu down there. Suchin impatiently urged, come quickly. What are you doing just standing there? Finally, Hazu appeared at Like Arena Kut a sharp look after a long period of training Kut Lady Alina. Hugh turned to question Kang. On whether that guy had a chance of winning. He waved his hand, his face bearing an annoying smile and his voice dismissive of Jew, before flatly declaring Yate was unlie about 10%. Hanguk stood on arena floor smiling confidently in triumph. He sat above, turning to ask Kang, if Wang Hai had a different view in what evaluation he would give Lai Qi opponent. Hugh cut in and answered immediately, saying at most 2% at best. Kang did not hesitate to pull Gus Chan into their forced conversation, criticizing that evaluation as too harsh before asking Su Chan what he thought. He looked on in confusion and stammered, asking if he was being spoken to. Kang glanced and said yacht, if one sets aside personal feelings to look at it objectively. Su Chan broke into a cold sweat when asked about Ju 8 chances of victory. He avoided his gaze and looked down at where Ju was standing, stammering that he thou. Su Chan tried to raise his voice loudly to convey his anxiety, asserting that key possibility was still 50%. Kang was still not satisfied and leaned and seek Lu to ask, saying that figure was too generous, and what exactly was Li basis for that remark. This time he answered calmly without hesitation, saying there was no specific reason, unlie that if Ju gave his all, this would be an evenly matched duel. Every quick Su Chan spoke was filled Kut pride for his friend, believing that Ju was growing at a rapid pace, but had not yet released his fun potential. Kang seized a keyed opportunity to be sarcastic, asking if it meant Ju had still not played his trump CPUC even now. Su Chan stood by Iki arena floor and signaled faux preparation, confirming Likey Medich barriers were ready and Lady match was about to begin. Adela hurriedly urged Ju to go quickly. He hesitated and then muttered in response. Hang Guk looked down and gave a meaningful smile. She walked into Wee auditorium Kuta heavy heart. Su Chan saw Lee person he was looking for had arrived and quickly ran or Kuta sweaty face, sighing to Adela that he had been saved, then frantically asked if anything had happened. On like Medich arena, and Liha, Ju and Hang Guk remained, his eyes blazed Kut fierce fighting spirit. Why person opposite still held an arrogant smile on his face. Why referee swung his arm and shouted fo both to get into position. Hang Guk smirked Kut great arrogance. He sarcastically told his opponent that he didn't expect to one day face a divine Madiich genius, then signaled his readiness to fight. Ju took a step forward and humbly asked his senior to go easy on him. After speaking, he glared at his opponent Kut cold killing intent. She raised her hand and shouted Lai Qi command to start. Hang Guk mockingly said he would let his junior make Li Pi first move. Ju isn't standing on ceremony, so I will gladly accept this kindness from Dio. Quit a flick of your hand. A Mage circle appears before your eyes. Next come poisonous winds and sacred fire. Ha, Juidiki pleased. Since he gave up Li first turn, he will pour all his strength into this opening strike. Looking up at Li Si Kai. Ah, so this IDE like adaptive Mage I've Enli heard about, eat IDE truly impressive. Seeing Gaik opponentate somewhat smug expression, do you issue a warning? Do you think dear being a bit too complacent? Han Guk replies that victory IDE already assured, as this IDE a situation where he can feel completely at ease. Haju finally bows his head, his confidence clearly visible. Do you launch a strike of spiritual power at your opponent? Let it see how long he can hold all. Fire! Brilliant streams of vitality and dual colors of ice and fire entwine flying erratically toward him. Han Guk handles quite composure IDE truly remarkable. These spells are interwoven, a crystallization of feach of ice and fire. It all looks like a unique type of Mage. However, some glide gently along different trajectories looking C-trend yet harmonious, making them impossible to BPC. He gently controls his Mage, thinking that if high LV Mage were to fly and lie that, it would be quite formidable. Then Han Guk calmly generates rows of symbols. He looks straight at his opponent with a gaze of partial disdain. Hajut Mage stream surge directly toward Han Guk. High LVE non-attribute defensive Mage, but he ID no pushover either, quickly using Medici to CP red a solid defensive layer to protect himself from those spiritual rays. In an instant, all your spells dissipate, Ju thinks while moving quit lightning speed. Even high LV spells are easily stopped by this Medici. At this moment, Han Guk cannot side top Du from closing Li P distance. Noticing a weakness, Du should see forward at Li Ki speed of Li before he can even collect his thoughts. An N Li then does Han Guk become cautious. Seeing me leave an opening Li this, was your plan from Li start to rush in after I used my Madi-chi? Ju replies arrogantly. Even if Dio know that, do you unn't be able to change anything? Do quickly move in to suppress Iki Madi-ich, while Ju still maintains an air of superiority. Are Do sure about that? Ju gently places his hand on his Madi-chi. Unendly a few seconds pass before that fragile Madi-ich succumbs to IP pressure from Dio. Interference. Han Guk unexpectedly falls flat on his back. Jiang sitting in Li P stands IDK also thrilled a strike has successfully landed on Ehil Vik Madiich. That eerie pressure enveloped Hanguk, making water stains spread further and further. Kangin was terrified by this sight, it was like something unimaginable. Meanwhile, In Hyuk had kept an expression as cold as ice from Li Ki start of Li Ki match until now. He knew fun well he would win, so he didn't hesitate to taunt his opponent. Saying Yati was already too late. I calculated when Du would interfere quit Iki Medici and set it up to activate immediately afterward. Like two orbits of wind and fire intertwined, plunging straight into Luki Medici's shield lie a flaming arrow. Blazing firestorm. Hazut blazing firestorm Medici crushed Li protective shield in an instant. Adela jumped up in horror upon witnessing Li's shield 8 destruction. Suchin was also so stunned he was left speechless, unable to believe Liki Medici's shield had shattered. He smirked mockingly. If an Enli his senior had been a bit more careless, it would have been more fun. Hangukate's arrogant voice suddenly echoed amidst a firestorm. Your Mardi Shiidiki still wavering, so just relax, but absolutely do not let your guard down. He immediately erected a new one after YP shield broke. This overconfidence ID exact lesson I Tower Master taught me. Hazu sidestepped cautiously, erecting an absolute shield just as Iki old one was destroyed. Truly caliber of 5-star Madich. Hanguk stood behind Light barrier, looking at him with eyes as sharp as razors. He threatened his opponent while emitting a powerful surge of Ma-di-cheese. Fi then, Junior, this time I'll be EQ1 to strike first. White smoke covered like arena making light atmosphere more suffocating than ever. Seeing his opponent preparing to attack, Hazu thought to himself that it was exactly as he had expected. White information in his mind appeared clearly, perfectly matching key data provided by Tower Master. Hazu kept his focus both reminiscing and finding an effective way to handle OP situation. A moment later, he looked up at Hanguk and deduced. So Li's next move will be his specialty, combining fire and body reinforcement foe CLU combat. Just as Hazu finished thinking, he saw Hanguk charging forward with a flaming sword in a heated intensity. He clenched his fists to prepare foe a counter. It seemed he was very excited about his Ma-di-che. Hazu moved while observing carefully. His opponent didn't seem to be aiming foe any vital spots. Hanguk certainly wouldn't attack superficially or ve trivial things, but he unn't be lenient either if he strikes, unlie one outcome ID possible. It was a straight punch, and everything was already well within his calculations. Hazut reflexes were lightning fast, lowering his center of gravity to avoid collision. However, Hangukate's speed was so overwhelming that Gleeky blade still grazed Hazut upper arm. Hazu had no more time to hesitate. he decided to launch a decisive strike to a Nikki match. He tightened his fist and poured all his strength into Yi to launch ET-fine Data counterattack. Next, he decisively threw a punch straight into his opponent's stomach. Hanguk's facial expression was contorted as if he were at death's door. He frowned and hurriedly stepped back to avoid Li's attack. Rubbing his stomach with a wry smile, Hanguk said, "Do you handle yourself quite nimbly at this speed, don't you?" Hearing that, Hadu replied honestly, "I have also practiced CL quarters combat quite diligently." He put away his flame sword and waved his hand to CP ready to new fire, saying, "You're right about that." Observing quietly, he thought to himself, even though melee combat ID his strength, he still knows how to adjust his stance to cope. This guy ID truly a formidable master. Hanguk suddenly spoke up, breaking Hadu's train of thought. Future ID truly terrifying. A third circle mage quit such horrific Sipalu combat skills. He slowly walked forward while accumulating fire energy in his palm. From this moment on, I will also... Hanguk immediately activated his Mage and declared quit great momentum, officially seriously quit you. Quit those words, ET flames in his hand flared up violently, creating a rain of fire. This was Li's terrifying privilege of 5th Circle Mages, a wide area destruction move that in Nenlai they could execute. Added to that was a type of 3rd Circle Mage that was difficult to BELPCO dodge. Knowing this all too well, Hanguk taunted, "Now, how do you plan to BLPC this?" Torrents of fire poured down across the entire arena. Hadu was not at all afraid and instead set his determination. Like battle would conclude right at this move. "Victory must belong to me," he said, and then he began to summon his magical power. He slowly merged them together to feel Li's surge of power welling up. Once he caught Li's rhythm, Hadu immediately shouted, "Water shield," to BLPC like opponent 8 rain of fire. Seeing him BLPC like 5th circle spell, Hanguk was stunned. A 3rd circle spell can actually do this much. Not unlike him, but Li's surrounding audience also gaped. Could that be adaptive Mage? Adela cheered excitedly as she saw fire and water collide fiercely. Sutrang nearby was also panicked. "I can't see anything at all. What exactly ID key situation?" Witnessing like incredible power, Kangin wondered. "E8 clearly a 3rd circle water shield. Why IDE as strong as a 4th circle one?" In Haya could Enlai stand frozen, observing IP scene before him. Lai thick fog covering arena made Hanguk frustrated. "Damn neat, I can't determine his location at all." He calmly observed and analyzed. But in this dense fog, he must be blind too, so which direction are you planning to sneak attack from? At that moment, Hadu was concentrating intensely to obey now his divine eye. Although Lati fog obscured his VXN, he knew perfectly well where he was. Even if like naked eye sees nothing, leaky flow of mana will me key way. Quote only a brief moment of thought, Hazu immediately identified his opponent like key piece blade could a vibrant pink mana source right there. No sooner thought than done, he immediately lunged forward to unleash a technique. Hearing noise, Hanguk quickly spun around to look. Then he swung his arms and slashed repeatedly. He thought he had caught him. But alas, what he caught was unlike empty space. Simultaneously, from behind Hazu unleashed a powerful lightning spell. Seeing Hazu suddenly appear right behind him, Hanguk began to panic. When had he gotten so Sikielu? Hurry up, he absolutely had to defend. No, his defensive shield had been broken once before. It was too dangerous. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. In that case, Hanguk unleashed a new strike. Hazu recognized it instantly in a fee lot. It was none other than Yellow Mana. He was now focusing all his concentration on summoning like elements to seek red a sturdy wall. Then he slammed his hand onto weak ground, pouring all his strength into earth shield. Seeing this, Hazu immediately had an idea. He had to top him before he could finish Bu in wall. At such a CLU distance, Hanguk could not avoid being slightly affected by EP flow of lightning energy. Before he could regain his composure, Hazu unleashed his next attack. He used Fire Ma Di Chi to envelop his fist. Witnessing those recent moves, Hanguk couldn't help but worry, thinking to himself, he ID far too agile. Seeing Li Ki flaming Madicha source in Hanguk hand, Hazu 8 gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. Bi Lumina. He quickly dodged Blee blow, but unfortunately still got grazed. A direct stream of water lie. Despite being injured, Hazu remained undaunted, continuing to check forward. Quit a powerful Kritika strike. Soon enough, Li's shockwave technique and Li's water shield collided violently. When Iki aftershocks faded, a dense mist covered everything. Hanguk began to grumble irritably. Damn neat, my VXN ID obscured again. Facing this thick fog, Hanguk found it extremely difficult. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. At that moment, he quickly utilized a Numa Dicha, thinking, your little trick's seat up right here. Hazu watched intently to see what Hanguk was planning to do. After a while, he unconsciously broke into an enigmatic smile. Quite divine eyes, he could see through very essence of all Madi Che. listening to leaky whispers of Mane and grasping every flaw in Lee Medici. From that precise moment, Medici would no longer be just Medici. Hazu slowly stepped forward while simultaneously raising his hand to summon his Medici, and Guk's previous spells suddenly vanished, startling him as he thought he had let his Medici. In key moment he slowly sank into unconsciousness, and Guk still tried to cling to what he called his hell, and from there, a voice rang out. Lee moment leapy young man though he had victory assured was precisely when Lee's greatest danger struck. Before he could finish his words, Hazu immediately unleashed a combined wind and storm technique. It was clear that victory and defeat had already been decided. Swa sprang up, raised her hands to Lee Si Kai and loudly declared, "Key winner of this match IDEs." After that, she took a deep breath and cheered loudly. Light battle after it concluded left significant mensch to Y arena. At this moment, in Lighty waiting room, Ike training room of Green Madiich Tower, Hazu seemed utterly exhausted, muttering to himself, "I am so tired now." Just as he stepped into Eat changing room, Kanganit voice suddenly rang out,
Hazu, that was truly an earth-shattering match?
Not wanting to respond further, he slammed the door shut. Half a second later, Ki young man flung he door ubu bet again with an extremely excited expression, "Ki whole time, I couldn't believe my eyes." Kangan continued to mumble, "I wondered why do did that, but then I thought about Eat was all preparation fo woki fina ma each nullification. Eat was lie watching a perfectly orchestrated chess game. Even now, thinking about Eat gives me goosebumps.
Look, I've got goosebumps all over my skin!"
Then he put his arm around Hazuate's shoulder and intimately asked, "So, what was that ultimate technique? And that terrifying storm power?
That 8/4 Mabajichi!
How did you manage to overcome likey limits of memorized spells?" Hazu asked back with an innocent expression. "If I told you I changed YE memory with a transformation spell, would you believe me?" Hearing this, Kangan decisively replied, "Of course not. If 8 were third all V Madich I might still be able to understand." Then he raised his voice again, but fourth LVE IDP a completely different matter. "Do you didn't just overcome the weakness of memorization, do you completely erased 8? He chuckled, pointed at Hazu and confidently asserted that it clearly a deadly contradiction. At that moment, he could Enlai remain silent, without a single quosive rebuttal. Kangan continued to analyze. Key spell activation speed was almost instantaneous, and those impromptu spells too, they broke all conventional rules. His gaze grew deeper and deeper. "Do you can even neutralize an opponent ate Madiicha. But tell me, what kind of Madis each are do really using Hazu?" Seeing that Kangan understood everything so clearly, Hazu momentarily fell into a state of deep contemplation. A moment later, facing his scrutinizing gaze, Hazu hesitantly began. Sometime later, at the headquarters of Green Madiicha Tower. Inside Kanganate office. Swa returned to report, "Tomorrow I will handle the deployment of engineers Fuki Sports Festival." After hearing this, he just smiled and reminded, "Alright, remember to coordinate Kut Ike contractor so he doesn't affect other projects." Suddenly, Kangan placed his coffee cup on Iki's table. Then he spoke with a meaningful tone. "Sha, what did you think?" She frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" He suddenly became excited and asked if she truly believed they were capable of winning Lee Keep gold medal at this GP Ren tournament. After hearing this, Shua did not hesitate at all and replied, "I think that IDK not impossible." Kangan immediately retorted, "Oh, just yesterday you insisted that winning even a bronze medal would be a luxury." Upon hearing this, Shua jumped. "Key's situation has changed completely since yesterday, hasn't it?" He winked meaningfully. "That it right, even Du admitted that I performance was astonishing, didn't Dio?" As he finished speaking, a sow of Shui typing suddenly ceased. Understanding Kang and 8 intent, she nodded in agreement. It was truly incredibly impressive. He laughed with amusement. Du were so engrossed in watching that Du almost forgot Du were sitting in a Letty Bly Judge 8 chair. Swakut and Lai blushed deeply. "P. Lai, stop teasing me already." After saying this, Kang immediately switched to a serious expression. "So, what kind of Madich did Hazu actually use?" Swa did not bother to answer directly. "Didn't Du use your ruby eyes to examine it in detail?" Du admitted that Du were observing, didn't Du? Recalling that match still made Kang and restless. "Even though I saw Eat quit my own eyes, I truly cannot explain ET. Eat was one thing that he used steam to cloud walkie ruby eyes, but concealing eye very mechanics of his Madich was truly terrifying. And it was clear that Bai Boy had completely shattered Waiki infernal Madaichi formula. But how on earth did he manage to do that? I give up. There IDE no way to understand how he broke down that magical structure. Swa thought to herself that even Quiddy Ruby Eyes, one of Leaky most powerful scout, type Great Demon Eyes, she was completely in Leaky and couldn't grasp anything. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "This has kept me up at night." I asked him directly in Leaky waiting room. Remembering that moment, Hazu calmly replied, "So what was result?" Then he even repeated your own words back to Du, saying that a mage has right to keep their My Di Chi secrets private. And then he smiled defiantly, I cannot reveal secrets of my Mage to you. Kangin recalled dejectedly. He refused outright and even told me to go and figure our foe myself. A suspicious thought suddenly struck Schwad. There any possibility that he used some illegal trick? He immediately extinguished that thought. No way, key purity and structure of his mana are strangely clean. Kangin picked up Likey tablet, and that me key en li thing I can confirm. He paused for a moment and recounted Hazuate words. If I said he modified key memory using transformation Mage, would you believe it? Kangin wondered if it was just ordinary transformation Mage. Not letting curiosity cloud his judgment, he stood up and told Shaw, regardless, this year 8 tournament will definitely be worth watching. Swa watched his retreating figure and could only sigh helplessly. She took opportunity to joke, so are you planning to pay me extra foo overtime? Next day at Obelisk Academy dormitory. Alarm clock suddenly rang incessantly in Hazuate room. He stared at leaky clock for a long time, feeling his body aching and exhausted, as if someone had just pounded him like rice. Hazu propped himself up to sit, guessing he had slept for 8 hours. Fatigue wouldn't let go, likely due to overusing resonance, and once activated, he drained luck mana in his body as if ET had evaporated. His gaze drifted to IP shirt left on IP chair, thinking that his Master 8 clothes wouldn't help him now. This was truly exhausting, and he would have to be more careful from now on. After wandering through his thoughts for a while without knowing what to do, he just sat listlessly on leak bed. Hazu tiredly raised his hand and rubbed his forehead a few times to clear his head. Suddenly his phone screen lit up with a notification from his father, who began issuing instructions. It seems you overexerted yourself in yesterday 8 battle. I have arranged for you to take medical leave, so just take it easy today and adjust your condition. After reading those messages, Hazu froze for a few seconds. He wondered to himself if his father had left without a quip sigh after yesterday 8 match because he was upset with him, which had made him worry constantly. Now that all late pressure had dissipated, Hazu breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was Fu best. He fell into deep contemplation, wondering if he had finally regained any trust from his father, though he still couldn't see any signs of ET. Lucky road ahead IDE still long, and truly difficult challenges are just beginning. There ID not much time left to prepare for Waki World Academic Conference. A satwa later, in a quiet corner of the library, Mia approached and greeted him familiarly. Hey successor, you've arrived, haven't you? How was the result of yesterday's match? Hazu gave a forced smile and replied, of course but peek lie don't look at my face and ask me that again. I look lie I'm about to collapse, don't I? Hazu sighed and confessed, to be honest, it wasn't easy at all, one wrong move and I would have been done fo. Luckily, then to wide information from Likey Master of YB Lu Tower, I had leaky advantage. But I don't feel satisfied at all. Afterward his complexion improved significantly as he spoke. Mimbir P-Li find me some books on a P4th infinite circle, especially la part about expansion circle. Hearing Hazu request, she immediately cast a summoning spell. 4th infinite circle activate. Soon, necessary pile of books appeared and she added, I have carefully gathered these materials for Du's successor. Hazu felt dizzy looking at Li P Martin of books, while Mimbir casually advised, try to read through all of these. A moment later, as a light breeze drifted through Li Diwu in a corner of Leaky Obelisk Academy, Li lesson began. Teacher Voy echoed throughout light classroom, everyone focus on chapters 5 through 10, write an essay on magical attributes and answer a P questions. If do diligently write lay T materials, nothing will be too difficult for do. Hearing this, Hazu quickly picked up his pen and began to jot down a few lines. Suddenly, he paused to reflect on what ID called Waiki expansion circle. Struck by a new idea, he scribbled a few lines, noticing that this expansion circle was significantly different from Leak previous ones. In an instant he had sketched our C trend structures including Li consideration circle, E resonance circle, and even leak interference circle. Hazu made E finite stroke, completing a complex structure that looked like petals. He observed closely and began to analyze, so that 8 leapy expansion circle ID key surrounded by 3 coaxial Ma D each circles. This stability IDE key to increasing IP efficiency of Ma D chi. When Ki Ma D chi circle was balanced again, light magical weaknesses decreased significantly while E energy absorption ability improved remarkably. Of course, both Li frequency and duration of resonance were raised to a NEU-LVE. Unpleasant side effects caused by magical resonance were also greatly reduced than to that. Li burden of casting various dispersion spells also became significantly lighter. Thinking of this, Hazu unconsciously smiled with satisfaction, and his divine eyes were no exception. Although he clearly understood that this was not all roses, since this was a completely new type of circle, IP difficulty of perfecting it was indeed no joke. Recalling knowledge in Li book in Mamirat room, Hazu became even more certain about biggest barrier he was facing. It would take at least a year just to CP ret an expansion circle. P Mirthal made his head buzz. In Li more circles there were. P more low P difficulty increased exponentially. Hazu gazed all into Waki distance. Frankly, it was too much to handle, as he could no longer even calculate like time budget for his circle practice. A long while later, Ki's scene shifted back to Kyok inside of Liki Obelix Academy training grounds. He stared intently at Liki watch on his wrist and announced, "There are exactly 5 minutes left." Suchan was now panting heavily. He had just finished a Marat Anguille then 2 grueling exercises. Beside him, although Adela was also exhausted, she still tried to maintain XT breathing rhythm. When he felt like training duration was sufficient, Hazu shouted, "Alright, everyone take a 10-minute break." Upon hearing EP command to rest, he immediately slumped to weepy ground, moaning that he was about to die. Seeing this, Adela stepped closer to ask if he was okay. Her eyes shone quick determination as she gently encouraged him, "Keep it eat." In Suchan's head right now, there were nothing but big question marks. Adela continued to reassure him, "Didn't we agree to be even more determined?" Seeing her kind gesture, he suddenly remembered a rather bitter matter. It was night after Waiki battle quit Henguk, when Hazu had said, "Everyone, I've just fought a major battle and am exhausted, can I ask to postpone a bit?" Suchan reacted fiercely upon hearing this. "What the hell? It doesn't matter how tired you are, you yourself asserted that leaky testing must be completed within a day." Adela, standing nearby, also looked concerned, "But I feel that today training IDP excessive, how about we take a break and continue tomorrow?" Yet he still held his ground firmly, "No way, absolutely not." Suchan began to argue that training when tired IDK most effective time, and skipping this phase ID lie throwing away 30% of EK training effort. Then he tapped like other 8 shoulder meaningfully, "That IDU truth that Master Hazu always preaches, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Hazu 8 face darkened. He almost gave Lake other man a punch in like he face or of spite. Suddenly he grinned broadly and said, "That ain't right, I've become too lazy, we shouldn't forget our initial resolve, I'm quite excited to prepare tomorrow 8 high intensity session." Suchan sensed something was wrong and turned pale. "I think it ain't better if you rest today instead." Hazu grabbed his hand and suppressed his anger. "Alright, let it start first exercise, calmly carry Ito step by step." Suchan sensed an ill omen and looked rescue, "Adela, oh Adela," but she could only ignore him and say, "Congratulations to you." Not long after they arrived at like familiar Obelisk 24 convenience store. Suchan sighed as he walked. Though he was his comrade, he had to admit that a genius was truly a rare find, and Adela nodded in agreement that he was indeed exceptional. Suchan continued to complain, saying that Lai Guy was a total lunatic. Just because his opponent bent live rules slightly, he dared to overhaul his entire strategy and CP read a new move on Iki's spot. Hearing these words, he could only remain silent a long while before slowly replying, "ID that's so." Without bothering to think further, he turned and asked immediately, "Was Hazu that mischievous when he was little?" Adela took a sip of milk and calmly replied, "Well, of course, back then he was much greener than he IDK now." Suchan was stunned. Do mean his soul refuses to grow up? He had to admit, that ain't exactly right. Suddenly, memories from years ago flooded Adela's mind. "At that time, I thought he was just a training fanatic who overestimated his own abilities." Watching Hazu from afar, she told herself that she had to put in twice the key effort to keep up his pace. Shaking her wandering thoughts, Adela smiled. Now that she had followed his every step, she understood things much better. "I find it much more enjoyable now. Hazutma Che has always fascinated me. In more I think about it, more interested I am in his tricks than I was at Lipi's start." Suchan suddenly had an idea and leaned forward to ask, Did that perfect guy really have a period lie that?" Adela casually replied, "That ain't right, at least before he joined Obelisk." Suchan reasoned, "Then Hazu 8 incompatibility quitma DHID likely not a curse, but rather a blessing." As soon as Suchan finished speaking, she turned to look at him with a confused expression. Seeing her reaction, he quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything bad. Isn't it true in books and movies that geniuses often have a very distinct pride?" Suchan confessed, "I think that pride used to hold him back, but Hazu ID always learning and improving himself every day to overcome his limits." She seemed to grasp his meaning. "D mean he tate because he has tasted failure that he can't become as perfect as he IDT now. Right?" Suchan walked on and firmly stated, "Exactly, that ain't my perspective, though Hazu would likely be furious if he heard this." Suchan paused to take a deep breath and then happily said, "Well, he ain't found his own path, which IDEYE called an outstanding performance." Adela was momentarily stunned after hearing those words. He turned back and said excitedly, "Adela, let it all do our best." Suchan added, "We have to prove that we are all sharing Lipi's same goal as him." Then Suchan raised his hand with determination, "Let it put in our best efforts to get ready for we upcoming Olympiad exam." She finally understood everything. Yeah, I'll work hard together, quit everyone. Back to reality at Obelisk Academy training ground, Xu Chan was lot in E past and unconsciously muttered, so that a how yeet was? Hazu approached, making him jump. Ha, what I det? He extended a water bottle towards Su Chan and cheered him on. You did a great job. Su Chan face turned red, and he gave a wry smile as he joked. I am sick, because of Diu. And now dear giving me medicine too. While handing VE water, Hazu countered, Hey, who made Diu sick? I am just giving Diu medicine, quit instructions. Su Chan took bottle and replied, Yeah, thank you truly are a dedicated doctor. Adela stood there witnessing this scene, her heart leaping quit joy. Suddenly he interrupted her thoughts, Deal time fo p special training, and she immediately replied, Right. Adli famous Obelisk Academy. Training session had finished. At Leaky Indoor Training Ground, Xuchan and Adela were sitting down to catch their breath. Hazu suddenly spoke up, Adela, sorry if I am disturbing your rest, but can we talk privately for a moment? She turned to look at him in confusion. Talk privately. Two of them quietly walked to Waiki back of Wai Training Ground to discuss, and Hazu spoke first. P-list Fu Olympiad Tim has been finalized. I am planning to adjust training schedule for better efficiency. He announced, from tomorrow onwards, we are allowed to skip our regular classes to focus on training. Adela quickly replied, That ain't true. Hazu hesitated for a bit and then said, Even though we Academy has its own program for we EP Olympiad, I feel that 8 hours a day isn't quite enough. He held his tablet and zoomed in on Lee's screen. Therefore, from now on, Hazu gave Locke directive, every monen we will study combat tactics, and she asked in surprise, study tactics. He explained seriously, that ain't right, we will dissect every single event of Li P Olympiad. Hazu carefully considered likey new rules added this year to find Lai key to victory. Adela wondered, that sounds reasonable, but why am I Li one who knows this? Hazu gave a wry smile. Suchan Ideek already exhausted from physical training, if I say anything more now, it would go in one ear and I'll leak other. She nodded in agreement, that makes sense. Hazu further announced, key analysis of international competitors Ideek already being handled day and night by Klubi Luma D. Chow or Tim. A few minutes later he concluded, we start tomorrow, remember that? And Adela called off, wait a second. She asked anxiously, planning lay strategies ourselves ID Phi but will lay junior students be willing to follow our plan? Upon hearing that, Hazu had a confident smile on his lips. He looked at Adela and hinted, I already have a way to handle that issue. Li next Monen, Leaky three of them gathered at Leaky outer field of Obelisk. Seeing Hazu and Adela so nonchalant, Suchan asked awkwardly, aren't you guys worried at all? He looked at Suchan and replied, not at all. And she was even more composed. What Ideek there to fear? There ain't nothing worth worrying about. Yuchan, breaking into a cold sweat, explained, how can I not worry? Everyone looks at us as grumpy seniors, ate that terrifying sense of distance. Hazu pondered, key title of senior does saw a bit thorny. Adela chimed in, I find it normal, making Suchan heavily shocked. How can that be? She crossed her arms and proudly declared, state simple I will crush that discomfort by defeating them. As soon as Adela finished speaking, an unfamiliar voice spoke up, this girl ID even more confident than ET rumors suggest. All three of them simultaneously turned toward Waik's source of Kiso. A young man ID standing high above. Quetlai B. Lu hair, named Xin Wu. Next to him ID an unfriendly looking guy named Jin Seok. Finally, Leapy girl who just had a heated argument ID He Yin. She walked ear V provocatively and snapped, Hey Junior, repeat what Du just mumbled. Adela pretended to be confused. What did I just say? He unemphasized each quiz. Du just declared that Du crush us in a battle, didn't you? Say it again. She raised an eyebrow and retorted, if Dyer really so eager to hear it again, then right now no third-year student IDE skilled enough to defeat me. Hearing this, Suchin wished light ground would swallow him. I am so sorry, our classmate ID a bit arrogant. P. Lai forgive us. He turned to scold her, Adela have Du lot your mind. Why are you trying to make enemies quit seniors? Lai girl calmly shrugged, I am just stating live facts. Suchin quickly covered Adela 8 mouth, then turned to warn, Hazu, don't you dare go along quit her. Hazu quickly affirmed, of course I wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Then he flashed a harmless smile, seniors, do you hear? I've been waiting for do all this time? Hazu paused for a moment and then lowered his voice, what did you think if we hold a match today between classes 5-2 and 5-3? Suchin froze upon hearing this. He glanced around and thought to himself, seniors, but I absolutely have to seize command of Lai entire Tim. Hazu became serious, I definitely need to subdue these seniors first. Sinwu found this proposal quite intemperate at 8-10 and smirked. Do you mean a match between 5-2 and 5-3, right? he said Kuda sarcastic tone. So, do 3 from 5-2 want to fight against us 3? He unsuddenly cut in, let me handle this. These arrogant little sprouts need to be uprooted completely. Seeing that they had misunderstood him, he waved his hand and shook his head. No, that ain't not what I meant. Hazu coldly explained. I want all students from class 5-2 to fight against all of class 5-3. That means a 3-on-7 ratio. All third-year students standing there were stunned. Suchin was completely lost in thou, his mind blank, no longer hearing any sounds. Sinwoo got straight to I point, what I deed your true intention. Hazu mumbled, my intention? He subtly implied, quit that personality, do wouldn't provoke Fu no reason unless there'd an ulterior motive. Hazu watched intently and thought to himself, Sinwoo, Leek's second son of Shinmukang family. I've met him a few times since childhood. That calm demeanor and wariness haven't changed at all. A moment later, he casually replied, well, I don't have any profound intentions. I just think sparring IDE be best way to gauge each other's strength. Suddenly Jin Seok lunged forward like a whirlwind and yelled, "Do arrogant brat." He clearly understood Hazu's intention. Do you want to use your skills to crush us? Don't you? Sinwoo also saw key logic. So your goal ID to overwhelm us to seize command of Lim P Tim formation. He unstood there, stunned and astonished. Jin Seok leisurely approached him and smirked. I hit key nail on a key head, didn't I? Hazu was called all right where it hurt, leaving him momentarily speechless. She suddenly snapped, that superior attitude of yours has gone too far, don't do juniors dare tate our patience. Hyen waved a hand dismissively, you may be talented, but such blatant disrespect toward your seniors I utterly insolent. She yelled furiously, in a duel, you might win then to your technique, but don't get ahead of yourself. Hyen found it hilarious, 3 against 7? Do you must think you're a superhero to try and challenge us like that? She pointed directly at Suen Chan. When key other side ID key twice as large, how could there be a chance of winning while dragging an useless person along as a burden? Hearing Lee Kus useless, Suen Chan faces turned as oxy as bottom of a suit-covered pot. Adela said nothing, unlike glaring at Hyen Kuda's sharp and determined look. Hazu standing nearby shared same sentiment and live atmosphere suddenly became suspiciously quiet. She abruptly changed her tone. I am telling you nicely fo last time bow your head and apologize now, and we'll let it slide. Sinyu, nodding sleepily in agreement, exactly junior, do you've taken like joke a bit too far. Every quissy of lecture poured into his ears felt ridiculous to him. Hazu maintained his obnoxious, defiant expression. Don't do ever get tired of rambling. Each ate irritating to listen to. Lee young man and Lee gave a meaningful smile after hearing them grumble. Suen Chan, standing next to Jun, said while trembling, Hazu, have you truly gone mad? He looked at them and retorted bluntly, he ate you who are useless. Stop nonsense and get an key ring. Hazu let or an arrogant smile, I invite you honorable seniors to make your move. For a moment, entire space seemed to freeze from Lee pressure he exerted. Jin Seok frowned quite annoyance. I originally wanted to settle things peacefully, but it seems he doesn't know his place. He turned to look at his friend. Sin Yu. Are you doing okay? He was deep in thought and answered indifferently.
Yeah, I am fine.
Jin Seok stepped forward haughtily. Fi then, 3 versus 7. Jeem lie this add a little spice to life, don't they? He looked at him defiantly and said I've stakes. If you win, we'll follow your plan. And if we win. Before he could finish his sentence, Hazu interrupted. Deal, let it just do heat then. He was annoyed at being cut at P. I haven't even finished IP conditions yet. Hazu and Lai laughed. I'll do whatever you want. He asserted confidently. You can ask me to withdraw if you lie, but that scenario will likely never happen. Lee third-year students got a headache just from hearing Wo Boyate conceit. Hyen was so infuriated that she wanted to lunge at him for a fight.
This little bastard!
Hazu didn't care at all. He walked V's to Xu, Chan, and Adela and added one more condition. He pointed challengingly at her, then made a declaration if they Hyen paused briefly when he saw Haru suddenly look at him and make a stren offer. He smiled meaningfully at her, demanding that key opponent apologize for daring to call Xuanchan useless. A moment later, at Kingayanha Arena area of Obelisk Academy, Lei Academy 8 interior scenery was being set up to simulate a nocturnal Maotian landscape. Haru stretched a few times then turned to ask his teammates if they were ready. Adela quickly replied that she was still doing very well. We third-year students were engrossed in a strategy meeting when an announcement blared UV Blai loudspeakers stating that League Siege would begin in 5 minutes, so everyone should get into position. This 3-on-7 match simulated an international siege war, where each side was assigned an area in Laki's ultimate goal was to capture Pifa Lot. He directed his gaze towards Watsi Flotsi Lot, asserting that it was time to win everything. Su and Chan now wore an utterly innocent expression, looking towards Y opposite side. Seeing that Sectren expression, Haru curiously asked if something was wrong. Xu and Chan, showing clear anxiety, asked if it was really necessary to go this far, leaving Haru bewildered and unsure of what they meant. Xu and Chan stood up and frankly stated that provoking Lee Sr.'s made Oki's situation fraught with negative emotions. They hesitated, adding that even without doing that, everyone was already willing to listen to him. Haru's gaze became resolute. He replied that just listening wasn't enough, they had to obey him absolutely. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he reminded Xu and Chan that he was Iki one who most clearly understood Iki upcoming battle he was leading. They timidly worried that if he pushed them too hard that resentment might arise. As soon as they finished speaking, Xu and Chan themselves couldn't hide their anxiety and fear. Seeing lippy beads of sweat on their faces, Haru understood their feelings well, so he spoke up to reassure them that everything was under scene trend. He resolutely grabbed Iki Phi Lot, asserting that an overwhelming victory would leave no room for any resentment. Xu and Chan sighed helplessly, reproaching themselves for asking such a superfluous question. On Ink opposite side, Hai in anger had reached its peak. He growled in annoyance at Haru's overly confident attitude. Sin Yu, seeing his teammate lose composure, hurriedly reminded him to try and maintain calm because there were only 5 minutes left. Despite his attempts to suppress Eat, Haiyan finally erupted in rage upon recalling up. He demanded Fu an apology for calling him useless. He chuckled dryly and wondered why he should apologize for calling a useless person useless. This absurdity was driving him mad. He witnessed a chaotic scene and could unlie Sai, wanting to intervene, but there wasn't much time left. Suddenly he muttered something cryptic under his breath. Sin Yu mused, realizing that even he himself was losing Sin Tran, and perhaps things had gone completely to P-track. He cracked his knuckles menacingly, believing that rage was perfect catalyst to maximize combat performance. 5 minutes flew by and EBL signaled the key official start of Li Key Clash. Please Sao of I countdown echoed everywhere, making Hyun and Chan feel restless. In complete contrast, Sin Wu and Adela 8 gazes were as calm as a rippleless lake. As soon as Li Fi Nunt Sao rang out decisively, a fierce melee began. Sin Si Ki waited for this moment quite excitement just as Li Ki whistle signaled Li Pi start of Li Ki Gem. By now, Haju had taken a very serious defensive stance. Li group of boys began to scatter as a fired up he unshouted to encourage everyone to check QC. In this direction, he glanced at Su. Chan quit trust, I am counting on Du. Inks, Chan nodded back. Although he appeared steadfast, cause Chan was still anxious deep down. Match became increasingly dramatic, yet 5 minutes passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. Currently, she was perched on a treetop to scout Li's opponent's position. Haiyan connected Kut her teammates, announcing that she had located Li enemy Feast Lot. Sin Cek exclaimed in amazement, great job ID anyone guarding heat. She smirked dismissively, I see Unli one useless guy wandering around alone. He was skeptical upon hearing that. Unli one guard. Could there be a trap nearby? Hai whispered she wasn't sure since there was no movement. Sin Cek warned her to stay highly alert. He still suspected why enemy was using him as bait. She replied she understood and would attack cautiously. Finishing her sentence, Hai Inni down from a key tree to stand before Xu Chan. Do you intend to guard it alone? She looked at him with disdain. Do you really are useless? Xu Chan froze for a few seconds before speaking. Yeah, circumstances just turned that way. Hearing that, Ian asked directly, so do knew I be EP first to my face. He bluntly confirmed Eden immediately took a defensive stance, ready to fight. She slowly approached and questioned, how do know so well? Xu Chan replied in a low voice, Ju warned me beforehand that Ki Gorilla would come looking. Remembering Li's advice, he was certain that Senior Haeyun would not hesitate to rush in and attack immediately. Her facial muscles twitched with intense rage upon hearing that. He added that she was set-tempered and would definitely attack. Hyun snapped, are you intentionally provoking me? Her face darkened as she continued, knowing I would come, they dared to leave Du guarding all alone lie this. Hyun held her head high and shouted, truly a bunch of arrogant brats. Without another quiz she immediately summoned powerful fire Madich. Li fire missile excuse sword forth, Iki blazing flames quickly closing in on such an position. This fire Madich lit up the entire sky shatteringly silence amidst desolate hills. Hyun was visibly confident because she believed Ki fire missile was a fourth, circle spell, Ki kind that a weakling like him would surely fall to in an instant. No sooner had she finished speaking than she stared wide-eyed at Lippy seen before her. In that Kritisida moment, Suchinate memories rushed back. He reminded himself that he held a vital role in this match, so how could he possibly surrender after being so deeply disdained? Suchin began to channel his Mahdi Chifoa counterattack, thinking to himself that he had endured enough and would definitely make his opponent pay this time. Seeing her attack stop dead, Yoon screamed in horror, impossible, how could he be LPC that? Back at Leaky training ground, Haru had firmly stated that Suchan was naturally born to be a tanker, one who absorbs one MLH, not one who deals eat. Haru further emphasized his innate tanking ability, leaving Suchan stunned as he couldn't believe he was a living shield. His friend further explained, I am sure you already know that every mage possesses a primary elemental attribute, right? Even Luma Deech Tower Master Kangen carries a signature water attribute. Hazu asserted that Suchan attribute ID actually non-elemental, yet Eat possesses immense power specifically designed for defense. While reminiscing, he simultaneously activated a defensive XQ to protect himself. Key blazing flames from her XQ seemed powerless, unable to break through that solid shield. Hyun began to lose her temper, mockingly questioning why he kept loitering around Hazu and Adela. She threw up provocations, disparaging him as just a faint minor character who stood no chance compared to those two. His self-esteem took a painful hit. Suchan himself admitted that he was much weaker than they were. However, surprisingly, Suchan's demeanor suddenly shifted. He was filled with faith in his Madiich, confident that no matter how strong Y attack, he would remain standing. That defiant statement drove Hyun wild rage. From leaky bushes, two of her accomplices suddenly appeared, joining Hyun in shouting at him, telling him not to act stubborn foe a piece of useless trash. Hyun leaped high into leapy air, aggressively declaring she would crush Lee's shield and eliminate him immediately. She charged in a direct strike, shouting that Eat was a move intended to destroy everything. At this moment, Suchan was putting all his energy into holding Fi Lot XT Lai. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as he exerted himself to carry his Mai Senin at all costs. Hyun changed her stance and continuously rained down a barrage of attacks, determined to take down her to gate. After slashing foe a long time no results, she began to panic when she saw P's shield remained as immovable as a boulder. Hyun narrowed her eyes to observe, wondering how this was clearly third circle Madiich yet had such C-trend durability. She reassured herself that since they had three people on their side, Mikey enemy would crumble sooner or later if they all attacked together. Then Hyun gave a sinister smile, certain that ultimate victory would belong to their side. Suchan pondered for a long while and then suddenly whispered some confusing words 1666. Even though he was exerting himself to BLPC 3 attacks at once, his attitude remained completely calm 1326. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot up from between thick foliage. T6 sensed danger and immediately turned his head back to observe. Just as they were about to see, well, Eat was all, AVE. Lee whole group was scared all of their wits by key birds made of wind. They scrambled and flew wildly throughout light quiet night Sikikai. Watching key birds floating in key air, everyone curiously wondered where this wind/technique came from. Suchan witnessed this scene, yet his face remained deadpan as if nothing had happened 1677. Hyun seemed to discover something unusual, so she shouted for Hazu to be careful. Asoyate blood boiled as he thought to himself that arrogant Hazu must be hiding around here. He along T6 and Hana searched everywhere intently Fui enemy, but moment they let their guard down, he had vanished. 83. Just a moment later, she was ambushed from behind. Hyun face at this moment clearly showed signs of extreme horror. He held his breath to scan carefully and then was shocked to realize it was a Della 8 Moonlight Cry T-Sal strike. Seeing Lee's situation shift rapidly, Hyun frantically called Jin Seok to bring reinforcements immediately because all three had appeared. Upon receiving EP news, Han suspected Hyun was playing a prank and questioned who exactly was real one. Appearing before Jin Seok's eyes now were none other than Hazu and Adela. Han frowned and took a highly alert defensive stance while Jin Seok scratched his head, because everything was so illogical. Damn neat, just because of Eat noise I dispatched Shinwoo to help. Now everything ID a mess, Hazu thought as he looked toward Lipi battlefield where Sensor and Suchan still stood firm. She started to panic and called to Jin Seok for help, saying they were all here. P-chain, stun move had made her lose her sense of direction completely. Han immediately went into a defensive position ready for a surprise attack. Shinwoo's side was also equally flustered, not knowing where Hazu was as they kept spinning around aimlessly. He breathlessly reported that Hazu and Adela were standing right there in front of his eyes. Hyun immediately fired back, calling him a fool because she was E1 being attacked head-on. Jin Seok yelled in frustration, asking what kind of devilish trick Hazu had come up with. He smirked and told them not to waste time stalling, because everything was about to come to an end. He gritted his teeth in bitterness, realizing he had fallen into a trap. If it were just Hazu, he could have held all, but now hate was too difficult. Jin Seok's eyes swept and girl miserably as he realized Adela's presence was too much to handle. Wakey atmosphere where he stood was thick with a suffocating sense of pressure. Jin Seok narrowed his eyes to analyze situation. Wiki current state of affairs was just lie. Encountering those sharp eyes made his blood boil, ready to explode. trapped within leaping encirclement of two monsters, one a genin and one tiger. Without giving Jin-seok a moment to regain his composure, Hazu immediately cast a spell. This confrontation. Adela nearby was also ready to jump in and offer enthusiastic speed. He stood before enemy flat and declared loudly, "Victory surely belongs to our side." Shin-yu frantically rushed RV, but it was too late. Jin-seok was done for. He was taken down by Hazu and sat flat on the ground, muttering while covering his face, "Damn it." Awakening to reality, IP group of third-year students stood in a daze, unable to believe they had been defeated. Jin-seok hurriedly raised both hands in surrender. "I am such an idiot. We give up. We surrender." Leaky location of Iki's second-year teammate T lot remained intact as if nothing had ever happened. He-un lay flat on Iki ground, gasping for breath from exhaustion. It really was Leaky worst luck imaginable. At the same time, Light seat tem notification at Su-chant location confirmed that I group had un. He jumped up and down in excitement, celebrating. 1. After we friendly match ended smoothly. Quote, key victory belonging to Iki's second-year trainees. Everyone gathered at Key Obelisk Academy conference room. Key trio of cold-blooded assassins glared at EP third years, making Leak already tense atmosphere feel even more suffocating. Jin Yu, along Jin-seok and He-yun, sat below. Their minds filled a mess of thoughts. Oh look, that hat-tempered guy has started to get restless. Then he nudged Lee P. other his elbow. Seriously, hey Jin-seok, what kind of nonsense were you pulling? Why did you just handy Efi lot to Lee enemy? He grumbled back. If you're so get, do you go and BLPC those two? He-yun shot back. Do you were supposed to hold awe until Shin-yu returned? Jin-seok began to argue. If I hadn't mistaken Hazu and Adela 8 moves, I wouldn't have ended up in this state. He also started to calm down and reflect. Yeah, that truly was an attack from Leap perfect pair Hazu and Adela. Shin-yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Do you two stop it? What 8 point of this useless arguing? This wasn't your fault. He looked toward Leaky 3 standing above as if silently acknowledging that Leaky opponents were simply too powerful. He-yun from Leaky third year Tim was also momentarily speechless, not knowing what else to say. Both Tae-seok and Hannah were equally stunned. On this side, Jin-seok also had to nod his head and admit it. Just thinking about her Tim losing made He-yun feel like she was going crazy. Jin-seok was completely stunned by Shin-yu's defiant words. He looked up an inquiring stare. Hazu, Adela, what kind of trick are you two playing again? Hazu quickly replied, first I will clarify things you are all wondering about. He asserted, Key 1 protecting our Fei Lot Idik Su-chan, making Maki whole group startle as if they had just realized something. So do you mean Chan was Key 1 who used that win/oh that bizarre moonlight bullet? Haru calmly shook his head. Not at all. All Madich used to bind you seniors was entirely my doing. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you saying? You were clearly standing right here. Did you cast Madich through like formation towards us? Haru unleashed a surge of mana to explain in detail. Something like that. Leaky whole group stared in ecstasy at Lee magical lie dancing on his hand. Moonlight bullet. Hai-yun jumped up and slammed a P-table. That ID hereditary secret technique of Lee Mystic Society. Adela, don't tell me you broke a P rules to CP. Haru nonchalantly replied, I should clear this up to avoid misunderstanding. This isn't about exposing any secret techniques. It ain't simply Madich that I analyzed and deduced myself. Shin-yu found it hard to believe and asked questioningly, analyze a secret technique yourself. Do you think you're a sage to be able to do that? Haru, his eyes shining like floodlights, replied, exactly. I possess eyes that can rep magical formulas fluently. Hearing that, he was completely stunned. Got it, eyes. Jin-seok stammered because this was just too absurd. He told everyone to stay calm because Likesir had Enlai just begun. Haru activated his Madicha. I used my godded eyes to dissect like a moonlight bullet. As soon as Waiki match started, I scattered moonlight bullets and wind slashes everywhere. He paused for a few seconds and then turned to look at Iki, teammate beside him. Su-chan began reading all cryptic numbers. 1, 2. Instantly, magical effects began to erupt across Key battlefield. He and Yoon witnessed DC scene and froze for a few seconds from La Key SPC. He closed his eyes, meditated, and centered his mind. Li Kima Di Haru had been KX Ting suddenly turned into soft streaks of green light hovering in mid-air. He withdrew Di Kima Di and began explaining to everyone. I utilized my amount of mana already placed in Li's surrounding space to trigger a long-range attack. Haru thought to himself, this ID technique improved since I confrontation quit I enemy at Big Luma Dichi Tower. Hai Yong cautiously asked, how on earth did you manage to aim so accurately? T and each nodded in agreement. That it right, your Ma Dhi Light has eyes of its own, flying straight towards us? Xu, Chan spoke up to decode Eat teat all than to those numbers I read earlier. Shinyu meditated on Een vaguely guessed, do you mean coordinates? He smirked and said, almost right. Li first NMBAD wake identifier fo key preset madi che and li key second ID key angle to guide LADE to gate. Hazu dissected each issue so thoroughly that it made people wary, then began to ponder deeply. I have showcased all Likima Didichi skills that I once passed down to Adela and Suchin. Upon hearing that, IP crowd below froze in silence, not knowing what to say. Hazu told himself inwardly that, of course, he was still keeping his Bidner Medici technique a secret. After a moment of silence, he concluded, that ID key entirety of my Medici secrets. Hazu thought intensely. Now Lipi group of third-year students understood his abilities as well as Adela and Suchin did. Since they are in like same boat fo Li Olympics anyway, eat IDP better to be honest fo convenience and to more easily convince he seniors. He emphasized every quip see. Let me repeat once more, my goal ID to take every single gold medal. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the key room suddenly seemed to freeze under Iki pressure. Hazu expressed his determination to succeed. I need your fun cooperation. Recent friendly match already proved how effective my tactics are. Suddenly lowering his voice, he said, I was a bit inconsiderate in my statement, so... Hazu bowed deeply and unexpectedly. I hope you will all trust me and let me lead. She watched I be seen, unsure of what would be the proper thing to say. Quite a calm gaze, he declared, in return, I commit to bringing glory to entire Tim. Hazu's firm words forced Shin and Yu to rack their brains in deep contemplation. Hearing that, Hayun felt a splitting headache from immense pressure. Finally, she nodded in approval. Fie, though I'm not fond of 8, I will obey your orders. Hana witnessed Hayun 8 decision and was left in a daze of astonishment. She turned and asked casually, what ID there to be so shocked about? She replied hesitantly, do you really shocked me? Hayun replied aggressively, not quite. Since I let fair and square anyway, I have to listen to that kid, otherwise, I would have been kicked P.K. Tim long ago. Suddenly she walked straight towards Suchin and then... Hayun held all her hand in admiration. So Rifo calling you a loser earlier, your defensive Medici ID actually quite formidable. Hearing that, P young man ate heart sword coot joy. Suchin eagerly shook hands back. Senior, your fire Medici IDT equally top tier. Conversation between the two sides gradually quieted down within Obelisk Academy. Since it was mealtime, Lai group invited each other to Obelisk Academy cafeteria to feast. Hazu carried his food tray sat down and praised them. You guys are truly amazing. Li group of third-year seniors seemed to look more impressive than usual. He sat down casually and said, before we set a strategy for Wak Olympics, I need to ask everyone for a small favor. Adela looked at Hazu quite concerned while Su-chan next to her also curiously exclaimed, what a going on? Hazu scooped up a spoonful of rice and replied, key thing IDP, about tonight at practice session, could everyone practice on their own without me for a while? I have a few things I want to handle myself. She picked up a carton of milk and said, that eight's Tren. Are you planning to cultivate mana by yourself or something similar? He gave a vague reason, that ain't right, I've started to vaguely see what they call key wall of enlightenment. While thinking to himself, this ideally chance. Su-chan cried all in surprise, what, likey wall of enlightenment? Adela was equally wide-eyed with astonishment. Do you mean lay fifthixty wall? Hazu didn't answer right away, thinking to himself, I can't let these two know about Dai-P Bidner Madi Che Shi. Although I had previously stated publicly that EAT was a form of transformation Madi cheat power of third tier Bidner Madi IDT actually equivalent to Lipi strength of fourth tier Madi Che. He hesitated for a moment and then continued, even so, declaring that I've reached LVE5. Then, he thought carefully, after all, I still need more time to complete E4th tier Bidner Madi Chi structure. I'll have to use this wall of enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Su-chan looked skeptical. Reached LVE5 at Nenli 18, Adela he ain't joking right? She spoke softly, if he can do it, he'll be EP youngest person in Li Ki world to reach this realm. Then she looked at Hazu quite sparkling eyes, fun of absolute trust without a hint of doubt. That it wonderful. Seeing that, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Well, anyway, for that reason, I don't think I'll be able to begin evening practice for a while. I am so I hope do you understand? Adela smiled. If that AT case I completely understand. If do lie do can even see top participating in evening practice entirely. Su-chan also winked at Hazu. Exactly, starting tomorrow do don't need to come anymore. I am giving Dio permission. His throat suddenly felt a bit dry. These two maybe they're actually happy about this. Then Hazu said, don't worry, I'll still regularly chow chi in on your fitness training. Su-chan was indignant.
What, do you really so annoying?
A while later. Li's scene had shifted to evening at a magnificent mansion of Li leading clan in Li Ki Mage world. Yen Hiek muttered while looking at Li tablet. Horn of an octagonal beast, heart of an earthy ray Iren and eye of a leviathan, as expected. These are all extremely expensive ingredients. He looked up and asked, "Exactly what do you intend to use them for?" He replied seriously, "They will certainly be absolutely necessary for me to achieve my own magical advancement." Hazu suddenly remembered when he was reading in Leaky Library, he had already received a hint to become a fourth-tier mage from Leaky Mimir Spring. He sat flipping through pages endlessly, thinking for a long while before finally asking, "Mimir." There were no books that explained things thoroughly enough for a reader to understand immediately. She naturally closed her eyes and answered firmly, "There aren't any." Hazu looked at Mimir's whimsical attitude, doubting whether she really wanted to help him. "So, could you find another book for me?" Like towering stacks of books seemed to have diminished somewhat. He was about to pick up Lee's next book when he suddenly paused. Hazu frowned, looking intently at Lee's book in his hand. Then he glanced around at place where both books and Ma Di Chi potion vials were displayed. He thought to himself, this book must be an artifact, yet this girl Mimir just leaves books lying around everywhere. Hazu flipped through wiki pages. Suddenly, a fetch lot of lie appeared, and he found what he needed. Hearing P noise, Whitey girl was startled. "What on earth ID that?" Hazu grinned at her. It truly was Mimir, and quote this trick, everything would be as easy as pie. Night sky sparkled quit stars and leak clouds gradually dispersed. Hazu was lot and thou about a formula for a Meidichi potion capable of absorbing all mana. If he could obtain this Meidichi potion, perhaps Iki path to Iki perfect expansion realm would be significantly shortened. Returning to reality, he spoke quite an increasingly clear tone. "Right now, I am standing at EP threshold of enlightenment." Inhu exclaimed in surprise. "So do are about to reach LVE5. Hazu confirmed firmly, sir. These ingredients are extremely important for my magical breakthrough. Besides, I'd hard for me to gather enough alone," he told himself. "I can find most of materials myself, but for wiki rare items not sold in markets, I will have to rely on father-aid influence." Lee fathered eyes glinted coldly as his whole posture became pensive while looking at Hazu. He faced Inhu with a resolute attitude. Seeing that, he relented. Do not look like you are lying, so then, these materials are definitely for making Medici potions, aren't they? Hazu quickly replied. "Yat, that IDP exactly right." Inhu pressed further. "Where did you learn about this Medici potion?" "I have never seen a recipe like this before." Hazu answered honestly. "I found this information in an ancient book." He quickly believed, boy, an ancient potion. "Alright, if you are telling wacky truth, I will go look for them foo." Hazu's face lit up with joy. "Thank you very much, father." Inhu said nothing but gave an order. "First, take that ancient cloak, then return here with that ancient potion bottle." He added, "I am not sure what you are planning to do, but you are certainly lucky." Hazu felt that his father's 8 words contained something strange, and his whole body froze. He hesitated, not knowing what to say. About that." His father began questioning him about Madishh and Li spells he used in Li duel against Hanguk. He even asked Quizfo Quok about Li P master of Li Bi Luma De Cha Tower, and naturally, Hazu said he could not answer. He must be suspicious by now, Hazu thought to himself, just as I guessed. Well, I mean, what that cloak and the elixir in the ancient book, how could he not be suspicious? Late at night in Li quiet, Hazu was alone with his thoughts. At this rate, sooner or later, he would have to confess to his father about his magical powers. At dawn, Iki ancient Medici potion class began once again. Wacky atmosphere inside the classroom was unusually lively. Hazu dressed simply and glanced around. This place was truly a setping paradise for men XT parts. A shop owner suddenly spoke up. "Hey there, student, we have high-quality red X lye extract here." Hazu cautiously calculated that he had to be extremely alert when buying things at these stalls, while Li P old man kept promoting enthusiastically as if afraid people wouldn't know he was overcharging. A lady shopkeeper at Li P next stall wouldn't be outdone and called, "Oh, young man, come look at these items from Kobold's Skin just today." In a forest of enticements like exclusive goods, buy one, get one free. P shopkeeper continued to insistently hawk high-end products with an incredibly pushy tone. Hazu stood his ground. If it weren't for his extensive experience, he might have been hoodwinked by these cunning merchants. While walking leisurely, someone called him back. "Get heavens, young student, are you interested in buying Primea Mags in Latin spider silk?" He stopped to examine item in her hand for a moment, then listened intently to wiki advertisement for rare, hard-to-find goods. Hazu gave a meaningful smile. "Since when did single horn spider silk suddenly turn into Sen Latin spider silk, ma'am?" Li shopkeeper, caught red-handed, immediately flared up. "Do better watch your mouth, don't go nitpicking while I'm selling genuine products." He pointed to Ike faint glimmers nearby and nonchalantly replied, "This item ID emitting a very unusual lie." She seized a key momentum to push further. "See, Look closely, that sparkling metallic luster ID proof of high quality. Hazu bluntly exposed her. Really ID glowing, but that ain't just cheap fluorescent powder dew sprinkled on to deceive people. He added a sarcastic remark. It must have been quite a struggle to sprinkle leaky powder so meticulously. Iniki shopkeeper turned purple, quoot rage and shooed him away. Get lot, dew brat.
Get o of my sight right now.
Hazu walked on, telling himself, I have to act like a knave novice so these dishonest merchants lower their guard and reveal themselves. His eyes scanned like a Keat reader, then to memorizing all 40,000 spells. There was no reason he couldn't distinguish between counterfeits and true treasures. Suddenly Hazu frowned. Quit annoyance, don't underestimate my intelligence. He had just walked a sati distance when an old man suddenly called awe to him. Hey there, student. Leaky old man gave a benevolent smile and praised him. So young yet do have such keen insight. He turned his head back and squinted at leaky old man, quoot, a suspicious gaze. Leaky old man lowered his voice sincerely. They are all frauds. I truly want to guide you. After a hesitant pause, leaky old man sighed. This place ID backed by an organization, so my hands are tied. I am so re. To which Hazu smiled and replied, he'd alright. He also shared frankly, lie novices easily fall for those scams. Hearing that, Iki old man laughed heartily. This kid really ID in T-Crate 10. Then he made an offer. I'll give DUYE most friendly price. Would you lie to come to my stall and have a look? Hazu heard this and asked, Ye in by EE way, do you sell BLC bull horns? He proactively led him toward Lee's shop, where a fresh shipment of all sorts of hat items had arrived just yesterday. A moment later, he began to ramble on about how this was his livelihood, asking him to wait just a second while he retrieved leaky rare BP Elise bull horn for him to see. As soon as he finished his sentence, EP old man scurried BP toward EP cabinet and he back to rummage through ET, while Hazu stood waiting patiently. After turning back and forth searching for a while, he finally found each item he needed, handed ETV, and said, Here ETIDE. Lakey old man didn't forget to add that this was an AT Airdame Prime EM material, quita purity LV key far exceeding 90%, claiming that mana meters never lie, so he should cha-chi himself. Hazu reached awe, grabbed like mana meter, and his eyes were met quita purity reading of 94%. He stood silently pondering for a long time, quit no one knowing what kind of schemes he was calculating in his head. Leaky old man handed BEB Elise bullhorn to Hazu and said it must be destiny, so he would give him a friendly price of Anli 7 million army credits. He started spouting nonsense about how he knew fun well that such high LV key byproducts usually sold for V key 30 million, and that he was just lucky to have met him today. His face suddenly darkened as he immediately challenged him, asking since when did cheap African bullhorn get labeled as like legendary Elise bullhorn. Lucky old man saw Aki murderous hoorah radiating intensely from Hazu, making him break or into a cold sweat. Hazu pondered to himself, wondering why he had questioned earlier why first place dared to pull such a blatant scam. He paused for a beat and speculated that they were likely running a X-ray of scams, and asked if he was an accomplice as well, though it didn't really matter anymore. Hazu bluntly exposed that these petty tricks wouldn't work on him, so they shouldn't waste time and should just bring leak real thing. He narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings to see if leaky old man was actually hiding real goods somewhere. Being caught red-handed seemed to make key old man flustered and lose his composure. Finally, he gave up on Iki act and casually tossed his cane onto leaky floor. Suddenly, leaky old man looked up into leaky distant void as if trying to hide some inner feelings. Hazu's gaze began to fill out quite a profound, contemplative look. Leaky old man chuckled and teased that he didn't look like a foolish kid at all. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide and laughed, saying, Forgive me, lie now, I invite Dio to step inside. As night fell, traffic remained bustling back and forth amidst deep brightly colored sky secret PPE. At this moment, Hyan was glued to Lee's statistical data table from Payment PC, which focused on old byproducts and materials. He examined Eat Fu a while and then asked, Master, Ki young Master 8 Ski C just completed a transaction for a rather large sum. Upon hearing this, Inhyuk wasn't like least bit concerned, saying it was likely just more byproduct Sep Ping, and told him to let ET go since he had already given Lee Boy Fun authority to use that CPC. Hyan still looked puzzled, wondering why Iki young master had suddenly bought Menon XTF byproducts and what exactly he was up to. He calmly replied that Leaky Boy said he wanted to brew a special elixir by himself. He wasn't surprised since young master often did sex trend things, but he noted that it was quite expensive, so he would double chow-chi quality of those goods. Inhyuk flatly refused, saying it was unnecessary because Gub Boy had been versed in all kinds of byproducts since he was 5 years old. He was fun of confidence in Hazu, asserting that he had raised Iki boy so carefully that he was more than capable of distinguishing real from Iki fake. Inheek suddenly questioned I trouble at Leak Octagon Rest's top, causing Seochen to hurriedly explain that Eek's preliminary contract was finished and they were now renegotiating key price. Upon hearing this, he muttered as he calculated key transportation time and estimated that it would likely take about a week to complete. Inhyuk flicked his hand, creating a mysterious purple trail of Lai and Pierre, then turned to ask about Lee progress of Leak internal investigation. E-Man immediately replied that Lee Tim was digging very thoroughly and it seemed someone had joined hands Kuipi Palakwan Di Madi each tower. Seochin continued to report on Lai's situation. I deliberately leaked a part of Light report regarding me Bloxy Tower, and as expected, I discovered signs of 8 having been tampered quote. He paused for a moment and expressed his regret, for still not having caught B traitor. Seoshin explained that although he had narrowed down why suspects and interrogated why prominent figures could access to TAP's secret files, he had not found anything unusual. He said in a serious tone that those people were suspiciously clean, leaving no loopholes at all. Hearing this, he muttered that Li's absence of anything suspicious was precisely proof of a sophisticated orchestration. Seochin understood profound intent hidden behind any hate words. He smiled faintly and said that if they were so squeaky clean, they should just let Li Trader reveal themselves when they contact IBLEC Tower. In a quiet space, in Lee low-pitched voice of Inhyuk echoing as he ordered his subordinate to prepare everything. At the same time at Leak magnificent and luxurious Mimir library. Hazu sighed because Laiki Lot in her hands was too heavy. B girl standing next to her praised Daiki's successor as a Superman foe carrying all of that back. Mimir carefully counted leaky items and declared that N-Li 3 more ingredients were needed to prepare Wiki Elixir, a rare and precious elixir that helps enhance 1/8 mana capacity. Once consumed, it will increase Ki body 8 compatibility. He helps Ga body absorb energy levels far beyond normal range. Thinking of this, he felt excited because Quid 8, he would easily be able to operate Li P expansion circle. She looked at him and asked when Li Ki ingredients would arrive, and he replied that his father said, it would take about another week. Mimir calculated that 1 week from now would be just right time Fui competition to begin. Hazu wondered aloud because even if Lighty potion was finished, it could not be used immediately. He leaned down and pointed at Li Ki lines of Ti Chi in Li Ki ancient book. The document clearly states that to optimize the effects of the elixir, one must choose a place with an extremely dense concentration of mana. Added to that ID, he need to cast a mana circuit so elixir can be fully absorbed. She looked up at him with curiosity, as if guessing that he already had his own plan. Hazu brightened up, confirming that he had already chosen a great spot, and immediately asked where he was. He replied without hesitation that it was Weepi Island of Ben, Niwa Wang. Research documents confirm that this ID place Kui highest concentration of mana in EE Kingdom. Recently Madicha power index has been escalating dizzily. She listened and immediately imagined Kud excitement. That sounds great, so when will Leak group set a P? Hazu smirked Kud a scheming look. Don't worry, I already have a battle plan for this. Like next Monen at Obelisk Academy, SC Tren murmur suddenly arose ID this for real. Students from Leaky's 2nd and 3rd years all flocked in that direction. Hearing his strategy, Leaky whole group couldn't see top laughing. Hazu smiled warmly and said, that ain't right, we will go jogging to train on Benayan Island. They were stunned and couldn't believe their ears, then asked in unison, ID Kiki training trip to Benayan Island, really a whole week away. He nodded in confirmation, exactly 5 days and 6 nights of special training on Benayan Island. I had to beg Leaky master of LTBT Lu Tower to get that travel permit. Afterward he instructed them thoroughly so everyone had better prepare themselves mentally. Hyan suddenly threw his arm around Adela's shoulder excitedly. Eat ate awesome? Right? Adela couldn't lie respond shyly, yeah, eat really ID's Tren? Sinu began to calculate carefully. This time we will surely have to prepare a long list. Suchin wondered, why tension? Just pack your bags and go. He looked at his friend Kut a speechless expression, what it wrong Kut Diu? Didn't Diu hear that Leap Master of Libibi Lu Tower IDP directly supervising the exercises? Jin Suk added, Tate not a vacation. Suchin still hesitated but Hazu stood silently watching this scene and whispered to himself, everything I'd now under my Keenan Tran. Seeing everyone chatting so happily he was secretly pleased. Conflicts between key grades had now been completely resolved. Hazu and Sochin took responsibility for managing Iki training schedule Fuki whole group that very day. Thantu Y Su Pet from Leaky Master of Lai Lu Tower, Leaky students' confidence was gradually reinforced. While Lud and Thao, he suddenly remembered an important matter. Hazu urged everyone to go to Lanki Lu Tower to Cheo Chi their Madi Che power immediately. Iki whole group groaned inside upon hearing that, oh we have to go fo another Che Chup. How annoying. Ki majestic Lu Tower headquarters stood towering in Leaky heart of Iki City. In Lai Galki Ren Hall, Su was waiting. Helal everyone, I am Su from Lai B Lu Tower. Before her now were IP brightest faces from Obelisk Academy. Gu began to instruct, anyone who needs a Ma Di Cha power chichi, peek Lai follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Hazu and said, as Fo Diu, IP Tower Master has invited Diu to meet privately in his office. Following a long, deep corridor of EB Lu Tower headquarters. Standing in front of Iki door to Kangin 8 office. He took a sip of coffee and looked toward Iki door. Duve arrived. Has Iki training plan been going smoothly? He stood at attention and replied, Yacht sir, everything ID progressing very smoothly. Kangin gently asked if there had been any friction or trouble within Iki Tim lately. Hazu quickly replied that everything was still fine, and although he felt a bit awkward as a newcomer, everyone was gradually becoming closer. Hearing this, he sighed with relief, saying that was great, and if there were no issues, they should just keep up Lopi Geet work. He clasped his hands to his chest to sue his gratitude, thanking him, and also mentioning like Bengyong Island incident. Kangin waved his hand dismissively, saying Yeet was nothing, just a small matter, and that spending a little money to rent Like Island was hardly worth mentioning. A fleeting smile appeared as he looked at Hazu and got straight to Lee key point, saying he was sure Hazu could guess why he had been called in today. A guess suddenly flashed through his mind, and he asked if Eat had to do Quitbai's holy artifact. Kangin nodded in confirmation, saying that was correct and he wanted him to prepare Fu engraving his Ma Diich seal onto that holy artifact. Speaking of engraving Lime Diich seal, EDIDP Aprex Sadet of recording an individual 8 Madiich seal, obtained through a Madiich power Tate, onto an artifact to optimize Eat Fu Wake user. And in parallel, Keetit that Lai members are currently undergoing. IDK also to prepare for this Ma Diich seal engraving Prex. He gave instructions that he also wanted to complete Hazu 8 Madiche Tate before they entered Vive intensive training phase. Hazu happily agreed, saying Yacht, that would be fi after 100 PM tonight. Suddenly he became pensive, asking if since he mentioned engraving Lai Madiche seal, they could now envision Ife Nental appearance of holy artifact. Kangin smiled and said what, at Li earliest half a month, at Iki latest 3 weeks, and even if there were any setbacks, they would finish 8 before Li Olympiad. Suddenly P story brings us back to mysterious castle from before. Li place located right in Mamirt magnificent library. Hazu was engrossed in his research, pondering every single quoopsie. After reading, he looked up and asked, Mamir, I've finished this book, are there any more? Immediately after not making Hazu wait long, she used Ma Diichi and said ta-da. Ancient books quickly appeared, falling in front of him. Hazu reached awe to pick one up and continued to use Ma Diichi. Mamir smiled, took 8 and said, this ID key next one. How ID it going? IDK everything prepared. He asked in return, prepared for what? Li expansion round Li Olympiad. She replied succinctly. Hazu stroked his chin and thou and said, Olympiad ID no problem, but as Fuwaki expansion round, Eat ID still Li same, quit no further progress. Hearing this, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, ID connecting Lapi expansion round that difficult? He sighed and replied, on Liki contrary, theoretically I have mastered E completely, Iki problem IDP, why amount of Ma Diich power in my body ID too limited. She looked at Li Ma Diich potion bottle floating nearby and guessed, so, in Niki and Eat still comes down to needing Li Timi De, blessing elixir, doesn't Eat. Hazu said nothing more, just silently nodded in confirmation. He also glanced ERVE, thinking it was a relief that Ike materials arrived earlier than expected, as he heard that Ike regulations had been relaxed. At this point, Hazu suddenly felt something was balbit. Wait, could Lai change in rules be due to trade involvement? Mir exclaimed in surprise, and heir truly always has Li best of luck. He, who knew a truth of likey matter, could inly give a wry smile saying, I deed that so. He must be. Time flew by quickly, and by Iki next night, they were at Libi Lu Tower headquarters. Hazu panted heavily. Suddenly Kangin approached from behind and threw some items there. He asked Hazu, this ID your first time doing this kind of Ma Di Cha power Tate, right? How do you feel? He hummed for a while and then confessed. Key Tate itself was fi and not difficult. But it lasted so long that I am a bit exhausted. Kangin, on contrary, laughed loudly and said, haha, Hazu, you were very fast. He only took an hour, normally it takes people up to 8 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Hazu seemed unable to believe his ears. What? Kang, and took key tablet and said, key fact that do say this Tate was easy ID indeed quite impressive. He couldn't help but marvel at Lipi achievement, even though Eat was just a basic Ma Deech power movement Tate, maintaining Ma Na within a 0.3% margin of error was no joke. Hazu thought to himself that these kinds of tests were as easy as a piece of cake for someone who had passed Li's second trial. Kang, and glanced at Li Key datasheet, quit such perfect results. There was no need to worry about leaky completion of like holy relic. At this rate, it was enough to dream of a masterpiece. Hearing that, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Calling it a masterpiece sounds a bit like an exaggeration, doesn't it?" He suddenly mentioned E.T. famous Arding Li E4 treasure at Ibilu Tower, which was EP Imperial Ring. Then, after a moment of consideration, he added, "Of course, if considering and lie a single attribute, it would be difficult to compare Yeet to P Imperial Ring. However, Hazut Holy Relic was composed of elemental Mage stones, so it would be an enhanced combination of 4 attributes." Thinking of that, Kangin affirmed, "In terms of versatility, it ain't not inferior to Likey Imperial Ring at all," making Hazu realize, "Do you mean?" Hazut's eyes became more fiery than ever. His holy relic would definitely reach at least Arden JT, LV4. Looking at Hazu's expression, Kangin felt he was C-Tren thinking, "This ID, probably EP first time I've seen him this excited." Hearing that, Hazu reacted very quickly. Well, of course, it ain't even being compared to royal items. A moment later, Hazu suddenly remembered, "Oh, have I named this creation yet?" He was about to say more when a notification sound suddenly rang. "Oh, I am so wait a moment." Hazu hurriedly pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at Lee's screen. It was a message from his father. Yan Wook informed him that Li P material procurement was on schedule and confirmed that S6 Hyun would deliver goods exactly when his training ended. After reading Li P message, Hazu could not hide his look of extreme excitement. All necessary materials for preparation had been gathered. At 8 o'clock live following evening at Memorate Library. Both of them are extremely excited as they munch this package. They thoughtfully examine every single high-quality ingredient lying before them. Mimir inspects each item and exclaims in admiration, noting that these are top-tier selections could absolutely perfect sizes. She gives a determined thumbs up and signals, "Let it do this. First, we need to tidy up leaky ingredients." Mimir suddenly warns that they should practice beforehand to avoid mistakes, but no sooner does Hazu mutter about being careful than he immediately messes up. Oh no, they are doomed. Hazu begins to trim more meticulously, thinking that this part can still be saved, so he calmly prunes a little more. Suddenly, several tentacles sprout from Leaky each flask, startling her. Deal could eat quickly eat trying to escape. Leet boy strikes Lai lightning quote his knife to clear away uppy tentacles, and finally everything Ideek resolved smoothly. Afterward, Hazu picks up another type of ingredient, which seems to be somewhat sensitive to Lai. He skillfully peels each outer layer and divides the fruit into 3 equal parts under YP shade. One batch after another, Hazu begins working enthusiastically like a machine. He finally finishes processing the necessary ingredients, effectively completing a first batch. Hazu glances at Leek remaining pile. Couldn't Leapy most important item left untouched. Mimia softly asks if they should take a break. Hearing Lai's suggestion, he nods in agreement. Alright then. What remains IDE skeleton of an 8-horned deer. Next are YP heart of a great catastrophe and eyes of Exaiman and XT. Hazu tells himself that these are all extremely rare, high-quality goods that he will likely never find again in his lifetime, so he must not ruin them. YE2 take this opportunity to rest and sip tea to relax. He takes a sip of tea with great satisfaction. It tastes truly delicious. A moment later, Hazu regains his vigor. Now, let it get back to work. And she ID also ready to lend a hand. He opens IB ingredient package and begins quip pair of 8-horned deer antlers. Hazu chants a spell of VE his knife and channels all his mana into Yeet to slowly scrape P hard outer shell. After P blade ID infused Koot magical power, he carefully picks up Lee deer antler and gently peels ET. Lee P sharp knife glides smoothly he walk rough SV of key antler. Hazu ID currently on edge, as tense as a guitar string. As soon as he finishes scraping, Mimia hands him Lee next item, Eevee heart of a great catastrophe, which needs to be soaked in earth fairy powder water to drain leaky blood, making sure to keep Lai water temperature at exactly 25 degrees. Hazu quickly mixes like water and adjusts like temperature, a preset that requires intense concentration for 6 fun hours. Next, he picks up Leakeek's Iman XT8 eyes, and at that moment, she warns him to wrap a layer of mana around them. Mimia warns him sternly that if they are not wrapped carefully they will explode when boiled. Hazu follows Key's instructions strictly and key preparations are finally complete. He looks directly into boiling mixture and pot and reports Lee result. She didn't say a quiz, just calmly turned Key's pages of her book, and then proceeded to do this. He'd had to be stirred steadily for 10 fun hours. No sooner had Mimia finished her sentence than Hazu poured all his remaining strength into stirring everything he had. 10 long, weary hours passed, which was also when Key's sleepy sun began to peek out. Lee early monen rays of sunlight gently filtered through every small crack and leaky window, and just that Key vast library suddenly shone brilliance. At this moment, Leaky unen Lai Sao in a Lee room was Key Sao of Lai boy 8 exhausted, he breathing. Li young lady slowly walked toward Hazu. She then offered him warm praise, saying, "Well done, Hare, this item ID finally complete without a hitch." Each drop of magical essence was carefully poured into a tightly sealed Tate tube. White's result of Hazu 10 hours of work was Waiki sweet blessing of Mana. Amidst Iki deep blue waters of Li Ocean, a giant seep was cutting through leaky waves, moving forward. Xu Chan face clearly showed his excitement, as Li Day to go camping Quote E group had finally arrived. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a person sitting right next to him. Hazu quietly gazed at Li Kixai and muttered that weather was beautiful today, and quote that Iki preparations for Ki expansion round were finally done. Because Chan suddenly lunged to put his arm around Hazu's shoulder, telling him, "Buddy, anyone looking at Du would think you're posing as a Mao Wan." Hazu blankly asked, "What?" And then Chan tried to persuade him to take a CO5. Chan raised his phone, Chimi Ra ready, seeing Lais Kai and Kai merging into one, he marveled that like background was truly a masterpiece. After taking Lai P years Suk's, Chan studied it and grimaced, saying something was missing. Hazu could and Lai reluctantly reply that if he wanted to take a picture, he should just hurry up. Then, he suddenly realized where that missing something was. Chan turned toward Adela in a Fei Laud and called all her name loudly. He beamed and invited her to get in. She walked looking confused, and asked what all Iki picture taking was about. Adela was quickly pulled into middle of leaky frame by Chan, who told her that it would be a waste not to take a quote such a beautiful view. She could only mumble, "I deki that so." Oni deck of seep, he was person most fun of life in leaky group. Zeet really would be a waste, come on smile 1, 2, 3. And thus, a commemorative seer marking moment fu all three of them, was officially created. Chan proudly admired his work and said, "That it more lie yidi, a group fear tik and lie beautiful when everyone idik included. I have to peat this to Yaiki group chate right away." As he trotted along YT Seep, he looked back to tell Haru and Adela that he was going to take more pictures quit ent upperclassmen. Looking at Chan excited mood, she smiled slightly and said this guy was always hyperactive, but today he seemed even more energetic than usual. He calmly replied that it was because it felt just like going on a trip. Adela hesitated and said, "But this was supposed to be a training session. Was it okay to be this overly enthusiastic?" Haru sighed and said to just let him be, as he would surely deflate once training started. Then she probed by asking if he himself was also feeling quite excited. He was stunned for a moment and asked why she thought that, to which Adela smiled and replied it was because she always saw him looking so serious. By way, she had heard that Kima Na levels on Bengia Island had been very dense lately, and she wondered just how high they had reached. Haru gazed thoughtfully towards distant horizon. "We're almost at our destination. Hey Adela, have you ever set foot on this island before?" She quickly replied, "I was here 5 years ago. Back then this was truly an ideal training ground." After hearing Adela say that, Haru became quite excited. "Benji Yong Island this trip ID definitely gonna be very in TP rate 10. Lee boat gently drifted towards Bang Yong Island. After a long drawn a day, all Lee students finally gathered at Benji Yong Island to begin their training session. Xu and Chan looked at like magnificent scenery, their eyes shining brightly. "We've officially landed on Benyong-do, everyone." As soon as they stepped up boat, what caught their eyes was Harkton Resort, which looked incredibly luxurious. Hazu explained that this was why accommodation that Lamthap had painstakingly prepared for why entire Tim. Hearing that, he and Hyul were overjoyed, as if they struck gold. Anyone who complains about this place truly has eyes but cannot see. Stepping inside, Lighty first thing that caught their eye was an endless BT fee line. Zhu and Chan were ecstatic, like children receiving gifts.
Look, there'd even lobster.
I once made an identical seafood meal, but Li portions were much more modest. On this side, she chewed on a pastry while turning to entice, "Hey Adela, try this, eat it guaranteed to be unbelievably delicious." Xinyu and Jin, Suk were no less enthusiastic. Both were engrossed in sweeping leaky fee table clean as if they hadn't eaten in ages. After gathering all like delicious dishes they could find, Lai whole group quickly moved to walkie dining table. Hazu held a tablet in his hand and announced loudly, "Once you're done eating, everyone can relax comfortably for about 30 minutes. After that, exactly at 30:30 p.m. everyone must be present at EP Benyong training ground." The entire group replied in unison, "Understood." Lee break time quickly flew by, and everyone had gathered completely at Benyong Madich training ground. He asked if everyone was ready, stating that an important matter needed to be addressed before training could begin. Hazu projected a MIPI of Benyong Island and analyzed it, explaining, "This place has a significantly denser concentration of Madich power than other areas." He lowered his voice and warned, "You might feel a bit drained when you have to absorb my DH power through your Madich circles. Then he ordered seriously, so now, everyone, Pete Lai try to circulate your Ma Deech power once to see how he goes. As soon as Hazu finished speaking, light surrounding atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Without a quoos, everyone immediately closed their eyes to concentrate intensely. Then they slowly felt Li flow of Ma Deech power circulating through Y circles within their bodies. Hazu quietly observed each person with a calm, unwavering gaze. Suddenly, he spoke up, as Fo Seniors Singu and Adela, just maintaining your current performance ID Phi, I have nothing to remind you of. Hearing that, two of them nodded in understanding one after another. Understood. Hazu approached and said, Senior Jin, Suk, it would be better if you lowered P output power of your Ma Deech circle by about 20%. Then he turned to Li person next to him and instructed, and Yun, P Lidu Wunki's opposite increase E power of your Ma Deech circle by an additional 15%. Hazu glanced around and signaled to correct light postures of those who were still doing it wrong. Xu Chen was VE here struggling with mana coordination, although it was a bit of a struggle. Seeing him fumbling, he strode a VE and placed a hand on his back. Haru gently instructed Suk's Chan to reduce the intensity by half before adjusting his stance. He looked stunned and exclaimed, What? Despite that, Chant body still mechanically followed his instructions naturally. He suddenly noticed Li Qi difference and turned back with a bright smile, saying it felt much better. Haru and Lai smirked and replied, Of course it does. He wore a meaningful smile and ordered him to hold that pose for a fun hour. Chen groaned, saying it would be better to kivu him, but Haru firmly said, Let it begin. He grumbled affectionately, Do devil, don't smile like that. An hour of diligently practicing mana circulation finally passed. He pressed Iki watch button, signaling that it was time to Eski Tuppy. Immediately, Ki whole group lay sprawled on Li Ki floor due to total exhaustion. Hyan panted and complained that no one should force others to circulate mana for an entire hour. Lie that Shin Yu, nearby, also nodded in agreement. Hyan looked at Li P man in front of him, thinking that if even he was this worn out, no one could possibly handle E.T. Adela suddenly approached Jin Suk, holding a cold bottle of water. She handed him Li Ki water bottle and gently told him to drink some to quench his thirst. Jin Suk was slightly startled as he took Life bottle and nodded his head repeatedly to Adela. As soon as he noticed Ike's unusual movement, Haru immediately turned his gaze to observe Ike's situation. He assessed carefully and secretly admired that Adela was still doing very well. Iki Viki of a mystic master truly was something else. Without thinking further, Haru quickly returned to his serious demeanor and asked everyone if they had mastered Leaky basics yet. He continued to ask if anyone had questions, but was met en like a wary silence. Haru suddenly put on a mysterious look and announced that they would now move into a key main training at Benayan. He hesitated for a moment and then emphasized each quips. Jin Suk looked at him in confusion upon hearing like phrase self-training. He firmly asserted that everyone must move at their own rhythm. Haru added that since he had provided detailed instructions, everyone must evaluate and train independently during this time. Hyan instinctively asked what he would be doing in Iki Min time. He replied that he also needed to focus on adjustments, then thought to himself that he must quickly adapt to Wii mana density at Benayan to optimize progress. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to speak with Hana, asking if this was her first time at Benayan. Hearing that, Hana laughed and said she thought he was already a regular there. Hana wondered if such a high mana density was truly an ideal place for cultivation. At this time, Hazu officially announced that today's intensive training session would pause here. He secretly calculated that he must fully utilize this environment to successfully activate the expanded Madich circle. Training time ID Sync. Hazu hurriedly goes to hunt for new Madich sources nearby. Suddenly, he picks up a magical signal that ID key flickering lie a revolving lantern. Without a moment's hesitation, Hazu swiftly follows that Sectren trail. He finally tracks down key source of Lai P signal. He'd found something rare. Right before Hazu's eyes, ID key legendary spiritual energy vein that people often talk about. It must be said that areas quite dense natural Madich Lai Bangi exist. There are still a few spots where Madich converges quite unbelievable intensity. People call those hotspots nodes. He drops his backpack to make a rough calculation. This spot ID near key dormitory but leaky concentration ID a fun 5% higher. Hazu pulls a Tate tube from his pocket and begins to apply his first auxiliary technique, EDIDE famous elixir that carries a magical blessing. His face lights up, thinking he will finally have Li chance to Tate its power. Without a second thought, Hazu downs the entire vial of elixir and begins Lopigam. As soon as it goes down his throat, Li Ki lingering taste ID a total disaster, making him want to reject life itself. Hazu stands up straight, temporarily forgetting that horrific aftertaste to see what Li Pi effects are. As he begins to absorb Madich circles start dancing around his body. Hazu feels weightless and 3 infinite Madich circles in Livaitner style gradually appear. However, a wave of pain makes him dizzy, magical energy flowing into torrentially, and he must focus intensely. He realizes that Mage circles are spinning frantically like pinwheels. If he doesn't rein in Li flow at this rate, he risks Li magical energy exploding and tearing him apart. Pale-faced, he grits his teeth and endures, trying to hold on for just one more hour to finish the job. Hazu tells himself to stay mentally XTLI to successfully activate expansion circle. He just needs to absorb another 20% of Ma D each to meet his goal. Half an hour has passed since IP Nightmare began. He ID still diligently controlling the Mage circles, and now everything ID gradually falling into place. Suddenly Hazu's entire body spasms violently and he coughs uncontrollably like a lot soul. Something stuck to the key palm of his hand hits his eyes, and he IDP terrified all of his wits. 11 o'clock at night, at one of the key most luxurious hotels in like heart of Key City, Gihan stands frozen, his thoughtful gaze glued to Glee phone in his hand. Lee, key person on Iki other end of Iki line, speaks hurriedly to discuss plan to eliminate Haju immediately. After hearing that, he immediately probed to see if other party was in agreement. Tokus smiled deviously, saying, "Of course that ain't fi, I'm always ready, but..." He paused for a moment before continuing, mainly to avoid Li Shi-lo surveillance of light shadow guards under Siuk Hyangate command. "This isn't exactly free, do know." Gihan suddenly became eager. Naturally, he had to circumvent key law at all costs. Tokus warned, "That it very difficult, as I said before, acting under their gaze ID not key best strategy." He flatly declared, "We at B Love Sea Tower don't want our precious guest to suddenly vanish into thin air." Around where Tokus was sitting, mice were scurrying about nervously. They were baring their fangs and claws while squeaking incessantly. Ignoring the mice wandering by, Tokus emphasized, "Fo now just lie low and wait, especially while Iki to get Idiki still alone. That will be like Gyanan moment to strike," he said, and just as he finished, likey mice below began tearing each other apart. Gihan did not seem interested in Leaky other party 8 plan, saying, "No, that a key same as letting Leaky opportunity slip away." His expression visibly darkened as he said, "Do eat now, regardless of IG risks, we must act." Tokus scoffed and retorted, "Why should my side be in such a hurry?" Gihan's expression was hard to describe, as he noted, "Seek High Venjid doing his best to back Hazu, after all." Person on Iki other end was immediately startled, asking, "Do you mean he's second most powerful figure in day Vidu family?" He argued, "That ain't right. If Seek High Venji sides quit Hazu, it ain't not just me who will be in trouble, and I think do you agree quit that assessment, Tokus?" He began to butter him up, saying, "My faction also hopes that you will soon sit in Lee chair of Leaky head of day, plea, do family." Gihan leaned back on Kixife and continued listening, saying, "I already told you, taking down Hazu while avoiding Seokai Engi Idt absurd." To which he replied, "I know that all too well." Gihan 8 gaze became deep and inscrutable, as he added, "Even though it ain't difficult, it doesn't mean we are or of options." Lee person on Dyke other and laughed quite satisfaction. "A VP quit taste indeed, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Tokus quickly chimed in, "Exactly, you're right, their ID a very clever move just like you suggested." He continued, "Coincidentally ID to get ID currently in Ben Yi Wong, so this plan ID extremely feasible." Gihan did not beat around Li P bush and went straight to EP point. "What kind of method IDPTT?" Tokus tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair. He nonchalantly proposed a plan to CP ready a mana explosion in Ben Yi Ong En frame as an accidental incident. Upon hearing this, Gihan could not help but be suspicious. "Are you planning to seep ret an artificial mana explosion? Are you even capable of that?" Tokus stood up resolutely, saying, "Of course I am, looking at Li Ki's situation in Ben Li, Yi Ong right now, eat very feasible." Gihan on his side, seemed to have guessed his intentions. Do you want to push Vimana concentration to a toxic Levi, right?" Leak other party confirmed eat immediately, "That Idiki exactly eat, I really shouldn't be revealing this top secret information to do." He smiles very deviously, "But because you are an honored guest, I will generously let it slide this time." Eat there in Ben Yi Wong. Right now Hazu ID sitting right next to Ben Yi Ede eat a mana barrier. Besides, it ain't not simply a mana barrier. Like inverted groom, just moments ago Yeet felt Lay 8 was draining mana, but now 8 feels as if every pore ID'k a BLC hole in a key universe. Hazu felt very tren, and naturally, he realized 8 too. It was as if he were draining all of his mana. Hazu began to calmly evaluate Likey's situation. Likey's speed at which his mana was being drained was truly too fast. He cried all in both pain and bewilderment, thinking that things shouldn't have been able to release that much mana. Hazu tightened his grip on his chest and told himself, "Calm down, I must focus." His face became increasingly pale. Eye pain made me almost lose consciousness entirely. Suddenly, Hazu remembered what Mir had once told him. Successor, if your mana flow loses Sinan Tren, never lose consciousness, try to endure eat otherwise. She held Leek a vial of elixir in front of him and said slowly, "You will die." Returning to EP present, your health ID currently at CP red. Hazu gritted his teeth and thou, so, I have to endure until Mo Nin, endure until Li in. In Blippy blink of an eye, time had passed so quickly. Now he ID lying limply right next to Lai Ki Mana Vein. Hazu slowly opened his eyes. There was no strength left in his limbs, and as Fu Lai Na in my body, I couldn't even feel eat anymore. He tried his best to rendered VE, oh goodness, I have overdone eat to this extent. Eat really ID eat true. Hazu sat up and thou. Thankfully I am still alive, perhaps then to my daily mana circulation practice and Mimirdate advice. He stared blankly at Li Ki Mana Vein, but why did Ki Mana suddenly vanish like this? And now I don't feel any mana from Li Ki Vein at all. Hazu sank into deep thou. I have never heard of a spirit vein suddenly losing all its power before. Surprisingly, before he could think any further, a surge of Madicha suddenly appeared. What I'd eat this. Just a sate while later, 2 long days passed, now on Ben E Wyong Island, in a special room within E closed training facility. Suchin had been in a defensive stance for a while before hesitantly speaking up. P. Lai go easy on me. Hazu warmed up energetically. Yeah, I'll do my best. He retorted. Could a face lie that? Dear still saying du'll try. Adela ID now assigned as each referee for this match. Let 8 begin. Immediately he activated his Madiich to counter such an 8 punch. First, Ide Ki Mind and Li Gi Will. He channeled all his strength to resist. D lunatic seen tren your power. Can tren your power. While maximizing his Madiich 8 power, Hazu speculated. Even Lai stability has been set from like start, mana production has generally increased and Eat consumes less mental endurance. So what about League resonances? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly equipped resonance. Key fatal weakness of mental depletion had been rectified. E usage limit improved, and both effectiveness and power surged by half a rotting egg. Hazu blew gently into his palm and told himself that since he hadn't tried resonance yet, he couldn't say for sure, but Suchin stood there grunting in annoyance. Are you trying to send me to Iki afterlife? Ignoring Li complaints, he remained engrossed in Kax Ting Madishe. His stamina and power had clearly skyrocketed. Well done, keep eat up, LVE3 interval. Immediately, a piercing screeching saw rang off from inside I training base. He was knocked flat on Li P floor. To be honest, I am terribly tired of this sight. Witnessing this peculiar Medici fold the first time, Adela could not hide her astonishment. It was truly top tier. This item in my hand IDE quite handy to use, eat indeed a worthy expansion ring. In an instant, like Sea Kai surrounding Lee Island of Burnian turned pitch be like sea. Y rows of rooms in the key resort area were still shimmering quit lie. In Hazuate private room, leaky atmosphere was filled quit silence and a pleasant warmth. Eat was right as he had just stepped out of Lai Key bathroom. Then Hazu sat down on Lai Key bed, his eyes still fixed intently on his own palm. He clenched his fist. Li chaotic Madiich circle was now controlled stably and the pressure had significantly decreased, helping Li magical range expand further. Hazu quickly relaxed his body, wishing he hadn't used E destruction spell earlier. Now E practical application of Madiche in combat was much more stable. He began to half-seek his eyes to prepare to operate Leaky Madiche. Hazu nonchalantly opened his glowing eyes wide. Then he widened his divine eye pupils, because they developed in sync quit E Madiche circle, they had evolved to a new LVE. Hazu stood up and walked onto Alt-E hallway. His increased power allowed Fu a longer duration, and now he could see through Wa colors, formulas, and true nature of Madiich. His gaze was fixed on his surroundings, yet putting that aside, there were quite a few unsettling things. Hazu put on his coat and muttered that leaky magical flow at Burnian was becoming denser day by day. He calculated carefully, and no matter which way he looked at Eat, Li result was Gi same. Li concentration of mana here ID increasing so rapidly that if this continues, training will likely be interrupted. We will probably take all day just to adapt to key environment. Suddenly Hazu turned around as if he had just remembered something. Oh. He took his phone to look up information. It seemed there was a Madiich Research Institute in the key center of Burnian Island. Hazu stared for a moment longer. Tomorrow he would visit there to get to YE bottom of Eat. Li Central Research Hub of Burnian was filled with an eerie atmosphere. From deep underground bizarre noises Ekldi has begun. Following Lipe stairs to approach die source of Like Sao, my time ID running out. Turkey's placed a hand on E Central Scene Tron panel. Just a slight turn of this mana core would finish Nai job. He stood heroically before a giant magical Elpis, preparing to launch his decisive blow. Leaky evil look on Turkish 8 face could no longer be hidden. It was all caused by that beaky EC tower. Leak next monen, Hazut Voy echoed from afar, announcing, "Let 8 take a break foe today." Seeing that everyone was exhausted, he quickly encouraged them. "Everyone has done their best." Hazu buttoned his coat and turned to say, "I have an urgent matter I need to attend to right away." Adela asked in surprise, "Oh, why, what happened?" Sin and Yu also looked puzzled. "Hazu, where are you going in such a rush?" Su Chan explained vaguely, "I think he mentioned something about Windich Research Center." He became pensive. Hazu going to Yamadich Research Center. Sin looked puzzled as key person opposite him also sensed something unusual. Yamadich density on this island was rising too fast, which was truly S-Tren. He reassured her. "However, it ain't not necessarily anything major, so don't worry too much." At Beknian Research Center, a monitoring station specializes in tracking development of Madi each year. This place ID also wiki main research facility for abundant Madich flowing across island. Hazu looked up at research bu Liin. This was he could unlie place where he could learn about unusual magical fluctuations happening in Beknian right now. This was Li P place. In a key blink of an eye, he had arrived at Li Key Research Center. As soon as he stepped inside, Hazu heard Jessit Voy calling, "Valaler Hazu, I am V, here." He felt a bit flustered, so Refo being late. Jesse said gently, "Teed alright, we are key ones who needed Diu to come urgently." Then Jesse sighed seriously, "Because of the emergency we had to call Diu here immediately." Hazu asked hurriedly, "This concerns key unusual Medici phenomena, right? Has your side found Cause yet?" She reported Lapi's situation. "Currently, we still haven't made any significant progress." Jesse paused for a moment and added, "For now, P most plausible hypothesis IDP that Lipi intensity of key spirit veins has increased." She held a Fenki in her hand and gestured. "Key director will personally explain everything. Peek lie wait here for a moment." He walked RV and sat in a chair in Lee guest waiting room. Suddenly a powerful chilling ray emerged. Long slender legs of Turkish gradually came into view. He approached Y waiting room where Hazu was sitting, so to have kept Diu waiting. Whitey words once spoken sent a chill down his spine. Turkish put on a very friendly smile. "Haha, I apologize for being late." Hazu sprang up staring fixedly at Leaky Man. Turkish put on a puzzled expression. "I did there something on my face." He was slightly startled. "Oh no, it ain't just that do look much younger than I imagined." He joked, "Haha, then do would do lie some tea." "That was certainly a spectacular trick of yours. As everyone knows fun well that EP director of Birkin could not possibly be that decrepitly old." Hazu kept his eyes fixed on Lipe Man, filled with suspicion, because one must at least reach 7th circle of Mod each to serve as director. He calculated carefully in his mind IT 7th circle IDK rumored to be Ilki threshold of power for a seasoned archmage. Looking at Turkish 8 back, Hazu remained skeptical. There are only a handful of people in Lipe entire country who have reached that LVE, so why would one settle in this remote institute? Leaky Man suddenly turned around, breaking Hazu 8 train of thought, and asked if he would lie some coffee. Hazu could only offer a strained smile and reply, "What, then do, sir?" Thousands of questions danced in his mind. Was E-Man deliberately hiding his skills, or was he actually just a fraud impersonating P director? He sat down on a keek sofa, trying to calm himself, thinking that no matter who Wiki Man was, sooner or later, he would expose his true face. Without hesitation, Hazu immediately activated his Madi Chai to probe Wiki Man. At likey same time, Lighty Say Tren La Sibra he had been sensing began to reveal itself clearly. Through his Madi Chai, Hazu was shocked to see that a source of lock energy was enveloping Turkish 8's entire body. Witnessing this horrifying sight right before his eyes left him speechless. While he was lost in his own speculations, Eichmann at sudden call of Hazu snapped him back to reality. Turkish sighed and continued, "I hear you are undergoing training here in Birkian. It must be very difficult for you, especially quit all like trouble lately." Hazu offered a stiff smile in reply, "This island ID indeed ideal for training, but this particular program ID truly grueling." Glancing at data on his tablet, Keyman advised, "Key magical fluctuations lately have been unpredictable. It would be best for your safety to pause ETHV training for a while." Hazu wasn't listening anymore as he was busy analyzing a non-elemental six-circle illusion, a type of fog-based camouflage Madiich that allowed for extremely sophisticated shape-shifting. He strained his eyes to look deep into Man 8 core, firmly concluding that this director was a fake. In particular, that's Trenlaki magical Ura reminded Hazu vividly of energy that had surrounded IP lecturer Smeet years ago. He was almost 90% certain that this guy was a minion of IKB Lycée Tower faction. A sense of extreme tension began to consume Hazu 8's mind. He realized too late that he had walked straight into the lair of these sinister people. Hazu took a deep breath to stay calm in Li Ki face of Turkish ate leisurely tea drinking, telling himself he had to remain composed to survive. Thinking of his Sikh Lao friends, he suddenly grew hesitant. If these people sensed that he had discovered their secret, like danger would not stop quit him. Like he lives of his entire group of friends would also hang by a thread. Turkish narrowed his eyes, which were filled with a murderous intent, and began to silently probe Hazu. He slowly set his teacup on table and spoke in a flat tone. So, do you want to talk about like Ito's instability of Mage in Burkian lately, do you? Hazu nodded cautiously. That ain't right, I need to train here for a long time, but quit peaky Mage density fluctuating lie this, regulating eat during practice ID quite an ordeal. Turkish smiled as he picked up a 9th bicy and looked at him. I see. It seems you've been through a lot of trouble. Regarding Lima DH density in Burkian right now, wide conversation officially began and both delved into analyzing simulation models to dissect every minute detail. What followed was a long, endless X-ray of questions and answers. Time flowed on, and Lee's stories remained endless until Lee Ki Night Set's Kai began to be dotted with a few shimmering stars. P-space around laboratory area suddenly became unusually quiet. After a lively conversation, Hazu gradually moved toward Likey door and said his farewells. I will take my leave now, I am truly so refo bothering you at this hour. Tokis casually waved his hand as if he did not mind at all. ETID nothing. I was truly happy to chate quake Dayu. He turned around and slowly walked away. Tokis and Jesse continued to smile as they watched Hazut figure gradually fade into leaky distance. However, as soon as he had left, IP smiles on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. Jessie waved her hand to CP read a surrounding barrier. Thank you for your time. Now should we send someone to follow that guy? Tokis replied while putting on his coat. Eid ID not necessary, my shadow ID already tailing him. If we get more involved, it will unlie be redundant and making easier to get caught. His face now clearly showed its inherent gloom and cruelty. Anyway, that man does not have much longer to lie. Jessie lightly pulled the brim of her hat and nodded. I understand clearly. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully. I will handle everything exactly as Master Tokis instructed. Tokis smirked meaningfully. Surrounded by a thick BLC aura, he said, Now, let us head down to Leaky Basement to continue our work. Jessie slowly followed behind and could not help but ask, But, Master Tokis, why did you personally visit this laboratory? Do you suspect like to gate we are monitoring has sniffed our scheme? Tokis pushed Lee door Balades and walked in leisurely. That ID nothing to worry about. Even if he knows, eat ID already far too late. His gaze turned toward Lie giant machine operating at full capacity. He could not contain his excitement. Kima Nakor has reached its maximum threshold. By tomorrow afternoon, this island will explode and they will all be wiped out. Lee Manakor continued to absorb energy, quit spirals of pitch beelks lie surging into Leapy Center. Tokisate face revealed extreme stubbornness. No matter what kind of power they use, they cannot see toppy majesty of nature. This world IDP about to sink into an eternal night. He curled his lips into an eerie smile. Everything ID unfolding perfectly, just like TCC Recapulus Bixi Tower. At the same time, Akisawa hurried, rapid footsteps echoed on a main road outside. Hazu thought of himself while running, clutching his head. Damn it, what on earth ID happening? Why would DBLIC Tower people appear at Lake Madich Research Center? He glanced back suspiciously. Am I being followed by someone right now? Weak image of Tokis kept flickering in Hazu ate mind. In that director too, if he possesses 7th Circle Madich, he ID definitely a high-ranking leader of Labib LEC Tower. Why would someone so powerful come to this middle of nowhere island? An uneasy premonition suddenly welled up inside him. Could he be here to purge me on Gi Hanate orders? Hazu tried to speed up while his mind raced endless deductions. They must know I am being monitored by a shadow. Could they really be foolish enough to recklessly up here? His face showed clear tension. Perhaps they're actual to gate ID not me. OID, there's some hidden meaning behind these recent events. Hazu recalled Lake Island 8 desolate landscape along quickly successive, increasing mana bursts on Beknai and Ongdu Islands. His mind suddenly turned to Lib Laboratory Kutkai Turkish man. Realizing that a Beek Likes tower leader taking Sinan Tren there was nothing less than a harbinger of a sinister plot gnawing at Like Island. Remembering Iki summons, he was shocked to realize that Leaky Group 8 training location coincided with this devilish den. Hazu came up a chilling speculation was BB Lisi Tower deliberately causing the spirit vein disturbance to turn this place into a mass grave for him without leaving a trace. Faster he ran, more anxiety engulfed him, even though he still didn't have a shred of hard evidence in his hands. Finally, he grasped the issue. This deadly knot must certainly lie within the laboratory on Laika Island. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to ask Uncle Hivenji for help, at by very least. He had to investigate Li Qi Institute Director 8 background before finding a way to get Li Qi whole group all of this hell. In p blink of an eye, Qi Mo Neng's sun had risen high. Hazu 8 jaw dropped in ecstasy upon hearing Li Pi news that ships were forbidden from leaving Iki Island. A gatekeeper complained that leaky weather was terrible, and any seep daring to set sail now would only be fish bait. He still clung to a last shred of hope. Was a Michi Pao E Sep feasible, since regular ships were wetty ones affected by EP weather? Key old man shook his head warily, saying that Mage power was severely disrupted due to unstable energy flows, and starting an engine now would be like committing suicide could a massive explosion. A bystander added that there were no longer any engineers here qualified to maintain Mage Pao He ships. Xu Chan's eyes widened in surprise at Li information that they couldn't leave Waikiki Island. Hazu nodded in agreement and proposed a plan to call for rescue all Waikiki way from Incheon port. Xinyu's face showed clear disappointment. Helicopters couldn't take a pee in this storm, leaving Jin, Suk to sigh and suggest returning to Y training area to wait. Hazu decided to take everyone back to Waikiki dormitory to take shelter, even though he felt as nervous as if he had ants crawling inside him, not daring to whisper a quick's faux fear of panicking everyone. Late group trudged back in confusion as everything here was truly happening in an all too abnormal way. Suddenly Ihi's phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He hurriedly opened it to see a message from Uncle Haiveng, briefly stating that Iki Institute director was nowhere to be found on this island. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A Beelgive tower leader had evaporated without a trace at such a sensitive time. AX-ray of big questions began to swirl in Hazu 8's mind. What exactly were they plotting? At that very moment, rain began to pour down in buckets. Hazu ran to Uncle Haiveng, quit an umbrella and asked insistently in a tense tone what key current situation was. He gently waved his hand to set up a barrier against lippy rain, telling him to stay calm so he could handle all weather situation. Hazu got straight to Li Point after thanking him. Uncle Haivengir replied that he had broken into Leaky laboratory right after receiving Li Tiplapi from him. He recounted how Li room was completely empty, all data wiped clean, and even though he had searched everywhere since last night, he hadn't seen a sign of Li Institute director. He frowned and thought had he achieved his goal and fled. Oh, had he scurried away in a hurry, due to some emergency. Uncle Haing thoughtfully confirmed that everything in that room was indeed highly suspicious. Hazu looked at him with a serious gaze, as if to say, do you share that same feeling of unease? Don't dio. He sank into deep thought. This monstrous rain could very well be a consequence of Ma Di Cha leakage, and Li Bba Li Si Tower 8 retreat was not necessarily EPN of their plan. After much mental struggle, his eyes became sharper and more determined than ever. He had to personally return to Wiki Laboratory to clarify the truth of this matter. So Kainji quickly replied, but we have already thoroughly searched that area. He paused as he remembered Li's small figure harboring so many expectations. This boy always takes everything upon himself, just like his father-ate personality. Seo Kaivenji bowed his head in obedience. Understood, young master, we will set Akut Dio. Hazu beamed a bright smile. Than do, uncle. Suddenly, he let out a painful cry. Damn Seo Kaing rushed, a VE in a panic. Young master, what I deke wrong? Li rain continued to pour down relentlessly outside while Hazu writhed in intense pain. What I this bizarre sow? Seeing that he was not well, Seo Kaing rushed forward. Young master, how are you? Satren's ceaseless sounds echoed in Hazu's ears. This was a fluctuation of spiritual power unlike Ike reincarnation formation he was accustomed to seeing. Those sounds felt as if they were trying to tear his mind apart. In Ike's spiritual energy within him was fiercely colliding and roaring against itself. A piercingly shrill sound emanated from direction of Likey Laboratory. Seo Kaivenji patted his back to reassure him. Do all right, young master. Hazu held his head and replied, I am fi, but don't do find noise from just now's tren. He looked suspiciously at Leet Night's Kai. I inlay hear Li Sao of Li Ki wind and rain raging outside. Sensing YP's spiritual energy fighting violently in his mind, Hazu wondered, why was he Yuki no Lai one hearing these screams, and were they trying to warn him of something? Unable to delay any longer, Hazu summoned all his strength to activate his special ability. Hazu's gaze was fixed on Iki Research Tim, who were covered by a protective Ma Di barrier. A sense of extreme astonishment welled up inside him. What like hell ID this? Hazu began to analyze. This ID definitely a containment formation fo laboratory could unstable spiritual energy. Even a light touch would be enough to cause a massive explosion. He searched his memory for what he had just observed. YP's spiritual energy was thickening in key air. Seeing this chaos, Hazu could not help but feel anxious. That massive source of energy was more than enough to flatten the P defensive barrier and the epicenter of the explosion. At that very moment, Hazu realized a terrifying truth. He can't be wrong. This IDP a spiritual energy disaster. This was definitively a signal forewarning that a horrific explosion was about to occur. He angrily scolded himself. Damn neat, why didn't I realize this sooner? Without a momentate hesitation, he dashed into Wiki Rain. Uncle Suk Hyeongi, I have to get to E laboratory immediately. Suk Hyunj hurriedly followed right behind him. Our whole team will go quit due. A moment later, Lee P whole group was gathered right in front of Lee Ki laboratory Bu Lian. Looking at Lipe scene before him, Suk Hyunj frowned slightly in suspicion. What hell ID going on here? Subordinate reported immediately. Their ID a solid defensive formation surrounding this place that hasn't appeared here before. They vigilantly observed high LVT formation composed of 720 intertwined magical formulas. If a few were broken, leak others would automatically reconstruct themselves. After calculating carefully for a moment, Seok turned to Hazu. It will take at least 10 hours to break this defensive layer. This ID truly unusual for an ordinary laboratory. He looked at Hazu scrutinizingly, frowning as he asked if he truly suspected what was inside. Hazu immediately replied, "What, though I am not entirely certain." But at this moment, a determined look shone in his eyes. "I suspect there are explosives here," he said, "and what ate more, a type that could flatten this entire island." Hearing that, everyone was startled, their eyes clearly showing dismay. Hazu gently raised his hand, beginning to concentrate his power. After gathering enough energy, he began to act. "First I will neutralize this formation," he said. Lightning bolts began to fly continuously. A powerful surge of energy rushed straight into Lee formation, creating earth-shattering explosions. Like subordinates worriedly looked inside, I formation still had 7 layers of defense. Imadich's circle began to change, Iki energy inside expanding at a dizzying speed and about to overflow. Hazu turned and motioned. P. Lai stepped back a little. At this moment he suddenly remembered Elenidate teachings and concentrated his power. Every formation has a weakness. That ain't right, Ethao. Just by breaking a single formula, the accumulated energy will far exceed Lee Ki Formation 8's self-recovery ability. And it will collapse in a chain reaction. Elenidate teachings were deeply etched in Hazu 8 mind, helping him find Iki flaw and break leak formation. Like next attack was stronger and more decisive than before. It was Leaky formation dissolution. Everyone was stunned by leak result.
What? No way! Leaky formation has been broken.
Hazu stood firm amidst everyone 8 astonished gazes. Has disappeared, he said. Hen stammered in disbelief. Young master, I heard Du recently reached Lee 5th circle. A subordinate also nodded in agreement. I am also a 5th circle magician, he said. Young master Hazut power. They hesitated, not speaking but secretly admired in their hearts. 8 completely on another ELV. However, Hazu paid no mind to those thoughts. Let it go inside, he said. A moment later, it was still raining heavily outside. Lee group quickly went inside and as expected laboratory seemed to have been abandoned. He late like group saying, this way. Seeing specks of spiritual energy on wall, Hazu frowned slightly. Concentrated spiritual energy ID accumulating, he murmured. There's something very strange about this wall. He immediately used his power to Chao Chi, giving it a light touch. Before Hazud's eyes a passage unexpectedly appeared. Where ID this, he wondered. Looking at seemingly endless staircase before his eyes, he inwardly guessed. This ID entrance to secret underground passage. Sijo Sihyun stepped forward to take Shekasi. We will go in first, young master, he said. Peely go after us. Hazu nodded slightly. Alright, he said. Leaky whole group slowly wound their way into EP depths of Leepy gloomy bunker, where weepy air was thick could scent of Madi Che. Upon setting foot inside, driver Hive nearly fell a V backwards and exclaimed, Young master, this place IDE, to which he confirmed, that ain't right. They gazed intently at massive machine before them, believed to be cause of key spiritual energy disaster on Borneo Island. Was a massive spiritual energy that defied all rules. What caught everyone at attention most was soul stone B Elupsi sitting right in Lee's center of leggy machine, an incredibly concentrated source of spiritual energy. This stone usually appears in places where spiritual energy ID highly concentrated, hidden deep underground and radiating energy through geomantic veins. Accordingly, these veins are also called spiritual veins, which spread energy to Lee Earth Safei. Wherever many spiritual veins intersect, the density of spiritual energy there ID far superior to other regions. A sudden suspicion welled up in Hazu 8 heart. What kind of scheme are they up to? Driver Hive NG began to analyze. Tate unbelievable that they are even excavating and researching Lee's soul stone. An enraged subordinate added, these crazy people truly fear nothing. They are clearly trying to illegally seize a soul stone BPC. Upon hearing this, he merely frowned slightly, his eyes never leaving giant machine. Hazu immediately thought of Lee Turks. There was no doubt these were Leepalisi Tower 8 lackeys, but Lee P Directorate identity remained a mystery. Looking at Lee massive machine, he began to calculate Lee most important task now was to handle Lie current situation. Driver Hive NG spoke slowly. As far as I know, a nation once experimented on a soul stone, and leak result was an explosion that leveled half of their territory. But looking at this machine, Hazu 8 face suddenly turned grim. Even if we immediately warn the whole island to evacuate, quit such a violent reaction, I don't know how much time we have left. Hazu calmly stepped forward and said, let me see what I can do. He began to utilize his divine eye ability. Just a moment later, Hazu was drawn into a Xi of ancient characters and a ski trend Medici formations. Leak information he gathered left him stunned. Leak amount of knowledge was massive. Even quit by fun power of his divine eye. He couldn't perfect sentid all. But there was one thing he was certain of gay remaining time. A warning bell rang in Hazu 8 heart. In just 1 hour, Borneo Island would explode. After Waig inspection Brexit ended, Hazu 8 body suddenly grew weak, causing everyone around him to gather anxiously, according to him. He pushed their hands away, his voice firm and decisive. I am Phi. More importantly, Eat seems Tool Soulstone will explode in about 60 minutes. Everyone stood frozen, horror clear in their eyes. Only 1 hour left. Driver Hivenji stepped forward to reassure them. Now I deke not key time fu us to be consumed by fear. Hazu nodded in agreement. That ain't right. Time ID to seti. He looked toward Lai P machine and said, then lay in Lai Wei ID. He understood intent and continued, correct. Determination shown in Hazu's eyes. We must stabilize this soulstone BLPC. However, observing life stone, anxiety rose within him. But how to send Trena soul stone? Globally, there has never been a precedent foe stopping its instability. Hazu closed his eyes and began to concentrate his thoughts. First, let it proceed. Could analyzing Li's soulstone BLPC. Like information do just absorbed ID spinning around in your head, and like key documents from Mimir state that pinpointing like location of spirit stones ID pure science fiction. Leak reason ID that they are buried deep beneath he earth 8 mantle. However, Li trouble persists, even when they are key all the key safei. Leak magical energy spreads v such a massive area that determining the exact coordinates remains a distant dream. When unearthed, spirit stones lose their quality due to changes in Li's surrounding environment and are no longer as pristine as they were initially. Yet, inside that machine, this spirit stone ID still functioning perfectly as if nothing had ever happened. Hazu gritted his teeth. Those scoundrels at Leaky Tower must have definitely tampered. 8. He growled through his teeth. Truly a bunch of damned bastards, who deserve what ain't coming to them. Looking at E-Machine, he felt helpless because, like information he had was lie a drop in Eek Ocean. While lot in a chaotic train of thou, a hand suddenly rested gently on his shoulder. Hazu startled and turned back. It was Uncle Seokai Enge. He smiled kindly and said, Young master, Peely do not carry all burdens on your shoulders alone. Hazu froze as he continued, this entire Tim ID always standing by your side, young master. Hazu composed himself slightly unreplied, do you are right uncle, then do you very much. Even so, leaky flame of determination in his eyes did not flicker out. Hazu immediately issued an order, our current data ID too sparse and fragmented. Collect every document related to the spirit stone immediately. Seo Kaieng turned around quickly. I will go report to I master at once. He replied politely, Ya, I am so right to trouble you. All leak resentment in Hazu at heart seemed to vanish, leaving in Li practical calculations in his mind. He no longer had Li energy to blame his father O leaky old tower master. He had exactly 1 hour to stop this catastrophe. At Li headquarters of Li Great Mage clan. In Hyoke stood thoughtfully by Leaky window while on Iki phone understood their ID and lie 1 hour left before Leaky spirit stone explodes. He quietly hung up Leaky phone and thaw. Yeet seems their ID no turning back Fuus anymore. In Hyoke eyes suddenly became cold. My son ID key about to face death. How can I sit idly by and watch? He hurriedly threw on his coat and instructed his guard, mobilize all Medici, POW ships to launch immediately. In Hyakate Voy was cold as he ordered Lai Key deployment of all mages from Lai Key's 7th circle and above. At the same time Hazu was still diligently searching Fu information when precious data suddenly appeared. A subordinate came running up, panting, Young master, I have found a research diary. And he replied urgently, bring it to me at once. Leap screen in front immediately displayed highly cry to see data. What drove him crazy were those disastrous countdown numbers. Haru snarled irritably, damn neat, this data ID an overwhelming Maltian. Lee clock kept ticking, counting down every cruel second. Data piling up while time was running made him realize this was an extremely aggressive self-destruct mechanism activated after access. Even if someone were to dig all this information, they would inenly be met quit despair and soon seek a way all. Haru turned around and asked sharply if there were any remaining backups. His subordinate, sweating profusely, reported that everything had been hard encrypted and more time was needed to decrypt it. As he was racking his brain, his subordinate suddenly whispered, Young master. Haru replied in a tone charged quit hostility. I will deal quit this damn data right here, right now. He suddenly remembered Light Heek forces and was surprised to see traces of Lai Pete Leak Sea Tower here, even though their relationship quit Shin Gihan was still just a baseless rumor. Negative thoughts swirled in Haru's mind. Will I lose my life in this place? Could it be that my life will end so pointlessly here? Gihan's sneering smile kept haunting him. An ethos of his comrades dying for him made him find it incredibly ridiculous. Shin Gihan, I will definitely lay to personally send you to leak underworld. Haru mumbled calculations about e-energy flow in a key spiritual stone. He couldn't hide his excitement and exclaimed, "This ID key exactly what I need." Then Haru pondered worriedly how to disperse Daiki energy when there was a severe shortage of manpower. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Now there was no turning back. Haru suddenly turned and ordered, "Quickly gather all personnel here immediately." Outside, rain was still pouring and all my personal belongings were still in P dormitory. A moment later, his friends had arrived and pressed him. "Key spiritual stone ID about to explode in 40 minutes, right?" He slowly nodded, confirming that he had witnessed Eat quit his own eyes. And so, if they wanted to lie, they had to keen and Tren eat at all costs. Sai Yu frowned and thou. So this ID key why weather has been unusually erratic lately. Hyan also exclaimed in SPC, "Damnate! If we don't act fast, will Enlai have 40 minutes to regret Eat?" Jin looked at him, cooed a scrutinizing gaze and then asked if he had any specific operational plan yet. Haru took like item from his subordinate hand and replied nonchalantly, "Worry about anything else but I have plenty of plans." He looked directly at his comrade's steely eyes. "I called due here to jointly deal with that ferocious spiritual stone." After that, Haru opened a box and took 4 small vials, saying that these were magical blessings and lie effective Fu mages below 5th circle. He took Ito and studied 8 intently. This thing helps increase the absorption rate of magical power significantly, leaving Sukshan endlessly curious. Why would you carry this burden around? And does he even guarantee your safety? Hazu calmly explained, "I formulated 8 myself and have tested 8 thoroughly. This isn't poison." Singu and Suchan 8 eyes widened in surprise as they asked, "Do you drank it yourself? Are you really reckless enough to seep ret these things? What about Leapy others?" Hazu held life 4 vials in his hand and continued, "There are 4 bottles left. Than to them, we can release live energy from leaky spirit stones through like magical power veins." Hazu's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant lie. "This ID my specific plan." He began to analyze in detail lucky spirit stones in Beknaiwang are completely OFC'd and Tran, in Ikik 6 heat tem of magical power veins coordinating key energy ID extremely unstable. When this blessing serum ID ingested into Li body, key trend transformations will occur. Within those unstable veins, once I medicine ID absorb, magical energy will begin to be accepted. Hazu 8 friends will head out to carry a Li Kimi massive amount of energy accumulated from Li's spirit stones will be released through those malfunctioning magical power veins. When these conduits fall into a state of chaos, they will spread to survey leaky surroundings at that moment. An energy overflow will occur, and Mona will naturally release into Woki air, causing like spirit stones to gradually stabilize. Suddenly Hazu paused, his voice deepening. "However, there is still one problem, as I have presented. Someone must be willing to drink like potion and conduct the energy along like flickering magical power veins." Luki group of friends split up to carry a Blue P Maistan. In a terrifying surge of energy suddenly rushed into their bodies, far exceeding any experience they had ever had before. In Lei worst case scenario, Ike user of potion could completely lose key and Tren of themselves. Hazu 8 words of caution still echoed in her ears, leaving Hana extremely anxious for Adela. Adela did not hesitate for a second and downed the entire vial in her hand. Every quasit of Hazu 8 seemed to urge her to act immediately. They might be trading their very lives, but Adela did not hesitate. "Time IDP running all, we must deploy now." Hazu stayed behind to watch V by key machine, feeling restless. "I will hold my ground here until Aki very last second to Keen and Tren key spirit stones, and since I cannot go to OB scene directly, I have to instruct everyone to take IB potion and move to I key magical power veins." Adela has begun to initiate Bleaky my sen. Singu held the vial in his hand, his expression still showing a hint of hesitation. Jin Seok, on the other hand, had already finished his vial some time ago. Senior Jin Heejun gripped a vial tightly in her hand, her gaze revealing clear determination. All of them burned fiery resolve. Hazu took a deep breath and announced, "I am starting to transfer energy to everyone now." Lucky rain on Like Island showed no signs of stopping. Heejun 8 group arrived at Ak location and sent a signal reporting, "We have reached magical power vein MBE4. Hazu's eyes clearly showed anxiety. Senior Jin Heejun P. Lai be prepared. Heejun did not reply, En Lai silently looking down at key vial she held in her hand. After thinking for a long time she finally spoke, "Hazu, I want to ask you something. IP core of Leaky issue lies in Like P ability to keen trend power, not IK magical circle RDing, right? Controlling magical power ID what matters most isn't E." Hazu on the other side of Lai's screen nodded without hesitation. "That ain't right exactly." After hearing this Heejun changed her decision. "What about me?" In her eyes, there was not a trace of hesitation. "Hazu, do you know hate too? Su Chan has a much greater ability to feed on Trun magical power than I do." Hazu suddenly fell into a state of hesitation. Hejont's voice still echoed amidst this crisis moment, stating that whoever possesses a VXN beyond ordinary people should step up to undertake great tasks, making Suchan tremble as he called, "Oh, senior." Leak other person continued to encourage him, saying, "You've worked harder than anyone, so Peak Lai lend me a hand now, Geek Suchan." He slowly took key vial of medicine into his hand. Suchan stared at EP object for a long time, unable to utter a quups. After a few seconds of internal struggle, Suchan decided to muster all his courage to accept Hevi responsibility, telling himself that he would agree to do it and endure this pressure. Suchan turned to look at Hazu to confirm if he was truly certain about his decision. He didn't rush to reply, letting a soft sigh. Yet Hazu smiled gently, his gaze fun of trust, affirming, "I place my complete faith in you, Jiksu-chan." Lee Rain outside still showed no sign of stopping. Tokus leisurely picked up his phone. He observed Kuda knowing smile, telling himself that E-Gem had officially begun. Toki strolled to Waiki edge of Lipi swimming pool, Kuda relaxed demeanor, promising himself a very in TP rate teen day. His gaze was directed towards Uli gloomy horizon, his tone triumphant. It was time to enjoy the luxurious ambience of this presidential suite. Suddenly his phone rang loudly. Tokus excitedly answered Li's phone and greeted Li's esteemed guest. Immediately Jihant Voy roared quote anger. "Me father just discovered that Li's spiritual stone ID in big trouble." He grumbled, asking what they should do now. Tokis, not showing Lapi's slightest fear, replied sarcastically, "I won't do anything in this situation." Li's other end of Li Key line erupted in fury, as if about to explode. Jihan couldn't keep his composure and screamed,
What did you just say?
"Do you know how much of my money you've swallowed?" Tokus's face remained calm as if nothing had happened, saying, "Those last words might sound a bit harsh, but actually, it not that I'm not doing anything." He looked up at Lys Kai and gave a sinister smile, adding, "Fate, that I no longer need to lift a finger." At this moment whirlpools had coiled around Mr. George 8 Kitchen Island, completely isolating Eat from Lee World. Toki sprawled leisurely on a sun lounger, unconcerned even if late Chieftain Kuti 8th Madij Circle were to intervene. Because by Iki time he arrived, that place would be nothing but a pile of ashes. Seeing key fierce whirlpools before him, he felt even more delighted, thinking, "Whether I do anything or not, Hazu will still lose his life, so just relax and enjoy this fee lie, my esteemed guest." Jihan still frowned in refutation, saying, "You just got lucky that EP Storm arrived at perfect time to facilitate your scheme. Don't you think you're being too arrogant?" Tokis glanced at his phone screen with sharp eyes, thinking that his opponent seemed to be misunderstanding something. His voice gradually became maniacal as he asked, Do you truly believe that everything I did just a coincidence, that Lee Storm just happened to arrive at this sensitive moment?" Gihen once again stood frozen in SC. "What on earth I deke this?" Ter-6 leisurely dissected Lee issue momently spiritual stone exploded, every magical flow and protective spell vanished completely. A storm rolled in, causing all exits at key port to be tightly sealed. He gently controlled the P whirlpools. A P storm would swallow Kamadich power from Lucky spiritual stone, making flying spells or transportation tools completely useless. Ter-6's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do still naively think this ID just a coincidence? At this moment, Jihan was struck by realization. "Do you mean Key entire scenario was scripted a long time ago?" Ter-6 calmly added, "Explosion at Burnyan will trigger in 1 hour, meaning Shin Hazu will definitely take fun assassination Chiam-B." Gihen remained extremely skeptical. But what if he ID lucky enough to survive? Ter-6's smile became too tight and eerie. "If miracles are real and he escapes death, I will personally send him to white heavens." Then he waved his hand dismissively. "See top your meaningless babbling, hurry up and prepare Key funeral, I am Lapi." Gihen was about to say more. Wait a second. Ter-6 hung up abruptly without any hesitation. His face gradually distorted, revealing a spine-chilling smile. Ter-6 sat there calmly, leisurely enjoying unfolding scene. Unexpectedly, his eyes widened to their full extent in utter horror. From Luki direction of Like Archipelago, a X-ray of light beams pierced through with thick clouds. Ter-6 jumped up in alarms. What kind of freakish lie ID that? He stared tremblingly towards Pi Archipelago. There ID no way such an absurd thing could happen. Ter-6 gritted his teeth and roared in frustration, "Damn it all!" Shinhazu. His eyes shot quick blood and rage. "You really are a stubborn and tough opponent." At this moment, a delegate side IDP still focusing all its power on a key plant. Mana conduction line no one has started running at maximum capacity. Adela focused intently on coordinating leaf flow as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Avik on Shingudate's side, it was as tense as a bowstring. Mana circuit no. 2 officially entered stable operation. Sin CK focused his mind, not daring to slacken for a second. Line no. 3 also began its mana circulation. Suchin emptied a bottle of energy potion into his mouth. Circuit no 4 immediately switched to a high-power operational state. Immediately afterward, he completely fell into his highest state of concentration. Hazu looked at his teammates, giving Eat their all in thaw. Everyone, I am placing all my faith in you. Leaky spiritual stone BLPCID still operating at high power. Leaky mana currents swirling deep inside are starting to melt, creating a potent new balance. CQ Hyan entered to report on E stable circuit connection, while another subordinate added that using Mage power foe connection was not hindered by Eek weather. Lee images of his comrades standing side by side appeared vividly in his mind. Let Eat watch the hologram. Suddenly, a notification appeared, startling Hazu. Mage power ID surging in circuit NMB1. Adela coughed up a pool of fresh blood. He immediately ordered, "Quickly get Adela all of that Medici circuit!" YEC Plet staff swiftly assisted Adela to another location. YE main plan ID to detonate Medici power right there. There's no need to transfer 8 anymore. There 8 new news. Lady Adela IDP safe and ID receiving medical care. Next ID news from Shinyut location circuit NMBV2 has also exploded, and Shin ID also being attended to promptly. Hazu looked at E machine and sighed inwardly, Iki energy from Lucky Spirit Stone ID visibly depleting. Circuit MMBK 3 I about to explode. Everyone quickly protect him. Hang in there, Majin Seo. Hazu looked at Laikin Tran panel anxiously. Now there 8 in Lai circuit MBK4 left. What 8 Lai P status of circuit MB4? Weak atmosphere at circuit MB4 was tense as a taut string.
Hyan gently called off, Oaks Chan!
He didn't answer, and Lai let out a few soft groans of pain. Seeing Chan lie that, Hazu grew increasingly anxious. Chant Medici power transmission ID completely unstable. Quit the situation before circuit MB4 explodes. Chan probably make it eat. An illusory rain swept in, accompanied by countless streams of energy plummeting to ET ground. News kept pouring in. First circuit ID being overwhelmed by mystic energy. 21st circuit ID also overloaded. Circuit MB3 ID also starting to be overwhelmed by magical power. Hazu looked thoughtfully at Leapy Stone in front of him. YP energy within EAT was critically depleted. As soon as he realized unlike circuit MB4 remained, Hazu cried all in alarm about Lipy circuit 8 condition. Hyan on this side also called loudly in unison, Xu-chan! Xu-chan was clutching his stomach, groaning in pain. Hazu quickly warned, your mystic energy flow IDP malfunctioning. If he get completely overloaded, his life will be in danger. He can't bury it anymore. Texage saw this and immediately rushed forward.
Xu-chan, let me take your place. It should have been me.
Don't. Hyan gritted his teeth, fun of worry. Damn neat, what do we do now? Su Chen clutched his stomach tightly, groaning in pain. His internal organs felt as if they would burst. Haru on a Lee screen quickly called, "Oh, Su-chan, do you hear me?" He gradually came to, realizing Haru was calling him. Lee person from Lee Shadows brought phone on Fee so he could talk to Su-chen. Su-chen, Haru seriously instructed, to listen carefully. Du keenly observed IP energy orb, noticing that among Nai 3 mana streams radiating outward, one branch was completely O of Heentron. Haru's 8 eyes lit up as she realized the anomaly, especially since the direction of that energy flow was pouring toward her. That very chaotic mana stream was surrounding Su-chen, and Ai Boy was pushing Lee flow beyond its breaking point. Haru hurriedly warned him that she would be LPC Lake energy flow, telling him he must quickly regulate his breathing in Lake meantime. Haru decisively reached her hand toward Lipi glowing energy orb. A terrifying surge of power immediately erupted from her palm. Fresh blood welled up from Lee corners of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth, enduring Lee's agonizing pain. Tim announced in astonishment that veins were gradually stabilizing while Hiyun frantically urged Su-chan to breathe deeply. She suddenly made a grave point that if he couldn't do eat, then we would all be finished. Hiyun tried to lift his spirits, saying she believed in his ability, but if he collapsed, she would in him herself. She snapped and asked if he heard her clearly. Su-chan Enenlai wheezed back that he understood. He tried to reassure her that he heard every quote clearly, and this time, he would definitely succeed perfectly. His body felt shattered and agonizingly torn apart. Did others have to endure this torture before as well? He rallied his willpower, knowing that Haru was still bearing Lai pressure alongside him. He couldn't give up now. Haru shouted for him to breathe deeply and keep his mind xt Lai. Su-chan clenched his fists, refusing to surrender, and told himself that he would definitely succeed. Lee Ki whole group held their breath, watching his every move beside Lei Ki Lake. At that very moment, both cheered with joy because, at last, Ji-Su-chan had succeeded. Su-chan braced himself to channel his new bit of strength into WP struggle. Lee, member of Lee Shadow Organization, calmly announced that Life Fourth Vein had opened. League Mana explosion was confirmed and he immediately collapsed to Wii floor, exhausted. Hyun and T.6 rushed Eve to test he Pit's such an 8-limp body. After checking Lee display panel, they saw that everything was in order. Haru buckled from Manai exhaustion but was luckily caught by Hyun. She had reached her limit. She gave a strained smile to reassure everyone that she was Phi, as she had placed her fun trust in Suchan. He hesitated and agreed that his teammates were truly exceptional mages. Haru agreed with that sentiment. On his own, he could not have turned around such a difficult situation. Everyone had trusted him and chosen to accompany him to Ekien. They were ready to stake their lives on those promises, because lied matter had not yet reached its conclusion. Wyke entire island region IDP shaking violently because Himana core ID about to explode. Leaks Island 8 destruction ID key Enli a matter of seconds away. After laying eyes on energy orb, Hazu was determined to get to work immediately. He stood silently, Ludden Thou, observing Fo a while. Hazu massaged his wrists with an extremely serious expression. His pupils immediately shone a brilliant Guinea Enli of power. Hazu was secretly pleased by his ability to see through YP structure of leak energy stone and leaky flow within its veins. Without further ado, he raised his hand to unleash a Vi-tenor style circle resonance technique. Hazu thought to himself that everyone had risked their lives to contain EP mystic power that was devastating this XA region. He then reassured himself that he had more than enough power to feed on Tron everything, even if his current ability was unenli at this LVE. Hazu unleashed a dazzling beam of Li intervening directly into core. He gritted his teeth and focused, channeling all his strength into this moment. Seokium behind him briefly showed his anxiety. Hazu unleashed a powerful technique to activate Li release formation. Immediately, a colossal stream of energy descended from Li Sakai onto Ebu Lin. Li precious gem suddenly glowed brightly again, returning to its original state. It shot up into Li Sky, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Dense smoke and dust instantly engulfed the entire structure. Gray clouds and mist gradually dispersed, revealing irradiant sunlight once more. On this side, Hyan Ian screamed because Suchan was slowly losing consciousness. Suchan slowly opened his eyes, wondering if this was info him. A replied immediately, saying, "You fool, don't even think about dying. Look up at Likey Psyche!" Tishich also shouted loudly, announcing that Hazu had succeeded perfectly. Hyan Ian frantically called Oda Suchan while he quietly thought that Li Pi scene in Li Ki's Kai was truly magnificent, because Hazu had performed a miracle. And if this was Ian, it wasn't bad at all. It wasn't until Li Pi next day that Suchan finally woke up. Adela quickly flashed a bright smile, announcing that he had regained consciousness. He bewilderedly asked where he was and if everyone hadn't died, to which he was told that he was in the Li hospital. Jin Seok smiled brightly, showing his phone, saying that Baekryong Island and its residents were safe and sound, but while he was unconscious, social media had gone wild. He held my P-phone's screen in front of him, telling him to look closely. Suchan was stunned when he saw his image plastered all RV Gaik newspapers. He calmly stood his arms crossed, and without even bothering to rest, he rushed back to Wii Academy to completely clear up those nonsensical rumors. Adela let out a soft sigh of admiration. He truly ID an admirable person. A man in Niki distance asked, "ID report really that brief?" Seokine replied curtly, Sir." He seriously reported that Leap young man had used his divine eyes to perceive Leaky spirit stone and its potent power, then cast an incredibly strength spell that no one had ever seen before. To Sektopluk unfolding incident in Xe everyone, I myself had to personally go and witness it firsthand. He frowned skeptically. That sounds incredibly hard to believe. Yet Hazu was dragged right into it, then had to manage and bear weight of everything himself. Leaky man commanded in a deep void that they must immediately cooperate quit B Blue Tower to investigate. Although it was stopped in time, such a tragedy absolutely must not be allowed to happen again on this desolate island. Suddenly, dozens of pretty and adorable items poured all of a ring. Mimir pressed her face Siklao to Hazud, looking very serious. He immediately asked awkwardly, "Mimir, what ain't wrong? Why are you looking at me so intently?" Mimir maintained her scrutinizing posture, staring intently at Hazud's face. Then she softly smiled. And after that, she brightened up with a radiant smile. Inside OP room, Mimir was happily floating in mid-air. Seeing this scene, he could life force a smile and couldn't say a kusi. Suddenly, Hazu hesitated and spoke. "Wait a moment, I have something I need to ask." She quickly replied, "Go ahead and speak. What IDET?" He calmly stated his question. "It seems there isn't any documentation here about Lakma Diich. Do know anything about ET?" Mimir casually pointed out, "Ma Diich, if you're referring to that attribute, ET VE there." Hazu rubbed his chin, saying awkwardly, "Not that, but something else. He kind of me Diich that tape been encroached upon by darkness. Do understand what I mean, right?" As soon as she heard that, her face immediately darkened. He felt a chill. Mimir. She hesitated and then said, "Air." She let her composure and shouted, "Where did you learn that encroached Medici from?" Hazu suddenly remembered at this moment. "Oh no, I haven't told her about Lucky Tower incident yet. How do I explain 8 now?" He crossed his arms and slowly explained, Alright, this ID he how it all happened. After a long while, Mimir finally understood everything. So do you've been constantly threatened by Kibi Alexi Tower lay that? Hazu seriously recounted his encounters quit Turkish and Smit, from Lee Academy teacher from before to Lee current director of Mage research on Bakrin Island. He leisurely shared his feelings. Both of those individuals, when they approached me, emitted that encroached Lakamdiichi. That feeling sent a chill down my spine, as if a cold current ran down my spine whenever a danger from EBELDAC Tower was near. Upon hearing that, he flared up. Dear Waiki rightful hair, yet dear and lie telling me Waiki truth now. Hazu frantically explained, calm down ever since I met Du, I've completely cut ties quite Abilav's Tower organization. Mimia was still angry, retorting, this ID such an important matter, yet do keep making excuses? Isn't my telling Du this now proof? She turned away grumpily and snapped, be quiet, I'm about to reveal a shocking secret, so listen carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, she held a book and asked, Dear well aware that all current Ma Diichi originates from Leaky primordial source of Ma Diichi, aren't you? Hazu nodded and replied, Of course I know. She calmly explained Lucky origin, stating that Leak Endless Ma Diich circle was originally built upon the key foundation of primal natural Ma Di. Mimia then pressed, so, do think Wukimi Diich of Yihibi Leaky Tower, Iki one Du just mentioned, also originated from that same primordial source? Hazu pondered, stroking his chin, and replied, Not at all. It's Urai Deek worlds apart from ordinary Lakma Diichi. She asserted firmly, exactly. That Lakma Diichi in fact just a trivial basic Medici. ET has absolutely nothing to do quote Gi primordial source of Ma Diichi. This ID definitely a branch Oxy Tem of Me Diichi that exists completely separately. His face paled as he asked again, Do mean someone else created this Wax Ma Diichi team? Mimir replied curtly, spot on. She unhesitatingly revealed a calamity that had descended upon the mortal world, a being whose presence depleted Medici and polluted entire world. That ID indeed Lee origin of darkness. Like one who specializes in destroying Lee current Medici structure bears Y name Vo stone. Meanwhile back at Shin Gi Han luxurious penthouse. Gi Han was in a rage, smashing things wildly. He shouted, demanding an answer. What lie hell are Du saying? Didn't Du assert that Shin Hazu would surely die on Baekryong Island? ETP mess Du created, and now Hazu has naturally become Iki savior of that entire island. Now his supporters within IP family are also starting to grow in NMBE. Gi Hanla Kane Tran rushed and grabbed Turkish by collar, then roared, How are Du going to deal quit this mess? Suddenly, his face showed a hint of unknown terror. Turkish calmly demanded, Take your hand to pee my clothes immediately. Then he pulled his hat down and casually said, Forgive me, I never intended to my true face. Turkish maintained his composure and vowed, Of course I will take fun responsibility for this oversight. Gihan asked curiously, will Do you take responsibility? What are Du planning? He bowed his head and gave a faint smile. Famosa Pai, to become clan leader are merely fleeting. If he dies, then everything Du said becomes meaningless, doesn't he? Jihan hastily questioned, Do mean Du will personally eliminate Shinhazu? But how? Turkish leisurely unveiled his battle plan for Olympiad. As long as Ida Gate stays in Leaky vicinity, Eid ID hard to escape Lee watchful eyes of those in power. But Leaky moment he heads abroad will be my Gen Lindon opportunity. He sneered deviously, swearing to Kel EC Fee Tower and EKC gods that he would personally send him a pea to wash away this shame. Night fell upon an incredibly imposing estate. Hazu lay quit his arm v his forehead, pondering like he fact that Veilstone can and lie be deciphered upon reaching Leet 5th Circle Mage LVT. He remembered Mimir's assertion vividly, which essentially meant that Lee B. Eldik's tower was definitely targeting him, so to survive, he had no choice but to grind and grow stronger. Hazu frowned and muttered to himself, feeling an unexplainable sense of unease. Although he had figured a Leaky identity of a person behind BP Alexi Tower and Leak's secret of Leaky magical cloak, everything remained locked, waiting for him to reach LVE5 before E could be used. From Superior Medici and the E-power of Lee cloak to Leaky data on Veilstone, everything was left in limbo. He assessed Lee's situation himself. All these pieces were tied to key LVE5 milestone, and he had to achieve a breakthrough before Leaky Olympiad tournament began regardless. Dawn broke at Lee's shimmering tower, lie headquarters of B. Lu Tower. Hazu gaped in amazement looking around. Kangin proudly boasted of his achievement. This ID most cherished artifact that we have painstakingly researched, and surely 8 has never appeared there before, right Hazu? Then, he expressed seriously, key incident on Bakrong Island was unintentional, but we will take responsibility by going all out us pay your Tim as sponsors. Hazu gave a faint smile and thanked Iki Tower Master. Kangin said excitedly, Now, their ID this top tier item do need to see, Hazu. Looking at leaky massive machinery in front of him, Hazu could not help but wonder what it was foo. He stood blankly, curious about Likey's trend object, while Kang In Enlai smiled mysteriously. Of course you haven't seen 8, because EDIDP one of a kind. Then, he gestured quit his hand to reveal that this entire massive machine was assembled solely to serve the creation of your artifact. Hazu nearly dropped his jaw. What, playing that big by BUE in an entire production line just to make a single item? Kangen explained concisely, exactly. This machine presses Medici stones quit an extremely small margin of error of 0.1% per cycle after hundreds of thousands of times. Lamada H stone will be as thin as paper, exactly meeting your requirement for a compact and flexible artifact. As he spoke, he chuckled and opened Leaky Box, saying, "We racked our brains, and this IDK most optimal solution currently available." Inside Key Box was Lee World 8 first 4-element Fiozon artifact, which was also activated by a super Kungaze. ET was truly a masterpiece of Lee BE Lu Tower and was given Lee Key catchy name, 4 of a kind. Kang and 8 face revealed a mysterious expression. This Madi Che Tun will help Hazu banana up a new era, I believe so. A while later during Key meal, Kangen asked kindly, "IDP this dish to your taste?" Hazu looked at EP plate of food, having Enlai taken a few bites, and replied, "What, eat ID delicious." He wiped his mouth, quit a napkin and thanked him profusely, saying, "I am so fortunate to have known about such a luxurious place." Hearing this, he laughed heartily. "I am glad to see you are satisfied." So then, his gaze suddenly turned icy, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Do you have anything do you want to share quit me?" He stammered a bit and hesitated. "Actually, I am concerned about Likey security here." Seeing this, Kangen immediately waved his hand to CP, read a barrier for reassurance. "Rest assured, security here ID always at a state of absolute perfection." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately created a barrier so that no sound from inside could escape. Kangen raised his hand, signaling Hazu to continue freely. "Now go ahead and speak." Without beating around Lai Bush any longer, Hazu expressed in a serious tone, "I will get right to IK core of IP matter." His gaze pierced into Kangen quote determination. "Aki upcoming Olympiad tournament. There IDGA high probability that Ki Madi each tower will interfere." Hearing that, he was slightly surprised and asked, "Zico, Peak Lai tell me more about ET." Haru explained seriously, "After returning from White Spirit Island, as do know I exposed my Medici to E-Media." Recalling P moment he went public quit his power, he explained that he'd allowed opponents to identify his weaknesses and exposed E shortcomings in his own skills. He continued his train of thought about Li Iven. Regardless, it was a necessary move to justify what happened at White Spirit Island. As Haru spoke, his gaze grew firmer, showing his resolve. "This ID also an opportunity for me to prove my ability to YP public." He suddenly thought of someone but remained silent without mentioning their name. Inwardly he was grateful to that person, because than to them, he had received a significant amount of CPET from within Iki Demon God clan itself. Kangen seemed to find aid in T-Rate 10, leaning his arm on Iki table and replying, "I watched that interview. You chose a risky gambit by turning yourself into a tagget at Aki Olympiad." He spread his arms enthusiastically. "Of course, this IDP strategy that requires confidence and extraordinary ability, but since your Madi Chai IDP and identification type lie my red VEXN, how ID Ki Madich Tower involved?" Haru hurried to clarify his confusion. "No, ID not lie that. My Madi Chai has the ability to distinguish me each based on color." Hearing this, Kangen was extremely surprised and had to confirm recognition through color. "Now I finally see key problem." He smiled slightly, quit satisfaction at him. "So, it turns out that this time you successfully exposed Y characteristic Madi of Y Madi Tower faction." Haru asserted firmly once more. "That ID correct. At Gi Lens Med Iven, I perceived their flow of Madi Che through colors and confirmed it belonged to ED Tower." He further informed Kangen that at White Spirit Island, that distinctive pitch B Lucima DH had also appeared on Luki, director of Uka Central Laboratory. Kangen put his hand to his chin, quit a contemplative look. "So it ID very possible that nuclear riot was orchestrated by EE Tower itself." He snapped his fingers as if everything had become clear. "Furthermore, there ID someone who wants to eliminate Dew from within Leak Demon God clan itself. Meaning, key person plotting to harm Dew has a Seek Alo connection, Kwikimi DE Tower." After deducing this, Kangen asked Haru to verify that what Dew mean, right? Upon hearing this, Haru nodded, just as Dew predicted. He continued quote his arguments. "Since they have acted so boldly at White Spirit Island, they surely will not miss Wygo opportunity to attack when I go abroad to attend Lac Olympiad." He suddenly interrupted him, "Tower Master." Hazu began to voice his personal perspective. "I promise to bring back victory in exchange for we be Lu Tower 8C pod at Lac Olympiad, but when facing a treacherous enemy Lai Mi Medici Tower, my life ID always in danger." He made an urgent request to Kangen. "Therefore, while I am participating in Lac Olympiad, I desperately need protection from Lipa Lu Tower." And so, two of them sat talking until late at night. Why next Monen, Hazu was hurrying on his journey. He sat in Leapy car, blankly staring all like window. Hazu recalled what Kangen had said to him earlier. I took a moment, I still cannot promise anything for certain. Hearing that they would consider wiki request and respond later ID, just a polite way of brushing him a p. Sitting in Leapy car thinking about Li T future, he told himself that if he were Leapy master of Leaky B Lu Tower, he would be 99% sure to agree, but he would leave all key remaining 1% to confirm in person just to be certain. Lee driver announced that they had arrived. Hazu, he stepped out of car and politely thanked man for his kindness. Looking up at Leaky towering house before him, he thought to himself that even though he had backing at Leaky Olympiad, he still felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Standing before Leapy estate of He Demon God clan, he silently assessed that this place was most crucial link to changing Lee's current situation. As soon as Hazu stepped inside, a voice suddenly called awe from upstairs. It turned awe to be Ji Han, who was standing there smiling and greeting him, as if it had been a long time since they last met. He looked up and sighed inwardly. It was truly a small world, as he had run into this annoying face. Key moment he arrived. Ji Han put on a fake smile, saying he had been worried sick upon hearing YP news about Hazuet accident on White Spirit Island, and was relieved to see him safe now. Hearing this, Hazu felt that bad luck was closing in on him. It was truly a curse that wouldn't let go. Nevertheless, he managed to force a friendly smile and replied that he was deeply touched by his brother 8's concern. Hazu laughed puppy, saying his wounds were minor and his health had already fully recovered. Jihen smiled brightly and replied that he was very relieved to hear that, adding that Hazu was truly talented to have overcome such a great tribulation. He slowly walked down closer to him, clued a sinister expression, exclaiming that he was indeed his brother. Jihen glanced at him with a haughty look and said that if he ever had any difficulties in IT future, he should just come to him, as family members should always help each other. Hazu kept a forced smile and replied that of course he would keep that in mind, but he knew how busy his brother always was. Knowing Lai Guy was just being insincere, he politely refused. You don't need to worry about me. Dear one who needs to take care of your health. Hen maintained that haughty demeanor and brushed EP, saying, don't say that. It ain't natural for me to care for you, and I am proud to have such a reliable younger brother. Two servants standing at a distance saw them chatting happily and gossiped about how glad they were to see such a CKLU bond between brothers, adding that young Master Hen leading, like Demon God clan would surely flourish. He reached by bottom of Lai P stairs and placed a hand on Hazuate's shoulder with a smile, as if they were very CPLU. Hen narrowed his eyes at him with a sinister look and asked about his goal of winning a gold medal in Lee Ki upcoming Olympiad. Hazu, having anticipated his intentions, did not hesitate to reply that winning a gold medal would certainly bring great advantages to YP clan. He laughed loudly in appreciation, though he was inwardly mocking, saying he believed in Hazuate's success and had fun expectations, and that he was proud to have such an elite younger brother. Hazu also warmly replied that than to his encouragement, he felt very confident and must strive to become a capable, right-hand man to help his brother stay firm. Hearing those words, Gihan smiled broadly, looking very satisfied. He let go of Hazuate's shoulder and excused himself, as he checked his watch and realized it was time for him to attend to important work. Jihen gave him an enigmatic look and said, next time, let 8 meet at a more in TP rate teen location, Hazu. He touched his shoulder and told himself that this guy, Jihan, was definitely hatching some scheme for the upcoming Olympiad. At Iki main mansion of Iki Demon Sect, in any UK research room. Hazu stepped inside and gently greeted him, saying it had been a long time since he last saw his brother. Hazu hesitantly spoke up, calling other man his father. In-he glared at Hazu with annoyance and then ordered him to sit down. Two of them moved toward a nearby chair to converse. Time flew by quickly, and in Lipe blink of an eye, it was already Igoxi. At this time in Lipe dormitory of Obelix Academy. After cleaning himself up, Hazu sat on his bed looking at Lipe's scattered pile of books. He fell into a state of silence to st through his memories. Hazu recalled long drawn a conversation with his father at Leaky main mansion. He went back UVE stories from Kai's past, starting from Len's met and then bitch CK. Then Hazu suddenly remembered Lepi incident involving Liusa Medici Tower on Bekryong Island. Resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully, he thought that Uncle Seokian must have reported Bekryong Island incident long ago. He recalled the results of conversation between himself and his father earlier. Hazu predicted that after Waikak Olympiad he would be protected by Daibi elite team of Iki shadows. Of course among those bodyguards Uncle Seolian would surely be included. Hazu let his body flop down onto bed, feeling he had completed everything he needed to do. He mused, A Vigi's secret he hadn't revealed to his father that Shin Gi Han was collaborating Quote Akime Di Chi Tower. Furthermore, he was still keeping his use of like Tenorma Di style a secret, even though like Olympiad was in Lai 9 days away. Sometime later at like Central Training Facility, Hazu announced to everyone that today practice session would end here. He reminded everyone that Iki Olympiad was only 5 days away, so they should get care of their health. Unstretched to warm up, her body feeling both relaxed and slightly invigorated. Jin, Seek laughed heartily and triumphantly asked if they could win Ki Gold, while other two friends firmly insisted he should trust them. After that, Lee Tim eagerly plunged back into intense training. Adela sipped her milk and offered some to Hazu, but he politely declined Fu another time. Hazu watched Adela drink her milk and thaw that her Medici circle had become visibly stronger since she absorbed Dai Lokima Na blessing. He silently noted that although Jin, Seek and Shinugate Medici circles had significantly improved, they were still inferior to Adela 8. A smile appeared on Hazu's lips, his heart filled with hope and iron determination. Lead character who truly commanded his respect was none other than Su Chan. Recalling when Su Chan braved danger to circulate his mana, he had shattered bleed barrier and reached Key 4th circle. Hazu browsed his computer and marveled that their ID indeed opportunity and danger, as his applied strategy had improved significantly. Once everyone had gathered, Hazu cleared his throat to announce that there was still one important piece of news he hadn't shared. He looked RV at Su Chan and asked Key Group if anyone remembered Lai Key talk about rescheduling their flight to Olympiad. He replied that it sounded familiar and asked if something had changed. Hazu kept a serious expression and confirmed that a minor issue had indeed arisen. Suddenly, he shouted, making everyone jump, saying that they had been upgraded to a fancy private jet belonging to YEB Lu Tower and would be departing Fo EP UGT at 10 tomorrow Monen. Hearing EP news, Group was stunned. Su Chan had to ask again to confirm if they were really flying tomorrow. Lee's shout echoed all way to Iki training field. A private jet from Lee B. Lu Tower, really? He didn't bother to answer. Lai telling everyone to make sure they packed their luggage carefully. In P blink of an eye, EP next Mo 9 dawned. Jun looked at Iki object and his hand quit interest, remarking that he truly looked beautiful. What Ada was praising was a magical ring. As Ju held it up, someone wondered if this was Lee item they would be using in Key upcoming Olympiad. Ju seriously explained to everyone that Leek artisans of B. Lu Tower had personally upgraded Leek items specifically for their group. They looked exactly like Lee others on Key outside, differing in lie in color. Xu Chan walked, drew view to Adela and asked to see hers. She found Eat's Tren and asked why he wanted to see E.T. Adela hesitated when she saw him grab both rings, but Chan quickly put both on his fingers and asked Koot a mischievous grin if wearing so many would increase his power stats. Ju examined Dobby ring closely and explained in detail that they had been customized to each personate's specific magical frequency, so they could not be worn by others. Suddenly Chan felt unwell, his face contorting in discomfort. He collapsed to die ground in pain, saying he felt as though his stomach was being turned inside out. Ju pointed at Su Chan and teased him, saying that was why key consequence of wearing someone else's ring. Suddenly there was Lei Kisao of footsteps approaching and a voice said, I almost forgot to mention this beforehand. It was Kang, who spoke cheerfully, explaining that because my DZJ items need time to synchronize, it was best to wear them all day. Some people called him Leaky Master of EB Lu Tower. Kang gave an awkward smile to everyone and apologized for his late arrival. Ju approached to ask how he was, noticing he looked quite tired, but he waved his hand, saying he was fine, that there was no need to worry. He fell into his own thoughts, realizing that because his own elemental waves were so different, he was Guan Lai one who kept failing to engrave Alokima de each items. Ju looked at Ki Ring and smiled triumphantly, thinking that he had finally succeeded, then to key efforts of EBE's Lu Tower Master, who must have stayed up all night. Leek assistant standing nearby gently reminded him that it was time to leave. Hearing this, Kang was startled and said, Oh no, it ain't too late, I have to go now. Outside there were two planes waiting unready. One of Likey aircraft slowly opened its door and lowered Lipey staircase. Inside B passenger cabin were rows of extremely luxurious business class seats. Su Chan was thrilled to see this, and Jun, who followed behind, also seemed extremely excited. Kang reminded them that they had 40 minutes before takeoff, so they should feel free to look around. Kang turned to his assistant and told her to steer everyone around, to which she gave a clear acknowledgement. Hazu walked toward him to on Chick's PP rate his gratitude, stating that he was truly appreciative that he had provided both Hima DH items and a private jet Fowuki group. He gently sat down in his chair and whispered, I still haven't fully repaid my debt of gratitude to Diu, Hazu, but there is something more important that I must inform Diu of. Upon hearing this, Hazu looked at him in astonishment and said, 8, sir? As Kangen snapped his fingers lightly, a letter suddenly appeared. He picked it up to look and exclaimed in amazement, "Isn't this a secret document sealed Quit Madiish?" He looked at him with a very stern face and reminded him, "Hazu, recent movements from Madiicha Tower have been showing very abnormal signs." Kangen crossed his legs and spoke up, "I have also personally investigated that Lock Madiich Tower from multiple sides that Idiki all." Hazu followed every quisi intently. He looked at light documents in his hand and thought to himself, Idiki really detailed to such an unbelievable extent. Kangen continued to explain, "As you can see, there are a total of 67 incidents this year suspected of having ID like C Madiich Tower behind them. And this ID a statistical chart of Libi incidents caused by Ki Be Li C Madiich Tower from January to May EVB last 10 years. Hazu said awkwardly, "Excluding this year, there are normally as many as 131 incidents annually, key fact that Iki Ambihi has halved ID nothing sort of an ominous sign." Kangen continued, "Look at leaky data from 11 years ago, this IDEE and MBE of incidents that occurred during Li same period from January to May when a great ocean catastrophe broke out." Hazu thought of Laiki giant ice hole and mused, "Fe really IDEY ocean rift incident, it would be one of 10 most terrifying disasters in like world." He said anxiously, "Even though there ID no official announcement, everyone knows it was a man-made disaster caused by EB like Smod each tower." Kangen looked straight at Hazu and said, "As du can observe, ETNMBE of incidents from January to May 11 years ago was 61, key scenario ID key quite similar to this year." Quite a determined look in his eyes, Hazu asked Kangen, "Does that mean there at a high possibility EBP see me DHE tower ID silently preparing for a terrorist attack?" Kangen pointed at Ligi Mape and replied, "That ID my speculation. Pili take a look at this next data set. This IDP a Mape comparing Loki locations of incidents this year quit those from 10 years ago." Haru added, "Indeed, this year 8 incidents are mysteriously concentrated in the US. Then Kangen said, "That it right. Furthermore, there are also Li Limpeach Jim this year." Haru asked again in a panic, "In Eid 8 right in EUS?" Lee Scene shifted to a group of mysterious men in B. Lee C. One of them warned that they were plotting a terrorist attack to coincide Kuki Olympics. Kangen said thoughtfully, "We need to be extremely cautious." Haru, with a resolute gaze, said to himself, "A real storm ID about to arrive." Lee Scene shifted to Wee International Airport in Lot and Jivlot, USA. Xuan Chan exclaimed curiously, "So this IDP Rika?" Jin took a deep breath and said, "Even Lee Ki Air here ID different. Could this be Iki smell of Rika?" Hyun corrected him, "That ain't just Lee's smell of a key airport air purifiers, big guy." Sua turned back to look at a key group and said, "Let it go. I will lead Dai Ki Wei Fo everyone." As they walked, Haru asked, "Isn't like master of like Sang Lam Tower coming Kudas?" Swar replied, "No, IT head of Leaky Sang Lam Tower, ID currently having an important meeting with the master of that tower." Adela looked at Haru and said, "I really want to visit Red Madi Tower once." Haru replied, "Me too." Swa turned back to look at them both and asked, "In that case, shall we schedule eat now?" Both asked in surprise, "What?" Swa smiled and explained, "Master of Red Tower also expressed a desire to meet Haru and Miss Adela Star at 2. Haru spoke up, "Perhaps if eat ain't not too much of a bother, we can accept this invitation." Adela agreed, "That ain't right." Night had fallen, Leapy streets were brightly lit, and along both sides of E Road was a forest of buses. Swa seemed to be chatting about something with her colleague. On the other side, Swat Chain cheerfully asserted, "Uncle Dao ID indeed best." Haru chimed in, "I agree, he becoming more and more reliable." Suddenly, a sea trend bright lie appeared in E middle of Lee Night Sea Kai. This left everyone present stunned and they immediately became alert. Lee Lai vanished, but left behind sharp, pointed beams of Lai. They shot straight down to where everyone was standing. It caused a terrifying explosion, quit billowing smoke and dust shrouding Haru group below. He gasped in surprise, "What ID that?" Everyone shouted anxiously, "Swachan!" Then suddenly from Likey explosion a powerful surge of energy shot upward. As smoke and dust gradually cleared, Haru and Adela quickly took a defensive stance, guarding their faces, ready to fight. Suddenly footsteps echoed and someone spoke. Impressive, that was some wonderful coordination. Edie was Kai Loventia, representative from Leak United Kingdom. He smiled politely and continued, "Well, South Korean representatives, I wish you a very good evening." Adela, with a scowl, said angrily, "So this IDE how do pro people?" "This IDE first time I've ever seen this Kai Loventia." He laughed and continued, "Not at all. United Kingdom ID a country of gentlemen and ladies. After all, there ain't no way they would probe people like that." Quite his usual mysterious smile, Kai Loventia continued, "This isn't exactly probing, but rather a provocation." Su Chen spoke up in annoyance, "What are you talking about? Why are you speaking so rudely?" Kylo Ventia calmly drew his sword and replied, I am telling why truth. Honesty IDP a knighty virtue after all. Let it fight, right here, right now. Quat that he pointed his sword directly at Hazu, taking Hazu slightly by surprise. Kylo Ventia lowered his voice provocatively, Peatly Hazu, then laughed confidently, I am very curious about your skills. Hazu dodged Key's sword and asked back, Why should I fight Diu? Kylo Ventia replied excitedly, Because I want to fight Diu. If Diu need a place to duel, I will have someone prepare ET immediately. Hazu thou in contemplation, rumor has it that he a battle maniac, aggressive and always eager to duel strong opponents, but I never thought he could be this unreasonable. Then Hazu replied, Could his arms crossed to his chest? I'll pass? Kylo Ventia asked, What a reason? Chan sighed helplessly and said, Exactly, while Adela remarked, Diu haven't changed a bit since Lee first year tournament, have Diu? Hazu gathered his energy, surrounding himself Kud 8, and replied, Because I gain nothing from fighting Diu. Plus, if Diu get hurt, going to be a huge hassle. Kylo Ventia retorted indignantly, Do you think I'll get hurt? You're dreaming in broad daylight? Lai surrounding crowd began to whisper, was that old routine again. Typical behavior that no one else would stoop to. Kylo Ventia replied Kuda stern face, Even if Diu have gathered some information about a 5-star mage Lai me, ain't completely useless. Hazu tilted his head back haughtily. I don't need Duo worrying about things like that. Kylo Ventia stared in disbelief how ridiculous that sounds. Suddenly, Maya appeared beside Kylo Ventia and sighed, I told Dio 8 wouldn't work. And Kylo Ventia could Enlai call her name in defeat. She continued, Saptinen, don't be so upset, after all, we'll have a chance to face him next week anyway, unn't we? Maya turned to Haru and said, On behalf of Kylo, I apologize for this unexpected incident, he didn't mean any harm, I hope Dio can be generous and let it slide. Haru replied indifferently, Cheat a small matter, I'm not bothered by it at all. He added, That Madi each didn't make a saw or cause any AMs each, passersby and vehicles were completely safe. Haru concluded bluntly, it was just some frivolous Madij tricks, right? Maya started to leave but turned back to say, Than Diu Fu your understanding, we'll be going now. Kylo Ventia aggressively promised a rematch, and then both of them retreated. Suchin asked in confusion, What it wrong quit them? It was Lai a whirlwind passing through. Haru sighed, You're right, it seems Lai's stormy days are about to begin. Key scene shifted as E-car carrying everyone cruised along like he busy streets of Foza. Hyen was still fuming. What kind of crazy people are they, anyway? Charging all of nowhere to pick a fight for no reason. And then just brushing ETP quit a hollow apology as if nothing happened. She growled quit frustration, Are they nuts? There's no way I can swallow this anger. Haru turned and asked, So, what do you intend to do? Hyen replied irritably, Sue them of course at luck very least, they need to be taught a proper lesson. Haru said calmly, Punishment ID a luxury that doesn't exist here, sister. Hyen snapped back, Why not? They openly used Madich in broad daylight, scaring those two people until they were pale and too terrified to speak. Haru explained slowly, Kaio 8 wind cutter was just a mass of wind, elemental Madich that caused no harm at all. He continued, Didn't even leave a scratch. Suchin finally realized, No wonder my shield remained intact. Haru emphasized, Furthermore, in this U-gate, those kinds of tricks aren't considered illegal. Jeet just Lai mages sparring to learn from each other. Li Bi Lu. Haired boy chimed in. They even recorded Jeet to prove they had no malicious intent. Hyen was still annoyed. What a calculated bunch, truly detestable. Adela spoke up thoughtfully, Quit such careful preparation, they have surely been going around provoking all leak other teams. Haru nodded in agreement, and she turned to conclude, Key main goal ID key just to gather information, isn't heat. That it right, he replied, recording Yate Kuda Kami Ra ID fastest way to collect data, even Suchinate Mediche from earlier has probably been thoroughly analyzed. Suchin asked worriedly, But tell me, how many teams would actually agree to such reckless challenges? Haru added, It looks like there's going to be a whole lot of drama ahead. Suchin was startled, Oh my, why ID that? Haru explained further, Do still remember what Uncle Ko told us? Lai whole group started digging into their memories about Lipi named Ko Ventia. Suchin nodded reluctantly, That ain't right, and Lai by fighting can we extract information about Ko? Haru added Kuda cryptic tone, In Lai key reason I dodged punch was that my information IDP far more valuable than his. Suchin ignored him, Suit yourself, say whatever do you want. Jin Seok spoke up. It looks Lai we're about to reach Diota Hotel. Hyun, still unable to calm her anger, exploded, This ID so frustrating, I'm burning up quoot rage, I ain't let those people get away quoot this. Jin Seok invited Dear coming quoot me, right? He added helplessly I am going too. Upon arriving at Hotel, in a room, Haru rested his chin in his hand, Ledin thou, so everything ID ready. Holding 2 books in his hands, He muttered, now there are Een en Leek Idris Tom and Mimi Tom left. I wonder where they could be hiding. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a discreet safe placed under a shelf. Oh, would I do this? Looking closer, he exclaimed, and a Mage orb too! Haru gently closed Bly book that was emitting a magical lie. He leaned down to a BE safe, then exclaimed, truly Olympiad LVE Iki resources are completely different and leaky benefits are too even if eat 8 not leaky absolute peak. This security XC to my deek certainly more than enough. Haru shouted in excitement, wonderful, I finally have a little free time, now let 8 focus on AP main task. Lee T scene shifted. As dawn broke, Haru walked toward a girl standing by a fountain and called out, Mimya, I'm here. Lee's successor Mimya looked V and replied, do you've arrived safely haven't you? Haru rested his hand and replied, I have returned safely. Mimya asked again, quite concerned really. Du didn't run into any trouble on Likey way. Haru smiled broadly, well if do call that trouble then... Mimya interrupted, then it means H Magician 8 Tower ID likely plotting something, along quoty entire British Tim. She grumbled, Lip's successor didn't cause any trouble, did he? Haru insisted, of course not, what reason would I have to cause trouble? Mimya continued gently, I roughly understand what do you mean, besides, supporting do IDP my responsibility so Pli trust Mimya and leave 8 to me. Haru replied, confused, I have always trusted do but what do mean when do say do understand? Mimir flew into Kili air, and her magical books hovered before descending right in front of him. Hazu exclaimed in surprise, what IDE this? Mimir replied, what else could it be? Books on 4th Circle Mages. Hazu gaped, what, how did Dio know that? Mimir smirked proudly, I could tell just by looking, your Tim IDP smarter than I thought. She maintained her mischievous attitude, because leaky risk of clashing quit leaky group at leaky Medich Tower was growing, she had to take leaky opportunity to improve her own strength a little bit. Just in case something unexpected happened, she asked Mirfowi's secret to advancing to Lee 4th Circle, then immediately returned to her calm demeanor and nodded. I did this book. Hazu looked embarrassed and told Mimir not to laugh lie that, even though she wasn't wrong, Mimir. Hearing that, she couldn't hide smugness clearly visible on her face. Hazu expressed Lee need to upgrade her abilities to cope quit coming storm, to which Mimir immediately replied, that idiki exactly what I intended to suggest to Dio. Hazu looked at Lee book in her hand and spoke, key, content recorded in this IDK about key threshold evolve harmony realm foe a 4th circle mage. She told herself she had to master it before Luck Olympiad tournament officially began. In Nike afternoon, Hazu happened to see Adela sitting in Nike Park. She approached to greet her. All su Adela. Why are you sitting huddled in Park all by yourself? ID something bothering you? Adela shook her head. Well, take getting late. She continued, I don't have anything worth worrying about. I should probably head back to Like Hotel to rest. Hazu thought to herself that it seemed she was hiding something difficult to talk about. This was serious, as Adela was a key player, and if her morale slumped, why whole Tim could easily fall apart. She quickly called O after her. Wait a second, Adela, can we talk for a moment? Lee too strolled around Geep Park, and Hazu probed, Diki what worrying do perhaps tomorrow 8 visit to Luk Redma Dih Tower. Hazu recalled Shwait reminder about Aki meeting, so she assumed Adela was afraid of that. Adela denied 8. Teat not because of that. Hazu was confused, 8 not. Then what ID bothering you? Adela asked sadly, promise do and laugh at me. Hazu quickly assured her, rest assured I keep my promises. Adela asked in an uneasy mood, Dino, in the EUS, they don't sell banana milk. Hazu froze for a few seconds because of the unbelievable question. Adela hesitated and continued, without that what will I do? Hazu immediately cut her, but hey Adela, they do sell banana milk unv there, do just have to visit Weepy imported goods section of a nearby supermarket, she said, helplessly covering her face, quit her hand and pointing toward Lipey supermarket. Adela stammered awe of embarrassment, that can't be true, but Sister Hien clearly told me so. Adela hurried away and called back,
Sister Hien tricked me!
Then do you so much I'm going now. Hazu happily said goodbye and agreed to see her tomorrow, then reminded herself to quickly prepare Fu Obiki next day. Finally, tomorrow they would be at Red Madichi Tower. Before Suchin at this moment was a towering skyscraper. His spirits were greatly lifted. This was... Suchin looked at leaky surrounding scenery, but his mind remained focused on a Red Tower. Jin just stood there stunned, gazing at this grandeur. It looked just like a massive spaceship that had loomed into view and landed here. Immediately, Sua spoke up to lead Lipey Wei, saying she would handle Ikey formalities Fuwadi group hate tour and asking everyone to peek lie wait a moment. At Leaky same time, on Iki other side, Hyeon was whimpering and begging Adela for forgiveness for a bizarre prank, making Suchin wonder what on earth those two were doing. Haru quickly explained that Hyeon had just teased Adela by making up a story that they didn't sell fresh milk in America. Even he realized that joke was extremely tactless, and to Adela, it was nothing short of a serious insult. Shingu began to notice that Lipe equipment seat team here was incredibly high, and Haru immediately analyzed that they seemed to be putting all their effort into Waiki mechanization and automation of Ma Diche. Sensing something was up, Suchin sneaked Air VE and whispered to him, asking whether it was really okay for them to sneak and lie this, even if did saw funny. Haru still looked bewildered, not understanding what on earth Motiji was. He was immediately told that they meant this was like Red Tower base. According to his story, Key's situation didn't look get. This was Daria Sorentiate lair, and would be big trouble if they were exposed. But he wasn't worried in like slightest. We aren't using any Madich, just taking a stroll, and I think what Deer's saying makes sense. Just then, he also took a key opportunity to chime in about details of key upcoming Olympiad competition. Senior was stunned for a moment and then felt a surge of excitement. This truly was a highly anticipated showdown. We three towers are joining forces to CPT competing teams. At first glance, this looked like nothing more than a proxy war between factions. He turned to Haru and spoke mockingly. Don't tell me key tower lords are also scratching their heads in frustration. While they were engrossed in their discussion, a voice called off from nowhere, saying that they were indeed suffering greatly. Startled by Lee's suddenness, he jumped and spun around reflexively. It turned out to be Daria, looking cold as ever. She had just returned from a humiliating defeat and was complaining that if a tower loc loses, their life IDP is get as VE. Jin listened, wide eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. But Li P girl didn't care and continued to grumble. Imposing such high expectations on students ID truly excessive. I wonder if other tower lords share this habit, right Hazu? Hearing someone call his name, he replied calmly, I am not a disciple of EEB Lu Tower, so I don't really know how they are. Daria seemed satisfied and descended to Iki ground, saying, that ain't a pity. If Kibi Lu Tower Loc were kind to his students, I might actually switch guilds. Still maintaining his perfectly innocent expression, he said, oh really? Then let me put in a quick quote info due. Hazu didn't hesitate to assert, EB, Lu Tower Loc cares for his disciples very much. If you want to change masters, I would lie to recommend him. Fortunately, she burst a laughing at his reaction. I was just joking, you're quite witty yourself. Daria reached out her hand in a gesture of goodwill. Nice to meet you. But I'm sure you already know my name, don't you? Hazu extended his hand in return and said, I don't need a long introduction either, since I am fairly well known. Besides, this isn't Lee's first time we've met. She took a key opportunity to question him, a DP rookie like Zika already so skilled at persistent joking. Hazu replied seriously, CE truth, have you forgotten? We met once when we were both 10 years old. Daria looked at Aki actual them lay and asked in bewilderment, I keep really that accurate? Du once appeared Kluki master of Red Tower on my birthday, at Lee time, you introduced me as your beaskin disciple. She pondered for a moment and replied, I don't remember very clearly, but if you guarantee it, then it must be true. No sooner had she finished speaking than Daria lunged forward and hugged Hazu, saying, Chait been so long, my dear friend. She planted a light kiss on his cheek, leaving Lee crowd astonished and causing everyone to blush furiously. Suddenly, Zem approached from afar, quit pride, exclaiming,
That ain't my favorite disciple right there!
He looked at her and teased Kuta smirk. So, you've started learning how to use your charms to seduce others lately, have you? Daria was startled to see Zem, Tower Master, and even Hazu exclaimed in surprise, Idiki this truly Master of Leek Red Tower. He did not stop there but went on to provoke Lee B. Lu Tower Master. Well, what do you think? We've definitely on this bet, as no one can resist Daria 8 charm. But Lee P. other man didn't hold back either, retorting, seduction, my foot. I think this looks more like a handsome guy trick. Standing there listening to this ridiculous conversation, Hazu was speechless, and at that moment, James turned to him and said, That sounds reasonable, Eat ain't exactly Daria type. Tease too much? She openly showed her annoyance. Tower Master? That ID quite enough? Saying anything more would be disrespectful to our guest. He still insisted on teasing her. What it wrong? ID eat actually true love, which made Daria scream in frustration. Get heavens! P-Lice spare me! Her loud scream made James jump, and she shouted, Tower Master, P-Lice tap right now. Too embarrassed, she decided to slip away but didn't forget to say goodbye to Hazu. Alright, I am BPCDU at Lee Olympiad. And so, Anenli P3 of them were left, staring at each other in confusion. Kanan sensed that things weren't going well and spoke up. James, tone down Lee joking. At this rate, key kid IDP's going to get sick of it. Yet, he still didn't seem afraid and laughed. I know, but her reaction ID too funny to resist. While Hazu stood there helpless, saying he wanted to change masters altogether. And Enli then did James begin to panic. What? Am I that bad? And Cannon poured more fuel on Key fire. Just a little more and she'll be apprenticing under someone else. He still stubbornly denied it. No way, that will certainly never happen. Then James immediately changed like subject. Hazu, this ID our second meeting isn't heat. I am James Filler, master of like Red Tower. An Enlai. Then did Hazu have Lai P chance to respond respectfully. Tidiki, great honor to meet you again, sir. Not stopping there, James continued. I had originally intended to teach you a few moves myself. He turned and walked away, waving his hand, but my schedule ID packed, so feel free to wander around. Hearing this, Hazu could unlibo politely. Got, sir? A sat while later, Iki group enter Madich data analysis room. A moment later, they were in another room, which was Iki Red Tower 8 training area. Adela pointed to a device and introduced it. You can look up leak analysis results right here. Suchin, standing nearby, also appeared very excited. I wish our academy could be equipped quit something this cunt. After an exhausting stroll, Light Group finally settled down to rest at League Red Tower at Seed Energy 10. After eating his fill, Jones stretched lazily. Before he knew 2 hours had flown by. Heat really felt lie a few minutes when they were having so much fun. Then, or of nowhere, a figure approached and timidly asked, Hey Hazu, can I have a few minutes for a quick chat 8? He looked completely dumbfounded. He turned awe that both of Iki Tower 8 big bosses were calling for him. Despite his confusion, they pulled each other away to another area. After a few steps, Iki Seinfo room 75 immediately caught his eye. The pair strode confidently across long luxurious red carpet. Right before them, a small passage leading straight into a secret inner chamber gradually revealed itself. Hazu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe EV key of opulence on a key tap floor of Iki Red Tower. Both the walkways and leak ceilings were plated with sparkling flint stones. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed from within, Come in. As soon as he peeked into Woog's room, he jumped in surprise and accidentally blurted out, Dad. Hazu hurriedly entered Lee's room and asked frantically, Why are you here at this hour? I thought you wouldn't see your face until Lee trophy final. Overwhelmed by his son at rapid-fire questions, Mr. Inyuk cleared his throat and said, I've been here for 4 hours already because there ain't a major incident that needs resolving. His words sent a chill down Hazu's spine. What exactly happened, Dad? But Hazu had already guessed it probably had something to do with that Waxy Tower again. Hearing that, James interrupted, Exactly. I'm truly so refo dragging a kid on vacation into this mess, but it ain't official business, so I hope you'll forgive us. Upon hearing those words, he became even more bewildered. At this point, Kangen decisively got straight to the point. To put it simply, this monen we captured a Wigisi wizard posing as an official of Iki organizing committee. Outside IP high-rise Biolin IP sun was blindingly bright. Back inside, Kangen explained, We invited you here because, interestingly enough, this clue emerged from our casual conversation back on light aircraft. He sat quote P other elders and added, We really want to hear your insights, since Dio were ye P1 who gave Lee key advice. That ain't why we're all gathered here. Hazu asked curiously, Where was he caught, and how did Dio manage to capture him? Somewhat stunned, he pressed further, So where I deke that chained criminal now? Where I d he being held? Kangen waved his hand and said, Slow down, take it easy kid. Mr. Inhyuk frowned slightly and looked directly at Hazu. Noticing that look, Hazu quickly explained, I am so Hiki news was so sudden that I got a bit flustered. James spoke up to defend him. When I first heard this shocking news, I was just as restless as Dio. Come on, sit down and let it talk. That mole was caught red-handed right at Likey Central Arena, where a fierce clash idea about to take place, during Ikifi new security sweep. Hazu wondered, how was his Kovihi blown? Kangen reached into his pocket and pulled Oris Tren object. Quck's ID, a janitor caught him red-handed while he was busy installing this piece of junk. Holding leaky object in his hand, Hazu exclaimed in panic, What on earth I deek this? Hazu immediately closed his eyes tightly. He activated his divine eye, trying to expand his Vi XN to see through YP entity in front of him. This action left both Zem and Kangen in astonishment. Yin Hu kept his gaze fixed intently on him. After gathering enough data, Hazu revealed that this was Explosion Madiich, which also contained a hidden formula to amplify Mchish through resonance of other magical currents. Zem clapped in admiration. You truly surprised me by seeing through such a complex matrix in just an instant. Hazu coldly replied, I also see mana residue from Likey Fi Tower. This guy ID definitely one of their pawns. He stood up under Yin Hu'd observation. What an incredible mystical pair of eyes. Like head of Ike House truly has a perfect successor. He spoke in a deep voice, interrupting, Zem, ignore Iggy praise and keep everything due just saw a secret. Zem chuckled and replied, Of course I will keep this secret from Daria so P. Lai rest assured. Kang Yin cleared his throat, breaking EP atmosphere. There I deke still another issue to discuss. That man ended his own life EP moment he was captured. Hazu wasn't least bit surprised. Everything was still according to Li P plan he had envisioned. Kang Yin continued, although it a bit regrettable, perhaps we must be satisfied quit why clues we have gathered fu now. He interjected, key core issue right now IDE actual plot that key Tower 8 lackeys are brewing fo Olympiad exam. Yin Hu 8 face hardened, their ID unlie one reason why they are targeting this convention. He stated firmly, they are hunting young talents to serve their disgusting human experiments. Kang Yin exclaimed in horror, family head peak lie watch your words. Zem was pensive, his eyes showing a hint of apprehension upon hearing those words. Kang Yin stood up abruptly in protest. How could you say that so casually in front of Hazu? Yin Hu calmly replied, Hazu has known Fo a long time. I showed him this report 2 years ago. He asked back in SC, 2 years ago. Are you talking about a child who was Nli 16? He answered bluntly, there't nothing see Tren about I and Lai taught him Loki necessary knowledge as a member of Loki divine mage family. Hazu remained calm, kicking a slight glance toward Kang Yin. He adjusted his glasses and said, I apologize, I have no authority to interfere in leaky upbringing of another family. Yin Hu waved his hand, alright, do should know your place next time. Now their main goal IDP collecting materials for their experiments. He added, I feet wasn't fo that. There't no way they would to gate like Olympiad exam. Kang Yin nodded in agreement, though he didn't want to believe this was key most convincing hypothesis. Zem clenched his fists in fury, using young mages as lab rats, those bastards truly make one want to vomit. Hazu mused, indeed Olympiad arena ID where key most elite young talents gather. Kang Yin questioned possibility of cancelling Olympiad. James stroked his beard and shook his head in refusal, stating that all preparations were already in place. He raised an eyebrow and asserted that international Mage alliances, including United States, would never allow such a thing to happen. Hazu interrupted LP discussion, suggesting that in this situation a most feasible measure was to focus on strengthening LP defensive barriers. Inhu began to ponder and consider that proposal. Ahmed continued to rub his chin thoughtfully, searching for an optimal solution. Kang Yin stood up abruptly, looking hesitant about plan to increase defenses. A suffocating atmosphere filled room as Lupi 4 men racked their brains. Meanwhile outside afternoon sunlight had begun to fade. Quit time. He stood up and declared resolutely, we will soon work quit. Light U.S. government on this matter and then send a written notice to everyone. Then it was James 8 turn to agree, stating, I will take initiative to discuss this quit Olympiad organizing committee immediately. As Fu and Hu he didn't stay silent either and spoke up, I will directly contact International Counter-Terrorism Center to handle this. Hazu witnessed that decisiveness and couldn't help but be impressed. It was truly admirable how they could delegate tasks so quickly and sharply. From where he sat, in ext eye backs of He 3 men were visible. They truly were He World 8 top Mage masters. At the same time, on opposite side, Seek Trend things continued to pour off from inside book. Mimia sat huddled in a corner, observing quit confusion, human experimentation. Had these people still not given up that bizarre habit after all these years? She shouted to alert Hazu that Li Kier could not withdraw from League Olympiad, but she received a blunt reply. Impossible. Hazu slammed Li book in his hands shut and said, that IDK exactly why I need to change my strategy right now. Mimia still couldn't keep up his train of thought. What kind of change was he talking about? He officially informed her, I have decided to participate in T4th challenge. Hearing that, Mimia 8 face hardened worry. Are you sure? You're allowed to enter P4th challenge once a month. Before long time had passed away, most important day, opening day of Olympiad festival officially began. In P stands 2 men were talking excitedly, wondering if there would be any special performances this year and which country would make a marquee. Lee battle erupted shortly after quit representatives from each team showcasing their peak magical skills right at opening ceremony. A heated competition took place, a G-Ren performance reflecting their transcendent LVE of Madi Chainali national honor resting on their shoulders. Live audience couldn't resist intensity of this national representative event. They couldn't just perform half-heartedly, especially strong teams like UKOA US. South Korea ID a bit disappointing, isn't it? Hey, do know who South Korea representative ID? I am looking forward to him even more than Daria, a young 5th circle mage backed by a B-Lu tower engineer. At P same time an excited shout suddenly rang off from P corridor. That it's so kun. Suchin was in EP room, his hair disheveled from panic.
8 missing. Hazu Idik nowhere to be found.
Hearing that, Hilo couldn't keep calm either. Did you Chia key room thoroughly? But Un and Lai received a shake of a head in response. There Anli a book and a robe on a key bed, but heat nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Lai key book on Hazu 8 bed, suddenly flashed Kudasap's Tren Lai while outside, everyone was still in a panic of worry. What were they to do now that Lai key performance time was so CKLU? Heelal exclaimed in frustration,
This ID'd insane.
Adela replied immediately that Et, master of B, Lu Tower and Iki, head of Li Ki Medici god family were on their way, so they should stay calm, but she secretly thought she needed to select a replacement for him just in case Iki worst happened. At that moment, EEMXIIT vorang all from E to V, signaling that Li Ki wait was air VE. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave a radiant smile and continued, from this moment on. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, EPMSI excitedly announced that the Olympiad opening ceremony had officially begun. Hearing that announcement, Xu Chan was terrified and thought to himself that he was doomed and wondered what he should do. After hearing that, Adela was speechless and silent, not knowing how to manage E's situation. Life's story goes back in time to night before Waikiki opening of Li Ki Olympiad. After a long and arduous journey, Haru finally arrived at his destination. Putting down Li's mysterious book, he was full of determination and told himself that this was Li Ki's fourth challenge. Haru slumped down onto Iki ground, removing his cloak quit one hand while excitedly grabbing Iki book quick the other. As soon as he finished speaking, Li P book seemed to be charged quit energy and began to glow, quit a si tren Li. A sudden voice rang all, saying that now that Li Ki's successor had mastered Li P expanded circle, they should proceed to Y fourth challenge pate. Hearing that, Hazu thought to himself that he was allowed to enter this pete once a month. Like Book was in no hurry and calmly advised him to consider carefully before beginning. Just a split second later, his entire body was pulled into Waiki pages of Iki Book. Hazu was shocked to find himself standing in a vast space filled with giant pillars and muttered that this was indeed Li's fourth challenge pate. Right then, a voice as sweet as honey rang all, welcoming Li's successor. A girl radiating a brilliant glow appeared and introduced herself as Li Ki guide of this fourth challenge pate. She went on to introduce herself as Gamma Unexpressed, that she was honored to meet Li Ki's successor. Hazu thought to himself that, just as he had expected, after Enfei and Beta, it was now Gamma 8 turn. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied that he was pleased to meet her. Opposite him, Gamma didn't beat around Li Bush and went straight to Li Ki's main objective of this challenge. Hazu listened intently as she explained that they would chase Sheesh to see if his infinite circle was stable. Gamma paused for a beat and then continued, asking whether they had fully harmonized yet. She also warned that if he failed this time, he would have to wait a fun 30 days before he could try again, so he should be careful. Hazu thought pensively that this was indeed a risky gamble, because if he failed, he would truly be finished. He told himself that if he couldn't pass this trial, he wouldn't have ILAP's strength to compete against them at Li Ki Olympiad. Thinking this, Hazu hesitated no longer and shouted with determination, "Alright, let it start now." Noticing his decisive attitude, Gamma quickly replied, "Very well, we shall begin immediately." A sudden, blinding lot of light struck, dazing Hazu before he could even see. Waiting until his VXN stabilized to clearly see Lisa Tren object blocking his path, he was shocked. What on earth was this? It turned out that Gamma had sacrificed his own form to transform into a G-Ren piano, and this was Li P fourth trial Hazu had to face. He tiptoed forward, full of doubt. Was he seeing things? Oh, was that really a piano? At that very moment, Iki Voy of G. Ben Waitner echoed, "My star pupil." Hazu was overjoyed to hear his teacher 8 Voy, he was indeed his respected master. His master calmly added, "Rama has transformed into a musical instrument for you to showcase your skills." And so, he stepped closer and tried pressing a few keys to see what would happen. Trouble was, not a single sound came all of this wooden instrument. At this point, Ray Ben Waitner slowly explained, "If do cannot unify key 4 circles, all piano will never make a sound." Hearing that, Hazu sat down abruptly, his expression becoming more serious than ever. So that ate how eat IDE. First, he poured all of his remaining strength into his small fingertips. Weak efficacy was clearly visible as piano began to emit sound. However, Hazu wasn't very excited and muttered, "How can I stand eat when Li music sounds this ear-piercing?" Understanding his student 8 frustration, his master explained that normal Madicha power ID usually useless, in Li challenge here ID to fly a perfect piece of music. Ray Ben Waitner emphasized, "If do can produce a result that satisfies yourself, then obviously do will have passed this Tate quote flying colors." His master concluded bluntly, "Key deadline to complete PP task ID 12 hours. Meanwhile uppy clock hands continued to tick away unconcernedly. Before retreating, Ray Ben Waitner offered sincere advice, "My student, I wish you strength and perseverance to overcome this trial." Hazu tried each note while muttering, "This teat seems pretty tough." He reassured himself that since his master had warned him beforehand, regular Madich power was indeed useless. Hazu tried to st his memory for her instructions. Gamma said EP main goal was to take E ability to harmonize E infinite circles. Reflecting on this, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. In this situation, he had to give E a try. Hazu manipulated his Madadich power in a completely different way and Iki energy surged accordingly. Following Li's flow of power, sweet, gentle sounds finally began to resonate. This helped him confidently affirm, just as I predicted, and Li perfectly harmonized Madich power can reach such pure tones. Immediately, Hazu regained his spirit. Now that he had grasped Iki's secret of Iki task, it was time to get to work. He happily reminisced, "Yeet has been a long time since I touched a piano, probably since I was learning etiquette as a child." Then, Hazu's long, slender fingers began to dance quick great XQ across Iki beat. Returning to Leaky massive arena, where weepy crowd IDP screaming as if Lipi Stadium IDK about to burst. Meanwhile Xutrang and Adela are still frozen, unsure how to handle key situation. Hazu suddenly appears and mumbles an apology for being a bit late. He shouts right into weak newcomer 8 face, "Hey you idiot, where have you been?" Hazu sighs and says he will explain everything later. As soon as he finishes, he adds that he has asked Baiki, master of Bilu Tower, to take care of everything from Wike outfits to Li performance. Upon hearing this, Suchan can unlie stammer that she understands key situation. Right then, EPMC Voy rings off from Iki TV. That was an overwhelming performance from Leaky Italian Tim. Leak energetic young woman continues, Thandu Italian Tim for an incredibly satisfying display. Before a breath can be taken, Leap presenter continues excitedly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, peak lie be patient for a moment longer. EP next performance ID about to begin. Daria steps onto Leakixd Gia mid cheers as she ID introduced as a blazing flower representing Leap United States late by Daria Sorentia. Lee crowd seems ready to explode, quit thousands of people screaming wildly as she appears. A fan shouts happily that Leapy American Tim ID key finally on XT Gi, adding that they are curious to see what special tricks Ike Red Tower has in store this year. On a big screen, Dariate's small, haughty face remains visible. Just after stepping onto Leakixtigi, she begins to cast Madiich Foe an impressive opening. Like released energy creates a brilliant burst of Lai. Waiki audience witnesses Daiki sight and Kanen Lai stare in speechless amazement. Meanwhile, she remains focused on her technical movements. Daria skillfully controls Y surging flows of power. They grow V time and transform into a gigantic tornado. Under white Madi each of her hands, tornado turns into a massive, radiant rose. While viewers watching P scene are so excited they forget to breathe. Li pillar of fire ID transforming into a brilliant flower, seeing one can and Li melt at its beauty. Not stopping there, Daria turns like flower into spiral loops, quit herself at center. Lady fan on, sight are so enthralled that they keep their eyes glued to Ike XT Gi, afraid to blink even for a second. Before long another rose appears, causing like XT Gi to erupt quit effects. At this point, Daria flashes a mysterious smile, her eyes sparkling as if they contain 1,000 stars. Daria pulls Iki energy back into tiny sparks in Iki palm of her hand. These magical beams of Lai envelop her slender body. In blink of an eye, countless rays of Lai radiate outward from Li giant flower. They soar high into Iki air, creating a breathtaking fireworks display. A shimmering flower blossoms from Li pillar of fire, that intense beauty ID quintessentially Dariate style. Quite a calm composure, she stood silently amidst Yike magnificent fireworks worthy of IP name Daria Sorenchi world-renowned 5th LVE Mage. It was truly a breathtaking and visually stunning performance. We audience marveled incessantly, as if they were witnessing a top-tier masterpiece for we first time. Dariate caliber was truly no joke. Everyone was buzzing quit conversation, creating a lively atmosphere like a festival. Suchin praised her endlessly, and Ben added that she was truly on a completely different LV from ordinary people. Offstage, hostate Voy rang all loudly again, introducing promising performance by British Tim. Lee crowd of fan below had another opportunity to scream until their throats were hoarse. Lee protagonist stepping onto Leek Stigi was none other than Kylo. Brilliant streaks of Lulai danced and swirled in mid-air. On a P ground, they formed a circle surrounding his figure. As soon as enough energy had gathered, Kylo snapped awake quit emerald green pupils as sharp as razors. Instantly bursts of power radiated through wide space, creating eye-catching trails of Lai that made it impossible to look away. Their pace of movement grew increasingly fast and intense. Audience below endured blithe howling gusts of wind while gasping in awe. League wind was strong enough to blow them away, but Lai's sensation was truly exhilarating. In Nike middle of Laiki XDG, Kylo was still engrossed in performing skillful sword strokes like a true dancer. A smug smile always graced that handsome face. Kylo's captivating sword dance continued amidst extreme excitement. Gradually, those streams of light transformed into a green cyclone soaring high into wee clouds. Liti spectators looked around in confusion. Seeing no sign of Kylo, they cried awe and panic that he had gone missing. Consequently, many curious eyes were fixed on Karina, wondering where Kylo Benti had gone. Key young man had mysteriously vanished in the blink of an eye. Amidst Klee confusion, a young spectator suddenly pointed, shouting for everyone to look. They all looked up at once and nodded. Eat turned awe, he was hovering high above. In just a split second, Kylo plummeted down Lai an arrow at dizzying speed. Like landing created a vibrating aftershock, turning like performance into a masterpiece that no one could look away from. Delighted smiles bloomed on these spectators' lips mixed with a touch of excited surprise. They praised him admiringly, saying Eat was truly a massive storm and that he was like a hurricane sweeping through YP Stadium. As Lai curtain fell, he gave a polite bow, like he perfect embodiment of a gentleman. A misty thunderous cheering illy hosted voy rose and key win Mage of Britain Kylo Benta, a performance far exceeding all expectations. She concluded that it was easy to see why he had such a massive fan base. Sitting in Lee waiting room, Jin scratched his head while taking attendance. Everyone from Daria to Ko was present. Ben nodded as he joined Lee conversation, and everyone agreed that this year 8 lineup of contestants was top tier. Xingyu spoke up, noting that then to those two, expectations for their team were growing. At that moment, Heejun asked curiously, "Where has Hazu disappeared to?" Suchin replied anxiously, "Hate busy preparing, Eat almost his turn. Adela, have you heard anything from him?" Hearing her name, Adela looked at Ben and said, "I haven't heard a thing. I guess we just have to place our fun trust in him." At this point, like I could end Lai Sai in exasperation, feeling incredibly worried about him. Back at Lipi Stadium, tens of thousands of spectators had their eyes glued to TXT, waiting to see what EP next performance would be. In EP VP area reserved for Olympiad Elite, a couple sat leisurely, taking in Lee bustling scene below. Jin laughed heartily and remarked with great enthusiasm, "This lake looks quite impressive, doesn't it?" Ben turned to Lai Ki woman beside him and teased, "Dear being too noisy." She replied nonchalantly, "What a pity. I thought for sure we'd be able to crush their arrogance this time." Hearing that, Jin lamented, "I should be EK one saying that. As much as I dislike them, I have to admit this match ended in a draw." Gazun nodded in agreement. "Well, we have to acknowledge Kid's efforts. By Oak Way, why hasn't Kangen shown his face yet?" She added mockingly, "Quite a title lie, youngest 5th, circle mage in history. Don't tell me E-boy got scared and ran EP." Just as Gazun was busy mocking him, a gentleman suddenly appeared. It was none other than Kangen, who arrived and said calmly, "I am so right to disappoint you, but he hasn't run away." She didn't let Eat go and prodded, "Showing up in Enlai now?" Kangen explained nonchalantly, "I had some personal matters to attend to, but they're all settled now." Zem, sitting nearby, joined the conversation. "Key introductions fu key American and British teams are V, so what did you plan to pull a P now?" He sat down and replied, "We'll see." Seeing Kangenate's secretive expression, she remarked sarcastically, "Do you really are stingy not breathing a single quoos?" Despite criticism, Kangen remained unfazed. "Not that. I truly don't know anything." Hazu only prepared his costume. He further asserted, "Since Hazu doesn't use Amadi each, we didn't bother intervening." Not stopping there, Kangen added excitedly, "To be honest, I'm dying of curiosity myself." He wondered to himself, "I wonder what move Hazu will pull to surprise us." Amidst excited roar of Lee crowd, Leaky announced rate voy rang out, "Yeet ID now time for our next performance." As soon as Iki introduction finished, Hazu stepped all proudly. Here was Leaky face of Lee South Korean Tim. Upon seeing him, Iki audience immediately erupted into a wild frenzy of cheering. Suchen and Adela held their breath, their eyes glued to the IP screen, wondering what trick he had up his sleeve. Not just Waiki two of them, but Kangenate's entire group in Kavi Peep section were also leaning in, listening intently. Standing before why countless eyes focused on him, Hazu began to channel his inner energy. Less than 3 seconds later, a polished piano appeared right in Lee P center of Lee Ki XDG. Suchinate group stared in wide-eyed bewilderment. Just a piano. What on earth ID he planning to do? Outside, Lee P young man had taken his position and was ready for his musical performance. Before starting, Hazard closed his eyes tightly to calm himself after all nervousness. Lee's surrounding crowd, too curious, was silent, waiting for him to unleash his XQ. When his mind was clear, Hazard's eyes snapped to B, and a tremendous force was instantly released. Key first notes echoed from Hazard's skilled fingers. He felt as if he had entered another dimension, where lush green plants grew instead of XTG. White audience was completely overwhelmed, their surprise growing quote each chord. Why melodious tune flowed from his hands like water in clouds. Kangen thought to himself in astonishment, was this Saul blending quote Madiich, or was he transforming Madiich into music? Finishing his words, he cast his gaze towards a vibrant butterfly fluttering closer. Admiring blooming peach blossoms, Kangen couldn't help but exclaim, "Spring has arrived." He clearly felt Eki warmth, Waki birdsong, leaky resurgence of life as music and Madiich merged into one. James, on Niki other side, blankly wondered, what on earth was that? How could he do that? Gajan also couldn't hide his astonishment and admitted, so he had been hiding a terrible secret all along. Like other two couldn't help but turn to Kangen and ask, what kind of Madiichi was he using? However, even he had never seen or heard of such C-Tren Madiichi. Below Kikstigi, each delicate sound continued to resonate, touching people 8 hearts. Even E television crew was stunned, staring in bewilderment at E unpredictable melody transforming on XTG. That guy in a mix of panic and excitement, thou, leaky ground below ID changing. Lee magical scenery made everyone associate E quit image of a radiant fine Aish. Lucky lush green forest and brilliant sunlight seemed to be proof of Lyki awakening season of life. Not stopping there, key melody then smoothly shifted to key atmosphere of a scorching summer. Phoenixes descended from Lyke's sky in unison to interact quit audience. Soon Daipi weather changed again and a kun breeze brushed against their cheeks, refreshing everyone. Like swaying leaves danced, and Gennan autumn, carrying Lyki flavor of ripeness, had arrived. Deer also appeared leisurely, a characteristic symbol of autumn weather. Wyke audience stared wide eyes at them running and playing. Were those deer real? Suddenly everything spun, Lee warmth vanished, making way for cold winter to envelop everything. Under Hazarate Maidichi dry leaves fell, and Leek world was gradually covered in lonely silence. It was that cold period that forged he person he ID today. He murmured to himself, and lie by experiencing like he 4 seasons could he understand I true heart and will of Ma Diichi. Hazu finally awakened and found resonance Kudit. He spread that globally, intending to unite everything. This ideal key ultimate truth. His fingers continued to dance tirelessly across the keys. However, Hazu pressing force on I keys steadily increased. He summoned a brilliant Aurora Quit Medicha accompanied by a declaration of endless Machi inheritance loop of G. Ren Archmage G. Waitner. To him, being born an I-key form of a sorcerer was a great privilege. Nevertheless, he showed no arrogance before that power. And Enlai, those who yearn for one pinnacle are skilled enough to see new horizons. Those were YP heartfelt words his master had imparted to Hazu. An eight core of every issue lies in constantly moving forward. Leapy sounds continued to resonate ceaselessly, even as the rhythm began to thin out. After confirming this was his current form, Hazu immediately retrieved Daipi instrument. Immediately, key crowd below seemed to burst into cheers. Gibi couldn't help but jump to his feet, utterly astonished. Gaijun exclaimed in amazement that this boy was not only infusing Medich into Li Sao but also touching Lipi listeners' emotions. Mr. Ben continued, wondering if this delicate scene trend was pure Medich that didn't require artificial intelligence's pet. She glanced at Kangen curiously and asked what exactly he was. He merely mumbled that although he knew E-Boy had get Cian Tren an abundant magical power, he never expected him to reach this LVE. Kangen added that this was not leaky result of a Madiich-io typical spell structure alteration. As he observed Iki audience, he thought to himself that E-Boy was surely hiding another trick. Hazu completed his performance with a modest smile amidst warm applause from his teammates. As soon as they entered Lied waiting room, Heejin praised him, saying, "Du truly are our leader, Du did so well." Adela also demanded to hear Wyke details afterward. Mr. Ben immediately agreed and Shinwoo added that this performance would make deploying tomorrow 8 strategy easier. Hearing this, Hazu seriously announced that he planned to readjust Klee strategy Fui matches starting tomorrow. Leap screen transition to Lee next day. He host excitedly announced that key tournament officially began Kuta 5-on-5 knockout siege battle to claim glory. She paused for a moment, then declared Lee 2 opening teams were loopy representatives of Italy and South Korea. Italian Chaptin sighed in resignation at having to face South Korea after witnessing that terrifying performance. He reassured his teammates that capturing Lee objective was enough, and there was no need to directly confront Hazu. Then, like Captain of Lyki Italian Tim shouted, "Let it start, give ye everything you've got an attack without mercy." Suddenly, his radio crackled Kuta report beat, "Someone IDP sneaking up on us." Upon hearing this, he panicked and yelled, "What's he hell? How many of them are there?" Facing his bait frantic state, he guy stammered, "Well, Eat turned o Lee Yi person who had appeared was Lee Yi P very one he wanted to avoid most in Leaky world. At that moment, Leaky guy added, "Eat 8 just him, ha, ju, bah." Aju tilted his head and smirked. "Hey guys." Plummeting from above Captain of Italian Tim Thou arrogantly, "There't no way he'd alone, summon your Mardi each power immediately." Lai whole group gathered and stood in front of Ju, suspicious of whether the other 4 were lying in ambush nearby. They looked around anxiously, checking every nook and cranny quit tense expressions. One of them shouted orders to stay alert, but Ju just shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Don't bother looking. Eat a waste of time." Ju bluntly declared, "I came alone." Captain and his cohort stared in astonishment. "What did you say?" He gritted his teeth and asked again, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What do you mean, kid?" Ju flashed a smug smile. "I mean I'll take on all 5 of you by myself." They ground their teeth in fury at being underestimated. "Du bastard." Waiki enraged Chepteen lunged forward could an attack. "Don't think Du can insult us." While Rest rushed in at his command. "Hate all alone, get him brothers?" Haju immediately activated his XQ, his eyes flashing quid immense power. A terrifying surge of energy created a earth-shattering explosion in middle of forest. A while later, night fell quiet apartment complex. In one of rooms, group was excitedly raising their glasses to celebrate their victory. Kian beamed Kut a bright smile, eagerly boasting, everything has been perfect from lucky opening ceremony until now. Shin Yu glanced RVE and said seriously, do seem really pleased, Jin Hee-un. Winning this match I deke all than to Shin Ha-ju. He sighed in agreement. That ain't right, we didn't really contribute much anyway. But Un smiled charmingly unreplied, what are you talking about? We are Shin Ha-ju, and he ID us. This ID key clearly a resounding victory for whole Tim. Jin looked toward Ha-ju and asked Kut concern, Way are you feeling okay? Ha-ju looked confused and replied, and turned around and laughed. Didn't I say that if I used my fun strength, it would take 12 hours to recover? Remembering, Ha-ju also laughed and replied that he was fi, but deep down he thought, P resonance ID is secret, so I have to use EP excuse of exhaustion to eat up. Opposite him, Adela politely raised her hand. I have a question. She began to press. Du predicted everything at Aki opening ceremony, so why did you have to use all your strength in Lee very first match? Quite a deep and unfathomable look in his eyes. Ha-ju replied, naturally I have my own reasons. Lee Room suddenly fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, waiting to hear his answer. Haru pointed to his eyes and recounted, back then, when I was performing, I was wearing P4 Seasons artifact, remember? Weak image of E4 Seasons artifact immediately appeared. It looked just like some colorful contact lenses. Su-chan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Eat looks exactly like contact lenses, doesn't he? Haru explained that Eat was a ton to help him unleash his fun power, then turned and asked pointedly, do you think Key other teams will figure this out? Lee scene shifted to Lee Key residence of Lee British Tim. In Lee P meeting room, the atmosphere was very tense as everyone watched a Vihe recording using specialized Mage power analysis equipment. Maya was presenting Kut a thoughtful expression. She was concerned that Hazu did not need to use any artifacts during his performance. Kyo was Lee first to speak up and question, Hey Maya, why ID his Mage power so densely concentrated around his eyes? Based on Iki analysis data she asserted, I suspect that IDT Mage power radiating from his Mage eyes. He rubbed his chin in contemplation while Maya continued to present detailed report. She projected X-ray of research results that Britanate Mage experts had gathered regarding recent performance. Everyone present at Lee Key meeting widened their eyes in surprise. No one expected results to be so shocking. Even Kyo could not maintain his composure. Like analysis showed that Lee person in Vi Far was most likely a 6th circle mage, leading him to think in SPC, has Hazu really reached AP 6th circle? Poor Hazu. It turned out that was Lee reason he remained indifferent to all Lee provocative tricks. Maya continued Quitty next analysis table regarding P confrontation Quitty Italian Tim. Hologram boards displayed a X-ray of moments when Hazu encountered his opponents. She stated that all spells he used were beyond 5th circle, estimated to be around 5.5. Maya 8 face suddenly darkened. He cast 6 spells at once and remained strangely stable, quit no signs of overload in other words. After summarizing leak report, Maya concluded that Hazu was highly likely a 6th circle mage, which meant Leaky entire Tim8 plan had completely fallen apart. We urgently need a new strategy to contain Hazu, Kyo said, still silently racking his brain. Lee P next moaning at Lee crowded arena. Lee Ki Jisit Voi rang out announcing that round of 16 of a Ki siege match had officially concluded and Lee Ki winning Tim was. Based on Iki rankings, Hazu 8 Tim stood proudly at Lee Ki top, and Nii McSai loudly announced of P name of Leek South Korean Tim. Aksu Chan was overjoyed to stand on Ki podium of glory, his eyes sparkling as he couldn't believe a strong Tim Lai Germany had been defeated so easily. Aksu Chan turned to start a conversation. We unun today than to your plan. But Hazu on Lai replied nonchalantly, I didn't even do anything today. Hearing that, Aksu Chan excitedly said, that ain't right, you didn't even have to lift a finger. It was all than to that brilliant bait strategy, right? Haeun did not agree at all, that name ID truly speechless and terribly depressing. Looking back in time to previous day, Haru once asked Hyun, do you think other teams will realize that soon? She replied without hesitation, of course after all 4 seasons ID an artifact that they can examine or scan. However he offered a contrary opinion, I guess they probably unt. Haru explained that contact lens style Mage tools that fit a Viki eyeballs don't exist yet and furthermore, dense magical reactions were still emanating around his eyes. He gestured, drawing a circle of fire, then chuckled, so when those other teams scout me, they'll be fooled into thinking I am at LVE6. Hearing this wild idea everyone gasped in sexy and exclaimed, oh my god, what ID this? Haru calmly replied.
Yeah.
Then he stood before them, clenching his fist enthusiastically. We need to use these tricks to make it a reality. Actually, according to our country standard, that NLVE4, but I'll just boast that Eat 8 a transformation spell so people will think Eat 8 LVE5. Returning to reality, Haru thought to himself, what if I spread a rumor now that I've reached LV6? Adela then spoke up, in that case, leaky opposing teams will have to rush to revise their plans, and of course, they'll fall a step behind. Hitting Li P nail on E head, Haru declared, exactly, though Yi Tate not certain if this trick will fool the enemy next time. Wapi marksman representing Li English Tim Idiki LVE 5 Mage, his name Idik Kai Lo Venture. At Lee Siege Arena, key third match was South Korea facing P against England. Lee crowd began to buzz about key match 8 outcome, who will win prize this time? Definitely traditional England. But some people bet on South Korea, haven't do seen how Shin Haru stirred up Lee entire arena in previous matches. South Korea ID sure to win, what else? Wog audience then split into factions and argued, if do so go compete yourself. Above in light judges area, Kengan slowly adjusted his glasses on his nose to see clearly. James started low-key conversation to make heat more lively, due to which side do predict will ultimately win. Gajin confidently boasted Mikhailo will definitely win. Compared to her, Kengan replied concisely Haru will win. James chuckled delightedly, being an outsider watching a guts ID truly relaxing and quite fun. Kengan glanced at V and asked playfully, hey James, which side are you leaning towards? As for Gajon, she didn't lie that answer at all, so she fixed her eyes on James, waiting. James pretended to be racking his brains, rubbing his chin. Honestly, I'm quite conflicted myself. Then, suddenly having a gut idea, he snapped his fingers. I'll choose to side quit that person. Like a moment like battle began, Li PMX shouted loudly, everyone I contest has officially erupted. And right at Li P's start, two opponents stood glaring closely at each other, preparing for a fiery clash. Kai Lo was already smiling slyly, while Haru, on Iki other hand, was utterly serious. Iki MX called Aki names of E2 warriors, Kai Lo and Shin Haru. As soon as Y round began, they were seen showcasing their techniques against each other, causing YP entire arena to erupt with a loud bang. As Lee dust and smoke gradually cleared, Kai Lo still stood there calmly. Shit, been a long time since we last met Shin Haru. Specifically 183 hours. Haru stepped back a bit and responded in kind. I don't know if do counted correctly, but he truly has been a long time. He nodded in agreement, saying it was spot on. Ever since we met, your image has been lingering in my mind. Instead of rushing into a fight, he teased, what a key matter. Are you annoyed that I turned down your challenge? Kyo casually lowered his sword, his voice excited. Who me? Annoyed? That ain't never gonna happen? I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Hazu thought to himself. Hate's still as aggressive as ever, but what makes him formidable ID that he doesn't see a single opening. After a few pleasantries, he entered a fighting stance and leisurely threw a strike. That ain't enough small talk, isn't it? Hazu muttered. Now I understand why they call him Leapy Storm Knight. Wind began to gather under Kyo 18 Tren, enveloping him in a wild vortex. Hazu observed and whispered, a wind ID keep you up around that guy. That current of wind swirled upward from his feet, all like way to his hands. Still keeping that smiling expression, Kyo's body began to glow brilliantly. Hazu was momentarily surprised by this trend transformation. He shouted Ike technique, wind god armor, and instantly, a solid layer of wind armor encased his entire body. Eyes glowing desire, Kyo roared, let me taste power of like 7 rings Hazu. Meanwhile, before he had even prepared anything, Guy had already closed distance. As fast as Lee wind, he shoved his face right up to Hazu 8, making him startle and exclaim, what kind of terrifying speed ID that? By natural reflex moment Kyo swung his sword. He managed to lean back to dodge ET. But even so, he still couldn't completely avoid the chef from that tricky slash. After landing a opening strike, he leisurely wiped his blade clean. Hazu quickly raised his hand and began to chant a spell. A magical barrier was erected, blocking Kyo's next strike completely. He looked surprised, then amused. Dear Lee, first person to LPC my move so smoothly on Lee first encounter. Hazu remained calm as a cucumber and asked, ID this legendary wind strike? He grunted in confirmation, held his sword at ILV, and shouted, Wind God Sword, first form wind strike! Kyo8's sword instantly accumulated wind energy, and he explained, this IDK technique that concentrates wind at Lee key tip of Lee blade, boosting both power and attack speed. Hazu recalled Dipe strike from earlier. He hadn't even been able to see that lightning, fast/clearly. This guy was much faster and sharper than anticipated. While observing his opponent gathering momentum, he calculated, theoretical analysis ID useless now. No wonder I had to come here myself to verify Kyo's abilities. Once his cooldown ended, Kyo immediately lunged forward, swinging his sword in challenge. Let it see if Du can LPC this one. Not letting him press his advantage, Hazu widened his eyes and activated his Godded Eye. Thanks to this technique, he foresaw P-sword paths, not just one, but a flurry of incoming attacks. This time Lai Guy was unleashed a relentless rapid-fire succession of slashes. Just as predicted, he nimbly jumped high and dodged sideways to evade every single sword stroke. Not letting the other person continue to run wild, Hazu immediately launched a counter-strike Kuda blazing fireball. This time, Leaky Blow struck Kaio directly in Leaky abdomen, leaving him no way to evade in time. Key momenti key fireball hit eat through key opponent a considerable distance back. A long slide across leady ground. Kaio quickly regained his balance and resumed his sword stance, ready as before. Hazu thought to himself that he had anticipated this situation, but life isn't always what do dream. He began gathering Manhwa again, yet unexpectedly, third circle Madicha failed to cause even a single scratch. Kaio looked back and smirked Kut delight. Do you really get it dodging, aren't you? Pointing his finger at Hazu, both annoyed and curious, he said, using Enli fireballs. You're underestimating me way too much. He calmly replied that he had never underestimated his opponent. Hearing that, his eyes flared up, quote, excitement. If du can say eat, then Sme du can do et. He charged in again, lie a muth to a flame, demanding Hazu use his fun strength to counter Wu-Pi move immediately. Meanwhile, judges continued to observe every single movement intently. Zem appeared thoroughly satisfied and appreciative, dodging while launching rapid counter-attacks. This kid truly formidable. He concluded that Shin Hazu 8's strength now far surpassed that of KO and Daria, not in Lai and Mana reserves, but also because of his nearly unrivaled sharp VXN and intellect. Gazun felt his choice was slighted because Hazu had hidden his skills until now to reveal himself as a 6th circle mage. James laughed, teasing Kim Kangin that doing that to a teammate was indeed a bit mean. Kangin remained deep in thought, realizing Hazu might have planned this whole operation since the first time he saw 4 seasons. He asked James if he could promise him one thing. He was surprised by LP's mysterious request. Why are you suddenly asking for a promise like this? Kangin replied, Kuda stern expression, promise that Du will keep what I am about to reveal a secret. Gazun replied without hesitation, very well, I swear on my honor as Tower Master and all my manai. James also agreed, swearing similarly on honor and power of like Redmadi Chi. Kangin 8 eyes suddenly lit up, quote, resolve. He began revealing his prediction that Hazuil V had not yet reached Aoki's 6th circle, so Iki likelihood of his defeat was very high. Kangin frowned heavily, saying that Hazu was not a 6th circle mage, making him very likely to lose this match. On Ki battlefield, Hazu was still trying to focus all Li Ki energy in his hands. Before tornado surrounding Kaio had even ceased, an excited voice shouted, Go all Hazu! Hazu calmly asked in return, Go all? It really necessary to go that far. He did not hesitate to dash straight into Ki tornado to deliver Li decisive blow. His eyes widened in amazement. It possible that you aren't even bothering to use your fun strength against me. Hazu didn't seem to care at all, gesturing toward Kaio as if explaining to a stubborn child that this wasn't a one-on-one duel. A smirk appeared on Hazu's lips, accompanied by a sarcastic tone. I mean, defeating Du isn't even on my to-do list. That manic gaze was fixed on Hazu. Then suddenly a shrill scream tore through IP space. Kaio grabbed Leaky other personate hand and turned around frantically to ask what was happening, after which a voice sounded, warning that this was an emergency. Upon hearing those words, his face immediately darkened as if he had just eaten bitter melon. What on earth? He just smirked, raised his hand into Waiki air, and began muttering an incantation. Suddenly, waves of energy poured down from above. Laya downpour. He was a long-range SC Patma Adicha spell based on coordinates 4877-33123. Su Chan panted, quote, exhaustion, his brows furrowed in disbelief at what he was seeing. Consecutive columns of energy slammed straight into position 2889 as if to flatten late place where he was standing. On neck ground, Li's whole group was desperately trying to run for their lives to dodge key attack. Maya struggled through wide barrage of magical projectiles and hurriedly screamed Kaio 8 name in a panic. On the other side of battlefield, he was furious at not receiving a response, testily asking if Li's other party could hear him. Kaio face hardened, quote, murderous intent, glaring at Hazu and roaring, asking what tricks he had played behind his back. In Laki Forest, explosions continued to shake the ground, and Hazu calmly stood there, replying that he hadn't done anything at all. Hazu's eyes flashed, quote, a cunning lie, his expression revealing amusement as if everything were just a fun gum. Immediately, an overwhelming wave of pressure surged straight toward Kaio. A blinding streak of light tore through air, forcing everyone to jump away to escape. Right at Iki Arena, an announcement echoed throughout stands, confirming that South Korean Tim was the overall winner. Ga Jun turned sharply and asked Kang in Kuda's serious face about that boy background. She walked EV and asked curiously how someone could cast Madiich so accurately from a distance of 2 kilometers. Kangin remained standing there, calmly looking forward and saying that it was a get question, and they would probably have to wait Fo's image data to be analyzed to know for sure. Then, Ga-jun glanced at Ki Tower Master of Lai Ki Red Tower Fu an answer. But James just shrugged, spreading his hands to he had nothing to do could et. However, he suddenly paused, glancing back could a meaningful look, saying that while Lee P. Medich was unclear, Lee Boy was definitely someone fun of schemes. In James' 8 mind, memories of previous matches flooded back, from League exhibition to Lee match against Italy, where E-Boy made Lee whole world believe he was a 6th circle mage. Lee's images from Lee on of Lee Ki match just now appeared, making him marvel silently. He turned to KO had been lured far away so Lee Boy could easily set his marks. Hajjant brilliant figure haunted his mind. After separating Lee Ki opponent 8 strongest warrior, he had focused on supporting his teammates from afar instead of rushing into ET chaos. James' 8 expression showed disbelief as he scratched his head, muttering that ET was absurd. Could this genius plan really have been devised by an 18-year-old boy? Tremendous energy Lee Ki Boy displayed while facing Kyo also stunned James, especially since the Ki Boy had been feigning his true Medici V. His voice lowered seriously, saying that this could become a major threat to all of Daria. A Medici book was UB on its Sistran characters glowing Kuda brilliant lie. In a quiet, secluded corner, Mimir rested his chin on his hand while holding a book and remarked, "I see, so everything happened exactly as Lee's successor predicted." Her tone carried a hint of worry. Fokio, was that madman in those battles truly that formidable? Hazu, sitting across from her, replied gently, "Furthermore, our ability to counter them ID truly lacking." Mimir was stunned and blurted out, "Counter them?" He clutched a book tightly, looked up Kuda's solemn expression and explained, "That ain't right. Kyo specializes in high-speed melee combat along Kuda's invincible divine wind shield." Hazu recalled his fighting style, thinking that someone Lai himself who specialized in free-form Ma Dijich facing him was a nightmare. Mimir widened her eyes, gestured Kud her hand, and asked, "But if you use resonance skills, wouldn't you be guaranteed a win?" Hazu snapped e-book shut, his eyes darkening. "Thou, resonance ID indeed key to victory, but problem ID our opponents aren't just Kyo." Mimir tilted her head curiously, rubbed her chin and said, "Key's successor mentioned someone, do mean that red-haired girl, right?" Images of Daria flashed through his mind. Her name was Daria, wasn't it? He leaned forward slightly and explained quickly, her. Maintaining resonance drains my stamina, so if I have to fight them one after another, I'll definitely be in big trouble." Mimir glanced at him and let out a long sigh. There ain't that annoying, pathological perfectionism again. She sat up straight, used a bit of Ma Diche to make Y books float, and said, "Come on, being careful and thorough isn't a bad thing." Hazu's expression softened a bit, and he replied Kuda gentle smile, "Thank you very much, Mimir." A deep sense of determination was now rising within him. This sports festival had actually just begun. Leaky appearance of Kyo and Daria made Hazu able to fight burn even brighter. He had to advance further to Wee Ki 5th circle of truth. Time flew by. In Lee Ki following day, Lee Ki Stadium was as bustling and noisy as if it were bursting. Suchin stood next to his teammates and spoke up, "Kyu Gate, Tim just achieved a convincing victory in semifinals." Sinhu lowered his head slightly and mused. They crushed their opponents without even needing to use their ultimate Medici. Just as Du predicted Hazuha, there was get reason for them to hold back their techniques. Across from them, Jinsu looked excited and said, "Kuda laugh. Ishi feels lay EQ upcoming Phi and ID key going to be fun of drama, doesn't heat?" Hyun joined in. "Last year, when we faced EU80 Tim, Lee T atmosphere was as gloomy as a funeral." Suchin stood nearby shaking his head helplessly. "Has everyone forgotten that we are in like semifinals?" Jin So grinned confidently and replied, "Isn't weak result already within our grasp? Why worry and tire yourself off?" From a distance, Hazu strode toward everyone. Kuda poised demeanor. "Once we've finished EP, you gate. Tim, what else IDP there to worry about?" He raised an eyebrow defiantly. "P semifinals are nothing compared to our current form." Hazu looked around at his teammates encouragingly. "Now, let it go out there and finish this semifinal match, comrades." Everyone looked at him in admiration. "Oh, leader, dear so kun. Why are you so unusually charming all of a sudden? Hey everyone, be careful not to let this guy sweep you up your feet." Tiny specks of Lie began to dance and spread throughout Lee's surrounding space. On a Lee TV screen, Lee match highlights were replaying. Glue Korean Storm had officially swept away EDU Gate, powerhouse in Lee's second quarterfinal. Amidst Iki enthusiastic voice of a commentator, a hand slammed onto Lee Ki table. Korea ID truly on a completely different LV this year. Will they manage to make a move against EU? AT. Tim. G Hand 8 face showed clear frustration. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it all." Hen bowed his head, clutching 8 in frustration as he thought about Haru 8 schemes. He had initially just hoped his Tim would perform decently, but who would have thought that kid would dare to stand him up 6 rounds. G Hand frowned, clearly panicked, and quickly pulled out his phone, muttering that if they actually own a medal in this situation, even just a bronze, there would be no way to fiend trend those people. As soon as person on Iki other and answered, Hen snapped at them, What on earth ID going on? Turkish replied nonchalantly. Dear quite patient young master, aren't you? His voice dropped, carrying a haunting, threatening tone as he said, I told you to leave everything to me, didn't I? I already said that much. Gihan, still restless and scowling, shouted, Do you still have to report to me? Tell me quickly how do you plan to clean up this mess? Don't leave a single quis. Wekiss tilted his head, took a his hat and replied, I apologize, but regarding this plan, even foe a VP seek lie Mr. Jihan, I cannot breathe a quupsi to anyone. His eyes flashed quite cunning as he smirked arrogantly. What if I offered to give you a hint? Most seasoned managers have been mobilized to handle this chaos, date not just me. Haru will definitely be wiped all completely. Leaky bright Monen sun shone down on Likey bustling arena, right on Likey day of he dramatic siege battle finals. Kangen remained silent, not reacting any slightest, simply lowering his gaze to look down. At that very moment, a Stren figure slowly approached from behind him. Inhayak strode proudly into room without saying a quus. Mr. Inhayak had arrived. Kangen reached out to him excitedly, saying, Do you came to watch this match in person? If Haru knew about this, he'd be shocked enough to fall. He kept a bright smile as he turned to Inhai. Uffin asked curiously, Deek, everything progressing smoothly. He crossed his arms and replied calmly, Art Likey director of an international counter-terrorism agency has officially approved our proposal. Kangen looked forward, a sneer forming on his lips as he said, Even those stubborn people agreed to concede. You must have had a hard time convincing them. Inhai quickly sat down in a nearby chair and asked in return, What about your side? He sat down next to him and replied with a smile, Things are quite settled on this end. Both James and John confirmed there are no major issues. Mentioning this, Kangen suddenly remembered like other two and announced they couldn't make heat today because they were busy. Specifically, James said he would miss Derry at match. He glanced at him, smiled brightly, and held up 2 fingers, saying, Well, then to that, Tate been a long time since we've had some peace and quiet together to cheer fo Haru. Inhai didn't pay any attention, propping his chin on his hand and looking away, muttering, Way do you use your words sounds somehow wrong. His face suddenly turned serious and his voice sounded somewhat hesitantly perplexed as he added, Furthermore, there IDE this matter. Below in Liki Arena, Iki crowd was noisy and bustling, watching Liki match that was about to begin. From Lipi entrance Haru and his teammates stepped heroically. Inhai, raised his eyebrows, watching intently, and said, I don't see why that kid needs extra cheering, Tate a waste of energy. Kangen, sitting his arms crossed beside him, tilted his head slightly and replied, I understand what do you mean. He fixed his gaze on Haru who was smiling brightly, and silently marveled that even a seasoned Phantom Lion High, found his son quite adorable. Leak electronic board lit up as will announce at 8 Voy Boomadi 5 on 5 Siege Battle Finals of Leaky Olympiad are officially underway now. As soon as key signal was given, he dashed to Pili Afiti lot. Haru began battle quit high spirits. Haru constantly calculated Derry 8 moves in his head. Her specialty was devastating, large-scale magical firepower, and fighting her as a Tim was truly a high-risk gamble. He recalled Lai's strategy of Li's previous match and told himself that a direct one-on-one confrontation was still Li's most feasible option. Kyo's image returned, making Hazu hesitate because unlike Kyo, there was no guarantee that Daria would reveal herself easily. He was absorbed in pondering Liu's old strategy and wondered if a Celalala match against Daria would yield better results. Coordinate locking Ma Deech once helped me LV enemy base, but what if Daria takes Waiki initiative foe and all attack? Hazu sped up to push aside distracting thoughts, as there was no turning back now except to raid Iki Tiger Den directly. What worried him was his opponent's scheme. He dashed through Waiki Forest Lai Li Wind, with a constant warning in his head that if Daria used that trick, his side would certainly face defeat. As he was rushing forward, a figure appeared right in front of him, forcing Hazu to come to a sudden halt. She put her hands on her hips, gave a challenging smile, and greeted him, So, you've arrived, have you? Daria spoke with a nonchalant air as if she were strolling in a park. Key weather ID so lovely today, we should have gone for a walk instead of coming here to fight. Hazu maintained an indifferent attitude, not responding but Enlai silently glancing around to investigate. After a moment of silence, he subtly asked about his 4 teammates who were still nowhere to be found at Leaky base. Daria laughed and pointed ahead, replying, That ain't right. Moving aimlessly just to fall into your trap would be quite a waste of effort, wouldn't it? Hazu stared at his opponent cautiously. It seemed she had already figured all his positioning Madi Iche. Right at that moment, a blazing pillar of fire suddenly erupted violently in Lipi middle up space. Daria smiled triumphantly while operating her Fiend Trend screen and added, Beliwe our side 8 strategy ID total defense, waiting for you to walk right into trap yourself. Despite her cheerful expression, her eyes showed clear menace. If those four didn't gather, her Tim was determined not to step outside. Surrounded by a eye of fire, Leaky Demolition Expert continued, "As long as I am standing here, don't dream of your Tim gathering, and my side doesn't need to see their faces anyway. He tate too much trouble." Lee flickering flames reflected in Hazu's eyes, leaving him standing there with a serious expression. She took a defensive stance, ready to strike, and said, "In state, the outcome of this match depends entirely on two of us." Without waiting for another quote, Daria launched a blazing streak of fire at her opponent, declaring, "Scorching Inferno!" Hazu immediately reacted with extreme speed, dodging to Lee's side to avoid attack. Bursts of blue flame erupted continuously. This was Leaky exclusive secret art and Leaky pride of like red tower that Daria possessed. Heat from this inferno was many times higher than Leaky ordinary flames people usually see. He observed and calculated that someone who could keen trend blue flames at 500 degrees Celsius was no simple foe. Seeing Hazu dodge, Daria mocked him. "How long do plan to facial hide and seek Hazu?" This idea getting quite boring. More streams of blue fire poured down. As he ran for his life, he shouted, "P. Lee, take it easy on me, young lady." She gleefully manipulated her each and gave a challenging wink. "Careful now. You'll be crying in a moment." Hazu bit his lip and observed Daria surroundings, but bitterly realized he could not find any weakness in the Midichi circle. His eyes were fixed on key electronic xenon panels she was using. To see through that Medici circle, he had to seek LU in within 4 meters and use his magical eyes to look directly at Light P center. However, Lipi wall of fire blocking his way made Hazu hesitate, as Inferno range was too vast to approach. Daria glared proudly, looked up at her opponent, and calculated that Iki's tiny orb was more than capable of leveling everything within a 10-meter radius. Firestorms rained down relentlessly. Hazu hurriedly erected a shield to defend himself, thinking that this girl was uniquely difficult to deal with, unlike Kyo. Gritting his teeth beneath his self-made shield, he thought to himself that he had to use seat to BLPC Medici attack, while taking opportunity to closely examine IP Medici circle inside. Daria 8 blue flames surged violently, intense heat capable of melting any shield in an instant. Her face darkened and her eyes narrowed into a sly smile as she asked, "Are you really planning on running away?" Daria fired streaks of flame forward repeatedly and sneered, "If that ain't what you're planning, I'm very disappointed." Countless streams of ghastly blue fire rushed forward, launching a barrage of attacks at Hazu. He cast a quick glance, lowered his hands, and quietly channeled his internal power. At very moment flames descended, Hazu dodged quit lightning speed. He thrust his hand forward, and like flow of energy began to take visible shape. Something rushed forward like a lightning bolt from behind Daria. It was a wind blade. Yet, she still managed to turn and BLPC Hazu'd attack in an instant. He swung his arm, took momentum, leaped into air, and performed an artistic flip. The invisible blade under Hazu'd launched continuous attacks. Daria's eyes were fixed on her opponent with a serious expression, wondering what he was planning. Lee projectile rushed at her from behind. Daria stood as still as a statue, but just as Eat was about to hit her, she leaped away gracefully, thinking, this EKLVK of XQ, do you have to challenge me?" After his aerial display, Hazu landed on ground quick composure. His face showed amusement as he continued to channel power, thinking, "I thought this speed would be enough, but apparently it ain't not. I guess I'll have to use my trump CPC." Suddenly, various sources of energy erupted around Hazu, and he threw his head back toward Lai Sakai. Leapy streams of water under Hazu 8 Fiend Tren began to surge violently. Witnessing that, Daria couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking, using a water-based spell for such a sloppy attack. Immediately after, she launched a powerful counterattack, Iki energy roaring forward as she yelled, "Don't even think about stopping my super heated hell." Terrifying source of energy just released collided powerfully quitty water. Waves of water surged continuously around them, and like battle between Adela and Hazu was swallowed by a thick mist of steam. In the blink of an eye, surging water had engulfed Iki's entire surrounding area. Unable to see what was happening below, like two people up high shouted, "We can't see anything. What IP hell ID going on down there?" Daria's expression visibly sank, and an indescribable sense of unease involuntarily rose in her heart. The entire scene before them completely vanished behind a thick veil of steam. Hazu remained calm as he controlled IP mist, his eyes focused intently on locking onto his Tagate. She laughed aloud with delight, her tone somewhat admiring as she said he was the first person to parry her attack so cleanly. As for Hazu, he and Lai gave a slight, mysterious smirk. Daria quickly regained her footing, her eyes burning with a desire to fight, thinking he must still be hiding his true skills. Rapid attacks were unleashed by her incessantly and without rest. Billowing steam rose up, creating a solid defensive wall in Inky blink of an eye. Live people standing far away were also stunned, IT fog was so thick that they could no longer see anything ahead. Even Daria was enclosed by a screen of steam, key hazy space causing her to completely lose her bearings. She looked forward pensively as if plotting something, if this were indeed his intention. However, right at that moment, a beam of light suddenly flashed from right beneath Li Pi flowing water. Daria reached her hand forward, concentrating her energy and exclaiming that he had revealed himself. A blinding light swept powerfully across key space, forcefully tearing through every obstacle ahead. Witnessing that scene, she instantly froze as she realized she had misjudged Deep position. Beams of light were intricately interwoven throughout leaky space high above. Just as she turned her head, Daria saw that Hazu had already closed in behind her at some point. Her pupils contracted, and she gritted her teeth in SC, realizing she had fallen into a defensive position. But this guy was too much. As soon as he got CKLU, he immediately began charging energy for his next move. She quickly regained initiative, energy bursting around her like a sturdy shield. Hazu smiled as if he could see into her soul, mockingly asking if that was all EXQ she had. Instantly, he built momentum and lunged forward like an arrow. Hazu narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting suddenly to become extremely sharp. Taking advantage of his momentum, he swung his arm, throwing a punch straight at Daria's beautiful face. She let out a gasp and cursed inwardly. He was truly a madman who showed no respect for anyone. Daria decisively leaped backward to evade Hazu's sequel combat attack. She spun gently and landed perfectly, thinking it was lucky it only grazed her, not expecting him to attack so quickly. Daria scowled, her face darkening annoyance. Hitting a woman-ate face showed a complete lack of courtesy. Afterward, she immediately focused her inner strength to keen trend-like surge of power in her palm. Hazu was also as quick as a lot, using his water screen to respond to Waiki attack. Two flows of energy collided fiercely, evenly matched. Daria thought to herself that this match was starting to get in TP rate 10. An excited smile appeared on her lips. This feeling of tension was truly worth it. How long had it been since she had found this feeling again? Daria frowned in worry when she saw Ike item on her ear had suddenly vanished. Leaky image of Hazu about to unleash his move suddenly flashed back. Could it be that it fell at that very moment? She brushed aside all stray thoughts to continue Leaky fight whatever. Leaky outcome of this match idiki ultimately just a private matter between Leaky two of us. Daria kept reminding herself that Leaky most important thing right now was to dedicate herself entirely to Leaky match. Beams of energy from both sides constantly collided and struggled intensely. Daria tried her best to stand firm, yet her resistance kept gradually withering away. She fixed her gaze on Hazu, her mind full of suspicion. What was this chilling feeling? Oh, was he hiding something up his sleeve? Wasn't he at IP's 6th circle rod and She nimbly lunged to cleanly evade her opponent's attack. X-ray of hypotheses ran continuously through Daria's head. If that weren't it, why was he struggling so hard? He should have crushed her overwhelming firepower by now. Hazu gave an enigmatic smile at that attitude. Daria, why are you so sure that I am not a 6th circle mage? Daria was momentarily stunned by this unpredictable turn of events. Hazu leisurely stroked the blade of his sword and slowly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It ain't not that I can't use 6th circle Madi Chi. It ain't just that I don't want to use it yet." His eyes were deep and unpredictable. "My goal ID key simply to gather information about Dew on that superheat hell." Daria immediately retorted, "That it ridiculous. If Dew had truly reached 6th circle art and Dew would have finished me a P ages ago instead of sitting here blustering." Hazu maintained his calm demeanor. "If it were a Cielsu duel, that would be true, but this Idika Tim battle after all." He smirked confidently. "This tournament Idika still far from V." She stood her hands on her hips, her eyes full of suspicion as she questioned, "Are you saying that even without Dew, your teammates could handle us easily on their own?" Hazu nodded in acknowledgement without hesitation, obviously and this time ID no exception. Hearing that, Daria angrily shot back, "Then keep those words and say them to this move." Just then, Li P announcer 8 Voy Boomdo announcing that Li P match had concluded. She cried all in SBC. "What?" Announcer clearly proclaimed Lai Korean Tim as Lady winners. Watching through Leak's screen, BE Bell remarked that Korean Tim had secured Lee overall victory at the Olympiad. T. Rakis nodded in agreement. Indeed a spectacular comeback. That guy snapped at Jig Fo being overly excited about this flashy display. Seeing this, he asked back if he wasn't get. Bielaki Bell smirked sinisterly. "Just let them enjoy their remaining time." He caressed YP creatures in his hands. "Soon, they uneven have Li P mind to laugh." T. Rakis glanced at him, his gaze momentarily contemplative as he pondered like warning just given. He spoke coldly, "Stop talking nonsense." He Idiki almost here. Leaky 1 T. Rakis referred to was none other than Leaky master of Libi Plesi Tower sat dial. Instantly, a blinding streak of light surged up, drawing Waiki fun attention of Leaky crowd. Everyone simultaneously knelt down in awe as Lee's shadow of Liafi Demon Keen slowly blanketed Lee ground and like him lie. In Nike middle of a vast arena, announcer 8 Voy echoed to every corner, declaring that Ike Castle siege battle had ended. Without making Wyke audience wait, we announcer declared Lai winning Tim as Korea 8 Obelix Academy, causing Daria to scream in indignation. Did we really lose? Why did 8 happen like this? Faced with that attitude, Hazu couldn't hide his annoyance. Let me give Du a fatal piece of advice. Having finished speaking, he raised his hand to touch her Jongkui point, making her startle, so that was Lee Ki reason. He calmly provided an analysis in a dramatic Tim battle. Cherish your headset Lay AD, your very own treasure. Hazu smirked slightly. Du should know that severing communication among such massive ranks ID'd a direct invitation to failure. Upon hearing that, memories of I knockout match flooded Daria at 8 mind. Don't tell me at that very moment. She collapsed in despair as she realized YT issue, while he turned his back and walked away without a second thought. Time passed slowly as night gradually descended, enveloping a quiet space. At this moment, Hazu sat alone on a key chair, his eyes fixed intently on his phone screen. Suddenly, a carton of cold milk was placed right in front of him. He looked up, his gaze scanning Lee's surrounding area. Adela looked at him and offered praise. Well done, Hazu. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed, Adi that du, Adela. He smiled back in appreciation. Key one who worked key hardest must be Du surely. He asked about Lee P battle situation. While I was holding Daria back, I heard Du completely decimated Lee US Tim. Then to that we saved quite a few trump cards. Furthermore, Du also played impressively in this afternoon 8 turnaround match, didn't Du? Adela said as she sat down beside Hazu, who was listening attentively. She looked, humbly. I and Lee faced May and Lai P Group XTG. Starting Quit Wike round of 16 tomorrow, things will definitely be much tougher. He didn't forget to advise Adela in a worried tone. Don't push yourself too hard, if Du get injured. Our Tim IDT done foe. She replied in a firm tone, don't worry, I will definitely get care of myself. She then glanced at her watch. Say late, so I'll head off first. Hazu replied softly, get rest. Having said that, she turned and strode away, her silhouette gradually vanishing into Iki distance ahead. As he watched her leave, he quickly scrolled through his phone interface to retrieve Iki necessary information. While walking, Hazu reviewed Iki Data Key Olympics has 10 categories, and each athlete ID Key Nenlai allowed to register for a maximum of 6 events. He told himself that he needed to strengthen his resolve. During times I'm not competing, I must work doubly hard to become stronger. Hazu pushed a Bomi door and said, Mimir, I am here. Mimir replied softly and inquired warmly, Successor, what were results of match? He beamed with excitement, a massive win of course, and it was a truly spectacular victory as well. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but marvel, that ain't wonderful. Based on IP schedule Dio mentioned, Dio be free fu IP next 4 days, right? Hazu replied leisurely, my next match ID in 4 days, so I plan to spend all that time practicing here. She continued to on-check parade her doubts. Are you sure that ain't alright? Shouldn't you stay to provide tactical advice to your teammates? Hazu held like newly searched documents CLU to his chest and reassured her. Don't worry, even in my absence, they are more than capable of managing. Mimir mumbled. Do you really trust them? Don't do. He replied bluntly without hesitation. Of course. My Tim ID fun of heavy hitters, so I need to seize this opportunity to ascend to Y Key 5th Infinite Circle. Hazu was immersed in thought, his mind directed straight towards Key mysterious ring of truth. He leafed through YT pages of books, his eyes fixed on each dancing letter. Lai ring of truth lay parallel to Hazu 8 notes while she was dozing the P. Next to it was E Key super infinite ring, which had a structure quite similar to EP expansion ring, but Li P difficulty lay in the fact that ET was also identical to I Key expansion ring designed to fully enclose I Key ring of truth. More tiny infinite circles were needed. To put it bluntly, creating Lai ring of truth requires weaving a total of 4 rings, though people often jokingly refer to them as E5 rings. He settled Likey issue and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't he practically being forced to weave 8 more rings? 4 days flew by and news about Like Academy Olympics began to break. Leak image of a broadcaster slowly appeared on EP screen announcing that South Korea, UK and Iki USA each had 1 goal. Hazu glanced at Lee EV while drying his hair. Everyone was deeply shocked that South Korea had been eliminated in Lee Key round of 16 in Lee semifinals. Lee P broadcast continued quit Leaky News APE showing that Lee Hem Tim ranking had plummeted from 1st to 3rd before anyone realized it. Afterward, his previous match was replayed. P absence of Shin Hazu was truly a massive loss for South Korea. It didn't matter because Hazu still had a chance, whereas Daria from Lee USA and Kaio from EUK had already exhausted both of their matches. What kind of consequences will this lead to? A feature lot of lie flickered on P screen and then vanished completely. Hazu smirked smugly. 3rd place was no problem because a win tomorrow would settle everything. Lithe scene shifted to the next Monen in front of a Jiki Ren Buien. Daria spoke up with a frown, questioning him. Hey, what ID meaning of this? Kaio sat in his chair and looked at her in confusion. What? He asked, as she grumbled that they weren't CTLU enough to watch a match together. He replied casually, I'm not keen on sitting here quit do you either, it ain't just that this spot has likey clearest view. Daria angrily pointed to Leaky opposite side, there are VP seats, V there too, get lot and go sit there? He remained indifferent, leaving her speechless. In lie see that guy back, if I sat a VE there, if do you don't lie eat, feel free to go there yourself. Both looked toward Ike Arena as commentator hate Voy rang I tiebreak between Key Netherlands and South Korea would begin in 30 seconds. Hazu stepped onto Yuki XTG Kud a kun and stoic hurrah. He quickly held a strategy meeting with his teammates. Kaio observed E's situation and remarked that he looked quite relaxed, to which Daria immediately replied that it was unlike natural. She stared at him and thought to herself that victory in this tiebreak was already in South Korea 8 pocket. Like commentator explained Doppy rules, this was a magical sport where teams alternate between offense and defense each round. Lee attacking side uses special cannons and magical balls to crush key opponent 8 protective stones. Lee P defensive side uses my DH shields to be Elpa CD balls, repeating this 10 times to see who breaks more stones to win. Leaky Amexai continued to stir up leaky atmosphere quit a booming voy, welcoming Iki opening face Jamin of Lek Netherlands Tim. As Fo Hazu Raymond was also observing in that direction quit a deep, worried frown. His mind was heavy quit doubts, winning this match seemed lie an extremely difficult task. No one was sitting idly while his mind was still racing quit calculations. Raymond immediately launched a strike directly at E defensive stone barrier. Lee force of leaky impact caused Lee stones to crack and then shatter, scattering fragments all across Eek arena. Lee Ivzi quickly announced that an accurate shot had left Korean Tim Kud exactly 9 stones. Darian stood outside watching and exclaimed in surprise, ID he crazy foo accepting luck loss of a point. If he does that, Light Netherlands Tim just needs to feel defensively to secure like he win. Leak referee whistle resounded, marking Hazu it turned to counter-attack. He turned to instruct his teammates that setting Lima D each shield to 10% would be fi. Kyo still had his chen in his hand thinking, because Wima D each shield had limits, calculating its durability for each turn was extremely important, as E Netherlands Tim seemed intent on being in a solid fortress. CT your turn now. Sumiti young man gripped leggy cannon in his hands tightly, ready to secret a massive explosion. A terrifying stream of energy shot forth from Mai cannonate muzzle, zipping through Y air. Look entire stadium was stunned in horror as they witnessed 8 sweep clean, crushing all look remaining stones. He bypassed his shield. Lukium sighted voy filled coot excitement mixed coot disbelief. This ID truly unbelievable. If this hit ID recognized, Leet Tournament 8 history will surely turn a new page. Why quiet late night enveloped IT hotel where White US Tim was resting after an exhausting day. Leaky atmosphere in E meeting room was thick quit tension. Key girl was E first to speak quit a pensive expression, stating that E current situation was indeed very bad. That was Sarah Sillin, Lee representative for US Tim, who stated that E key match result was still up in E key air. If this result ID approved by E key organizers, we effectively have no chance of defeating low Korean Tim. Sarah continued to analyze IK's situation. UK Tim had a relatively smooth schedule to reach A finals. In looking at leak overall picture, IP situation didn't look optimistic at all. The projected ranking table appeared clearly on IP screen. Leaky US Tim was lagging in 3rd place, and Lee Fi net outcome didn't look much better. Daria could not hide her anxiety and irritably exclaimed, "There ain't no way it could be lie that." Sarah calmly presented potential countermeasures. Won't lie have 4 more opportunities to deploy our key players, meaning there are 6 matches left to decide everything. Arranging the personnel for each match will decide everything. Lee key optimal solution right now ID key. At key mention of Nessun Jesus 8 name, her expression flickered, and her eyes revealed a clear look of terrifying wariness. Her teammates questioned live feasibility of live plan because it wasn't clear which category Hazu would compete in. Sarah calmly replied, "Fortunately, we still have a basis to make a judgment." Her voice affirmed firmly, "Survival battle along quit mine rate in 1. On 1 duels are AP3 categories quit a highest point values. Surely every heavyweight opponent will focus all their energy on those categories. Then we are left quit Mekong exploration, magical wit battle, and regional conquest." Sarah thought for a long time and then concluded, Hazu will surely choose Lee P magical wit battle, because he ID a cunning schemer. There ID no reason for him to skip this event. Daria questioned back skeptically, "Do you mean even do don't have a chance to beat him?" Sarah responded bluntly, "As much as I hate to admit it, I will lose." Therefore Daria, she decisively focused all her mind on another objective, at all costs, win 2 matches in Mekong exploration and regional conquest. Like opponent was so shocked they shouted all, do mean we're giving up on lead goal of earning Waikiki most points?" Sarah frowned slightly in difficulty, although it was regrettable this was Lee wisest choice to stay safe. There ain't no need for Shinaru to take part in Li P's magical intelligence match. I just need to win to settle things. Mentioning not remaining competitor, she added that Mei from E-Tim had a similar mindset and was likely planning like same move. But Kaio IDP a competitive person, he'd never sit idly by and watch us avoid this cooking battle. Sarah re-emphasized Li plan if they take first place in the Mekong area, Waiki's silver medal will be securely in their hands. Before long, Ki's sun had risen high. Today promised to be a day of warm, bright sunshine. Leaky sow of items crashing rango sharply, it turned out someone ate phone had hit leaky floor. Sarah was in Iki bathroom when her face suddenly turned pale, her limbs trembling enough to spill a medicine bottle. Staring at the notification on the screen, she froze upon seeing Shinhajit name in the regional conquest competition. With announcer enthusiastic voice echoed through packed stands, day 9 of the 7th Olympiads officially began. This year 8 viewership ID truly no joke, it has already surpassed last year 8 numbers by 1.4 times. Lee crowd cheered so wildly it seemed Leapy Stadium would burst. Lee atmosphere was truly electric. So this ID key regional conquest round is an eat. Correct within Lie allotted time whichever team captures Lee most territory wins. But unfortunately, unlike 4 of T8 teams will move forward. Take this unpredictable suspense that creates heart of key game. Like large screen showed Iki athletes' faces, Ike host 8 Voy growing more excited. This was Ike's center of attention. A 3-way showdown between Shinhazu Daria and Kaio. Exactly that ID decisive turning point of this whole game. As Lee clock counted down every second, Lee Ki first round officially kicked a P. Hazu turned to give his teammates some instructions. Jin Suk was so thrilled he wouldn't see top cheering. Maintaining his calm poise, Hazu extended his hand and Madiich was instantly activated. In Lai P blink of an eye, Lai Ki teammate current area was claimed as their own. He looked at Shin Yu and said, "We've taken Lai V's starting point. Now what aid Ike next move?" Before he could finish, surprise flickered in Hazu's eyes. Something had clearly gone wrong. Jin Seok shouted in SPC as he realized Alki opponents had already closed in on their area without them noticing. A guy leading opposing Tim frowned quick tension, his eyes fixed firmly on Hazu. Seeing this, he chuckled as he realized their intent, 7 teams forming an alliance IDP, a bit of a dirty trick. ID key each Tim sending our 2 members to track our every move. ID your plan simply to occupy remaining 2 areas? Lee's opponent shouted bitterly that cooperation ID common practice when hunting monsters and forming an alliance in this battle ID perfectly valid. Jin Seok showed his displeasure openly, while Shinyu was restless and anxious. It seemed they wanted to clear our side all before they started purging each other. Hazu sighed, saying that while it sounded somewhat logical, it was excessive. Shinyu nodded in agreement, as this was indeed nothing sort of group bullying. Leet's opponent took a defensive stance while glaring, criticizing their group Fu being too arrogant to form an alliance earlier, so they shouldn't complain now. Witnessing Lipi group raising their voices, Hazu didn't bother to care, merely smirking and asking what on earth they were rambling about. A massive surge of Ma Di each suddenly exploded around him, implying that bringing a whole crowd here was Lai looking down on him, which hurt his great pride. Feeling overwhelming hurrah radiating awe, opponent trembled and stepped back, stammering to ask what was happening. Before P crowd could even grasp what was happening, that terrifying energy crashed down upon them. Thick dust and smoke obscured everyone. 8 VIX Eniki arena fell into an eerie silence. As dust settled, Ike 7, Tim Alliance from before had been blown away by his attack, Quit members lying scattered across Lee ground lie mummies. Jun gave a mocking laugh, saying if they intended to gang up on him, all 20, one of them should have charged at once to make eat proper. Plaque commentator 8 Voy echoed, announcing that key first match had concluded and Nika Korean Tim had officially on. In EC Veep room, Kangen looked at ET large screen thoughtfully, remarking that key first round had finally come to an end. Hajun suddenly realized Yugate Tim had faced almost no pressure. He wondered if Sarah had arranged everything in advance. James laughed gleefully and proudly boasted that she was Lee genius brain behind every move of Lee to Yugate Tim. Kangen calmly analyzed that occupying a large area would grant a BPI face C. At this rate, how could Leak other teams possibly win? Lead the BP mechanic allows each Tim to merge 10 areas, but if they happen to be taken a V, everything IDP lot, eat truly a double-edged sword. When fighting in their own territory, all Ninja stats are increased, more regions merged, more devastating Wike fake becomes. He suddenly remembered a certain face. This was Lai giving wings to a tiger Fodaria. Specializing in such wide area skills, Hajin will surely face countless difficulties. As Lee match came to a CLU while P City lights began to glow brilliantly. At Lee Hotel, members of Lai Korean national team gathered in fun to hold a discussion. Looking at newly updated match schedule, Shin Yu thoughtfully mentioned Waiki English Tim. Lee Ki phone screen showed that Korea would have to face Ki English Tim in EP next round. Adela grimaced and lamented, seriously, How are we so unlucky to run into them as early as Lee's second round? Hyun immediately corrected her, asking why she was saying such negative things and discouraging everyone like that. Shin Yu looked VEB at Ha-jun, who was resting his eyes closed, and asked if he had a plan. Ha-jun softly replied that they should just stay calm for now. Just then Kyo unexpectedly appeared and greeted his Korean brothers. Weak entire room was stunned, eyes wide with amazement. It was Kyo. How on earth did he manage to find his way here? Kyo didn't seem to care about scrutinizing looks from crowd and continued to greet everyone with a smile, making Hyun ask in confusion why he had come here if he was trying to scout them all. Upon hearing these words he pouted slightly in displeasure, saying there was no need for scouting, as hearing it alone was mentally hurtful. Kyo smiled brightly and declared, I am here openly to offer Shin Hazu a proposal for an alliance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Adela, Shin, and Yu all showed signs of panic. Could it really be an alliance? Hazu stood up, put his hands neatly in his pockets, and quietly observed his counterpart with unreadable eyes. Then, he unexpectedly performed an action no one expected by proactively shaking Kyo's hand, agreeing immediately, let it form an alliance. Kyo venture. After Waiki's social greetings, Kyo silently looked straight at Hazu and smiled subtly with hidden meaning. Hazu also calmly looked back, neither said a kus to the other, but both clearly understood calculations in each other's minds. Like the next day, the atmosphere at Lipi Stadium was somewhat gloomier and less lively than the day before. Daria and Sarah chose seats in a sparsely populated row and thoughtfully observed formation playing below. While taking a sip of water, Daria remarked that it was fortunate South Korea and England had to face each other right here. Agreeing with her friend Date's opinion, Sarah replied, exactly, if we know how to take advantage of ET, we will gather quite a bit of valuable information. Suddenly, she hesitated slightly, saying she hoped one of IK 2 teams would be eliminated, but then retracted 8 because round 2 allows both teams to advance, so that probability ID very low. Looking at lineup on Lee T field, Daria curiously asked, but if Lipi remaining 6 teams agreed to gin hands and cooperate, it would still be possible, wouldn't he? Sarah frankly stated, that it difficult, do saw Shin Hazu 8 match in round 1, so do shouldn't be surprised. Furthermore, it ain't not just D weak who know how to unite. Saying this, she took another sip of water and nodded. That ain't true. Daria suddenly changed Lee's subject. Hey Sarah, why is Shin Hazu so persistent about participating in this territory war? This question made Sarah ponder for a moment and then guess. I'm not quite sure either. Fo Shin Hazu, this gamble ID key fun of risks. Medich secrets are easily revealed, and me key risk of losing points ID high. Sarah 8 mind briefly recalled her childhood rival. If 8 were him, he would certainly never do anything disadvantageous to himself. She silently concluded that there must surely be other unspoken motives behind it. Right now, Lee loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout Leaky Arena, confirming that round 2 in Area 1 of OP territory war was about to begin. Hazu carefully instructed his teammates, everything depends on you according to Likey plan, to which Shin excitedly replied, got it let it go, while Shin Yu also quickly nodded. Suddenly, Jinsi, in OC paused for a moment and asked, wait, can we really trust them? I deek there any chance they intend to stab us and Lipi back? He carefully observed IA members of I opposing Tim standing not far away. Haru firmly asserted that there would be no backstabbing. Partly due to Kyoto chivalrous nature, but importantly, ate to handle the remaining alliances besides us. That Tim also clearly understands that betrayal ID key and Li fastest path to collapse. As he warmed up his muscles, he thought to himself, moreover, their ID also supervision from Leapy American Tim. Like large screen began a countdown every second, and like commentator 8 voy rang all, match has officially begun. Jinsi and OC slightly raised their eyebrows, their eyes intensely focused as they followed every movement on Leaf Field. As Y countdown reached Y third beat, Shinyu was already prepared in a combat stance. Daria and Sarah watched League match from Leapy stands quit bated breath, forgetting even to breathe. Upon hearing Likey's second whistle, Koit's sword had already silently left its scabbard. At a fine end moment, Haru's face suddenly became terrifyingly cold, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Luke commentator Voy rang all clearly battle had officially begun and Loki team simultaneously surged forward to surround his side. Ko froze for 5 seconds, his eyes wide and mouth agape, wondering what on earth was going on. Faced Quiddy C trend reversal of Likey's situation, Y host also exclaimed that it was truly a spectacular deception right from Lee first minute. Except for one person, everyone was concentrating their firepower on his Tim. Jin stared in disbelief, mouth wide obu, wondering what that was. Shinyu caught on to Yki's situation extremely quickly. It seemed their plan had gone up in smoke. So what should they do now? Hazu calmly directed them to just observe first, while Adela from Lai Russian Tim was steadily approaching. In the blink of an eye, she had sneaked into Yki's area that Hazu 8 Tim was holding. Seeing Adela, Hazu frowned and questioned what her scheme was for coming here at this time. She stood there, her hands on her hips, a suggestive smile on her lips, in eyes sparkling quaddy calculation of a merchant. Without beating around like a bush, Adela got straight to the point. I have a sweet deal fo diu Shinhazu, let it cooperate. While his side was being pummeled, she tried to persuade him that she would ensure South Korea on this match and simultaneously remove a white thorn in their side. Faced Quiddy lucrative offer, Hazu remained indifferent, asking what benefits he would gain from this deal. Adela expressed her sincerity, stating frankly that they weren't skilled enough to dismantle a peace South Korea-England alliance, so if his Tim were eliminated, she hesitated and then pivoted, saying that at least they would have a glimmer of hope, and their Tim still had room for an ally. Finally, Adela finalized proposal, very simple, while we make our move, do just stand still and watch. Hazu nonchalantly replied, do you mean we should take opportunity to capture territory and connect outposts? She immediately admitted with a bright smile, exactly, this plan doesn't so bad at all does it. He stroked his chin, weighing Lee pros and cons, because if he secured that advantage, chance of victory would be almost within his grasp. Adela cheered enthusiastically, that ain't right, your personality, there's no way do turn down such a delicious piece of pie, right? Hazu neither confirmed nor denied, merely smirking slightly with a deep gaze that seemed to see through everything. Surrounded on all sides, Ko began to pant, and his strikes no longer maintained their initial fluidity. He lamented inwardly, never expecting things to take such an ironic turn. This tactic was no different from cutting his lifeline, though he managed to hold on then to y key diversion of my a and nabate forces. Suddenly, Coatmine panicked as he recalled Li P named Shinhazu. A sick Tren Voy whispered in his ear, Erdu expecting Shinhazu to come to Wakey rescue. Followed by a thunderous blow. He struggled to fend pipey attack and realized his opponent was white representative from Canadian side. Perhaps Du should throw that delusional hope into trash bin immediately. What representative of IQ Alliance just came in person to offer Korean Tim a sweet deal, but in reality, he has been playing them for a fool. Upon hearing those sweet words, Ko almost dropped his jaw and SC what an absurd proposal that was. Seeing Leapy other personate panicked expression, YP guy was visibly delighted. After all, YPM was nearing its end, so he thought it would be easier for him just to withdraw. Canadian representative was calculating quid excitement if Korea chose to give up right now, his Tim wouldn't have to exert any effort to expand their territory, and Likey Alliance could easily gate all of Korea. Thinking of that made him visibly thrilled. He was nearly touching glory. He just needed to bait them a little more. Still hesitant. Lao Korean Tim was in a real dilemma at that moment. Before Lee words had even faded, Hazu suddenly appeared Lia God in Lee P midst of Lee encirclement, unleashing spells Lai rain that left opponents bewildered while Lai Korean Tim remained calm. Upon seeing reinforcements come to rescue, Kyo was so stunned that his face went pale, leaving him speechless. Leaf Canadian representative, who had been arrogant just a second ago, was now trembling Lia Leaf and stammering as he asked Hazu why he was meddling in this. Hazu replied in an indifferent tone, why do I need a reason? I already rejected your indecent proposal, didn't I? Besides, our Tim isn't wide type to trade honor for profit and abandon our allies. Sensing danger, he guy started to get angry. Damn it, reversal key situation for me right now. Kyo rushed Air V-Pugs and hugged him tightly, his eyes sparkling quick gratitude. Hazu, do you look so attractive right now? Hazu responded with a blank expression. No than, I don't have that kind of preference. Lee guy laughed heartily. Do you misunderstood me? I meant I want to have a great match together, quit Dio. He replied calmly, if that ain't all, then that ain't great, but keep a cun head foo now. Kyo immediately channeled his inner energy to use his signature move. Well, even if we are Enlai temporary allies, Peaklai helped me carry Tim. Hazu also laughed heartily. Just leave it to me. Lee perfect combination of this duo turned leaky deadlock around in an instant. In Lee Alliance Tim was wiped all in a heartbeat. Lee P commentator Voy rang all clearly key second round officially concluded Korean Tim and Lee British Tim as key winners. A cold can of soda dropped a thud into white collection tray of vending machine. A Voy calling all a sense of indifference came from Daria. Hey, Hazu. Holding drink in his hand, Hazu turned around and asked calmly, what a key matter, Tim USA. While taking a sip of his drink, he asked a sue of interest. How did Iki's second match feel just now? Hearing Lee question laced sarcasm, she pouted and didn't bother to answer. Do you know perfectly well I'm not interested in discussing this? Suddenly, Sarah Hate tone dropped, becoming quite serious. I have a few things I need to clarify du. Seeing this, Hazu also became serious. Heat about leaky regional competition yesterday isn't heat. Lai memories of Lai fiery battle came flooding back. It was true that he had used fire to neutralize his opponent wind mod D each at that moment. Quite a hint of suspicion in her eyes, Daria spoke up. That was clearly LVE6 Madi Icha. Could it be that you have reached that realm? A mischievous half-smile appeared on his face. Who knows? Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Looking at that annoying attitude, Sarah couldn't lie sigh in frustration. When will that personality of yours ever change? Then she asked directly, so why did you intentionally stew PLVE6 Madi and reveal your hand to us? Hazu still maintained an evasive attitude and gave no satisfactory answer. Do you think I would tell the weak truth? Hearing that, Sarah was already mentally prepared for eat. Me, no way, definitely not. Darius still wouldn't let Eat go, repeatedly asking him why he chose to reinforce Kioventia instead of crushing the opponent's stronghold when fighting Alliance. Hazu gave a nonchalant smile and replied, do you think I would reveal Heat to you that easily? Seeing no more value from Hazu, she quickly urged Sarah to leave. Let it go, Eat, truly a waste of our time. Waiting until Li P other party ran out of patience, he finally spoke slowly, since you've come all this way, I'll reveal one thing before Li Key finals. Night enveloped a luxurious space of the magnificent mansion. Kangen laughed heartily and praised him. To date battle was truly impressive. Hazu sat up straight and replied quite his usual social manner. Even if they are just pleasantries, I thank you, sir. Li Key observant man beside him heard this and spoke up. There ain't no need to be so formal quad each other. Kangenit respect for him remained intact. Seeing through Waikiki Alliance 8 plan and teaming up Quoddy British Tim to turn Li P tables was truly a brilliant move. He gently pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. That sixth Li V Medici unleashed in Li Key finite seconds was truly impressive. Kangen glanced at him with satisfaction and asked directly, do know how shocked I and like other Medici Tower Masters were? I need an honest answer. Hazu 8 bright red pupils remained as calm as a ripple, less lake. To clear EP nagging doubts, he hurriedly questioned him about that Feini Madi each move. Faced Kudai question, although a bit flustered inside, he swallowed his hesitation and answered, actually, eat lie this. Hazu looked up at each person opposite him and shared seriously, I've recently achieved a small accomplishment. His words left Kangen completely stunned. Accomplishment. Have you really mastered 6 Medici circles at tender age of 18? Understanding Li P difficulty of this realm, he was shocked by Li P young man. Key 6 circle was once a wall that made many geniuses stumble before I broke Wike record. Wak record Fu Waki youngest to reach 5 circles ID 19 and Fo 6 circles E8 25. Kangen was so astonished he thought he was dreaming. Do you're unlike 18 and do you've already reached like Key 6 circle? In contrast to that SC, Hazu calmly clarified. Actually, I was online pretending to use 6 circle Madi Che. His eyes widened at leak shocking information. What do you mean by that? Hazu coughed lightly and began to explain in detail, explaining quick transformation Madi Chi-D a bit complicated, likey reason EPUAT. Tim OY Tower Masters saw me use 6th LVE Madi Chi-DE because when connecting YB truth circles, I intentionally wove in a small infinity circle quit a mechanism similar to intent and resonance. Though he said so, he was still a bit flustered inside. In reality, it was just enhancing Ike output of Vietner, type Madi not yet reaching I true 6th circle, VE. Hazu continued Lipi unfinished story. To put it simply, at a glance, my current Madicha looks like 6th LEVE, but in fact Edunlai stays at least strength of 5.5 circles. Kangen suddenly stood up, breaking into a cold sweat, and quickly took Pia's glasses. Unbelievable, Peakley forgive my rudeness. He stood frozen, then focused intensely to observe him. Afterward he hurriedly drew a highly accurate conclusion. As expected, it truly was not a genuine 6th circle. Seeing that expression on his face, Hazu asked Kutsamonese, Sir, what have you seen? Kangen raised his voice to explain in detail about connecting beyond a threshold of 6 mana circles. He pointed at his own face and said that an interruption in Ma could be seen near a Mage 8 heart. Hazu nodded in relief, not expecting such a unique type of appraisal to exist. Before Hazu could regain his composure, Kangen leaned in CKLU and whispered that he must keep quiet as this secret was hidden from both Lai Press and Gimadi Chi Tower Masters. Kangen eyes lit up with excitement, and he pressed faux details about powerful 6th tier Madich Hazu had displayed in Li previous match. Without waiting for Hazu to speak, he turned away and mumbled to himself about Lai P first law of Madi Che that forbids bypassing mana circle levels. After rambling on for a while, Kangen suddenly stopped and stammered, suspecting that Hazu had broken core rules to cast high LV Ki Madi Chi. Hazu tiredly closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his mind. He looked up and confirmed that things had indeed reached their limits. All senses temporarily came to a halt, giving way to a vast expanse of Ike deeply blue sky. While drying his hair after a shower, he secretly worried that his lies were finally hitting a dead end despite his best efforts to covey them up. Sensing Wike instability, Haru sighed warily, thinking it was time to plan an escape route. Lai streets remained bustling, quit lines of vehicles rushing past one another. Kangen sat in E-car, quote his arms crossed, brooding in Wike magical enigma named Haru. He chuckled with delight, finding it so intriguing that he resolved to investigate thoroughly after this tournament. 10 minutes had passed in Gi massive packed arena since WUK regional qualifying round began. Teams were competing fiercely, and according to key reports, his team was outperforming Switzerland, Thailand, and Italy. Lee Elegant Man exclaimed excitedly as soon as Wii subject was mentioned. Lake large screen displayed Lee intense progress as South Korea and the USA respectively knocked Spain and Egypt or of Lee competition. He watched intently and then turned to ask whether South Korea and USA would form an alliance to take down his team. He cold reply dismissing that possibility left a man bewildered asking why. He firmly stated that Lee's simple reason was that Haru was Lee's strongest. Standing in EP middle of Leek arena enveloped in Beak Lu Lai, Haru predicted that Lee to USA would gin forces quad England to pressure him. Daria lunged down aggressively amidst he rapid commentary. Leaky moment E2 ace cards clashed had arrived. She was so fast that Enlai a blur could be seen. Daria from like US Tim currently held like upper hand. Daria 8 green Ra was spreading across likely ground beneath his feet. She reached her hand forward, fully confident that Leaky match against Haru had reached its conclusion. Daria glided through air, unleashing X-ray of brilliant Madicha portals. Meanwhile, Haru simply looked up and wore a cryptic smile. Blue flashes of life from his body suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire arena. He sat in Lee's stands, his entire body frozen in utter amazement. Not unlike him, but Gazan was also so shocked that he frowned and stammered, speechless at Lee's sight before him. Iki Wind God appeared as Haru created a hovering tornado quit E's sword resting right in key center. He grabbed Eek quit a cold stare that terrified others as he called Aliki name of the key first Wind God sword technique. Haru began a skillful display of swordsmanship quite powerful original wind strike sword paths. She was extremely bewildered, wondering how he could possibly use IP Wind God. His voice was as calm as a frozen lake, as he replied that he had told her so before. Memories flooded back of Hazu 8 conversation Kutsara and Daria, when he had promised to reveal reason for rescuing Kaio before finals. Leap's secret was finally revealed through his own words. Was to collect data on Kaio Ventia. That once made her doubt whether Kaio information was worth trading for disclosure of personal secrets. Back in present, Daria was in a state of SC and mental confusion after seeing Haru use Kyo 8 Wind God very next day, exclaiming in terror that he was truly a Men-XT tree. Hazu leaned a V quit a hovering Lu orb in his hand and confidently declared, "You now your eyes wide and witness my Made Chi." His Mediich was Laglai bullet, which left Lake entire audience agape in astonishment. Daria, standing on AP field, also trembled before his secret Mediich of his Shimbi clan. Hazu's entire body was now fully encased in a blinding tornado of lie. His eyes blazed cool arrogant confidence. In an instant, sturdy armor covered Hazu 8 body, protecting even his head. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to provoke his opponent by saying, "Come at me." Hazu rushed forward at wind-splitting speed, concentrating all his power on his Tagate. Daria was pushed back by heavy pressure in a panic due to White's terrifying speed. She landed on lakey ground and hurriedly erected a barrier to exile her life. However, all defensive efforts failed, causing her to be thrown back and collapse on a P floor. Like power of this Lai bullet user was indeed truly formidable and versatile. Looking at Hazu standing there, Lai P fear in her heart surged again as she realized he was truly too powerful. Crawling on EP floor, Daria realized that this power was not yet everything, as he had not even bothered to use LV 6/9 Circle Medici. Her face covered in sweat, she began to rethink her strategy, realizing that staying on Li P defensive would not end well. She struggled to her feet and unleashed her signature move, Li Ki third hellish superheat spell, Quit Li Fiek firewheel technique. A massive flaming village was suddenly summoned right in Lai Ki middle of Ike arena. Hazu was not to be outdone, spreading his arms to activate resonant Medici and like reinforcement Medici circle to counter. Circles of Lai began to float above his head, creating a brilliant flow of Lai energy. Hazu waved his hand decisively, pointing straight at C to gate as if signaling foe a preemptive strike. He lowered his hand to give a command, then concentrated key entire stream of energy Lai on the key point ahead that needed to be destroyed. They merged into a furious vortex and brutally pierced through image of Li T fine each. Daria was utterly stunned by Iki's sight before her eyes, because no one would use Iki Halo XQ that way. Key Phi in each had been destroyed. Lake Energy Storm showed no signs of stopping and was rushing towards her, making Daria turn pale because Ai's next attack was too fierce. Her teammates also couldn't believe Hazu was going to such extremes. They thought they were mistaken, but he turned he was actually using Fong then. Suddenly, Ko fell from Lisis Kai Laya God. He swung his sword provocatively, then smiled brightly, calling Hazu to gain heated battle. Showing no seriousness at all, he still stood there, looking at them with a relaxed gaze. Gajin furiously yelled at Kangen, demanding to know who that kid was who could use both Fong, then and Shimbi family Medici. Kangin couldn't lie, stammer in panic, admitting he was just as clueless, and Lee guessing that Hazut Madi Chai could decipher all Madi formulas. Hearing this, she paused abruptly, then turned sharply. Do mean that child possesses eyes identical to Sophia Haight. Sophia Anachepri ide Iki one of a Kainji Renmage still in existence, Iki pinnacle of Iki art of mastering all Madi Che. Her eyes were crystal clear, quote an indescribable mystique before those gem lie eyes. All secret teachings were mere child 8 fee lie. He thoughtfully denied it, explaining that Lida Di Chai cannot be easily passed down unless owner himself voluntarily relinquishes it. On an arena now, Kyo had replaced Daria to face Hazu. Kangin mumbled that it was probably a type of eye technique on par quiddy gemstone eye. James nodded, crossing his arms meaningfully, stating that this explained all of Hazuate's Tren actions all this time. Recalling EB incident where Li Ki Melody Chetowert magical device was trapped, he saw through it undismantled 8 in Li Ki blink of an eye. His eyes narrowed sharply. He calmly uttered by name of Eek's EQ profound eye. He was terrified to point of trembling, thinking, what kind of men xtid this kid? This LVE has far exceeded all normal standards. Hazu stood on Li Ki arena, quick glowing red eyes. In James 8 mind, there was Onlai screaming when he saw him use even infernal superheat. Li girl Nenginjiang irritably spoke up, saying that this was no different from cheating. Clique opponent 8's smile gradually faded as a drop of sweat fell. Fong then combined quid infernal superheat was truly beyond imagination. Bright electric sparks began to engulf the entire field. Everything converged at tip of Li Pi's sword, making Li Ki opponent turn pale, quit surprised because two skills had become one. Li Ki match truly erupted as both rushed at each other, quit dazzling streaks of light filling Eek entire space. Feeling terrifying power, Ki opponent didn't hesitate to praise Hazuate talent. He was still tirelessly putting all his focus into this fierce battle. Even though he had unleashed all his skills, he couldn't inflict even a single scratch, making him exclaim in surprise that this was truly Ki's most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Kyo stared at Hazu without blinking once. Suddenly, he raised his sword high into Waiki air. Daria trembled and stammered as she realized this was a familiar technique of Blaze 6 Tower Master. Immediately after, Kyo slowly lowered himself and knelt on Leaky arena floor. Key iron armor on his body also gradually vanished following such an incredible strike. Hearing that remark, he gave a faint smile as if to mock his opponent. Kyo collapsed to Iki ground after successfully blocking that hit. As a result, he became Li first of Iki 3 trump cards to be forced of live game due to Giamlich overload. A dense cloud of white smoke covered everything, forcing her to raise her hands to cover her face. Hazu stepped forward, spreading his arms in a mocking gesture. Look exhausted. Why don't you just give up? Daria pointed a finger directly at his face, challenging him. Dear wee one who needs to give up, since your Madi each power ID running dry, isn't heat. He couldn't deny it as sweat poured down like rain and his breath was intermittent. True. My mental energy IDE hitting RPC bottom. Seeing his expression was unusual compared to normal, she was bewildered. Why are you admitting it so easily? Are you planning to give up? Hazu wouldn't give up so easily, as electric sparks began to streak across his hands. Dream on. That it never going to happen. Daria was utterly surprised and pressed him. Isn't that Liki's secret technique of the Shimugan clan? Have you really mastered Liki Shinmuma Deech of Ki Shimusa house? He gave a wry smile and admitted, ETID indeed why traditional Shimu martial art based on Kondo 8-hand techniques. Since I'm running low on energy, I can only maintain eat foe about 3 minutes, but eat key optimal choice right now. Hazu gathered strength in his legs and unleashed a skillful kick called the infinite footwork of Lai P Shimugan clan. She immediately retaliated quit brilliant Lu flames. Waiki heat made him wince, covered in sweat. That ain't really hat, but eat still under my keen trend. Holding the same stance, Hazu focused all his strength into a lethal kick called Leaky Infinite Strike. Seeing Daria gradually losing steam, he seized that opportunity because her Lu flames were also weakening. Just keep pushing forward. Scene felt like a hurricane sweeping through, causing her to be thrown back by Shinmugan Clan 8 piercing internal force technique. Daria screamed in pain as she fell freely onto hard ground. She lay sprawled on Leaky arena while Lalki speakers announced that Daria Sarentia had let due to Lich overload. Leaky winner who secured Lee victory ticket was Shin Hazu from Leet Korean Tim. A silence blanketed Walpi space after fierce battle. Lee phone screen displayed breaking news about Lai Korean Tim defeating Kaio and Daria to achieve a miraculous victory in Lee regional war. A Lai comments below began to scroll continuously, quit no sign of stopping. Engagement levels soared, increasing rapidly. Lai an army of ants. Hazu was becoming Ike center of all praise for his exceptional talent. Black Bell looked at those messages and frowned in disgust. How gross, they're making such a big deal all of nothing. Lee lines of teach on a key phone screen made him feel terribly annoyed. That really hat. This Pete was spot on. Black Bell turned to tease Turkish, seeing his phone was vibrating wildly, and maintained his nonchalant attitude, determined to ignore heat and not utter a single quiss. He seized the opportunity to press on, urging Turkish to answer we phone lest his high-value customer wait until their shoes wore out. An Enli then did he speak, telling the other person to see top meddling in others' affairs. Yet Black Bell still insisted, saying it would be better to just answer so that old man would calm down. He ate truly an old man as persistent as a hungry leech. He wants to send his brother away but hate overdoing like dramatics. Turkish 8 irritation was clear on his face, grumbling that if he was told to wait, he should just politely sit and wait, but he remained unfazed, advising him to just teach key old man a message to get et of quat. Right at that moment, a message arrived on Turkish 8 phone. YP content saying Hazu would be gone Fugit in 5 days, so don't call to bother him. If he called again, leaky deal would be AP. Lee's surrounding noise began to subside, fading gradually and then stopping completely. Soon everything fell silent, surprising Black Bell, who asked why he had suddenly stopped. On an EP other side, Hazu was still engrossed in his Ma De Chi. Just as he was in fun swing, Lee P streams of lie suddenly broke a P, separating in a C tren way. Seeing that, he became disheartened and dejected, complaining that he had failed again. Mimia, sitting nearby, immediately comforted him, saying it was such a pity. She thought this time heat would be a sure thing. Hazu slumped to I like he floor kuda sai, saying he thought so too, which made her worry and ask if he was okay. Mimia approached to question him, seeing that he couldn't focus today. And Hazu could unlie mumble an evasive answer, because he was too tired after a long day. A moment later Hazu had fallen into a beautiful dream, completely lulled in sleep. In his mind, an image suddenly appeared of someone calling his name. Hazu. He looked straight at him and boldly declared, I already knew that me de each alteration was a trick. Through our recent sparring, I vaguely figured all your ma de each tricks. That remark startled Hazu. It seemed this old tower loke had truly seen through his methods. He immediately jumped up, telling Mimia he was leaving first, which surprised her, asking why he was going unusually early today. Hazu gave a radiant smile, saying he still had an urgent matter, he needed to attend to their foe a bit. At Leaky same time, under Iki kun shade of a tree, Leapy midsummer sky was a deep blue fluffy white clouds drifting by. Inhyuk saw him arrive and calmly said, P. Lee, sit down. Hazu obediently said, Sir, and then sat down as he was told. He sat opposite him and simply said, Do unlie have 30 minutes. Just hearing that was enough to make sweat pour down his forehead like a stream. Inhyuk immediately declared that I'd document confirming his appointment as Ike next family head would soon be sent to everywhere. Hazu sitting opposite him was stunned into silence, as if glued to his chair. He was completely dazed and confused, and able to utter a bewildered, What? Cold sweat broke out as Hazu couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, asking his father to repeat himself, thinking he had misheard. He calmly repeated his statement, I have decided to issue an official document to appoint Diu as my successor. Being completely caught a P-guard, he immediately had to question what Lee reason behind this decision was. Seeing this, Inhyuk stood up and slowly began to explain Gi reasoning. He listed his outstanding abilities one by one, such as an ATRing Madi Chi comparable to Tap Tier Gem Eyes. That ID precisely why he wanted to appoint Hazu, a 6th circle genius at unlike 18 years old IDK more than qualified for succession, was another reason even necessary. Yet, instead of being overjoyed, he hung his head sullenly staring at Lee Ki floor. After a moment of hesitation, Hazu replied that if that was he PN reason, it would have been more logical to wait until after Leapy Olympiades ended and they returned to Korea. He further analyzed that his father was not someone who would make a hasty decision on succession based on on numbers term achievements. Hearing that, Inhyuk smiled, Dear calmer than I thou. I expected you to jump for joy and excitement. But then he continued sternly, actually, this official document ID merely bait. Hazu asked about Lee P. bait in confusion, so he had to explain clearly that he was meant to lure all Lee trader from Lai BP Lee C. Madichi tower hidden within EP clan. And Enlai then did it dawn on him, and he received confirmation from his father. He could mind everything was quite complicated, he relied on Hazuate testimony along Kuda X Rai of events to connect pieces. YP goal of this spy was none other than to prevent him from becoming Lai next family head. He looked into YK distance pensively. While like World 8 attention ID focused on us, this notice will surely force that person to reveal themselves. Not stopping there, Inuk also emphasized Likey timing of Leaky Plan 8 execution. He turned and looked straight at him Kuda sharp gazy. Now ID key I time fu us to catch I key culprit. Meanwhile, EP outside world remained as calm as if nothing had ever happened. Leapy scene suddenly shifted to an office BU in belonging to E Divine Medici clan group. In Li Qi's small, narrow room, a woman ate piercing scream rang all before she threw her phone flying. Sia still could not believe Iki truth. How could they let Hazu sit in seat of EP next family head? This absolutely cannot happen. She clutched her head and wailed in despair. At this rate, Ike's terrible scenario from years ago would repeat itself. A surge of fury erupted within Sia, causing her to roar that she would personally kill you that brat. And Enlai now did G, and slowly speak up to intervene and calm Sia down. Yet she continued to scream in her rage. Don't do you see? Hazu I deek about to take, UVY clan. I'll kivu him, do understand? Just killing him will end this. He walked air V and gently patted her hair, telling her to calm down. There was no need to panic like that. However, his attitude infuriated her. How could he be so indifferent, even as she screamed and questioned him in astonishment? Waiting phone to display a new notification from Han. His cunning face appeared before her eyes, because he knew full well that Shinhaju would lose her life before Ike day of succession. League leaves high above still swayed to weepy rhythm of leaky wind. Constantly flashing lights enveloped vast hall. E2 guards silently moved back and forth to perform their patrol duties. Suddenly, they spotted a mysterious shadow and screamed loudly, "Who's lurking there?" Despite being threatened in various ways, those people remained indifferent as leaky guards warned, "Do not set foot in this area. This place idea vey how, and there are currently 10 suspicious individuals completely covered." One of them suddenly charged straight towards IP2 people standing there. Jin, seeing his he blown, irritably cursed, "Damn eat!
I should have used suggestion!
But never mind, there's still another way to handle Leet quickly." Leet night thus passed, giving way to Li Monen Lai. Right at Leaky Company 8 doorstep, a man stepped out of a gleaming car. Inside Oki meeting room, he was packed with shareholders and security forces. Loi's security septeen broke Li's silent atmosphere quit his voice. An hour ago, our men were ambushed by lock mages. Hearing that, everyone grimaced, realizing Ike's security team had been attacked. Even Inhyuk was silent as he was under Ike influence of a magical suggestion. Entire room began to feel extreme anxiety. Gin pondered deeply, so they intended to use suggestion to sabotage from within. Gin's Dazat Adelit uncle. Li's security captain confirmed immediately upon seeing other party accurate analysis. Inhyuk finally spoke up, 8 commendable that do you recognized Yki's suggestion. Could it be that they were Iki ones who did this? Deep down he had guessed they were E-hounds specializing in executing secret missions Fu Uxmadichi Tower, an organization rife with discontent. He confirmed once again, indeed, she discovered Li Medici imposed on Li's staff. Kangin chuckled with amusement, truly an extraordinary ability. Sia immediately replied, this ID their specialty after all. Although powerless and having to rely on those vengeful demons, he reluctantly went along. I was just about to say Wiki same thing. Li's security Chepteen had to speak up to reassure them. Their objective, targeting like Olympiad ID clear, but their true intention remains a mystery. Inhyuk immediately understood. They want to abduct promising young individuals to use as experimental subjects for human projects. Everyone simultaneously cried awe and astonishment at this grim news. In contrast, EP young faces sitting opposite maintained an unusually calm demeanor. Zem and Lai cast a fleeting glance toward him. Zion suddenly asked, although they truly know no fear, why would they act so recklessly right here at Leaky Olympiad? He still didn't want to believe 8 right away, saying 8 was too hasty a conclusion and asking faux evidence, yet Inhyuk calmly replied that there was plenty if evidence was needed. Immediately E-tablet displayed information along with his explanation, consisting entirely of files on recent kidnappings of teenagers carried out by Luximuch Tower. Inhyuk calmly pointed out each flaw in Li's last 3 years this NMB had doubled, and he even threw down some fragments of research journals seized from a previous raid on their laboratory, stating that mediocre efforts and Li produce mediocre results. Seeing YB situation reverse, like security captain exclaimed that he hadn't expected this information, then further explained that they had been quietly setting a trap for a long time. Ginstazart. Next was an intense interrogation by Inhyuk to see if Leaky old man had anything left to say in his defense. Confronted with a barrage of evidence, Jun could only say speechlessly, I have nothing more to say. League security captain solemnly declared that if their goal was to gate a younger generation, then this was an unforgivable act of inhumanity that had to be dealt with immediately. Meanwhile, Haju was still leisurely reading a book, as Uncle Kim Seok Hyen had confirmed that security at both Iki venue and Lich Hotel had been tightened to Leaky maximum. Mim Hyang, sitting nearby, wondered if 8 was really okay not to postpone Lippy tournament despite such a serious matter. After hearing her, he pondered and then replied, Each 8, probably Phi, they're making a fortune, and there haven't been any other victims besides Ike's security Tim. Hearing that, she suddenly felt unusually uneasy, but luckily Haju was able to reassure her in time. What ID eat? There ain't no need to worry excessively. While he was engrossed in rambling about how they were dangerous, but unlikely to get through YP layers of defense to reach him, Mimir immediately interrupted.
That it not eat.
She seemed to have sensed something unusual, and Eat was truly worrying. Would they really need to risk their lives breaking through just to kidnap someone right now? She further added that, timing-wise, wouldn't it be much more favorable to wait until Iki tournament was EVU, and they had returned Emom to take action. Even Hazu had never considered this aspect, as for that matter. Et was on lie later that Hazu regained his composure, saying, I find Eat bothersome too, but other than people, what other Tagate could they have in mind? At that moment she suddenly exclaimed, There Idiki won! He immediately asked what Eat was, and Mimir didn't hide anything, recounting that she had once accidentally read Eat in documents left behind by Iki Air. She pointed to E-gem on Li Air armor in front of them both, noting that Li reward foe Wii Olympiad MV Pi was Li Ki Supreme Emblem Stone. Hazu still seemed skeptical, saying it was just a natural gemstone used for decoration, but Mimir replied, Would be nice if he truly were just decoration. She looked straight at him and shouted, If this emblem stone IDYD kind of manas stone I know, then we absolutely must not let it fall into anyone else 8 hands. And so time slipped away, and soon enough, Li next day arrived. In Hazu 8 mind, he still couldn't shake Bapia images of like Olympiad. Adela walked in from outside to say Eshwalater, and seeing her he turned to confirm immediately, IDP that du Adela. Seeing Hazu 8 troubled expression, she asked worriedly, Ki Madich intellect fi ndide coming up soon, could it be that dear this nervous? He shook his head and replied, No, it ain't not that, even though Maya from Leak UK Tim and Sarah from Lee Eat US Tim will both be competing. Even so, Hazu maintained a calm demeanor and Leaky championship position was surely within his reach. Witnessing that scene, Adela finally breathed a sigh of relief, which was quite understandable. However, she still felt uneasy about his worries, and it wasn't until later that Hazu finally decided to pour his heart out. It went lie this. At that exact moment, it was as if he had just discovered some profound truth, causing his eyes to lie up. Gemstones began dancing in Hazu 8 mind. Come to think of it, Adela, this mysterious girl, turned out to be a mogul of Medici stones, didn't she? Saying that, he held a fear tier of a stone and asked if she had any insights into EP's Supreme Crest Stone. As soon as she saw Eat, she exclaimed, Supreme Crest Stone, do you mean key treasure reserved exclusively for Olympiad champion? Mimirded image suddenly appeared Kuda request to ST for information, so Hazu said, I need to know weak origin and composition in detail. Adela pondered for a moment then said, Sate probably in my database, but they're often hidden under trend names so searching might take some effort. Anyway, just leave 8 be since dear not in a rush. Right then, ye announcement bell rang loudly, fi neck round of Great Ma Deech knowledge battle officially began. Hearing like he command he hurried to pack his things, I am heading on now, if do you find anything get about like he Supreme Crest Stone, message me immediately. Adela simply nodded slightly to indicate she understood. Soon enough everyone had gathered at Leaky Olympiad Arena. In East stands, Porat was leisurely sipping some water. He held Lee device to his ear and whispered to Lee person on eek other end. This match ideek really worth every penny. Porat voy rang amidst a festive atmosphere, eat fun isn't heaty. But late person on eek other and warned, listen here Porat, do better be careful. Kiss coldly ordered from afar, remember do must absolutely not act recklessly. He roared into phone that if things went of hand, his disguise would be wiped away, but man Enlai laughed and replied, that unn't happen. Porat dropped his playful act. I don't have lipe audacity to go against his wishes, stay calm. Just as he spoke, Kiss inquired further, what ate lie status? He looked down at Iki Arena and reported, what else? Guards are lie ants, and there are 5 encirclement mages. If we want to ambush, we'll need double current force to hope faux success. Porat also asked about Leaky's situation and received eek reply, Medici stone how no, 3 remain stationary. From afar, he analyzed, if we don't divert some of guards elsewhere, why key plan will fail? Hearing that, Porat suddenly had an idea. Should I release Lee beasts to cause some chaos faux fun? Kiss quickly stopped him. Stop eat. Leaky Olympiad would definitely be cancelled, and Leaky Supreme Crest Stone currently in how no, 3 would be moved deep into Leaky underground bunker. Hearing Porat 8 words, he imagined Lie P scenario and felt discouraged. Well, maybe I should just conveniently take a few guards like operations Tim to get them of my sight. Kiss 8 face to it as he laughed Coot Barrett. He declared flatly, Key to gate isn't those small fries, tonight we will hunt a real shark. Breck Bell stood valiantly blocking Kanganate path. Recognizing Lie person in front of him as Breck Bell Wyvern, he slightly narrowed his eyes in caution. Standing elegantly under Waikiki moonlight, Key man bowed, Key first time we meet, a pleasure to meet du, Tower Master. However, Breck Belt next sentence froze Kangan in place. I have come here to take your life. Rewind time to a few hours before this moment. Kangan holding IP steering wheel, boasted to Hazu that he had an Amadich competition championship. Hazu could lie humbly bow his head and than him. Kade shot a sly smile and said, just win one more of EP next 4 rounds, an EP championship trophy will surely be ours. Kangen laughed heartily and declared, if I hadn't invested in the Olympiad this year, I would probably be so furious. I beat my chest in rage at heavens. As the atmosphere reached its liveliest, Adela suddenly shouted in surprise, I found it, everyone. She held up her phone, displaying a picture of Likey Stone, and said, that IDE's Mystic Beak Light Sea Divine Stone. Hazu stared blankly at Lee picture of Lee Stone and repeated, Key Mystic Beal Sea Divine Stone. Adela excitedly replied, exactly, look, its appearance matches perfectly. Kangen, driving, interjected, so, because you're about to become MVP, you went to all this trouble to investigate that supreme gem, did you? He frantically waved his hand in denial. No, that it not eat. I'm certainly not free enough to investigate such a thing. He looked all like he window thoughtfully, then gently reassured Hazu, Teed alright, everyone clearly knows that this year 8 MVP title IDP yours. Kangen muttered doubtfully, so leak supreme gem ID actually leaky mystic B leaky divine stone. Noticing his interest, Hazu immediately asked her, do know anything about ET? Kangen frowned and replied in a deep voice, I am not familiar quit ET name supreme gem, but if ET 80 mystic B key leaky divine stone, then I know a little. He recalled fragments of memories about this mysterious stone and recounted, Key Mystic B like C Divine Stone Idika type of Madich stone that first appeared as far back as E1300s. Its special function ID to provide an endless supply of high-density Madicha power to its user. Hazu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. Why would people give Lepi name Supreme Gem? Kangen looked a car window thoughtfully, perhaps because ET extremely rare and difficult to mine. People thought Yeet was a new discovery and conveniently gave it a different name. His voice suddenly turned serious. Furthermore, after E1300s, no one ever saw Yeet appear again. Did you know that detail? Kangen gave a cold, meaningful smile. Actually, a name Mystic Beagly C Divine Stone was just a new nickname given at that time. This news made Hazu gasp and widen his eyes in SC, so this item was discovered even before E1300s. Adelaide eyes were glued to Likey data on E-screen. That ain't right. I once wrote this information in my family ancient library. She recounted Kuda's stunned expression. Key oldest name fo this type of Madich stone Idiki divine grace. T scene changed, returning to E present moment at Kangen 8 house. A mysterious shadow suddenly darted straight towards him like an arrow. Blackbell, his voice fun of malicious glee, said, a greeting to Diu, Tower Loke. Eat a pleasure to meet Diu. He smirked, frowned, and then growled, today I've come here to take your life. Immediately from lie back of the demonic beast, Blackbell unleashed a terrifying surge of power forward. That stream of lie aimed directly at Kangen 8 position and surged forward. He hastily erected a protective barrier and thought to himself, if I dodge this attack, Ite Hotel will be shattered to smithereens. I'll have to use a water stream spell then. Kangen 8 eyes sharp as knives focused intently, searching for an opening to counterattack. He quickly launched a counterattack against that surge of power using Lie Key Clear Mirror Water Finger technique. Blackbell burst into triumphant laughter. Her confidence ID, so great that I might just fall for her one of these days. He flicked his hand to cast a spell and sneered, let it see if you have EXQ to be you'll see this. Thousands of magical beasts appeared in a dense somme, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Kangen before they lunged forward. He squinted at Iki pack of monsters and clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, a beast tamer, and using sheer numbers like this. Kangen grew serious and sighed in frustration. This situation has really become a tough nut to crack. P scene shifts to a study overflowing quit books, where two people are deep in thou. Mimir spoke in a low voice, ETIDP as I thou. She crossed her arms, her cold purple eyes flashing. Indeed, that fragment IDC divine grace. Mimir reached to command EE book on a key shelf to fly straight to her. She was engrossed in studying Lee contents, divine grace ID, a rare crystallization of mana that takes a millennium to form. Truly a treasure found once in 1,000 years. Mimir continued reading League notes about Lee P stone. It was once white heart of E ocean and leaky continent, a superior type of Madicha stone formed after tens of thousands of years of absorbing magical energy. It might look like an ordinary ARPC, but to mages, ETID nothing seed of key ultimate panacea. Hazu stuttered in SBC, ETA RPC. Mimir snapped back, cutting him PP. Heat melts and absorbs upon entering key mouth, so don't worry about such trivial matters. Hazu kept a serious expression impressed. Then what ideally true function of this panacea? She lowered her head as if burdened by heavy worry, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Mimir took a deep breath as if about to reveal a world-shattering secret. She hesitated, fun of fear. Whoever consumes divine grace will automatically become the most powerful mage of era. Hazu was so stunned that his eyes widened. What are you talking about? Mimir calmly explained more clearly. To be precise, Eat restructures Gui body to turn that person into Wiki strongest of their time. She spoke in a flat tone that made Ki air in the Ki room seem to freeze. From physical constitution and blood vessels to Ki flow of mana, everything will be transformed to perfectly accommodate such power. Eat ID essentially a total metamorphosis of talent. Hazu was astonished to realize this was a rare breakthrough in talent. No wonder people I see Medici Tower ID so crazily targeting Yeet. Mimir pursed her lips and added calmly, "What I just told do IDP and Leah side-eye face C, I haven't mentioned leaky main function yet." She paused for a beat and said sternly, "Whoever absorbs divine grace can easily break limits of any mage." Surprise was evident in Hazu's eyes, but hidden deep within was an unconcealable anxiety. A mage 8 limit, could he be that? Mimir waved her hand to stop Hazu from speaking. Ikiki 10th circle. Whoever possesses divine grace will surpass IE 9th circle to reach Ike legendary realm of Ike 10th. Hazu 8 pupils contracted as fear began to invade his mind. He cried awe in a panic. What if EBKC Magicha Tower gets its hands on ET? Mimir closed her eyes and thou? If like master of EBE Elite each tower reaches Ike 10th circle, it would truly be a catastrophe. Hazu hurriedly turned, intending to dash away. I can't delay any longer, I must go report this immediately. She quickly grabbed his sleeve to stop him. Stay right there? Mimir shouted with firm determination. D must absolutely not let anyone know about it, divine grace. Her voice turned steely. Think about why ID called D cursed stone. Hazu suddenly turned pale and muttered, back in the year 1300. His throat suddenly felt choked up as memories of Lai horrifying Great Ma Deech war flooded back. Haru's face turned pale, and he added that a war had truly broken awe. Mimia looked at him with concern and lowered her voice, saying that just one Madichi stone was enough to turn Li world upside down. She plopped down onto Li's chair with a sigh, explaining that this rare divine elixir, possessing power beyond its era, would blind anyone. Haru calmed himself down and asked about leaky divine favor. Mimia looked straight into his eyes and warned, absolutely don't utter a kusi to anyone, not even those do trust most. Lie your father O Kim Kang in. She whispered that if it was revealed that EBLEC Madiich Tower Tagaite was Key Supreme Crest Stone, those people would immediately analyze each Medici stone and soon everyone would know exactly what a key divine favor was. Haru bowed his head awkwardly, meaning I have to report everything but still keep Lai Crest Stone a complete secret. He closed his eyes and exhaled sharply. Fo now. I should only reveal that their T-Get IDPDE Chi Stone Vault no. 3 to deal Kwitki B Lu Tower Master. Mimia nodded in agreement. Alright, now let it go back to IP scene of Kang, in and Breckbell fighting to like death in like he rain. Kang in lay slumped on B ground, his entire body covered in blood, with an undeniable look of exhaustion. He whispered in ragged breaths that doing this was still Lake's best option. Lee News broadcast began reporting on EP midnight clash between Kang and an E monsters. Key Park in Varanti Hotel was attacked by a Breckbell wyvern and a Soma of Hoovrifi 50 other smaller creatures. Images of Lee Ebu Lian engulfed in flames showed this was an attack powerful enough to ILVE a nation, yet one person managed to seize top it all. An image of Kang and appeared on screen, introduced as E.B. Lu Tower Master, who was staying at Lee Hotel when E-Key incident occurred. Lai Sao of ETV speakers echoed in E-Quiet hospital corridor, announcing that there were currently no casualties. Haju stared at Lee's screen, stunned. Lee tragedy that should have claimed tens of thousands of lives was prevented than to the efforts of that Tower Master. He clutched his phone, his mind in turmoil. Lee battle was in Lai decided quit reinforcements from James Filler of Lai Red Tower, and now investigating Lee attack ID key tap priority. Amidst the saw of leak program host, he door opened and 2 people emerged. They expressed deep gratitude fuive courage of Tower Masters who had saved Leapy entire city. Haru quickly jumped up and asked urgently, how idea Tower Master 8 condition? Swa stammered in reply, fortunately, he'd of cried stock condition. Inside E-room Kangen was completely wrapped in white bandages, still deeply unconscious. James grumbled irritably, Tate clearly not his country, so why risk his life lie that? He truly an idiot. She bowed her head meekly thanking him, once again I've lied to onchi xcpp rate my deepest gratitude to you sir. Swa spoke up timidly, if Lai Red Tower Master hadn't arrived in time, consequences might have been unpredictable. James scratched his head, scowling, what then are you talking about? I don't have Lee right to receive such words. On like contrary, I'm Lai one who should be saying then do. He strode to leaky door, then turned back to instruct, I am leaving now. Lee keep an eye on Kang, info me. She quickly regained her composure and replied, I understand. As soon as he turned away, James' 8 face hardened with anger. He roared that he had to teach those bastards who dared to mess with me 12 Mdiich towers a lesson they never forget. Hazu called awe, trying to top him, saying he had something to say, but he just grumbled that he didn't have time. FC date not important, don't bother me. He suddenly became extremely serious and interrupted James. It truly was a grave matter. He glanced at Hazu knitted brows as he heard Likey next words. Du had found IP true purpose of Li Be Lysima Di Chi Tower. Li P scene shifts to a secluded corner in Iki middle of Iki naturally noisy city. Lucas looked at Breck Bell contempt and spoke. Luckily Key master of Leaky Baloo Tower intervened. He was so angry he shouted, "Hey listen!" He glared at Breck Bell irritably. If casualties occurred, P Olympiad would be cancelled, and all our painstaking plans would have gone down the drain. Caught in his mistake, he snapped irritably, "Stop nagging, everything worked all fine anyway, so eat ate perfectly alright." Lead Kiss warned impatiently, "How many times have I told Du that ID key in Lee a temporary result?" Lie accomplice nearby quickly spoke up to Mediate, "Don't be so harsh, surely Porat has calculated everything carefully." He secretly guessed his intentions, wondering if he planned to exploit the personality of Belu Tower Master to take civilians hostage. Turkish curled his lip in disdain, saying Sato and Temperate didn't have enough gray matter to think that far ahead. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "What? This guy?" Sato glanced at V in agreement. "Perhaps I overestimated him based on his past exploits." Breck Bell turned red and shouted, "Sado, are Du ganging up on me too?" Turkish gritted his teeth, incessantly mocking a other 8 shallowness in a sarcastic tone. "Didn't you even consider Waiki risk of the Olympiad being cancelled?" He puffed his chest boastfully as if he were Wiki most outstanding person there. "These idiots take advantage when dear being nice. If I had brought Fenrir Gadentos, I would have dealt both tower masters long ago. I and Lai held back because I had to hide my skills." Sato smirked dismissively. "I wouldn't be so sure. Didn't your demonic beasts suffer heavy losses too?" Lee boastful look on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by clear embarrassment at mockery. If master hadn't been busy hostages, Du wouldn't necessarily have even if Du exerted your fun strength. Sato looked toward Lauki City calmly. "Anyway, it doesn't matter, key current result isn't too bad. I've confirmed that half of Likey guards at Madich Stone Vei Ha No. 3 have been redeployed to Week Olympiad." Guards he mentioned were gathering at Leaky Olympiad extremely stern expressions. Lee Kiss suddenly broke into a sinister and amused smile. He clenched his fist triumphantly. Things going so favorably, there's no need to wait any longer. Tomorrow night, we will seize Ultimate Crest Stone. P scene shifts to a bustling and crowded arena. Hazu and Adela sat in the waiting room while Lee speakers outside blared, signaling the dramatic Battle Kessler survival finals between Lee USA and the UK. This was Wike area reserved Fu Wai Korean Tim. His eyes narrowed, his face looked dazed, and a thin layer of sweat broke on his forehead. Seeing Hazu excessively stressed, Adela asked if heat was due to Waiki incident. "Could he be Lu Tower Master last night?" He rubbed his neck, his face softening slightly as he replied, "So everyone ID key focusing on a key match." He looked at Hazu and said, "I deep yesterday matter bothering you that much?" He couldn't hear a quotes she said, as he was haunted by key warnings in his head. "Lee people from Libi Elisi Madich Tower will certainly make their move tonight." Noticing Hazut's distraction, Adela wondered, "Yeet seems door under more pressure than Lee P seniors competing." He pursed his lips and asked softly, "DT that obvious?" She listed his reactions. "What? Eat Lie, first time I've seen Du so anxious. Your brows are knitted, your lips are dry, and there are even a few lines under your eyes." Hazu laughed, a last bit of tension finally dissipating. Truly a psychological analysis expert. He sincerely replied, "Than Du very much Adela. Than to Du I feel much more at ease." Adela nodded slightly, responding appropriately. Lee phone in Hazud's hand suddenly vibrated violently. He stopped pondering. Key loc of Red Tower. He got heat right. Leaf screen displayed Lee desolate residential area at Ma Deach Stone Mine MB3, where Eat was struggling against a catastrophe exceeding Wa Fenrir LVE. A monstrous creature lumbered through Waiki buildings. Waiki disaster LE had reached a terrifying Gerentos. Guards screamed air V comms ATBC.2 that Renzian worms were rampant, requesting urgent rescue. Break Bell exclaimed Coot delight. "Look at them struggling in despair!" Like Soldier 8 Voy weakened and then died after a horrific explosion. He Plefo reinforcements was now just empty air. From Lee heart of Eid fiery storm, an icy Voy echoed. "No need for rescue, Eid a waste of effort anyway." Ren approached I culprit, questioning them furiously. "Do our human aren't Du? How could Du be so cruel?" Lay's scene suddenly shifted to a different angle. Turgis ground his teeth in frustration. "How did Du guys know beforehand and set up defenses? This ID incredibly troublesome." Gajal raised his hand to cast a powerful magical spell, his cold eyes fixed on him. At another location within Madi Chistone Center MB3, League Shadow seemed to be looking around frantically in all directions. Shadow wondered in bewilderment. "I've lot contact quit Turgis and Boris. What in B-World IDP going on?" He walked nervously down Luck hallway. From behind Shadow Shadley scoffed, "They must be communicating by faith now. She happily pointed and asked, "I'd eat this unfamiliar face a new recruit." Shadley smirked, revealing a dangerous air of smugness. Shadow suddenly Lotkin Tren lunging forward and shouting, "Hound Squad Leader!" Hearing her name called, she laughed heartily, "So do know my identity. It seems we must have met somewhere before." Shadow, quit eyes burning quit hatred, replied, "I en Lino do through data in reality, this ID our first meeting." Adela narrowed her eyes, saying quit interest, "I deek that so. Your face isn't in my archives, so do must be a newly recruited officer." He replied in a calm, XT voice, "Calling me a new recruit wouldn't be wrong." Adela's expression fell. Becoming an officer after unlie 2 years, that it quite impressive UID organization severely staffed. He calmly probed, "So do people anticipated my plan?" She replied smugly, "If I didn't know, why would I be standing here waiting fo do?" A dozen suspicions arose in Adela's mind. She hadn't expected Laki Madiich Towers to Tagate Madiich Stone Depot MB3. This was beyond all her expectations. She narrowed her eyes, looking at him warily. Could it be that Leaky Loke of Red Tower really managed to plant a spy within Leaky Madiich Towers? He unexpectedly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "Operation has failed. I request permission to withdraw now." A wave of purple power enveloped his figure. "I was never interested in such meaningless battles anyway." Adela immediately gathered her inner power and shouted loudly, "Did you think I would let you slip away so easily?" Shadate's body was suddenly pinned down by an invisible force, making him as stiff as a statue and unable to move. Looking at Lee's invisible chains binding him, he secretly assessed that this power was no ordinary Madiich. Adela, pleased quit her trick, mocked him, "Well, do still plan on going anywhere else?" Shad calmly replied, "That trick does saw some XQ, but trivial Madichi will always just be a toy." Adela's eyes widened when she saw the key binding barrier she had just cast cracking into pieces. Looking at Lee remnants Shad left behind, she grumbled resentfully, "Could it be that I've let my prey escape?" Scene shifts to another area. Torkus and Gazun were locked in a fierce and violent battle quit each other. She raised her sword high, her face cold and devoid of any emotion. Li's sword Ura in Gazunate hand emitted a terrifying power that seemed to crack Li very air. She shouted Li name of like technique and delivered a decisive slash, Wind God sword fourth form. Torkus's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly retreated to dodge a lethal blow. Immediately afterward, his body followed Li wind and vanished into thin air. Gazun frowned in frustration and said, "How ridiculous. Are you some kind of immortal men XT to be as persistent as a leech?" Lighty smoke gathered to reveal Torkus's form, and he gave a faint smile, saying, "Not exactly immortal, but something like that." She was driven mad quit rage, because even when his head was severed his body split in two. He would turn into mist and fully recover. This was already Iki fifth time. Guessing his opponent ate thoughts, Torkus smugly taunted her. "If you're exhausted, it would be best if you just made way for me." Her eyes were ice, cold, and her voice hardened. "In your dreams. Don't even think I'll let do go." Torkus lowered his head and thought to himself, "How many lives have I lost already? If possible, I wouldn't even bother fighting." He suddenly looked up, trying to appear calm, a disdainful smile on his lips. Torkus lowered his voice and suggested they make a deal. She loosened her grip on E's sword and asked suspiciously, "Deal?" He snapped his fingers sinisterly. "I will trade you a piece of extremely valuable information." Although slightly swayed, Gazun maintained a cold, threatening demeanor. "If you're planning to fee life fo time, do better watch out." He didn't bother quit a long explanation and cut in. "To hunt down potential seeds, we had to raid key headquarters of every Tim." At same time, on another battlefield, Blackbeard stood arrogantly on a key back of a massive and powerful beast. He threw his head back and laughed smugly. "What? Do you shout about wanting to kivu me, yet your strength IDP lie this much?" On a key ground, a ragged James was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He cursed irritably under his breath, "Damn eat. Why ID my luck so bad to have run into this freak?" James squinted his eyes and watched warily. Hundreds of unranked disaster monsters were swarming at once, making him shudder. His small figure looked tiny, standing right at feet of giant monsters. James gradually realized why Kangen was battered and unconscious. It turned out he had to deal quick key whole pack of monsters while also protecting the hotel. Awakening of universal elements. A deafening explosion resounded throughout area. Breakbell was thrown far away and shouted, "What heapy hell just happened?" James stared blankly toward key source of erupting power. Enemy, having just struggled to his feet, screamed as he saw key monsters disappear. "My pets!" Breakbell had completely let his patience, he swore. "Do you bastard, what IP hell did you just do?" James was no better. He stammered, "Who ID that a VE there?" Immediately, key answer appeared in his mind. It was Lee, head of Hima Chagad family, Sin Yin Hiu. One Hiu stood there calmly, quit a heroic ura radiating from his source of overwhelming power. Scene shift to Leaky city center. Seo Kaiyan turned around and asked Haru, being eliminated early from like survival war must be quite regrettable, isn't it? He calmly replied, Shade alright, Key seniors and Suchan all fought their hardest. Haru suddenly asked eagerly, what IDE situation at Medici Stone v no? 3 Aniki guy opened his phone to read ET battlefield logs while explaining heat to him. Seo Kaiyan held a walk screen for him to see and said, it was a bit difficult at first, but everything has stabilized now. Haru quickly scrolled through wiki information and grasped his situation at Like Center. Sado had encountered Like Hound group, while Porat was struggling against Dig Red Tower Master amidst a horde of monsters, and Turkis was also wrestling Quick Green Tower Master, who specialized in Resurrection Ma Chi. He frowned and muttered, as expected of Father Sinyan Hu, Wei head of Li Dh God family, has appeared and wiped off 57 of Porat 8 monsters. Seo Kaiyan nodded in confirmation. That ain't right, then to his intervention, I tide has turned however Sado has just rendezvoused Kuda's allies and seems to have buffed he monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he reassured Haru, don't worry too much, as reinforcements from everywhere are pouring into us now. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying tremor shook the entire room. Truly, things never go smoothly. Haru froze, his face pale. What horror. Seo Kaiyan rushed forward as quick as lightning to catch him, shouting in concern, young master. A violent explosion leveled Likey room, leaving nothing but rubble and dust. Why once peaceful city was now in ruins amidst clouds of thick dust and smoke. Returning to Lee battle between James and Breakbell, he smirked disdainfully and said, Sinyan Hiu huh? He turned his head and shouted quit amusement. Speaking of Sinyan Hiu, isn't he that notorious head of Kima Dh God family? Breakbell became increasingly excited. This story ID starting to get in T-rate teen now. Lee scene shifts back to IP explosion where Haru Idaka located. Key fire erupted fiercely, accompanied by a thick layer of smoke, then quickly vanished into thin air. Si Alpayan frantically helped young master up and repeatedly asked, are you alright young master? Hazu whispered a reply in exhaustion. I am fine. He spoke in a low, hesitant voice, as if fearing something. Young master, this clearly has a hidden meaning. Hazu quickly understood Licky implication Chi Alpayan wanted to mention, so he gently nodded. That it right, he must be there Ma Di Chi. He turned back to look at Lee's scattered rubble. Quit such EVM each, we must call for rescue immediately. Just then Siop Hyan suddenly scanned his eyes around nervously, as if fearing eavesdroppers, then whispered, young master, someone I lurking in Lee's shadows. He nervously observed his surroundings, then warned, Foe now, don't leave my sight. The enemy ID key still hiding somewhere nearby. Hazut face immediately turned pale. Quit worry. If there were any signs of mana, I could pinpoint their location, but unfortunately, he clasped his sweat-dappled face, then thought to himself, Key shockwave from Leapy explosion has disrupted mana currents, making me unable to sense anything at all. Leak confusing situation made Hazu increasingly cautious. Right now, leak enemy location ID still a mystery. See, Uphayan immediately analyzed Doc opponent then said, judging by Iki magical power, this idea master of E7th circle, I will deploy defenses immediately. A sturdy protective barrier was quickly erected by him, encompassing both of them. Hazu glanced at I's steadfast shield and secretly admired, Uncle Si Uphayan ID truly formidable. Its durability and numerous layers of defense astonished him. He created up to 10 layers of protection in Lee blink of an eye. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed from Leek C corner, making Si Uphayan clench his teeth. There ain't an enemy here. Absolutely do not leave my side. A cloaked figure suddenly appeared amidst a dense smoke. As soon as he heard Likisa Tren Saw, he quickly turned his head and shouted loudly, young master! But behind him was an endly cold emptiness. There was no one there at all. Young master! It was at that very moment Hazu was teleported to Eski Tren Place in Lee Ki Pitch Beat Lee Si Night. He looked around in confusion, then asked himself, where ID this place? As Ki fog cleared, Hazu gradually realized this place was Ki Coliseum Arena. Hazu was stunned to realize that Lee Pi moment like laughter in Lee Ki dust ceased. Lakmana had engulfed him in an instant. He stared at Leap scene before him with bated breath. I can't believe he so easily broke through Uncle Si Uphayanate barrier. After using my Vikswa perception to check this place IDE, Hazu realized in a panic, this ID a barrier. A cold voice spoke from loopy shadows, your intuition ID key quite get, isn't it? Hazu's eyes turned sharp, cold, and fun of vigilance. Jiang sneered triumphantly, don't look at me, quit those eyes. Anyway, a deathmatch ID key coming, so we need to chat a bit first. He laughed loudly, then confidently jutted his chin. My name ID Jiang E1 known as E Green Iron Hand. Zhang spread his arms proudly and introduced, this place ID reserved Fu gladiators. Leak Coliseum Arena ID a land where and those I choose can enter. This ID a sacred arena. He lowered his voice every quiz he uttered heavy and forceful. TID also execution ground NMBK 171. Lee P scene shifted to a confrontation between Blackbell and Hill. Blackbell yelled excitedly, excellent. Now this ID truly worthy of a festival, isn't that right, venerable head of a demonic divine family? He just silently watched Iki man at arrogance quit a chilling gaze. Black Bell shouted in a rage, why ID no one responding? Oh am I een and lie one feeling excited. He swung his hand, releasing a tremendous surge of internal energy. A get party must be shared. Eat would be a waste to enjoy ate all by myself. Countless monsters received Gi's summoning order and rushed forward frantically. EP Undead rose up, throwing EP entire space into chaos. James muttered in panic, damn Eat, could Eat be that he also possesses a resurrection XQ? Standing on Leaky Men XT trait back, Black Bell became even more excited. Look at this, my army of Leaky Undead! Chack ahead and Levy everything! A swarm of monsters from all directions surged to attack Inhill, but he still stood there calmly as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Inhill and Lai needed to gently raise his hand to release a massive stream of Ma Di Cha power. James gritted his teeth, observing Leapy's state of likey battle quote extreme anxiety. Black Bell lowered his head and smirked, so do haven't gone all this entire time. How in T-rate 10? Inhill glanced at his opponent quit total contempt, as if looking at an inferior from a lower class. What the hell are you babbling about, you fool? He immediately cast his ultimate killing move 8th Circle Quad Elemental Fuchs Amadici Genesis. Lee group of monsters collapsed instantly moment they came into contact quit that power. An entire powerful army of monsters was wiped off quit just a single strike. Black Bell erected a protective barrier around himself, watching his subordinates vanish into thin air. All of my pet monsters have turned into ashes. A lot of pity mixed quit disdain appeared in Inhilled eyes. If do know how to resurrect, I will crush Diu into phi dust so there aren't be a single fragment left to regenerate. He regained his composure and gave a thin smile. Not bad. It seems key rumors weren't entirely fabricated. Ignoring Lai's shameless provocations, Inhill wasn't angry in Likey's slightest and instead launched another powerful attack toward his opponent. A brilliant ray of Madich Lai descended 8th Circle Dual Elemental Fiu X Madich a Purgatory Outbreak. Amidst the center of Ike Shockwave, a high-speed silhouette darted past in a blink. Shadow caught Black Bell in time and dodged to Waiki's side. Ike latter immediately praised, excellent speed. Black Bell smiled brightly, quite different from his previous malice, than Shadow, and where ID Turkish. He and Lee replied with a cold glance, how should I know, you idiot? That guy ID probably dead meat already. Shadow calmly informed Black Bell, Shadow Gauge will be activated within the next 3 minutes. His face showed a look of triumph as if everything was going according to plan. I see. In that case, I'll have to end this match quickly. Inhyuk stood observing their conversation in Thao and SPC. What kind of devilish Shadow Madiich ID that? He was inwardly amazed by Shadow 8 abilities from swallowing Madiich to erasing Manena, not to mention buffing leaky monsters. Black Bell charged forward eagerly again. Let it keep going. South Korea's strongest archmage. He gestured to Hub Anancha summoning barrier, calling forth more swarms of monsters. Gate of Hell, Hub, NH. Black Bell held his head high arrogantly. Let it see if your mental strength runs a first. Oh, if my monsters are destroyed first. Inhyuk and Lai silently watched him coot an indifferent and emotionless gaze. Lai corner of Black Bell 8 mouth quirked up provocatively. Then let 8 see, let 8 ted our power. While scene shifted to Wag location where Hazu was being besieged. He slowly raised his hand, his mouth curling into a devious smirk. Now that EP greetings are VE, let 8 get down to business. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. It turned out to be just that. He had expected a deadly trap, but Fu now, he just had to focus all his strength on blocking Lipey's strike. Hazu flexed his arm muscles and unleashed a punch as powerful as a desert storm. Jiangti fist tore through Pierre, lunging straight ahead. Hazu was momentarily stunned by key power that far exceeded his expectations and was struck by EE blow. It was Gem VE. What IDP this? He widened his eyes in sexy as he realized his Medici was completely useless. Jiang stopped, his triumphant demeanor evident in every gesture. You're so weak, eat laughable. His arm swung awe, cutting through Lig wind coot an overwhelming hurrah of destruction. A punch as he vie as lead landed squarely in Hazutate's stomach. I told you that you were far too mediocre. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his aching abdomen as his breathing became heavier than ever. Jiang withdrew his hand, his lips curling in contempt. I deek that all you can take. Punches lie this are woki in en lie way to satisfy my bloodlust. Hazu broke into a cold sweat as he realized what was sealing his powers a mighty each nullifying barrier. He chuckled quit delight. Sharp of due to notice, kid? An excited laugh erupted from Jiang 8's throat. Exactly. In this cage, don't even think about using a single drop of manai. His voice dropped low. D probably thought I was using some dirty Madiche trick, but my powers are completely sealed to P2. We're just using raw muscle to knock each other out. He tilted his chin up proudly. This arenid atmosphere suits Diu, doesn't eat. To date 170 arrogant fools have fallen at my hands. Jiang stomped cracking lie ground, and charged. Diu'll be my 171st trophy. Waves of relentless attacks crashed down on Hazu like a surging tide hitting YP shore. A powerful finishing blow struck him, sending his body reeling back like a puppet quit its strings cut. As soon as he hit Li Pi ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spilled from Li Pi corner of his mouth. Iki bone-chilling pain was so intense that Hazu couldn't help but scream in despair. Jiang stepped closer and roughly grabbed him by collar, hoisting him up. How does it feel? Do you hate me? Don't do? Life must be miserable fu pampered pretty boys lie do. He leaned Sikyal Yu to Hazu 8 face, his voice deep and raspy. Our backgrounds are worlds apart, though eat nothing to be proud of. He spun around and threw a roundhouse kick at breakneck speed. Just looking at fancy mages lie do makes me want to crush everything of spite. He snorted coldly and let go of Hazu 8 collar. You should consider yourself lucky this barrier exists, because I'm actually a bottom-tier mage. Jiang stood tall with an arrogant expression. Without this barrier, Du would have met your end in agony long ago. He struggled to get up, his voice hoarse from key pain. Why are Du targeting me? Jiang replied nonchalantly. Key reason ID simply business. A wealthy Sikh lai niche paid a sky high price for your life. Someone who can't use mod each lai Du should just lay a quiet life. Hazut's strength finally ran out, and he collapsed onto Li floor. He walked a V slowly, looking down at boy lying there, gasping faux breath amidst beating. Jiang gritted his teeth, put all his weight into his foot, and stomped down hard. P screams in despair of mages when they lose their madi each. He'd always indescribably sweet. Hazu clenched his fists, looking up and staring intently at his opponent to see who that big spending Sikh lai eunuch was. Jiang smirked mockingly, his voice fun of sarcasm. You're about to kick bucket anyway, so why bother being curious? Are Du planning to invite them to Jin Du in like afterlife? Jiang appeared visibly triumphant. Since Du're gonna be a get soon anyway, I might as well tell Du, except for fact that even I am completely clueless about their identity. Hazu let out a provocative chuckle. An assassin who doesn't even know his own Siki Lai Chin. I wonder what kind of my senior superiors assigned Du. Despite his parched throat, he still managed a sarcastic curl of his lips. In Ian, Du're nothing more than a disposable pawn. Jiang growled murderous intent. Do you sure have a big mouth foo someone about to die, but be careful not to misunderstand. I'm not entirely ignorant of Ike identity of like person who hired me. He tilted his head a tone of mock pity. That VP guest ID definitely a blood relative of yours. His face darkened and his facial muscles twitched. I've heard whispers that they've been working together for 4 years now. He crossed his arms defiantly. Family members tearing each other apart. Do you sorcerer families really are all just scum, aren't you? Hazu lowered his head and covered his face, muttering in an exhausted voice, so that ain't how EDIDE. He dropped his hands to his sides, his wavering eyes suddenly turning sharp. Then do you foe this seed and fate son? This evidence ID enough for me to corner that person. Jiang stood there dazed, unaware of Li's flurry of incoming punches.
Wait, what?
In Li's blink of an eye, he countered accurately, sending Li Pi man sprawling on Li Pi ground. Jiang turned pale with horror as he realized Li Qi's situation had reversed in a fee lot. What it going on? He scrambled to his feet, a look of utter confusion. What kind of trick ID this? Jiang staggered as he tried to stand firm, still cursing under his breath. Do you little brat? Hazu held his phone up high. I've recorded every quips of your keen on fate son. He tilted his head, his calm face showing he was certain of victory. Then to your big mouth. I didn't have to waste any effort digging faux information. Hazu didn't hesitate to deliver a thunderous blow that left Jiang unable to react. It was way too fast. He tried to swing his leg, attempting a counter, move to fight back. However, Hazu's agility caused him to be kicked far away. Jiang coughed violently, his voice raspy in fun of bitterness. Do dead dog. He collapsed to hully ground, his mind reeling dozens of questions. Could it be that this whole time, everything was just an act? He calmly wiped his face and said, because I needed information about Lai Enoch so badly. Evil guys often think they're weak ones holding all Li cards. Hazu's 8 words left him speechless. You were just boasting and bragging about everything, weren't you? He gave a bright, friendly smile. Then do you so much foo playing like role of a typical third-rate villain perfectly? Jiang gritted his teeth in fury and threw a punch. You're really a piece of work. He caught Lady punch effortlessly, a mocking smile. What kind of punch I did this? Etate as weak as a scratch. A look of disdain was clear on Hazu's face. You really should have spent more time training. He held his head high and said cheerfully, that it right. I almost forgot my fine words of than fo du. Hazu glanced around and smugly congratulated himself for being in this magnificent Colosseum-style arena. Hazu's tone was fun of satisfaction, fo having to estilal a 7th, tier ma de che user head, on would indeed be too much. I would definitely have been crushed at Li very first gate, no kidding. He narrowed his eyes triumphantly and whispered, "Anyway, you can't touch Hyenyi, so don't even dream of killing me." Jiang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and trembling. "Do brat, don't you dare push your luck." Hazu pressed his lips together in silence, his cold eyes calculating his next move in this deadly game of chess. He suddenly turned his back and delivered a powerful push, causing Leaky Man to stagger. Jiang was thrown directly into Libby glass door, shattering it completely. His expression suddenly turned grave. "Old man, do I have two paths left to choose from?" Hazu raised his hand in a sign of dominance. 1. Die by my hand so white barrier dissolves on its own. 2. Remove Lully, seal yourself and let my men handle do outside. As Jiang struggled to get up, his face covered in blood, Hazu coldly added, "Choose your own way to Aiki afterlife." Hazu slowly raised his hands to Lee's Kai with a bright, satisfied smile. Another victim, 27st joins 8 collection. A Voxy agent looked up in a panic. 17 this IDing? Havenji contemplatively observed Lee energy wall and nodded. HTID indeed a special type barrier. Waiki subordinate, anxious as he looked at Lee Ki solid barrier, pressed him. "ID there any way to break heat in XEE Ki young master?" Hyenjate face was cold and emotionless. "Must be destroyed at all costs. I will force my mana to explode to its limit." He focused on channeling his inner power and analyzed, "This type of barrier ID extremely sensitive to magical fluctuations. As long as I detonate Lee mana loop around ET will shatter on its own." Leak accompanying agent turned pale, quit fear and hurriedly stopped him. "If you do that, Ki Cop Teent life will." He hesitated, unable to continue. Hivengate gaze was steely and determined as he commanded firmly, "After this barrier ID gone, make sure do protect a young master well." Leaky agent clenched his fists loyally and shouted, "Understood, even if I have to throw away this worthless life, I am determined to protect a young master safely." At that very moment, Haivang stood tall, holding his head high as if whispering his final words. "Master, I apologize, eat ID time for me to go." However, just as Li Manao around him was about to explode, a trend streak of Li appeared on a Kiestri fee of Li barrier and suddenly erupted violently. Leaky earth-shattering explosion made Iki agent scream in surprise. "Captain, look, E-barrier has deactivated itself, could it be too late?" Leapy magical pressure hit Lia storm, turning P entire area into a chaotic battlefield. Likey dust was so thick that Hive NG had to wave his hand to cove his face and cough violently. All eyes turned forward, holding their breath, waiting to see who had emerged from center of Likey explosion. "That ID key." Ninja narrowed his eyes, trying to get a clear look at Leaky silhouette. Levy smoked thin to reveal a familiar face. It was Hazu. Hive NG cheered quite joy to see him walking all of Lee rubble safe and sound. Hyang Yi, both surprised and overjoyed, rushed to V to ask, "I was worried to death, how on earth did you?" Hazu nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "I'll explain later, now IDP not EB time." He coldly pointed at Jiang, who was crawling on a key ground, and said without mercy, "This mage from EB Elisi Medici Tower IDEB culprit behind this disaster, help me tie him up." Hazu brushed light dust to pee his hands calmly and asked G, Op, and Hyenfo first aid, lest he might lose his life later. C. Op and Hyen stared blankly at the enemy tattered appearance, wondering how a 7th Ard Eng mage could be single-handedly defeated like that. Meanwhile, night had fallen and Li Pi entire city trembled under waves of cold wind whistling through every corner. At a Wi-Fi house, 3 men in BELC were quietly monitoring Li Pi entire course of recent battle. It seemed that Breakbell had just experienced a memorable and arduous confrontation. He cleared his throat, sat down on Li Ti floor, and told himself that he had almost died, though looking back, he found it quite in deep rate tin. Turkish observed everything through his phone screen and clicked his tongue, admitting that EAMH this time was truly not small. Breakbell gnashed his teeth in regret, lamenting Ervi Fenrir and Giganto, Leek beloved creatures he had spent so much effort raising. Lee next moment, he stood up decisively as a new idea came to him. He excitedly thought he could just catch another replacement, so for now, someone else should take a V key my CN. A subordinate hovering in like air asked Breakbell, F key next trip would be to Africa, but he shook his head vigorously and said no, this time they had to go to Greenland, because there was a massive beast there that he had never been able to tame. His eyes flashed a sharp gaze, and he was firmly confident that once he caught it, he would return for revenge. He gritted his teeth bitterly, swearing that people lie Ki 2 Tower Masters, Ki Kangan family, a wiki head of Imadi Ichi house, would all lose their lives to him sooner or later. Another BLC shadow approached. Turkish overheard Breakbell's intentions and spoke up to intervene. He lowered his voice to remind him that Li Pi's superiors had not yet issued instructions Fu Li next steps. Upon hearing Lai preachy words, Breakbell irritably asked what other instructions were needed when Ki Mai San had failed miserably. There was nothing left to do but retreat. Turkish calmly pushed up his glasses and slowly analyzed. Although it was a retreat, because this was a Ki Mi Cien involving 3 officers, it would likely restart soon, so they should wait and see. Breakbell sighed despondently in finding Turkish reasoning so. He agreed that even if they continued fighting he had no monsters left to command, admitting his weakness. Breakbell glanced at his companion 8 fuming face and mockingly asked why he looked like he wanted to eat someone alive. In Lai Fo YP Man next to him to sneer that he was always that way. Li Man was taken aback by his sudden mention, but quickly regained his serious composure, explaining that since both Leap main and sub missions were total failures, everyone was understandably annoyed. Breakbell became furious upon hearing this, shouting to ask if they really couldn't Kivu Sinazua. Losing Sin and Trun, he scolded everyone, saying 8 was a pathetic joke Fu officers to fail 3 times. Tursix, already bitter from lead defeat, turned red rage at he shouting and barked back, telling him to shut up immediately. Undeterred, Breakbell stepped forward and said coldly that perhaps Edie was time for him to hand NVC his officer 8 seat to someone else. Just as Y atmosphere became suffocatingly tense, a fake lot of purple lie suddenly appeared. Tursix? Both men were forced into silence, not daring to say another quips. So appeared in a BLEC cloak, surrounded by an eerie purple aura that made everyone feel suppressed. That power made Key's subordinates tremble quite fear. He lowered his voice and ordered them to look up at once. So radiated a terrifying pressure and ordered an immediate retreat after wiping all traces. That was how Leapy struggle Fola Pimana Stone's Kutaldabalv Madi Chower officially ended. Meanwhile, elsewhere, that luxurious mansion stood as a symbol of Jacobate power. In IP courtyard, a glossy BCC limousine slowly came to a C top app right in front of Leave Gate of E imposing mansion. Late car stopped. Lee driver tilted his head slightly to signal that the journey had reached its destination, and Haru nodded politely and thanked him. Haru left I car, calmly reviewing everything from E pile of ancient books in Lee collapsed hotel to Lee snails in light darkness. Fortunately, treasures Lee books of Mimir and Yudrez were in his possession. He breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that all 4 seasons were being safely stored in Lee Kimadiiche's vault. Lee Ki battle at Mediichi Stone v No. 3 ended, including Lee P monsters killed by his father. As many as 300 creatures lay dead on that fiery battlefield, which Haru thought was truly a difficult problem. He walked pensively into Wauki High, Rise Bu, in admitting that his side losses in this battle were not small at all. Ahead, someone was waiting to guide him. Haru worriedly wondered, since even beast tamers who could contend unranked creatures had appeared, this chaos would become more severe. His gaze became firm, clearly realizing that this was like beginning. He approached DD massive wooden door of Leaky clan office. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, Etate Haru. May I come in? He pushed the key door open slightly and walked in. A middle-aged man stood quietly, looking a large window. Haru bowed and said, Father. Yen Hu was in no hurry to respond. He spoke slowly and directly. Let it get straight to key point. He looked directly at him with a cold, sharp gaze and then asked, I am asking du. Shin Ji Hanan Shin Min Ji. Leaky atmosphere in room suddenly became heavy as he spread his hands. Between two of them, who idet. Haru stood rooted to Ike's spot, feeling a suffocating pressure. He told himself that it was first time he had seen his father. So angry. On a crowded street, lyso of traffic echoed incessantly. On Inky Road, a luxury car sped along. Space inside the luxury car suddenly became terrifyingly suffocating after recent tense conversation. Yen Hu sat in the car, looking all key window. Leak loyal driver glanced through Lee rearview mirror and asked worriedly, Master, are you alright? Yen Hu, his train of thought interrupted, replied vaguely, I am just overthinking, don't worry. To which Lie driver suggested, should I call a specialist for you? Yen Hu leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and replied hoarsely, no there ain't no need. Lakey driver understood and gently suggested, would you lie to take a quick nap before we arrive? Then received a wary nod from powerful master, I'll trouble you then. Yen Hu warily pulled all his phone. He turned on Iki tape recording and mold of Iki every single quoops without missing a shred. Lee tape kept droning in his ears, revealing an earth-shattering secret that precious guest was actually his own brother. Following contents further exposed that they had been secretly colluding for 4 long years. Even though old man Yen Hu had caught a whiff of something stren, when Iki truth was laid bare, he still boiled coot rage and cursed bitterly, do you fool. He question of which of E2 had P gall to act so recklessly kept spinning in his suspicious head. Could it be both of them? Agitated beyond belief, he snatched up Lee phone and barked at Hazu. I need to hear Likey whole story from beginning to end. Get yourself RVU to Likey Hotel to see me right now. Back to reality. In P empty office, Hazu stood formally and poured whole truth to his father, having just concluded his long narrative. When everything fell into a frightening silence, old man Hugh remained thoughtful for a long time before probing. Ardu referring to Yiki Lang Smith case. Quite an expressionless face, Hazu stepped forward and confirmed it was indeed day he had summoned his comrades. Recalling his brother Aid's erratic behavior back then, Hazu added a crucial detail: Jeet seemed Nli had exhibited Ike most unusual attitude. Leak room suddenly turned as cold as Leak Arctic. Old man Hiyu exerted a crushing pressure that made Aid hard to breathe, then coldly asked why he had waited until now to speak up. Hazu lowered his eyes to leaky floor and honestly explained that even if he had spoken, his father might not have believed him, since he and Enli possessed baseless suspicions. Realizing words are empty without physical evidence, he sighed in frustration, especially since no clues could be found in leaky chaos at Baekryong Island. After hearing his son's detailed account, old man Hiu's face darkened with tension. He concluded curtly that he had grasped the crux of Lee's problem. He turned toward Lei window and barked an icy command: "Get off. Leave everything that follows Fumi to handle personally." Not daring to utter a quooks, Hazu backed toward Key door and bowed politely, saying, "Sant, I understand," before quietly withdrawing and leaving Key office door ajar. Once all in lighty quiet corridor, he shivered when he felt his shirt soaked with sweat, thinking that he had truly never seen his father look so terrifying before. Time flew by. In an apartment, Suchan was reminiscing about Lei's fierce battle Quitbika Bec Medij Tower 3 days ago. To avoid prying eyes, he had quickly moved to a new place quit ironclad magical defenses. He crossed his arms and smirked disdainfully. "Local mana disaster, my foot. What a farce. There ain't no way it was a coincidence Fu Hotel to blow up right then." Although YP ambush on Commerce Stone had been successfully cleaned up, Ike leveling of Korean Tem Hotel couldn't be kept from Key public forever. Thus, Key Big Shots staged a fee lie to deceive international press into thinking 8 was just an accidental Manai incident. Suchan and Hazu were in total agreement on this. While Hazu was lingering in his office, Suchan burst in an incredibly gleeful look, waving his phone fun of breaking news and urging him to see. Leap's screen was filled with glowing headlines: "Resilient Korea amidst storm," an inclination that never bows to adversity, along with news that Hazu would still compete despite surviving hotel collapse. There were even a string of sentimental articles about Hazu 8 nerves of steel that touched Lee's entire nation, while he could watch helplessly as they blew P story O of proportion. A joyful atmosphere filled the P group as Schwa browsed to Cape, jokingly saying that if they win, they'll likely be praised Fu overcoming some catastrophe, to which Suchan nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, upon reading Lee lies written about him, Xua turned to Hazu in confusion and asked curiously, "Hey Chepteen, what ID this spirit of steel nonsense Lagi media IDP using while claiming Diu were injured lie this?" Hazu could manage a wry smile, explaining that he did have some minor scrapes, but those few small bruises had already faded long ago. Raymond was still fixated on Key papers, calling all to look at yet another article that was even more far-fetched. He excitedly read aloud all Key experts' predictions. If they won all 3 upcoming matches, it would be an unprecedented achievement in League Olympiad arena. Room immediately erupted in cheers. Ike belief in victory flared up fiercely, and everyone looked at each other with hopeful eyes. "I can't believe Li. Jin muttered, squinting as he calculated. "So, we really can get our hands on a Giginnan trophy." It seemed a key door to victory had begun to be itch. All hopeful eyes turned to their ace. Hazu stoked a key flame, saying, "Hate easy. Adela just needs to defeat Li Duo, Kyo and Daria in Leaky upcoming showdown." Adela simply replied a brief sentence, "I will do my best." Hazu silently watched Leaky fighting spirit ablaze in his teammates' eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he thought. I was afraid Leaky atmosphere would come down. Next day, Jin Markley, Leak wizard from the Phantom Tower whom Hazu had once subdued and who was now imprisoned, proactively requested a meeting to negotiate. Lee meeting took place at a solitary confinement prison under YPEN Trenova Red Tower. This place was deep within a forbidden zone, heavily guarded. After passing through wetty magical protection, Hazu arrived at Lee meeting point and gazed at colossal steel fortress before him. He secretly praised facilities, thinking they were truly not to be trifled. This was truly Red Tower at elite prison, living up to its name as a steel fortress specialized in incarcerating most dangerous criminals on a planet. Leap's security here was extremely stringent. He thought just to get inside he had already undergone 6 rigorous checks. While guard an impassive face, let a key way through walk long winding corridors, he stopped before a solid iron door and motioned for them to enter. After opening the door, Key jailer politely greeted them and explained procedure. "Please call us when you're finished," he said. Hazu nodded and then, stepping into Liok observation room, Sok Haigeng was already present by Kintron panel. As soon as he saw Hazu, he spoke up. "You've arrived, sir." He pointed to Wiki's specially manufactured tempered glass in Li middle of OP room and explained its mechanism. "Than to this glass, other side cannot see any of our movements." Hazu moved closer. Looking through Key one-way glass, he curiously asked what Li man wanted to bargain for. Sok Hyunji shook his head in exasperation. "That man insists on meeting Key young master directly before he'll speak." Hazu was a little curious. ID that so, he said. P-Lai remove his blindfolding gag so I can see what tricks he ate planning. Sok Hiving replied quickly, understood, sir? He pressed a button on icon trend panel, causing Lai Ki-Manate blindfold to fall a P. Hazu watched intently through Lipi glass. None of Ki-Manate movements escaped his and Sok Hiving Jate sight. As soon as YB gag was removed, Leaky Wizard Jin Markley lifted his head. He smirked mysteriously and growled, so, do you finally decided to see your face, have do you? He let out a laugh that sent a chill down Lee's spine. I know very well dear standing there, kid. Then, with an exceedingly arrogant expression, he made his Fei-En to offer. Let it make a deal, do and I. Jin suddenly flashed a sly smile. Hey, he said, my throat ID terribly dry. Could you get me a sip of water? Hazu and Sok Hien-ji could Enlai stand silently, staring at Iki-Man without moving. Leaky-Man continued to drone on. If Dio want to make a deal, bring Likey water here yourself. Ikem has begun, do Dio agree? Hearing that, Sok Hiving flared up and yelled, Insolent wretch!
Young master, don't listen to his nonsense! I'll give him an electric sea to break him of this habit!
In STC contrast to Siaok Hiving temper, Hazu remained very calm. Teed alright, he said. Just do as he says. Ate and Enlai a glass of water after all. He did not have leaky heart to see top him, but Hazu quickly interrupted. Don't worry too much, if that guy tries anything, we'll deal quid eat later. He turned to look at Siok. Hivenjian gently reassured him. Don't worry, you are Iki one who will protect me. Hazu smiled and asked Siok Hivengi, right? Although he heard ik reassurance, Siok Hiving still looked clearly troubled, saying, right, but finally, Sok Hivengi had no choice but to give in, as letting him fall into a dangerous situation was not a good idea at all. Hazu confidently gave him a radiant smile. Do you understand my personality well enough, don't you? He sighed and gave in to Hazu-8 persistence. Since you're so determined, I have no choice, I understand. Sok Hiving warned him seriously, however, if I see any suspicious behavior, I will intervene immediately. Peak Lai don't blame me fo eat. A moment later, Hazu returned Kuda glass of water in his hand, just as Gata had requested. He held Lopi glass of water, his eyes as sharp as razors, boring straight into Walu Ki-Man in front of him. Gata raised an eyebrow at Li P glass. Cheat here, I teat. Just throw it somewhere, I have no interest in being served by a kid. Hazu leaned V east to place he glass on I floor, and Gata continued, if Diu intended to feep Lie dirty, Diu would have spilled like water o spat and eat long ago. He stood up straight, staring at Gata. What ID your goal? Hazu wondered to himself. This guy keeps fixing his eyes on like security Kami Ra. On a E ceiling, a Kami Ra was rotating continuously to co-VE every corner of EP room. Gata caught that suspicious look and looked pleased. Very get, you're quite sharp. Do you even understand what it going on? Gata explained to Hazu that when Li barrier between Li Ki visiting room and Ikixio ID disabled, Iki signal sent to Ichian Tren room ID interrupted. Sok Hivengi, who was standing in Li monitoring room, was startled when he heard that. Gata glanced at Li Ki's Mirai and smirked. T seems sissy Tren, doesn't heat. They set it up so cleverly that Dew wouldn't even know. He frowned, looking at Gata in confusion. Do you mean Itate's set up so that people don't realize anything? Seeing that he couldn't hide anything from Hazu, Gata spoke up. Quite a mind that works as fast as yours. You've probably already guessed Eat. As soon as Gata finished speaking, then he rumbled, but he remained calm. There are moles from Leaky Hakmathap infiltrated among Li prison guards. After hearing this, he was so shocked that he widened his eyes and stared at him. Ignoring Hazu's reaction, Gata continued to ramble. Not just here, other prisons have been infiltrated as well. They are everywhere. Still confused about what their objective was, he asked, are they planning to help Li prisoners escape? Hearing this, Gata shook his head. Escape, keep dreaming. Ki Hakmathap would never rescue captured mages. Gata's eyes were now filled with hatred. They will secretly eliminate them to silence them and wipe all related evidence. Hazu felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his heart full of astonishment. He never expected this person to be so afraid. Hazu pressed further. ID that really true? Tell me key details. He refused point blank. No, I know dear very confused, but we're running all of time. Li T signal to Li T ton tron room ID Kellen Nen Li kata P fo about 3 minutes. He squinted at him with a meaningful look and changed the key subject. Anyway, let it get back to our deal from earlier. He remained silent, his cold gaze still not leaving Ike Manate face. GN reiterated earlier agreement Li prerequisite ID surrender of all secrets held regarding EB Ilsi D Chower. In exchange, what he wanted to obtain was. He looked up with a face revealing clear anxiety, hoping to protect his life from hands of EBEC Modiichi Tower Group. Outside our arena, referee loudly announced that key dramatic 8th match of IT Individual Combat Olympiad had officially begun. South Korea sat in Lei P stands beaming as Eat was truly a top-tier competition right from League Opera opening round. League referee began introducing key fighters. Key first to step into Wee Ring was Adela Stezak from Peak South Korean Tim. League remaining spot belonged to Rossi Batten, an outstanding representative of He German Tim. E2 stepped onto Gi mat, staring at each other defiantly. Hazu sat in the coach 8 chair watching. Eek referee said death row and mate 8 terms were reasonable, but he did not care because his mind was busy thinking about what Jian had said, that he would be assassinated when transferred. Leaky death row and mate begged Hazu repeatedly to delay key schedule N to arrange at least 3 bodyguards of Ard Ungieto hire to protect his life. He just fell silent, unable to utter a quiss. He added that once he arrived at a safe place, all secrets about Libelis Medich Tower would be revealed. Shaking a humility memory, Hazu clenched his fists in deep thou. It was hard enough to catch someone holding such information, so he couldn't let him die yet, forcing him to bite Iki bullet and accept, but still. He and Lai hoped everything would go smoothly. Key schedule had been pushed back by 10 days, and it would be great if everything remained peaceful until Iki closing ceremony of Iki Olympiad. Hazu scanned his surroundings and wondered, key emblem stone ID keys still lying there alone, what would I do if I were them? Key's sudden, deafening cheers of Lee Key audience startled him, making him look up to see what was happening. Hanguk excitedly announced that Nike Arena was honored to welcome an extremely noble guest today, legendary mage world-renowned. A lady quit long flowing platinum hair stepped like audience below applauded enthusiastically. Seeing IP crowd 8 enthusiasm, she also wore a very bright smile. Hanguk eagerly introduced to everyone that Sophia Anachepri had graced I place quit her presence. Hazu jumped up Lee moment in name Sophia Anachepri rang in his ears. Sophia stood calmly up high looking down at Lee crowded stands. He stood stunned and rooted to I spot, not knowing what to say. Hazu followed Sophia 8 gaze, and a question suddenly arose in his heart. Was she looking at him? Y scene shifted to a BUE in NYP City Center. Saokeen was diligently working on his tablet, P-screen displaying Lee P entire exchange between Key Death Row and mate and Key Young Master from yesterday. He turned he was showing Lei surveillance v Theer to In Hyuk, who nodded in praise, Geet work. But does a K-Me Ra blind spot in Iki prison actually exist? Saokeen quickly replied, just as that person said. P3-minute segment where P prison defense Tam was disabled completely disappeared. He bowed to excuse himself, but In Hyuk stopped him and said there was no need to rush back. Stepping outside, he thought to himself that she had personally gone to Lee Stadium today. Suddenly his phone vibrated. He took ER to Chach, but his My Sen had to remain Iki top priority. As soon as he opened his eyes, Key Guy froze for a few seconds, stunned by incredibly unexpected scene before him. Leak driver stammered an explanation to Hiyu, saying that being a little late probably wouldn't matter. Hearing this, his friend 8 face contorted in confusion, and he quickly asked what was going on. He explained to Likey Man that Sophie Anachevry had personal business quit Young Master. Upon hearing this devastating news, he froze completely shocked. As for Haju, he was sitting upright on a chair, quit Sophia herself opposite him. Haju was now extremely restless, sweating profusely as if he had just run a marathon in Yi. Sophia spoke to reassure him, advising him to treat her like a friendly neighbor to feel comfortable and not to be too stressed. She conjured a cup of tea to fly Eve, telling him to drink some to calm down. However, moment he touched Iki tea, Haju recognized familiar scent. He was so astonished that he stared wide-eyed at Iki teacup. Haju immediately remembered that this was like herbal tea scent of Ms. Elena, which she had given him before. She gestured for him to take and explained that was tea grown Kutni in Nai P forest, and she wasn't sure if he would eat Haju could lie shyly Chichek's PP rate his than. He awkwardly lifted P steaming cup of tea. Haju looked at Sophia, who was smiling and talking in front of him, and thought to himself that Lei Ki Ma Na around her had P same color as Ms. Elena 8 Mama Na. She closed her eyes gently and then asked if he was curious about why she had summoned him. Hearing that, he guessed 8 was probably because of his eyes. Sophia gently stroked a lock of her hair and confirmed that she really wanted to talk to a junior who possessed rare sapphire eyes just like hers. She opened her eyes, looked at him, and corrected herself, saying that calling them similar wasn't entirely accurate. Haju felt his heart leap out of his chest when she said that it was leak origin of all Ma De Chi eyes, Iki primordial Ma De Chi eye of Likey legendary archmage Raben Waitner. She looked at him with a gentle gaze, indicating her desire to learn more about Leaky owner of those eyes. Her gaze bore into him, as if trying to see through his very soul. Haju stammered, unable to utter a quips, thinking how could such a thing be possible. She sighed softly and closed her eyes, saying it wasn't just divine eyes. Quit a calm demeanor, Sophia asserted that he was Leaky true successor of legendary archmage Raben Waitner. Upon hearing this fine pronouncement, he jumped back in SBC exclaiming in astonishment. Seeing his reaction, as if he had seen a god, she chuckled and said that after being a mage foe, or 100 years, there was nothing she couldn't understand. Sophia reminisced about like past, saying she had known about this divine being from 52 years ago. It all began when she accidentally unearthed a sick trend book and a pair of gemstone eyes in an ancient tomb. From then on, Sophia buried herself in the library day and night, searching faux clues about these eyes. After much effort, she finally found a way forward. For 2 years straight, she ate and slept quote unlie that book in Leapy gemstone eyes. Like last page of Laiki book recorded that gemstone eyes were originally possession of Laiki first emperor and archmage, and they were merely imperfect replicas created by observing his divine eyes. Heiju fell silent upon hearing this, completely stunned by the unimaginably incredible information. She took a sip of tea and confessed that a key moment truly shook her to her core. Sophia gazed at her reflection in the bottom of the key cup. It was ridiculous to consider these exquisite eyes defective, so one had to wonder how terrifying their true owner must be. Setting down her teacup and walking toward Lipe window, she pensively recalled Lipe past, saying she was no different from someone who had let their reason back then. Reminiscing about Lee days of tirelessly searching for Lee truth, she began her journey to decode the pioneering archmage Rabin Waitner. Then in an old historical file she accidentally discovered like origins of an ancient Mage completely distinct from modern types. After putting in so much effort, she finally uncovered key secrets of a Waitner Medici Chi TTM. Still immersed in memories of that long period, suddenly one day a news broadcast on TV caught her attention. Like next focus was Lee events taking place on Bakrayan Island. Sophia whipped around to look upon hearing that though incompatible quit normal Madiich, she possessed powerful divine eyes. Lee person named was a promising young mage capable of observing Lee flow of Mane and altering Madiich circuits. She reached awe toward him and asserted firmly that her intuition told her he was a key successor to Waitner Add Che. Sophia elegantly sat down and softly asked if her deductions aligned with reality. Hazu was stunned by what he heard, stammering speechlessly from sheer SC. Finally, he had no choice but to nod and admit that he was indeed leaky descendant of Jeev. Ben Waitner. Upon receiving his answer, Sophia smiled kindly and said that it was indeed so, feeling very happy that he appeared at this exact time. Bewildered, Hazu asked what she meant by those words. Instead of answering, she immediately changed Lee's subject, saying, "Wet, perhaps I should do this." Sophia slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm covered in a C-tren, intricate BEC birthmark. She explained 8 was a lingering IFAC of Lithe Atlantic wormhole disaster 11 years ago, a terrible curse from encountering Ibi Madiich King. Sophia's eyes flickered quite sadness as she shared that she and Enlai had 3 to 5 years left. Quite a sigh, she bitterly said that this curse was slowly eroding her life every day. Hazu fell silent. Sophia continued, saying that his appearance was a beacon of hope to face IDLC Madiich Keen in her stead, so how could she not be glad? A while later, when Hazu arrived, Mir quickly ran out to ask about Laiki's situation. She cheered excitedly upon hearing Ki Fun's story, noting how lucky it was to have Liki's P of most powerful person of this era. Hazu sat quit his arms crossed, explaining that if they acted rashly, Lykel Bluladima DH Ken would easily catch their scent, so she couldn't help too openly. Mimir looked at him dejectedly and asked if that meant information about Like's successor had already been fully exposed. He hurriedly denied it, saying that wasn't ID case and she had promised to grant them a divine blessing for CP. She looked up at him in surprise and asked how she planned to take it out, since wasn't that we reward Fu best competitor. Hazu confidently asserted that Li PMV Pi title would belong to him sooner or later, so she would secretly take Io and use a replica to replace it during Leak Awards ceremony. After hearing this, she was utterly astonished that Key woman would dare to go that far just to transfer Y divine blessing to him. Mimir curiously pressed for more details on Aki's situation. "Hey, successor, have you whispered to that old lady about Aki divine grace yet?" She stared at him. "You're seriously planning on treating that old lady to a dose of divine grace, aren't you?" While confiding in Sophia, Hazu admitted that he had considered it, but she had told him that even if he managed to shatter YP barrier of IP 10th circle, he would still need to grind for another 3 to 5 years. He recounted Li Ki's whole story and added that, because of that bizarre curse, she could no longer train, so offering Yeet to her would be pointless. She had already declined Yeet. Mir rested her chin on her hand, looked at Hazu with indifference, and asked, "So you're planning on devouring Yeet all yourself then?" He leaned back in his chair and replied thoughtfully, "No, not really, Aoki truth idea." Suddenly, a seat trend saw rang out, nearly causing both of them to jump all of their skins. Mimir glanced in leaky direction of like noise. "Hey, successor, it seems an uninvited guest Idiki approaching, go and chase sheet out." Hazu clumsily stood up and replied, I'll go chishito and be right back. He recalled Yi ancient treasure he had set it so that if anyone approached EP room, Memorate book would vibrate vigorously to sound an alarm. Hazu crept toward Kidor and heard rapid, repetitive vibrations. It seemed this alarm bell was still working perfectly. He pushed EP door UBH and called "Oh, which honorable guest ID visiting?" Appearing right before his eyes was a rather cun-looking woman who nodded and said, Allah there." Hazu racked his brain to identify her. He seemed to have seen her in a pile of files. She was Lee Kop Tina Viki, professional cleanup crew under Lee Etimi De Che Tower, commonly known by public as Ike Hounds. He glanced at her to confirm and asked softly, "Are du Kapteen Sackley?" Hearing Hazu get her name right, she was clearly delighted. "Oh my, do you actually know me? In that case, let it look a fo each other from now on." Sackley pulled a small box from her person and handed it to Hazu. "And here I dick item that Lok Sophia entrusted to du. Take eat." He blankly received leaky box quit both hands. If eat was something from Lok Sophia, eat had to be heavenly glowstone, right? She walked straight into Lighty living room as if she were at H&M and slumped into a seat. "I've finished my door. To door delivery my san, do know." Hazu looked at key box, scratched his head and mumbled what, "Then do very much." But why would an imposing Sapteen Lai Sackley go through key trouble of personally delivering this here? Sackley's face went blank upon hearing this. "What, do you haven't heard anything yet? She insisted that I bring it to do personally." She jumped up in a lot, still chattering. "I thought you were already fully aware of a key connection between me and Sophia." He replied, "Actually, this IDE first time I am being enlightened." Sackley put on a mysterious expression before finally explaining, "So she wanted me to reveal heat to do myself." "Well, eat not going to give you anyone to say eat. In fact, Lee elite cleanup crew at EB Leaks Imadich Tower that I lead ID key actually a unit under Sophia 8 direct command." She narrowed her eyes at him and continued immediately, "Our elf D called Longinus, do you know?" She revealed this while giving him strict instructions about 8, that 8 how eat ID, but this isn't exactly a deep, walk secret. Once do hear ET, just keep it to yourself. Don't go broadcasting 8 everywhere. Then she pointed at her own chest and added one more thing, and lay key complicated connection between me and Sophia ID key top secret, you are forbidden from telling anyone. Sackley turned on her heel and walked away, not forgetting to wave a friendly goodbye. "I am taking a pee now, see you later." Hazu stood like a statue, watching her leave, then muttered, "Right, whatever, but how should I put this?" It was truly like a whirlwind sweeping through. Nightfall quickly descended upon a towering spire. Lovey Path sat calmly, resting in his chair. A subordinate had just run back to report that he had botched a major task, which sent Iwa AC Lok into a rage and earned him a brutal beating. He glared and pointed at key person kneeling at his feet, shouting that this fourth brat of darkness was too arrogant and that he hadn't given him permission to die yet. Lai Ilaf Lok looked at Lai figure on Lai ground quit bloodshot eyes, arrogantly stating that no one in this world could be LPC his path, so other shouldn't bother torturing himself. One who had just been badly beaten turned out to be Turkish. He tremblingly replied, "Great kind of shadows, I have indeed been too subjective and arrogant." Turkish tried to push himself up and pleaded, "Siki Mandich Lok, P. Lai calm down." He suppressed key pain and struggled to stand up, his mind unable to see top questioning whether that matter had already occurred. Glax Lok laughed triumphantly, while Turkish hurriedly pressed him, asking if he had reached a realm of new circle. This gift from Lipi gods was a once, inic millennium Adich stone, which would make any mage who absorbed EDP strongest of their time. Initially Hazu had intended to let Lady Sophia try this gemstone, but she refused because her body was already cursed by a Uffy demon Lok, making it impossible for her to receive that energy source. Reminiscing about Leaky past, Mimir had once asked if Leaky's successor would be E1 to use AT. At that time, Hazu was still holding a key box in his hand, Leaden Thou, wondering if he was truly worthy of absorbing this treasure. "I cannot face the demon Lok alone. I need a reliable comrade key same ideals, and that person must definitely be her." Shortly after, Adela appeared at Leaky threshold and asked, "I am here now. What are you planning to give me?" As soon as he saw her enter, Hazu hurriedly rolled all a carpet and invited her. "Oh Adela, sit down here quickly." Seeing his unusually hospitable attitude, Adela gently agreed despite her suspicion. Right. As she sat down on carpet, Hazu began to instruct her, "Seek all your eyes." And as Adela followed along, she asked, "Cheat lie I'm meditating, isn't heat?" He slowly opened lid of Lai box and said, "Could a smile, you bow me in your mouth a bit," which made Adela break into a cold sweat and fearfully ask what he planned to feed her. He took a woman each stone and reassured her, "Just trust me this once, do you certainly unvent regret et." Hazu held Lee stone near her mouth while Adela, still fun of worry, pressed him, I deek this thing dangerous. As soon as she took Wipe's stone into her mouth, her eyes widened in SBC as she felt a cold aura gradually melting inside. He smiled and told her to brace herself, leaving her confused as she had no idea what he was talking about. Liam Diichi's stone made Adela startle and clutch her chest, in lie then did Hazu reveal that it was an extremely rare elixir. Feeling her body suddenly feel quit life, he continued that this would help elevate her abilities to a new LVE. Hazu opened his eyes wide. Kud Hope signaled Kud his hand and said, now start controlling Ikema Deech power according to my instructions. Immediately, Adela's body felt weightless and floated into Ki air, her hair fluttering along Kud, a powerful aura radiating all around. Witnessing that spectacular transformation, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment that this amount of Madicha power was incredible. Perhaps this Idiki why people call it a blessing from leaky gods. Afterward, Hazu put on his cloak and told himself that he, too, had to get ready. He calculated that Adela had entered Lyki adaptation phase, so she would need about 8 to 12 hours to circulate her Madiich and fully absorb this blessing. Adela swallowed Ki Celestial Crystal Fu 3 get reasons. First, this stone ID indeed a divine elixir capable of restructuring Lie body. Leaky younger, leaky age, Iki more miraculous, leaky I fake in Lighty more talented a P person, Ki more explosive like result. Finally, that crystal ID essence of all things Fu thousands of years, I will absorb love Ki remaining excess Madi Chi that Adela didn't fully digest. Creating the circle of truth to advance to EP fifth ring. As Ki sun rose Ike next day, Adela drowsily opened her eyes after a deep sleep, not understanding what was happening to her. She tried to calm herself down, knowing clearly that she had finished the P all those elixirs. Adela bolted out of bed, stuttering P name Hazu, but instead there were Hazu and Seokai of Engi. P-man placed his hand on his chest respectfully, glad she was awake, saying Lady Adela was just in time for qualifying round. Meanwhile Hazu just grinned mischievously, get Monen Adela, from now on everything will change completely. Seokai of Engi added, once Diu ready we'll escort Diu to Wike Arena immediately. Adela was still confused and didn't understand anything yet, and lie managing a vague "what" in response. A moment later at Mimurd 8 place, Hazu was standing there concentrating his inner power to manifest Ike's circle of truth. Everything was finally complete. Mimir joyfully clasped her hands to congratulate him. Congratulations on officially reaching Ki fifth ring. Hazu looked RV Kud a serious gaze. Than Diu, Mimir, but I have a question to ask Diu. She asked back in surprise. What IDT? He began to mention contents of Idris 8 book. Hearing that, Mimir immediately understood. Oh, that book. You're gonna ask about newly updated pages, aren't you? She recalled and explained in detail. Previously it updated itself every time he leveled up, but since hitting OP 5th ring, it stopped completely without a single quicks. Mimir gestured further, explaining that roughly speaking, data from a T6th ring onwards isn't stored due to memory overload. After hearing this, Hazu questioned her. Then where can information about Lighty 6th ring be found? She emphasized, where to find it. Mimir puffed her cheeks in a pout. Hey Mr. Successor, haven't you carefully read all newly updated pages yet? Realizing he was caught not reading, he whispered softly. I haven't read them yet. Returning to Hazu, he opened book and examined it closely, realizing he had to flip backwards from Lee last Pete to find leaky clues. In Ki book, there was a message stating that all current knowledge had been provided, if he wanted to know more about Lee DT's 6th ring. Then quickly find and read remaining book that I have hidden, which ID Mimir 8 book. Hazu closed Leaky book and thou, Mimir 8 book Nelly unlocks after reaching Leaky 5th ring. I was really lucky when I first met her. He slumped on a Exir Phi and started flipping through Wee book. Well, let me try reading Lee new pages to see if there anything in T-rate 10. Hazu flipped through Y pages rapidly until his hand stopped at one specific page. His eyes bulged in specie because he was so astonished. Hazu could not hide his panic and blurted out, what on earth ID key going on here? At Bibu in where Inhyuk was working diligently. He kept his eyes on the tablet, chin in hand as he thought deeply. Everyone in Leaky clan was certain Hazu had secured Leaky inheritance. Inhyuk placed lead device on a table and remarked, even Leaky neutral coffee faction has turned around to see Pite Hazu. He looked up at Assistant Hai Engi who was standing stiffly before Lipi desk and asked Kut crossed arms, what about Jihan and Minji? He began to report, key situation ID not very promising. People from Young Master Jihan 8 faction are competing to defect to Young Master Hazu 8 Tim. Assistant Hai Vengi added, furthermore, because Lady Minji accidentally took her schemes too far, we have apprehended her and placed her under house arrest. Fu self-reflection. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed, P-specific punishment will be determined later. However, Inhyuk waved him a P and interrupted, never mind, there's no need. He stood up and said, according to Waiki report, she didn't intend to harm Hazu. Besides, I might have provoked her quit that fake order, so just letting her reflect Idiki enough. Quick calculating eyes, Inhu continued. What matters ID Jahan, he ID being extremely cautious, so keep a closer eye on him. He thought to himself, I didn't expect him to Gin forces quit Idima de Ichi Tower after being kicked all by his own brother. He turned away and walked, staring intently at a key city view outside Iki window. What a pathetic group. Just then, Lee Key spotlights at Leak Arena suddenly lit up. Lee hosted Voy rang loudly. Welcome to P Fane and match.
Adela Stizak from Tim South Korea.
Of course, Lee person on a P other side still wore a sinister smile. Eek opponent was Kobentia from Tim UK. Suchin, on this side, began to worry sick, scratching his head in agitation. Why him? Why not Daria instead of that Ko-guy? He tearfully turned to Hazu and complained, that guy ID Adela ate biggest nemesis. In contrast to that distress, Hazu remained unusually calm, certain Adela would win. Hazu looked down at Leak Arena with a confident smile, just of faith in Adela. Watching Adela back, he suddenly remembered Daipi question he had asked earlier, Mimir, I still have one more question. When Mimir responded, he immediately asked, Do said time to adapt to God 8 Grace ID at most 12 hours, right? Hazu recounted Lee's current situation, but Adela took 15 hours and 30 minutes to complete her mana circulation. Upon hearing this, she gaped in amazement at that figure of RV 15 hours. Mir then exclaimed excitedly, that idea true genius. Hearing this, he was still bewildered. What do you mean? Still in SPC she explained, even in my time there was Enli one mage who reached that LAVE, and that outstanding figure was Alina Greenwood. Mir excitedly congratulated him while Hazu stood there stunned. Successor, you are truly lucky, you have just gained a terrifyingly powerful ally. In blink of an eye, ET competition concluded quick key imxit clear announcement. B winner was Adela Stazak. He ground his teeth, looking at his own pathetic state and shouting in frustration, damn eat, what EP hell I deek this. At this moment even like key South Korean representatives were overcome with emotion. Even Adela couldn't believe what she had accomplished. She felt her body was light as a feather, completely different from before. All Leaky spectators in stands simultaneously cheered and applauded. Leaky American Tim however expressed frustration at losing match in such an unbelievable and truly unacceptable way. Sarah Matt immediately analyzed that win rate of 4 ring users against 5 ring users had always been a mere 374%, and furthermore Kylo could his speed, base seat tem, was a hard counter to Baiki Moon Mage Adela. Even Daria was utterly astonished. Kylo should have finished Key match in a fly lot, and she wondered what on earth had happened. Let 8 turn back time to 10 minutes ago. Kylo entered match fun of arrogance. Oh, Adela, I'm so but this victory ID definitely mine. Adela didn't even bother to argue back, she just silently closed her eyes, waiting for P starting signal. As soon as YKM side announcement ended, she immediately activated her XQ, opened her eyes wide, and concentrated intensely. Meanwhile, young man leisurely gathered wind energy, observing his opponent while muttering to himself, a beat Lu rat ID now enveloping my body. Utilizing Madicha, Kylo immediately launched an attack at lightning speed. He unleashed a dangerous piercing strike, but Adela was quicker on her feet. She managed to jump into Wee air. Witnessing his opponent easily dodge Lai attack, he gritted his teeth in frustration, not expecting her to escape. However, what appeared before his eyes stunned Kylo even more. 9 Madicha circles suddenly appeared above his head, and Kylo bewilderedly thought to himself, when did those Lai bullets appear? How did she do that? Adela decisively lowered her hand to command an attack, while he was still utterly confused in his mind. As soon as command was given, Madicha circles simultaneously rained down streams of energy, but Kylo still managed to reassure himself, Moon Madich, though powerful, isn't inherently fast. Holding on to that thought, he was confident that he would dodge all leaky attacks. Adela pointed towards I to gate, officially activating her XQ chain. Energy bullets rained down on Lee ground thick and fast. Kylo, while fleeing, thought to himself, I'll seize this opportunity to counterattack with my Vfong Toot Sex XQ. Unexpectedly, a bullet struck exactly where he was about to land, forcing Kylo to leap to another spot. Waiki astonishing speed of Iki Moon attribute my Deej messed up his calculations. What I deek this? She ate much faster than I thought. Kylo quickly landed, then backed up to gain momentum. He stared at Adela and wondered, this attack I deek completely different from Lee Moonbeam bullets I've seen. Did you modify your Medici? Adela replied very succinctly, not at all. Medici Idiki still same merely utilizes weak repulsive and attractive forces between light and darkness. She explained further, light and expert. Light and darkness are distributed in a fixed ratio, and each shot attracts the others, allowing me to guide them along an eternal trajectory. After hearing Wyke theory, Kylo dismissed it outright. That it impossible? It sounds but it would require an extremely difficult micro of recontren of ma di cha power. Adela calmly replied, exactly. ID indeed unimaginable, I used to think that way too. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Speaking of Hazu, like creator of this Mediich, even I get chills, trying to visualize Hazu 8 face in her mind. Kyo was so furious he almost lost his mind, demanding Aiki name from Hazu 8 mouth. This Mage was refined exquisitely to every micrometer, balancing both light and darkness with 0.01% precision. Adela firmly concluded, I am merely Key 1 executing what he designed. Yeet, nothing special, she replied while raising her hand as Mage circles began to rotate slowly. Kyo was dumbfounded. How could she say Eat was nothing when she used such a flawless technique? Adela nodded in acknowledgement. Because of that I feel a bit uneasy. Then she revealed that she should have Lot, but then to borrowing his power, she managed to turn Li Key tables. He still tried to act indifferent, but his mind wavered greatly at her ironclad declaration of victory. Adela replied without hesitation that Leak outcome had already been decided, then she waved goodbye to Kyo. Li Mage circles continued to multiply and soam densely. Breaking into a cold sweat, Kyo thought to himself that this trajectory was closing in after she adjusted her mana. There was no way now. Heat was getting intense. Looking at Adela now, Kyo couldn't help but blurt out, both terrifying and beautiful. Truly a Menix T. He readied Li Pi sword in his hand, gathering strength for his ultimate move, resolved to go all or against her. Kyo focused all his mind on Li's decisive moment. I will sacrifice my body to take your life. As he summoned like Wind God sword armor and unleashed the third move, Absolute Wind Slash. Quite overwhelming confidence, Kyo charged straight ahead, certain of his victory. But contrary to his calculations, a delicate silhouette faded behind Key dust. What was happening? Just as a T-sword strike lunged forward, she had already vanished without a trace. Kyo quickly realized there was a Mage sphere beneath his feet. It was pull of darkness. He looked down at leaky object and gritted his teeth. Damn ET. From afar, Adela spoke firmly, I told you, the outcome of leaky match was already settled. Instantly she activated Leaky sphere, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire arena. After Wiki dust settled, Leak XDG was in ruins, but Adela still stood firm. Leak MC announced like winner as Adela Stizat from Leak Korean Tim. Exhausted, he looked up and let out a bitter sigh. Damn ET. Leak entire Korean Tim gathered joyfully. Hanai and Hyun rushed EVE to hug Adela and shower her quick kisses, making her bashfully ask them to see Tati. Hazu slowly walked V to praise her. Well done, Adela. Adela looked at him and replied softly, Thank you very much. Hazu turned to concern, asking, do you hurt? Do you seem to hesitate a bit at Kien? Adela answered softly, just some minor, insignificant matter. Despite saying that, she held her chest uneasily. Iki sensation there was Tren, as if something was wrong. Quote her Mage circles. After hearing that, his mood became even more restless. Then Hazu gently turned her around and asked, Adela, could you let me place my hand on your back for a moment? After placing his hand on Adela's back, he pondered for a moment, then softly exclaimed, Cheat exactly as I predicted. Hazu looked at her and enthusiastically announced, simply put, your body ID now ready to unlock Iki 5 rings. Wok Hol Tim was stunned after hearing that, their mouths agape. What? She stammered in confusion. Adela asked in surprise. Gone lie been 2 months since I last checked. He just smiled and gently replied, but it ain't true. Hazu then explained everything. Key emptiness you're experiencing ID because Li's circle that should be there has not yet formed. He began to ponder deeply about leaky blessings bestowed by gods. As expected, this ID can indeed lead ultimate elixir, opening Li path to becoming a greatest mage in history. A moment later, in Nike living room, Inhyuk and Hazu were conversing intimately. Adela had brilliantly defeated Like Tim and advanced straight to semifinals, and at Like same time, she had just broken through to Y5 rings. He smiled, confirming that ain't right. She achieved IE5 rings right after returning to Iki Hotel. He began to give his assessment. If Adela has reached Miki 5 rings realm, then it very likely she will win tomorrow. Hazu heard that and immediately smiled confidently. Exactly, she will definitely win. Inhyuk took a sip of wine. Key gold medal ID practically in our hands and a new record ID about to be set, so Jihan certainly won't sit idly by. He looked at him meaningfully. Teat would be even better if Du could demonstrate something even more outstanding. Hazu immediately embraced the key plan. I will do my best. He stood up preparing to take his leave. Inhyuk gave his Feian instructions. Don't do things by halves, something truly different from before. Haru resolutely replied. I understand. His face was filled with more confidence than ever before. He secretly promised him, I will astound everyone with a display of Madizi he never seen before. Key scene shifted to Wai City Hospital. Haru stood there surprised, calling Leap person opposite him Leaky Master of Leaky Mage Tower. Kangen, sitting on hospital bed, spoke up, perhaps the most fitting thing to say right now IDP, it been a long time. Their eyes met. He echoed him, indeed, it been a long time. Kangen expressed his feelings. Say Tren feeling, it doesn't seem like so much time has passed. Haru kindly asked him, how ID your health now? He smiled brightly, I am perfectly fine of course. I'm well enough to be discharged right now. He skeptically asked by person beside him, ID that true? Schwa frankly shook his head. No, they said it would take at least half a month for a fun recovery. Kangen cleared his throat to interrupt and casually asked, ID convenient for you to visit me at this hour. He suddenly remembered and asked, isn't Adela 8 match against American Tim about to begin? Haru sat down on a chair and replied, Tate Phi, we can watch finals together right here. He exclaimed remorsefully, wait a minute, thinking about how I dragged a cop teen away right before a key most important match. Du can feel free to laugh, it doesn't matter, because all EP preparations were finalized long ago. Kangen rubbed his chin and breathed a sigh of relief. More importantly, Du are on leaky verge of breaking leaky record. If only I hadn't refused your offer 2 months ago. He laughed aloud. I must be beating my chest and stomping my feet in regret right now. Haru turned to Lai P person about to turn on Iki TV and interrupted. There IDP still much to say, but a delegate Fayent has begun. On screen, Lee contestant 8 face appeared could eyes fun of intense focus. Kanjin lowered his voice and asked, Teeth starting, Haru, what do you think Adela 8 win rate ID? He replied could a question of his own. So, what did you think that NMB fee ID? Kangen sighed. Including Lai P strategies I prepared Tate probably unlie about 30% because I gap between key 4th and 5th circles IDP too large. He turned and smirked. ID that your fine answer. Haru replied bluntly, no dear wrong. He stated firmly, win rate I predict Fu Adela ID 100%. Right on IKTV screen, Daria exclaimed in horror. Would ID this? Adela was unleashing an extremely complex technique called Moonlight. Kangen witnessed, Wyke seen and was speechless with astonishment how could 8 be, Adela ID using Moonlight, that 8 absurd. He observed Adela 8 state and then asked Haru, are you trying to say she has also reached IP 5th circle? He didn't hesitate to admit exactly yesterday Adela broke through a wall of limitations. And now she has truly reached IK 5th circle. Meanwhile Daria struggled to fend to P rapid attacks in Lee commentator Voy Rangao Adela Starek ID completely overwhelming Daria. Compared to previous match this development completely overturned all predictions, it was a truly terrifying burst of power. Kangen followed Lai Ki match quit a mindset shifting from one surprise to another SC, this shouldn't be right. On a Key TV, EP commentator Voy announced clearly, key winner of key individual match ID Ki Adela Starek from Low Korean Tim. Weak unthinkable had happened, and in another place, there were also people watching me match intently through a screen. Jaihan ground his teeth listening to every Kusi, Glee Korean Tim was right on Lee Ki edge of breaking a new record. Likey man smashed Oki wine glass in his hand onto floor. Jihen roared in anger. Damn it. What leak hell ID happening quit this match? He thought to himself, if Haju really wins, why championship this quickly? Even his father and his own supporters are watching. Iki communication device suddenly vibrated repeatedly. At X-ray of messages poured in Shin-si, reported that Dung Jun-8 faction had turned to Hai Hun-8 side. Director Kim said Lai Ki elders had chosen to stand Kut Haju, and manager Kim also seemed anxious. Lapin MB of his supporters at Lai Pima Di Che bar dropped sharply, causing Jihan to look grim. He ground his teeth in anger. His head filled en Lai quit Wai Ki sounds of people screaming Shin Hajut name. Jihan walked toward Ki Dor and Thao. I hate ET. Hate every bit of ET. Where did everything go wrong? All because I was held back by that crazy brother. He picked up his phone, thinking to himself that he simply wanted to get rid of a nuisance. So what was wrong Kut doing that? Gihan, cease tup scolding me. Eat those damn lock mages. Do you have any idea how much money I spent on them? Are you people telling me to wait because you're busy? Gihan angrily scolded do incompetent fool. Trusting those people was biggest mistake of my life. Hen muttered to himself. Maybe I should handle this matter on my own. Gihan looked at Lee Ki's screen. On Lee Ki other end, Sia asked where he was. Han-8 Voy lowered as he called C8 name. Gihan asked, everything I asked you to do ID finished, right? Lee P scene shifts to Haju who asks, what 8 current situation quit that guy now? Sia replied, seat still Lee Ki same, he complaining about being bored, but that 8 about ET. He asked further if any other information had leaked, and he replied that there was nothing. He hadn't uttered a single quook regarding live Ma De each tower. Haju asked about leaky attackers. Upon hearing Sia say there had been no movement yet, he was slightly surprised. He nodded in agreement. I also think they'll take action since the P handover ID being delayed. But at that moment, someone appeared, causing Sia to see Tap speaking. He quickly cut a P contact. Someone 8 here, let 8 talk later. Leela person who had just arrived was Daria. She called all Fo Haju by name. She asked sarcastically, you must have been very happy, haven't you, Fo making a joke or of us? He answered bluntly, I don't know what you're talking about. To which Daria replied, see Top playing dumb. She lowered her head, her voice full of reproach. Adela, you said she and Lai had 4 circles, so how much of this was part of your plan? Daria looked up, glaring at him and scolding, "Du bastard." Haju remained calm. "That idea misunderstanding. I never intended to make a joke or of Diu. Naturally, I think he'd understandable that Diu would feel that way from your perspective." He explained that Adela had gained enlightenment during I Battle Quitco and reached EP 5th Circle. Daria's eyes filled with surprise, and she dismissed it as nonsense. She looked skeptical. How could she achieve enlightenment at that exact moment? Are you saying tate logical for her to reach E5th Circle in the key middle of a tournament? Haju asserted firmly. "You'll see when du cha chafu yourself." Tears rolled down her cheeks as Daria sobbed reproachfully. This idea so unfair. Haju stood there, momentarily unsure of what else to say. Late next day arrived, could a bright blue sky overlooking key dense forest.
So Rifu making deal wait. Live highlight of the Olympiad like the 9th match dungeon exploration.
Each 3-person team will compete fu points on a vast battlefield. P deeper they go,
Tougher, like key challenges.
Lee hosted Voy wrangle clearly. Now like match officially begins. Suchin stood nearby watching without any expression. Next to him was Adela. Haju, fun of excitement and confidence, signaled to everyone, "Let go!" 3 hours passed, and Lee's entire Hazu team had moved on to Lee P next Mao Tinan. He turned his head to double, check quick what group just to be sure, likey, glass flowers, were perfectly safe, right? Suchin laughed heartily, confirming that there was definitely no problem. He pulled all Lai B letter, still feeling fun of doubt. Besides, it felt Lai they had been stuck in this first area for way too long. Cliffs below shone brightly quick clusters of crystal flowers. Key glass flowers and Lee appeared here faux farming points, and they were harvesting them to make some profit. Hazu continued, adding that was also to deal quiddy key various alliance teams that were lurking and waiting to loot them. Adela looked skeptical. She held the item in her hand and said, "Don't these kinds of clashes usually happen at key very end? Who starts fighting so fiercely right at key beginning?" He pointed a finger at her meaningfully. "This ID just a prediction, but tate highly likely alliance IDP looking foe away to BLPC our path." Suchin jumped in surprise at that deduction, "Blocking our path. Haven't you already seen that clearly for yourself?" Hazu explained in detail while walking, "Key coordination of that group Madish ID truly formidable." Adela nodded in agreement, exactly, especially synchronized Madish linking it extremely difficult. One look and you can tell they've been preparing meticulously for these past 3 days. Upon hearing that, Suchin could not hide his excitement. That means someone ID pulling IP strings behind IE scenes to gather all those alliances together. He had guessed their thoughts perfectly, the American Tim, exactly. At this, Hazu grew a bit thoughtful. "Zeet seems whole world has teamed up against us in this Dangian expedition." He still maintained a restless, anxious look. "But how are we supposed to manage when facing 30 teams at once?" He smirked as if he couldn't care less. "Rest easy, because I have a foolproof plan. That the whole reason I chose to form this team." Suchin crossed his arms, terrified by his confident demeanor, while Adela whispered, "Why choose me instead of Jinsu? Defensive mind each doesn't have any use here." Hazu updated Louis group on Niki's situation. "No, we will need because we are now entering Area 3. Lee words hit Suchin like a thunderclap. "Are do crazy. Area 3 has that invincible super bet. Are we standing there just to be to gate practice?" Contrary to Lee panic, Adela seemed extremely intrigued. He felt Lai vomiting after hearing her. "Adela have deal out your mind too." Then he turned to grumble at Hazu. "Do you really are a lunatic?" He stood put his hands on his hips and looked at Lee P group. "Since things have reached this point, we aren't Lee Gives type to just sit back and wait for death, are we?" Even though he was pale quit fear, he forced himself to shout to regain his composure. "Alright, hey foreskin record, we will definitely survive. Oh will we? Forget let it just do eat." The whole group slowly ventured deeper inside, heading straight for Dangian Area 3. Like Korean Tim officially cleared Area 2 to step into Wee 3rd Gate. Lee 2 presenters followed their progress, completely bewildered. What are they trying to pull? Area 3 ID extremely dangerous, not to mention this Dangian ID covered in magical barriers. At Lee Key same time, in a private room, Inhine watched Kuda Waka worried expression. "What are you planning to do next, Hazu?" Likey magical barrier ID, a barrier that exerts immense pressure, simultaneously draining mana and eroding Lai player physical and mental strength. Lee 3 of them struggled to make their way inside. It was so powerful and terrifying that just standing in front of it was enough to feel suffocated. Lee 2 narrators kept trying to recount every little detail, so they had to take turns speaking to keep their mouths from getting tired. But after running Foe and Lai a city while, Suchin complained of being all of breath, quit a parched throat and demanded a shift change immediately. We whole group decided to see top and rest. Adela took a chance to catch her breath, while other two were so exhausted they couldn't utter a single quisikme. Alright Hazu, do we have to keep going now? Leaky boy hurriedly shook his head vigorously and said it wasn't necessary. Lipe more he spoke, it more excited his voice became, his spirit burning as if reaching this point meant blinded goal had already been achieved. Suddenly, a massive men-XT charged all of nowhere, ramming into everything liable in a frenzy. Suchinate jaw dropped in terror, sweat pouring down like rain upon realizing it was one notorious demon Ken. Startled Hazu shouted for Suchin and Adela to retreat immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Liam XT lunged forward to attack, sending debris and rocks flying everywhere. Quite just a glance, Adela knew key opponent was no ordinary foe, this LV key of power was truly insane. Suchin quickly raised his shield and rushed forward, intending to give his teammates a hand. He swung his arm decisively, releasing a surge of tremendous power that forced everyone to wait for 40 seconds. Staring straight at Leaky Men XT quit confidence, he set a goal for himself to finish the job in exactly 40 seconds. He didn't forget to assign tasks to his teammates, Adela, keep E pinned down, and Suchin, Kovi me. E trio quickly got into position and charged into battle together. Like Beast swung a horrific fist at Adela as if it were mad, causing Suchan to scream her name in panic. She tried to reassure Lee Group that she was fine and told everyone to focus on protecting Hazu. Hazu rotated his hands in half, closed his eyes, his mouth mumbling incomprehensible incantations. The ring of truth inherently follows a path entirely distinct from traditional Veitner Medici. He had once pondered RV that book, while Veitner Medici emphasizes freedom, ring of truth completely rejects it. Late true essence of this Medici lies in time and unwavering patience. He slowly closed his eyes tight, focusing on Ike energy flowing from Lai book, and began to chant. Hazu focused on locating the key opponent in front of him, chanting ID indeed a technique that requires persistence and patience to succeed. Lee Min XT let out a thunderous roar, its razor, sharp jaws waiting to rip him in half. Instantly, countless Mage circles glowed in lighty sky and AX Rai of lightning bolts struck down fiercely to empower Waiki spell. Hazu's eyes burned with determination. In this world of modern Madiich, he was determined to master everything according to his will. He knelt on one knee, a Madiich circle glowing beneath his feet even though this technique was considered obsolete. However, quit unique Veitner Madiich XT Tem. Chanting creates power beyond imagination. This wave of ice will freeze ground and swallow everything. Even Hazu's partner was terrified by his true ability. What on earth ID this? Hazu's blood-red eyes bulged as he roared powerfully to activate ET Sealing Charm. At a precise moment his hand reached straight up into weepy air. A massive ice sculpture manifested standing tall. Key entire room seemed swallowed by a keybone chilling cold that was spreading. Likey Men X Tifi grew even more excited, screaming as if he had completely let its mind. Wyke newly summoned ice statue and Lai needed to blow a gentle stream of cold air to turn Likey enemy into an icy BLPC. Hazu remained calm as ever, standing rooted to Ike spot without moving an inch. He spread his hand slightly tilting his eyes upward to enjoy Gi air around him. Everything ended quickly, in Lai Kai outside appeared washed clean, becoming bright and radiant. Suchin and Adela rushed free, shouting constantly in disbelief. It was horrifying that every trace of Demon Kinapapit's survival had vanished completely. Inu watched every detail on a P-screen intently, his heart burning with anxiety as he could not sit still. He gave a sharp, delighted laugh. Hazu, what kind of power ID that? Just as expected, Lai Boy will soon stand at like pinnacle of like world of Medici. Lee trio of teammates chatted happily as if at a festival. There was no further doubt that dungeon battle had concluded with a glorious victory for White Korean representative. Suddenly unusual roaring sounds echoed from somewhere far in Lipe distance. Lee sky became clearer and bluer with every passing moment, shining brilliantly in sunlight. Mir suddenly rushed to cheer for Wee's successor. Lee Key Boy had kept his promise to his father so perfectly that it was astonishing. Although Hazu was exhausted and forced himself to stand up, when an issue arose, she curiously asked immediately what was going on. Inu approached Hazu with a calm demeanor, hands in his pockets after Wee Beck family incident. He recalled how Hazu had demanded G.B. Waitner 8 code as compensation. Hazu bit his lip listening to him describe how he once thought Leaky legend was fiction, determined to prove that ancient relic was real. Inhu sincerely shared that at Leaky time he thought his son was naive and foolish, but eventually he turned that he was Ledik ignorant one. Hearing that, he became extremely tense, sweat pouring down his face like a stream. He continued to press quick questions. Tell me, does your ancient Madi Chin Exit Tam originate from G. Babu? Waitner. Hazu's face darkened, and he pressed his lips together, determined not to say a single quip. After hearing Lupi report, Mimia sighed in wariness. After such a blatant display, it was online natural for his identity to be exposed. He was dazed after hearing it, thinking he would be scolded much more severely. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, angry. I and Lai hope do get more allies because EP current situation IDP much more dangerous than do you think. Hazu giggled, raising an eyebrow knowingly. No matter what, I will keep moving forward. This ID key path of destiny meant foe me. After saying that, he gestured for them to move forward together. P. Lai continued to accompany me. Mimir also jumped Kut Joy, affirming he would do well as Li's successor. At Liki same time, at a gloomy and eerie castle. A figure shrouded in a cloak seemed to realize that Ike opportunity had arrived. Like he find a moment of decision had come. His eyes widened, burning Kut deep murderous intent, awaiting et day stars of gods and demons would align foe his return. He slowly returned to luxurious office Boen. Gihan clutched his aching head, pacing around and muttering curses, saying he had to hunt down and utterly destroy that damned Hazu to satisfy his anger. Suddenly, a masked minion entered and respectfully reported to young Master Jihan. His face changed immediately upon hearing that his father was waiting to meet him, and he quickly followed that person. A new day quickly began, quick, clear, and radiant sunshine across Isekai. Congratulations, Hazu. He offered a nonchalant smile, expressing gratitude and asserting that this journey could not have succeeded without your assistance. He emphasized Kut's sincerity. I am truly glad to have placed my trust correctly, and I hope you are still willing to pursue your next objective. Hazu confidently pledged that he would continue researching Madich in his own way, while also expressing deep gratitude Fu Wai Spicipi. Of course, I always expected that. I was born into a renowned magical family in Korea, but my body rejected my Che. Li entire world turned its back on me, and at my most desperate moment, a mysterious ancient tome appeared. A few hours passed, and Hazu returned to his familiar seat at his desk. He flipped through YTC trend book, then wondered why Yidri's 8 treasure was in his hands. Each Pete suddenly emitted a dazzling aura, blinding people 8 eyes. Hazu curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. Indeed, fate loves to jest. Alright, let it see what a P next Pete says.